Upon traversing the realm of Douluo, I was destined to join the Spirit Hall, to strike down Shrek with a fist, to kick Yu Xiaogang, to ascend as the new pope, unify the continent, and reach the pinnacle of my existence. But pray tell, who can enlighten me as to why I become Bibi Dong? 1. I'm sullied. The vast majority of Douluo fanfiction traditionally depicts characters traversing to Douluo, joining the main protagonist group, taking on a master, and rebelling against the Spirit Hall. With the soaring popularity of the Douluo anime, the cries for the legitimacy of the Spirit Hall and the overthrow of Shrek have intensified. Countless traversers have also shifted their allegiances, tormenting Tang San, assassinating masters, vanquishing Tang Hao, suppressing Shrek, unifying the continent, and conquering the divine realm. One individual inquired of Chun Dong, when you traverse to Douluo, which faction do you envision joining? Need you even ask? Chun Dong declared, I shall, of course, align myself with the Spirit Hall. After all, Shrek is the child of fate. Even if one does not join, they would ultimately, due to the narrative's advantages, destroy the Spirit Hall and ascend to godhood. Your joining merely accelerates the inevitable, a mere embellishment to an already splendid tale. As for joining the Spirit Hall, if one seeks thrill, one must fully commit. To apprentice under Bibi Dong, to embrace Hulaina, to crown oneself as the Holy Sun, to stride across the continent. With the Golden Duo as subordinates and the Flower Demon Douluo as a bodyguard, what could be more delightful? Indeed, this was Chun Dong's response to the inquiry. Very well, I shall fulfill your wish. With that, the individual departed, their actions leaving Chun Dong feeling peculiarly unsettled, yet he thought little of it. As night descended, Chun Dong was unaware that it would be his final glimpse of this world. With the dawn's light streaming in, Chun Dong slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself not in his filthy, chaotic abode, but in an opulent and spacious room. Lying on a plush bed, he gazed at the ceiling, where an expensive crystal chandelier shimmered before him, and the air was imbued with a subtle fragrance of orchids. Realizing something was amiss, Chun Dong sat up and surveyed his surroundings. The room was vast, sparsely furnished, with a simple wardrobe, a vanity, and a coat rack. This could not possibly be his disheveled dwelling. He deduced it to be a woman's room, and not just any woman, but one of significant wealth. Awakening in the morning, still somewhat dazed, he pondered how he had found himself in a lady's chamber. Could it be a kidnapping? A wave of panic surged within him. A wealthy individual, if also stunningly beautiful, would hardly require such measures as abducting a respectable man. Clearly, such a scenario would befit a ferocious dragoness. Ah! A shrill scream erupted. In the next moment, Chun Dong hastily silenced himself. That was not his voice, but rather that of a woman. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks resonated from outside the door. Then came a voice inquiring, Your Holiness, what has transpired? Your Holiness? What in the world? Chun Dong was utterly bewildered. In an instant, a torrent of memories surged forth, flooding his mind. Overwhelmed by the deluge of recollections, he clutched his head, burying it beneath the covers in search of solace. Among these memories, a girl emerged from a small village, her parents deemed evil spirit masters due to their malevolent martial souls, leading to a life of evasion until they were ultimately captured and executed by local authorities, leaving the girl to languish in solitude. At the age of 6, she awakened her martial soul on exceedingly rare twin martial soul, the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, a prodigy endowed with innate full soul power. The girl, inheriting her parents' martial souls, anticipated a fate akin to theirs, but was instead noticed by the Spirit Hall, where the current Pope, Qian Xuanji, took her as a disciple, bestowing upon her the title of Saintess. From that moment, her teacher became the most respected figure in her life. Yet unbeknownst to her, the Spirit Hall's interest in her was motivated by the potential of her future offspring, a legacy of her extraordinary talent. Ideally, the girl would flourish, wed the Pope, and together they would produce exceptional heirs, inheriting the six-winged angel martial soul, thus fulfilling the aspirations of the angel clan and securing the divine position. This was the grand scheme of the Spirit Hall's aristocracy. However, plans often encounter unforeseen alterations. The girl, elevated to the status of saintess, held a position second only to the Pope, yet the austere Qian Xuanji viewed her as a prized possession, indoctrinating her with unwavering loyalty to the Spirit Hall, forbidding anyone from approaching her without his consent. She was akin to a canary confined within a gilded cage. While her material needs were satisfied, her freedom was non-existent. This monotonous existence ignited within her a yearning for the outside world, and one day, She ventured forth to hone her skills and encountered another significant figure in her life, Yu Xiaogang. Though lacking in talent, Yu Xiaogang possessed an intellect and indomitable spirit that captivated the girl. She advised him to pursue theoretical studies if his path as a soul master proved unfruitful. Of course, theory was not without its challenges. A lifetime of being a mere 20th level waste abandoned by his family would hardly lend itself to advanced theoretical constructs. She provided him with various texts from the Spirit Hall, from which he crafted his own theory, the 10 core competencies of martial souls. During their time together, their bond blossomed into love. The girl yearned to marry him, desperately wishing to escape the confines of the Spirit Hall and dwell with her beloved. Yet she respected her teacher and confided her feelings to him. The naive girl was oblivious to the implications of her revelation. On that fateful day, she endured the darkest moment of her life, as her esteemed teacher transformed into a beast, violating her in a secret chamber. Then, using Yu Xiaojang's life as leverage, he coerced her into breaking up with him, to remain obedient within the Spirit Hall, even imprisoning her for an entire year until the resulting progeny was born. Her feelings for her teacher morphed from deep respect into loathing and revulsion, a torrent of negative emotions overwhelming her, fueling a desire to slay her own mentor. She ventured to the city of slaughter to partake in trials, acquiring the god of slaughter's domain and the inheritance of the Rakshasa god, which required her to devour the soul of an angel soul master. Her target was none other than her once revered teacher, Qian Xuanji. At long last, the opportunity arose after Qian Xuanji failed to slay Tang Hao's wife and was gravely injured. She seized the moment to kill him, consuming the angel god's soul and obtaining the Rakshasa god's legacy. She yearned to reunite with her beloved, but the world had changed. Yu Xiaogang had found another love, Lu Erlong, while Qian Douluo set aside his grievances and, against the odds, nominated her as the Pope of the Spirit Hall, irrevocably binding her to its chariot of war. Under the Rakshasa god's influence, she harbored hatred for Qian Xuanji, disdain for the angel clan, and animosity towards the world. Yet Yu Xiaogang remained the sole beacon of light in her heart, albeit one that had found solace in another's embrace. Goodness, these are indeed Bibi Dong's memories. Everything written by San Shui and everything left unwritten is all here in its entirety, even the clandestine battle in the secret chamber. As Dong savored the thrilling account of the secret chamber battle between the two popes, Qian Xuanji and Bibi Dong, a sudden realization struck Qian Dong something was amiss. Have I not now traversed time to become Pope Bibi Dong? Did not the experiences within that secret chamber once transpire in my own life? Qian Dong, oh no. Bibi Dong felt utterly undone. I have been tainted. Reflecting on the past, Qian Dong has come to realize that he has traversed into another world. Not only has he crossed over, but he has also taken on the identity of the female Pope, Bibi Dong, who has already given birth to Qian Renxue. This realization brings to mind a question posed to him yesterday. If he were to enter the world of Douluo, which faction would he belong to? Without hesitation, he proclaimed that he would align himself with the Spirit Hall. Indeed, he intends to join the Spirit Hall, but who said he aspired to become Bibi Dong herself? His ambition is refreshingly simple and devoid of pretense. He is simply enamored with the bodies of Qian Renxue, Bibi Dong, and Hu Laina. Yet, who said he wanted to become Bibi Dong? To learn under Bibi Dong, to possess Hu Laina, to embrace Qian Renxue, to be crowned as the Son of God, to traverse the continent with ease, to have the Golden Duo as his subordinates, and to have the Zhuge Luo as his protector. What a delightful proposition that is. He has unwittingly become Bibi Dong and now contemplates the absurdity of seeking mentorship from oneself. Hu Laina is his disciple, Qian Renxue is his daughter, and as a woman, even if she wishes to emulate the paternal affection of the Qiyue family, she lacks the means to do so, nor does she possess such malevolence. As for the present, she has already become Pope Bibi Dong, a successor to divine authority, inherently a harbinger of death in two realms, an exceptional figure among the titled Douluo. Although there are still formidable challenges ahead, she is now capable of moving freely across the continent. The likes of Xie Yu and the infatuated A Yin are mere juniors, unworthy of being her subordinates, while the Zhuge Luo serves as her subordinate. In essence, after becoming Bibi Dong, all her aspirations in Douluo seem to have vanished. Wait, become rather than join. He mentioned which side one would belong to. This implies that had he chosen the protagonist faction from the beginning, he would have directly become Tang San. Good heavens, What a remarkable start it would be, with twin martial souls and the advantages of another world. Although the beginning may seem humble, having a titled Douluo father, being the son of destiny, and possessing the fate of a protagonist, he could effortlessly emerge victorious. He could either follow the storyline or simply indulge in frivolity. The distinction between himself and Tang San lies in his inclination towards compassion. He aims to provide a warm home for the heroines of both the righteous and villainous factions, rather than becoming fixated on a singular love like Tang San did with Xiao Wu. Alas, upon this realization, Qindong, no, now Bibi Dong, felt a wave of despondency wash over her. After much contemplation, Bibi Dong finally accepted her current role as the formidable figure in the villainous spirit hall, the Resetsu god among the antagonists. Since she has become the leading antagonist in this world, it is time to engage in the deeds befitting such a role. Reflecting on her impending fate and the future of her daughter Qianrenxue, Bibi Dong cannot afford to allow this threat to grow unchecked. While she may lack a direct vendetta against the Tang family, her deep-seated enmity towards the heroine is undeniable. After all, Xiao Wu's mother perished at the hands of her predecessor. Bibi Dong unleashed the 7 soul rings of her second martial soul, the final crimson ring shimmering before her eyes. She has no choice but to offend Tang San. Her allegiance to the spirit hall binds her to this conflict. Even if Tang San's vendetta for his mother's death does not implicate her, the animosity towards his wife's family remains. Anyone affiliated with the spirit hall is an enemy of Tang San, especially her position as pope. Based on the memories of her predecessor, Bibi Dong deduced the current timeline. The world is at the beginning of the story, with Tang San nearing 12 years of age and yet to join Shrek Academy. At this moment, Tang San is at Nodding Academy, while Tang Hao has left Holy Soul Village, becoming a SC Char Dinger's Tang Hao. His whereabouts are unknown, but it is certain that if the protagonist faces a crisis without assistance, Tang Hao will undoubtedly appear. The timing is perfect. The protagonist is still in his formative years, far from the formidable figure he will become later. Should the spirit hall wield its full might, even a fraction of it, Tang San and Tang Hao could be obliterated in an instant. Crucially, Bibi Dong is not an absolute ruler. She is merely a puppet propped up by Douluo. The spirit hall comprises 3 factions: the Elder Hall, the Douluo Hall, and the Pope Hall. The Pope Hall is under Bibi Dong's control, while the Elder Hall and Douluo Hall are governed by Douluo. The Pope Hall oversees all administrative matters of the spirit hall, theoretically allowing Bibi Dong to mobilize all power below the title Douluo rank. The Douluo Hall, however, is a sanctuary, a place of faith, simply put, a burial ground. The Elder Hall is under the dominion of that old coot, Douluo, which governs all title Douluo within the spirit hall. Anyone who attains the title Douluo rank automatically joins the Elder Hall as an elder, and those reaching level 96 or above become offerings. The spirit hall boasts 7 offerings and 12 elders, all theoretically under Douluo's jurisdiction. Furthermore, the Elder Hall possesses the authority to nominate or depose the Pope, meaning that Douluo could grant or revoke her position at will. When Bibi Dong first ascended, she could not even claim the title Douluo rank, and the personnel below that level in the Pope Hall were mostly from the Qian family. Fortunately, due to a brutal purge conducted by her predecessor, the Pope Hall has now been substantially cleansed, aligning itself more closely with Bibi Dong's authority. While the 2 Juguedo sent to assist her have also been won over. If she intends to act against Tang San and Tang Hao, she must first secure Douluo's consent to mobilize more titled Douluo-level elders. Otherwise, relying solely on herself and the 2 Juguedo would hinder the fusion of her Resetsu god power and her own soul power. Despite her confidence in defeating Tang Hao, delaying the integration of her powers is critical. Her greatest fear is that Tang Hao may fight to the death, allowing Tang San to escape. Now that would be utterly infuriating. She does not doubt the protagonist's potential for growth. If he hides for 2 or 3 decades, he could emerge as either the sea god or the Shura god. Such outcomes are entirely plausible. Thus, she must either refrain from action or strike decisively. Moreover, she is not alone in wishing for the demise of Tang San and Tang Hao. That old man, Douluo, likely shares the sentiment. If Douluo recognizes the threat Tang San poses, he may not even require her intervention. The elders of the offering hall could handle it. After some contemplation, Bibi Dong resolved to confront her nemesis, Douluo. armed with the memories and experiences of her predecessor. Bibi Dong donned the Pope's robe and grasped the scepter, symbolizing her authority, standing before the mirror to appraise herself. Without the manifestation of her martial soul, Bibi Dong indeed embodies the epitome of beauty on the Douluo continent. The reflection in the mirror hardly resembles a woman in her 40s or 50s. She appears more like a youthful maiden in her 20s. Her stature modest, she is adorned in a luxurious long robe of black with golden patterns, crowned with a 9-curved purple-gold tiara and wielding a 2-meter-long scepter embedded with numerous jewels. Her fair complexion and nearly flawless features render her strikingly unique. Particularly notable is the ethereal nobility and sanctity she exudes, invoking involuntary feelings of reverence in those who behold her. Noble, elegant, serene. Various laudatory terms seem fitting for her. Yet the passage of time appears to have left no marks upon her. Bibi Dong averted her gaze, unable to suppress a sigh. She wields the highest authority on the continent, a title Douluo of dual supreme beast martial souls, possessing both strength and power. Yet, she laments, why must it be a woman? Why has she become her? Events have already transpired, and Bibi Dong scarcely has time to admire the perfection of the body she has inherited. There are far more pressing matters at hand. Grasping her scepter, she strides out of the chamber. Your Holiness! The two guards greet with deep respect. Bibi Dong nods in acknowledgement, drawing on the experiences of her predecessor, and makes her way to her office. One cannot deny the influence of the Pope as she walks. Everyone she encounters reverently addresses her as Your Holiness, even the title Douluo, the ghost Douluo, merging with the memories and soul of her former self. Bibi Dong quickly acclimatizes to her new role. Elder Ghost, your speed is unmatched. I require your assistance in investigating a matter, Bibi Dong states. As you command, Your Holiness. The ghost Douluo replies. I need you to travel to the Barak Kingdom's Nodding City branch and procure information on the innate full soul power genius with blue silvergrass from 5 years ago, along with an investigation into his family background. Bring it to me at the swiftest pace, Bibi Dong instructs. Understood, Your Holiness. The ghost Douluo departs. Meanwhile, the Ju Guan stands bewildered. Blue silvergrass? Innate full soul power? Is there such a person? As a title Douluo, his understanding tells him that blue silvergrass is a trash martial soul. To possess innate full soul power with such a martial soul is inconceivable. However, he soon recalls a peculiar genius who had appeared before the Pope a few years prior, which had astonished the entire Spirit Hall. At that time, Bibi Dong deemed blue silvergrass unworthy of cultivation and did not pursue the matter. Though the memory of that innate full soul power child lingered briefly, it faded quickly. As for Bibi Dong's intentions, does she truly need to investigate Tang San's background? Not all. However, she plans to leverage the offerings of the hall to eliminate the threats posed by Tang San and Tang Hao. To do so, she must possess some compelling evidence. After all, Qian Douluo and the elders of the hall are not her allies. It is a miracle if they do not conspire against her, let alone assist her. Thus, she must make Qian Douluo recognize the threat Tang San poses, compelling him to act without reservation. Upon receiving this peculiar order, the ghost Douluo acts swiftly. The Pope's demand for speed leaves him no room for delay as he hastens to Nodding City to retrieve the information. Tang San, a student at Nodding Academy. Martial soul, blue silvergrass, innate full soul power. The ghost Douluo finds nothing unusual in this documentation. Through the records, he learns that Tang San hails from Holy Soul Village and promptly sets off to investigate Tang San's lineage. Sir Soul Master, Tang San is the son of the blacksmith Tang Hao. Old Jack respectfully informs him. Tang Hao. The ghost Douluo responds, stunned. Is there something peculiar? Old Jack inquires. I merely recalled an old acquaintance. The ghost Douluo manages to suppress his shock and continues. Could you share more about Tang Hao? Old Jack, unaware of the implications, begins to recount the story of Tang Hao and Tang San, detailing how the family moved to Holy Soul Village 5 years ago, infused with a mix of disappointment in Tang Hao and admiration for Tang San. However, the ghost Douluo loses interest deep in thought. 5 years ago, you say? That coincides perfectly. There was indeed a child by my side then, who awakened his martial soul around that time. Moreover, with the blue silvergrass, numerous clues align, leading me to the formidable enemy of the Spirit Hall, Tang Hao. Is Tang Hao still in the village? He inquires. After little Sam left, That drunkard departed as well. Sir Soul Master, do you wish to inform Tang Hao when he returns? No need, the ghost Douluo replies, producing some gold coins for old Jack. I hope you can keep my visit confidential. Of course, old Jack exclaims with delight. After gathering the information, the ghost Douluo does not linger, but heads straight to Spirit City. While he is indeed a sensitive and agile titled Douluo, the vastness of Douluo continent means that his journey has already taken several dozen days. In that time, Bibi Dong has come to understand a critical truth. The greater the power, the more responsibilities one shoulders. As the Pope, the volume of matters requiring her attention has multiplied. The former Qin Xuanji did not have to manage as many affairs as she does. He enjoyed ample time for cultivation because he belonged to the Qian family, whose influence within the Spirit Hall is deeply entrenched. He could afford to delegate. In contrast, as an outsider, Bibi Dong must tread carefully, never yielding authority lightly. Qian Douluo seeks to make her a puppet, facilitating the transition of power to Qian Renshua, but Bibi Dong is determined not to be a mere marionette. Her methods are numerous, and she has gradually garnered the support of some elders, allowing her to resist the obstinacy of the Hall's senior members. The former self did not wish to be a puppet pope, and neither does she. She is unwilling to let the efforts of her predecessor go to waste. Thus, she must personally oversee crucial matters, ensuring that an endless tide of responsibilities awaits her. Several times, she has considered abandoning her post, while others follow a 9 to 6 routine. She feels as though she is on a 24-hour schedule. Fortunately, as a titled Douluo with immense spiritual strength, she can endure. Otherwise, she fears she might succumb to overwork. Your Holiness, the Elder Ghost has returned, announces a voice from the Elder Hall. Bibi Dong replies, her weary visage evident. Allow him to enter. Shortly after, the ghost Douluo steps in. Your Holiness, the investigation you requested has been completed, he states, presenting the gathered information. Upon glancing at the contents, Bibi Dong merely pretends to peruse it thoughtfully, but the ghost suddenly interjects. Your Holiness, I suspect this blue-silver grass boy is the son of Tang Hao. Bibi Dong fixes the ghost Douluo with a penetrating gaze and replies, there is no need for suspicion. He is indeed Tang Hao's son. She casually hands the documentation to Zhu Yuguan. What? Tang Hao is son? Zhu Douluo exclaims, flipping through the investigative report. Tang San, born in Holy Soul Village, son of the blacksmith Tang Hao, awakened his martial soul 5 years ago, possessing innate full soul power. The evidence clearly suggests that Tang San and Tang Hao are indeed long-sought targets of the Spirit Hall. However, Zhu Douluo raises a query. If he is Tang Hao's son, shouldn't he inherit the martial soul of the Haotian sect? How could he possibly possess the blue silvergrass? The theory of martial soul inheritance explicitly states that a child inherits the stronger martial soul from their parents. Given Tang Hao's formidable prowess, it stands to reason that Tang San should inherit his father's martial soul rather than the blue silvergrass. There are two possibilities Bibi Dong asserts without hesitation. The first is that the quality of the blue silver grass surpasses that of the Haotian hammer, thus overriding it. The second possibility is that the qualities of the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer are comparable, akin to Xiaoyu and Hulaina, allowing for random inheritance of both parents' martial souls. The third possibility is that the blue silver grass is of a quality similar to the Haotian hammer, enabling the boy to inherit both martial souls, but choosing to conceal the Haotian hammer. The ghost Douluo and Zhu Douluo are left utterly astounded by her revelations. It is inconceivable that the quality of the blue-silver grass martial soul could possibly rival that of the Haotian hammer, exclaimed Zhu Douluo in astonishment. Zhu Yueguanyu, who possess some knowledge of flora, have you forgotten? If he truly is the son of Haotian, do you not recall who his mother is? Bibi Dong remarked. 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Zhu Yueguan struggled to contain the tumult within his heart as he spoke. The Haotian hammer is already a top-tier martial soul. If what the Pope claims is true, that he possesses a dual top-tier martial soul, then Pope, should we not? The ghost casually gestured his neck, stating, it is indeed time to eliminate him. However, I intend to leave this matter to the elders of the worship hall. Bibi Dong continued. After all, having discovered the whereabouts of Tang Hao and his son, it would be insufficient for just the 3 of us from the Pope's hall to eradicate them completely. Bibi Dong did not deploy a substitute puppet to do her bidding. She intended to hunt soul beasts, a fact well known throughout the Spirit Hall. Given that the target was a 100,000-year soul beast, she brought only the 2 Hua generals with her. as the rest of those she could command were below the rank of title Douluo and would be of little use. The trio set forth towards the inner region of the Star Doe Forest, openly displaying their title Douluo prowess, thereby deterring any soul beast from approaching. 100,000-year soul beast could contend with a human title Douluo, but they had not reached the level of being able to rival a 95th level title Douluo like Ming Air, as the beasts they sought were not ordinary 100,000-year soul beasts. The Titan giant ape boasted a lineage on par with the dark golden terraclaw bear, while the sky blue bull python possessed the bloodline of a dragon, both being extraordinary soul beasts, although they were not ideally suited to Bibi Dong's spider martial soul. Upon fusion, the system would grant the new martial soul an appropriate ability, thus rendering Bibi Dong indifferent to compatibility, focusing instead on the age of the soul beasts. Once successful, Bibi Dong would acquire 400,000-year soul rings. The Titan giant ape, the sky blue bull python, the soft bone charm rabbit, and the death spider emperor. Regrettably, the 9th ring would necessitate the replacement of one of the 200,000-year soul rings, which was indeed a waste, yet better squandered than bequeathed to Tang San. The trio traversed unimpeded to the life lake in the inner region, where tranquility reigned supreme. Were it not for Bibi Dong's ability to sense the concealed murderous intent and formidable aura lurking within the waters, she might have believed the two beasts were absent. "Come forth. Your clumsy hiding cannot elude my perception," Bibi Dong declared. The surface of the life lake rippled, and soon, a colossal, serpent-like soul beast emerged, its head resembling that of a bull. The bull-headed python, with its massive frame stretching hundreds of meters, unmistakably belonged to the Sky Doe Forest. On the other side, a gigantic figure descended from the heavens, landing behind Bibi Dong and her companions. The Titan giant ape, towering at several dozen meters, caused the very earth to tremble. 200,000-year soul beasts, indeed, they are not ordinary. The sky blue bull python fixated its gaze on Bibi Dong, stating, "Human, you bear the scent of Aunt Wu Qing. Your hands are stained with her blood. What brings you here?" The Titan giant ape appeared to be on the verge of an outburst, barely containing its fury. "It is indeed I. I have inherited everything she left behind. Thus I must also bear the consequences," Bibi Dong did not deny. "Indeed, it is I. Do you seek revenge? You shall perish for the death of Aunt Wu Qing." The Titan giant ape growled. The sky blue bull python, clearly reluctant to engage 3 title Douluo in combat, intervened. "I offer you a chance. Depart from here and never set foot in the core region of the Star Doe Forest again." Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. This hatred could be set aside, indicating the sky blue bull python was no ordinary beast, likely tasked with guarding this threshold, wishing to avoid conflict. However, whether or not to fight was no longer in their hands. Having gone to such lengths to arrive here, would I leave simply because of your words? That would be beneath my dignity, Bibi Dong retorted to the two great beasts. "When battle ensues, you shall immediately employ the martial soul fusion technique, polar stillness domain, to ensnare the Titan giant ape, while I will deal with the sky blue bull python," Bibi Dong commanded with a steely resolve. "As you wish, your holiness." "You guide plead obediently." Bibi Dong turned to face the massive head of the sky blue bull python, smiling as she said, "As for my purpose, I have come to deliver you to a higher fate, to usher you into the Western Paradise." "What do you mean, human?" The sky blue bull python, despite its remarkable intelligence and ability to speak, had yet to grasp Bibi Dong's intent. "You seem rather concerned for your Aunt Wu Qing. Very well. I shall play the benefactor and facilitate your reunion. Attack!" Bibi Dong commanded the two Douluo polar stillness domain. Instantly, Zhu Gui and the other Douluo sprang into action. Their backs pressed together as they manifested 18 soul rings, merging into a colossal ring. The Titan giant ape, caught off guard, was instantly immobilized by the domain. The sky blue bull python swiftly reacted, releasing its own slow domain. "Greedy human, you shall pay the price." Even in its foolishness, it recognized the trio's intentions. It had hoped to avoid conflict with 3 title Douluo, Death Spider Emperor, Martial Soul, True Body. In an instant, Bibi Dong transformed. Her upper body encased in a layer of purple-black armor, her visage obscured by a shell, beneath which 4 smaller eyes sprouted. She could be described as possessing a ghastly countenance. Behind her loomed a massive orb, extending 8 claws from which a foul liquid dripped. In a mere moment, Bibi Dong shifted from a regal and elegant pope into a terrifying spider monstrosity. This form, though her most disgraceful, was inconsequential to Bibi Dong, for strength was paramount. The intoxicating power was invigorating. Death Domain, God of Death Domain, activate. Upon unleashing her martial soul true body, Bibi Dong's dual domains expanded, enveloping the area with a chilling and murderous aura, swiftly suppressing the sky-blue bull python's slow domain, drawing it into the grasp of her formidable realms. With a 10% enhancement to her attributes and a 20% reduction to her foes, within this domain, adversaries could not execute any stealth or teleportation skills, while simultaneously inducing mental intimidation. Her mental strength surged by 20%, while her opponents diminished by the same. The most terrifying effect was the toxic environment. Within her domain, the area was saturated with the lethal venom of the Death Spider Emperor, resulting in severe corrosion and diffusion, also reducing the speed of her foes by 10%. Once afflicted by this poison, their bodies would gradually weaken until death ensued. In the context of war, this would spell disaster for ordinary soldiers or lower-ranking soul masters. Within the domain, adversaries would experience a 20% reduction in strength, while the user could unleash 120% of their ability. This was the foundation of her power. Under the influence of the vast domain, the Azure Bull Python swiftly became extraordinarily weakened, ensnared by the venom of the Spider Empress, which relentlessly eroded its life force. The tremendous soul power emanating from Bibi Dong weighed heavily upon the Azure Bull Python, filling it with dread. It feared that this time, it would surely meet its end. The Azure Annihilation Thunder erupted from the mouth of the Azure Bull Python, but its target was not Bibi Dong. Rather, it aimed at the two wielders of the martial soul fusion technique, the two ghosts. Yet, in an instant, Bibi Dong positioned herself in front of the thunder, using her formidable soul power to thwart the Azure Bull Python's assault. Get lost. Behind the Azure Bull Python appeared a woman who bore an uncanny resemblance to Bibi Dong. This was Bibi Dong's 8th soul skill, Spider Empress Clone, which allowed her to create a duplicate with 100 of her original's power, devoid of intellect and requiring control. This sheer force encompassed not only physical might, but also the abilities of the first 7 soul skills. She extended her venomous spider claws, piercing into the Azure Bull Python's body. The horrifying Spider Empress toxin seeped in, rapidly draining its vitality. Sister Xiaowu, you must live well. Do not seek revenge for me. The Azure Bull Python's voice grew increasingly feeble, filled with concern for Xiaowu's future upon witnessing the overwhelming strength of its nemesis. Upon reaching the 95th level, the title Douluo's power transcended the ordinary, and these two soul beasts were comparable to a 95-level title Douluo. Bibi Dong, at the 97th level, was completely unleashed, combined with the terrifying Spider Empress toxin. Slaughtering her opponents posed no challenge. Ha ha ha! Bibi Dong laughed maniacally, resembling an evil villain as she derided, even at death's door. You still cling to life. Since that is the case, I shall grant you this favor, should the opportunity arise. I will also bestow upon you, that 100,000-year-old rabbit, a great fortune. You desire my soul ring? I shall not make it easy for you. The Azure Bull Python cast a resentful glance at Bibi Dong before its colossal form collapsed heavily to the ground. A crimson soul ring floated upward. Bibi Dong did not hasten to absorb the red soul ring. Instead, she dispatched countless tiny spiders to dissect the Azure Bull Python's body and extract its soul bone. As in the original tale, she acquired the right arm bone of the 100,000-year-old Azure Bull Python. However, before she could absorb the soul ring, another 100,000-year soul beast had already broken free. Brother, in a fit of jealousy and rage, could a mere slide take down a tiger? What might the Titan Great Ape accomplish in its extreme fury? Bibi Dong gazed at the approaching Titan Great Ape with a grim expression. In the original narrative, the Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape had been trapped in the polar stillness domain for an extended period, allowing sufficient time for Tang San and Xiaowu to enact a touching love story, culminating in Xiaowu sacrificing to grant Tang San a red ring. Yet, the Titan Great Ape had not displayed any explosive power then. Why was it only now, upon the Azure Bull Python's demise, that it erupted? Was it possible that the 100,000-year-old rabbit held a less significant place in its heart than the brother? The duo of ghosts had managed to confine the Titan Great Ape for so long in the original tale. How could they now falter after such a brief time? The Titan Great Ape's immense strength was not something Bibi Dong intended to confront head-on. She swiftly evaded its assault. Upon entering Bibi Dong's domain, the Titan Great Ape's power was immediately suppressed, and the toxins of the Death Domain began to invade it. It crouched on the ground, frantically searching for Bibi Dong, its vengeful gaze causing it to lose itself in fury. Unbeknownst to it, Bibi Dong hovered above, concealed by the shimmering wings of the six-winged purple light. The two ghost Douluos, having forcibly disrupted their martial soul fusion, sustained minor injuries before approaching Bibi Dong. Within this time frame, the soul ring of the Azure Bull Python has yet to dissipate. Let us strike together and eliminate this Titan Great Ape as well, Bibi Dong commanded fiercely. Though she bore no personal grudge against the original tale's charming 100,000-year-old rabbit, it was unfortunate that she had traversed into the body of Bibi Dong, a figure entangled in vengeance. The murder of a mother was a debt to be repaid tenfold. Bibi Dong was indifferent. Having already made enemies, she resolved to eradicate them entirely, lest they seek revenge upon her for the sacrifice made to Tang San. The ghost Douluo and the flower Douluo nodded in agreement, each unleashing their most powerful attacks against the Titan Great Ape. The ninth soul skill, Flower Petals Fall, filled the ground with sorrow, while the ninth soul skill, Infinite Ghost Shadows Devour, unleashed a flurry of petals that fell like rain, transforming into razor-sharp blades that bombarded the Titan Great Ape. A black hole opened beneath the Titan Great Ape, releasing countless ghostly shadows that bombarded it, resulting in a cacophony of explosions. The Titan Great Ape was instantly gravely wounded, and Bibi Dong switched to another martial soul. Her sixth soul skill, Eternal Wound, disregarded physical defenses and tore through the Titan Great Ape's tough skin, slicing its throat. The Titan Great Ape fell lifelessly to the ground, and another 100,000-year soul ring ascended. Bibi Dong extracted the Titan Great Ape soul bone, the left arm bone of the 100,000-year Titan Great Ape. "Guard me," Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes, Your Holiness," they replied. As Bibi Dong contemplated the two soul rings, she found herself in a dilemma. Absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring was a lengthy process, implying that she could only absorb one of these two soul beast rings, wasting the other. The optimal choice was the larger Azure Bull Python soul ring, yet she was reluctant to waste the Titan Great Ape's ring as well. Absorbing the soul rings could assist her in breaking through to the threshold of a 98th level Super Douluo. No, let us attempt to absorb both simultaneously. Regardless of the resentments these two soul beasts harbored in life, I shall suppress them with the power of the Rakshasa, Bibi Dong declared, drawing both the soon-to-dissipate Azure Bull Python soul ring and the Titan Great Ape soul ring towards her, absorbing them in unison. "Your Holiness, this is unwise," the ghost Douluos exclaimed in astonishment. They had never heard of anyone absorbing two soul rings simultaneously, particularly those of 100,000-year caliber. However, the two ghost Douluos could not intervene as the rings encircled Bibi Dong, already beginning to be absorbed. The immense soul power of the 100,000-year soul beasts flooded into Bibi Dong's body, bringing with it their formidable resentments. Within Bibi Dong's mental realm, the resentments of the Azure Bull Python and Titan Great Ape merged, assaulting her consciousness. "Bibi Dong, you should not have attempted to absorb us both. It is fitting that you must die today for Xiaowu," the Azure Bull Python's resentment echoed. "For the sake of Xiaowu's mother, we seek vengeance," declared the Titan Great Ape. Though the dual absorption of 200,000-year soul rings posed risks, Bibi Dong felt unfazed. She possessed divine power, rendering their resistance feeble. "Submit and become my soul rings," she commanded. The two soul beasts rampaged within Bibi Dong's mental realm, driving chaotic energy against her body. However, this rebellion was swiftly quelled by an irresistible, fallen, and malevolent divine power. Regardless, the power of the Rakshasa will eventually be eradicated. The fusion of the Rakshasa strength over the years has reached a terrifying magnitude. With a mere wave of her hand, Bibi Dong suppressed the Rakshasa power. Whether one was a 100,000-year soul beast or a million-year soul beast, they were compelled to comply. Bibi Dong ruthlessly quelled the resistance of two soul beasts, facilitating a smoother absorption of their soul rings. Before long, a vast aura of soul power radiated outward, marking a significant enhancement in Bibi Dong's strength. As anticipated, The absorption of these 200,000-year soul rings directly elevated Bibi Dong to the rank of a 98th level title Douluo. With her eyes closed, she reveled in her newfound power. Indeed, the progression from 95 to 98 was an extraordinary leap. This was the might of a 98th level title Douluo, she mused. Within the Spirit Hall, two factions existed, the Pope and the Elder Hall, led by Douluo, who gathered nearly all the title Douluo of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong had no fear of any adversaries. Even the 97th level Holy Dragon Douluo, except for two individuals who could flaunt their might before her, the Golden Crocodile and Douluo. The Golden Crocodile's only advantage over Bibi Dong was his status as a 98th level Super Douluo, surpassing her by a level. Presently, however, he was of little concern to Bibi Dong. The sole figure that instilled fear in her was Douluo. Without utilizing the Rakshasa power, the chasm between 98 and 99 was insurmountable. Furthermore, while Bibi Dong wielded Rakshasa power, Douluo possessed angelic power. "Congratulations, Your Holiness," said the two Douluo, their eyes filled with envy and fervor. Among the title Douluo, they were the only two loyal to Bibi Dong. With her growing strength, her control over the Spirit Hall solidified, ensuring their own positions and the wealth they would acquire increased. Bibi Dong gazed upon the corpses of the celestial bull python and the titan giant ape. From an observer's perspective, one could argue that she had slain the mother and two brothers of Xiao Wu, and those inclined to support the weak would undoubtedly champion Xiao Wu's quest for vengeance. However, though Bibi Dong was no longer the same as before, her stance remained resolute. Since they were foes, she would be merciless to the end. Unbeknownst to her, deep within the lake of life, a golden eye opened. "Master, the two guardian 100,000-year soul beasts of the lake of life have been slain by that wretched human." A silver eye opened. It was the detestable aura of a god, the inheritor of divinity. "I shall kill her." A voice, ethereal yet brimming with hatred, emanated from this mysterious realm. "Allow me to deal with her. Master, you cannot leave this space, or the gods will take notice. Let me capture her." As Bibi Dong prepared to depart after achieving her goals, a terrifying aura, suppressing all, swept through. A colossal head suddenly emerged from the emerald waters, sending countless droplets flying. The rich essence of life spread outward. Slowly, the enormous golden eyes opened, and a massive form began to rise. Upon closer inspection, it was a black dragon. Jugu and his companion, witnessing this immense body in the lake of life, were immediately struck with astonishment. The overwhelming soul power emanating from the creature left them in shock. They had never felt such immense pressure, even from the Grand Priest of the Spirit Hall. In comparison to the previous 200,000-year soul beasts, this dragon was on an entirely different scale. Bibi Dong fixed her gaze on the immense black figure, recognizing its origin. This must be the 80,000-year soul beast, the golden-eyed black dragon king, Emperor Tian. A cloud of smoke rose from that direction, initially small, but swiftly expanding like a gigantic smoke dragon ascending into the sky. The vibrant star Doe forest fell into an eerie silence, devoid of sound. The smoke coalesced, revealing the beast god, Emperor Tian, draped in black, with long hair cascading over his shoulders, appearing before Jugu and Bibi Dong. His gaze, disdainful of the two insignificant beings, focused solely on Bibi Dong. "You are the one who killed my two guardian soul beasts, correct?" Emperor Tian stated. "And if I am?" Bibi Dong replied, her expression grave as she regarded Emperor Tian. He was no ordinary 100,000-year soul beast. He was an 80,000-year soul beast, the foremost among the 20 fiercest beasts of Douluo. Strange. They should be absorbing the life force of the heavenly dream ice silkworm at this moment. "Come with me." Emperor Tian's voice bore an undeniable authority, extending a hand imbued with soul power toward Bibi Dong. "I refuse." In an instant, the soul power surrounding Bibi Dong transformed into divine energy. An aura of wickedness enveloped her, as the Rakshasa power twisted her previously serene and elegant visage into one of malevolence, her complexion turning ghastly and her features terrifying. Her aura surged, reaching a level formidable enough to challenge the utmost limits. Jugu and his companion beheld this transformed figure of the Pope for the first time. Bibi Dong extended her hand, claws of Rakshasa power forming over her palm. This was a reason why Douluo feared Bibi Dong. Divine power, the sublimation of soul power, was something that, on the Douluo continent, both humans and soul beasts cultivated. Only the inheritors of gods, or divine servants like Douluo, could access it. The quality of divine power far surpassed that of soul power. Even the ultimate Douluo with angelic power would be wary of Bibi Dong, who bore the Rakshasa divine power. Even now, Bibi Dong held the potential to challenge the ultimate Douluo. However, the cost of utilizing divine power was steep. Bibi Dong was not yet a deity, and with each use, her reserves diminished. Nevertheless, she launched a purple claw of divine energy toward Emperor Tian. The purple claw tore through Emperor Tian's soul power, a massive hand reaching for him. Emperor Tian's eyes narrowed as his black wings unfurled, unleashing a devouring black light to counter Bibi Dong's Rakshasa divine power. The clash of extreme darkness and Rakshasa energy manifested as claw shadows collided, each eroding the other. The lake of life in the Douluo forest was affected by these energy fluctuations, even the fabric of space tearing under the strain. Though Emperor Tian was powerful, his essence remained soul power, while Bibi Dong wielded divine power. The vastness of soul power, even at the pinnacle of darkness, was still soul power. As they vied against each other, tearing at one another, Emperor Tian relied on his immense soul power to contend with Bibi Dong's Rakshasa energy, while Bibi Dong drew upon the quality of divine power to resist Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian, utilizing his vast soul power, gradually wore down Bibi Dong's Rakshasa strength. He regarded Bibi Dong with a grave expression and said, "I underestimated you. Let us ascend to the skies for battle." With that, his black figure soared into the heavens like a streak of black light. While other divine inheritors might hesitate to expend their divine power in a mere battle, for without achieving divinity, their power was limited. Only those who had ascended to godhood would experience an unending supply of divine energy. Yet Bibi Dong had resolved to change her allegiance. The Rakshasa divine power was expendable to her. She transformed into a beam of azure light, following Emperor Tian as they ascended into the sky. Above the starry forest, two supreme beings engaged in fierce competition. An utter darkness engulfed half of the forest, while the other half was tainted by the nefarious and corrupted essence of souls. On one side stood a man with flowing black hair, his back adorned with the wings of a black dragon, his hands morphing into the claws of a colossal dragon, enveloped in an insatiable black radiance. Opposite him was a spider-like creature with a green face and sharp fangs, surrounded by soul rings of unparalleled configuration, a chaotic blend of black and red. Both combatants reached a pinnacle of speed, their clashes yielding no victor. This marked the first time the two titled Douluos, Xiaogang and Ghost Douluo, witnessed the Pope's full power. It was unfathomable to them that such a formidable soul beast existed deep within the starry forest, Xiaogang remarked. Ghost Douluo nodded in agreement, stating, "The Pope's strength has likely reached its utmost limit." Despite sharing the same title, the disparity was astonishing, Xiaogang lamented. Emperor Tian was not a mere inheritor of divinity. Each battle relied heavily on his immense soul power to counteract the divine might of his opponent. Even Bibi Dong's divine energy, accumulated over a decade, was finite. Once exhausted, despite possessing superior soul ring configurations, facing absolute limits would prove arduous, especially against a being as formidable as Emperor Tian. Emperor Tian, feeling the weight of the conflict, gazed at Bibi Dong with a murderous intent, declaring, "With divine power, you can indeed contend with me. However, you wield divine skills, and so do I. Let us settle this with a single strike." His raised right hand transformed rather than retracting, the joints thickening as scales emerged, manifesting into a dragon's claw. Though he had yet to strike, an indescribable aura of majesty radiated from him, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Behind him, a colossal shadow of a black dragon slowly emerged, shimmering with a faint rainbow glow. The dragon god claw, though harnessed from the dragon god's power, was a true legacy bestowed upon Emperor Tian. It was through this power that he continuously shattered his limits, instilling dread among his foes, earning him the title of Beast God. This was not the force of mere deities, but it undeniably surpassed the realm of titled Douluos. He was now a demigod. Bibi Dong, grave and resolute, summoned the full might of her Rakshasa god power, unleashing beams of deadly light in a preemptive strike against Emperor Tian. In the presence of the dragon god, a Rakshasa was but a minor deity. Emperor Tian unleashed the dragon god claw, tearing through space and shattering Bibi Dong's deadly light, accompanied by a thunderous roar that echoed with authority. The speed was blinding, overwhelming Bibi Dong before she could react. The claw was already upon her. In the moment of impact, Bibi Dong swiftly shifted to another martial spirit, the crimson glow of her ninth soul ring radiating brilliantly. Just as her body was rent asunder, her ninth soul skill activated, propelling her towards the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to tremble. As Bibi Dong activated her ninth skill, the undying body, she healed her wounds, though the pain from the Dragon God Claw's assault remained acutely vivid. Emperor Tian withdrew his claw, gazing down at Bibi Dong, who had been thrust towards the continent, stating, "You resist in vain. Come with me." Her pallid visage reflected despair as she contemplated the dire consequences of surrendering to Emperor Tian. Following him would spell certain doom. For the dragon behind him once possessed the power of a divine king, and facing Gu Na was not akin to contending with someone like Emperor Tian, who relied solely on a single divine skill. Impatience grew within Emperor Tian as he reached for Bibi Dong, but at that moment, a binding energy from the stillness of the polar realm ensnared him, freezing him in place. Seizing the opportunity, Bibi Dong directed the residual Rakshasa power towards him. In a heartbeat, Emperor Tian broke free from the fusion technique of Jiuguan and Ghost Douluo, but before he could regain his bearings, the black dragon was engulfed by the Rakshasa light, sending him hurtling away. "Move swiftly. Why do you linger?" Bibi Dong urged as she approached the dazed Yuguan and Ghost Douluo, grasping one by each hand and soaring towards the periphery of the starry forest. If Emperor Tian had been the sole adversary, it was entirely plausible he would have been gravely injured, perhaps even slain. Yet, the starry forest harbored more than just Emperor Tian. Their objective had been achieved, and with their soul rings fully acquired, staying longer would invite unforeseen complications. Meanwhile, Emperor Tian struggled to rise, channeling his divine energy to suppress the encroaching Rakshasa power. He had never anticipated falling prey to two seemingly inconsequential ants. Although the stillness of the polar realm had merely confined him for a fleeting moment, in a battle between titans, even an instant could alter the outcome. Yet, unwavering in his loyalty to Gu Na, Emperor Tian pursued the direction of Bibi Dong and her companions, despite his injuries. "There is no need to pursue. Return to the Lake of Life, and I shall assist you in resolving this. The longer you delay, the more severe your injuries will become." "Understood, my lord," Emperor Tian replied. Reluctantly, the Black Dragon King relinquished his chase and entered the Lake of Life. Upon reaching the core circle, Emperor Tian expressed his regret. "I apologize. My lord, I was unable to bring her back this time. Your efforts were not in vain. The divine power she expended will delay her ascension to godhood by decades." Gu Na reassured him. "Humanity's power has grown increasingly formidable, and with the guardianship of the life tree lost to those 200,000-year soul beasts, who shall protect the threshold? Giu Yuna Bandut. Let Bear King guard the threshold of the Lake of Life," Emperor Tian suggested. "With half-step ultimate strength, he is more than capable of safeguarding it." "Very well, he shall be entrusted with the duty." At the Nodding City Academy, the once lively and cheerful Xiao Wu suddenly became melancholic, sensing an ominous premonition. She turned towards the depths of the starry forest, hoping against hope that this was not a grim reality. "This source of all evil shall be extinguished by me." After escaping the starry forest, Bibi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her expectations could not be anchored to the original narrative. During the first battle, the strongest beings within the starry forest were merely the Titan giant ape and the heavenly blue bull python, both 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The top 10 ferocious beasts would only manifest in the second battle. Yet, how could these ancient beasts, surviving for hundreds of thousands of years, leave no trace in the first bout? "My lord, what is that?" Bibi Dong inquired, a soul beast over 700,000 years old, the overlord of the starry forest. The golden-eyed Black Dragon King, Emperor Tian. If the existence of a 100,000-year soul beast had already left them in disbelief, the news of a soul beast over 700,000 years old lurking within the Stardow forest was nothing short of astonishing. How could one not be taken aback by such a revelation? It was unfathomable that the Stardow forest harbored such beings. As Jiuguan and Gami heart raced at the thought, one must remember that, bolstered by the confidence of a titled Douluo, they had ventured deep into the Douluo forest on numerous occasions. The depths of this forest are far more treacherous than you can imagine. Soul beasts of several 100,000 years are not uncommon, Bibi Dong remarked. However, if it were merely Emperor Tian, Bibi Dong would not feel particularly threatened, for she was determined to eventually surpass the limits of a title Douluo. What truly instilled fear in her was the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yuna. In her prime, Gu Yuna wielded the power of a deity. Though currently injured, her exact capabilities remained uncertain. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Gu Yuna was likely the strongest being on Douluo planet. Of course, both Emperor Tian and Gu Yuna were exceptional entities in their own right. Consider their prolonged lifespans. A millennium ago, was there anyone like Tang San? Yet, during that time, Emperor Tian was already considered one of the pinnacle existences on Douluo planet. Presently, Tang San was merely a fledgling soul master, and Emperor Tian dismissed even the likes of Jiue and Guimei, let alone someone as insignificant as Tang San. Yet, who could have predicted that a millennium later, Tang San would ascend to godhood and defeat him? 2 millennia hence, he would tremble before Tang San's daughter-in-law. In 3 millennia, he would become a soul spirit of Tang San's grandson and even sacrifice himself to aid him against the heavenly tribulations. Gu Yuna's situation mirrored this as well. Now, as the sovereign of land soul beasts, she disregarded a mere soft-boned charm rabbit, but in 2 millennia, she would have to address her as grandmother. Subsequently, Tang San would strip the bloodline of the Gold and Silver Dragon Kings and grant his grandson the status of Dragon God. Meanwhile, his daughter-in-law would inherit the dual dominions of destruction and life. Employing nepotism to this extent, Bibi Dong was left speechless. With the emotional support of her son-in-law's divine rank, who in the divine realm could challenge the Tang family. However, in this golden age of Douluo, Bibi Dong faced only a Tang San who was still in the stages of development. This abominable source of all evil would be dealt with at its root. With this thought, a wicked smile curled upon Bibi Dong's lips as she could no longer suppress the urge to annihilate Tang San. The supreme divine rank of the divine realm is not to be found in the Tang family. Shall I offer you a ticket to hell? After departing from the Douluo forest, the trio did not rush back to the Hall of Pope. This battle yielded not only 2 soul rings, but also 2 pieces of 100,000-year soul bones. The left arm bone of the Titan giant ape and the right arm bone of the sky blue bull python. While the soul bones were indeed valuable, Bibi Dong was already at her limit for soul bones and had no need to absorb these 2, as they were both from 100,000-year soul beasts. It was far more prudent to convert them into strength. At present, Jiue and Guimei were the most suitable recipients. On one hand, had it not been for the martial soul fusion skills of Jiue and Guimei, she might have faltered against Emperor Tian. On the other hand, since they served her, Bibi Dong could not replicate the previous generation's disregard for their contributions. In the original narrative, Jiuguan was a tragic figure. Despite being a title Douluo serving the Spirit Hall for many years, he had never received a single soul bone. Only when his life was threatened did he contemplate leaving the Spirit Hall. What had the Spirit Hall given him? Status, power, wealth, yet all of these were hollow. For a true powerhouse, nothing surpassed the importance of enhancing one's strength. Bibi Dong glanced at Jiue and Guimei, saying, "You 2 shall each absorb 1 soul bone. I will protect you." "Thank you, Your Holiness," Jiue and Guimei replied joyfully. Jiue, being an assault-type Douluo, naturally chose the left arm bone of the Titan, while Guimei absorbed the remaining right arm bone of the sky blue bull python. After a considerable duration, both titled Douluos successfully absorbed their respective soul bones. "Pray, what benefits have you derived from these soul bones?" Bibi Dong inquired. Jiue expressed his excitement. "Your Holiness, after absorbing the soul bone, I feel my bottleneck loosening. Once I return and meditate for a time, I believe I can break through to the 96th level of title Douluo, and I am confident that Old Ghost feels the same. This soul bone has granted me 2 skills, Titan Sky Break and Gravity Mire, both renowned techniques of the Titan giant ape, far surpassing the power of my 9th soul skill. The Titan Sky Break utilizes mastery over gravity to instantaneously compress the air into a terrifying energy, delivering a full-force strike with the might of the Titan giant ape. Gravity Mire, within a certain radius, instantaneously amplifies or diminishes gravity, the degree of which varies based on the effort expended by the user. Guimei chimed in, like Jia. I have long been stuck at the bottleneck of level 95. Now, with this soul bone, a breakthrough to level 96 is imminent. This 100,000-year soul bone has granted me two major skills: the Sky Blue Dull Claw and the Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder. The Sky Blue Dull Claw renders physical defenses ineffective, locking onto and pursuing targets. Once struck, the victim's sixth senses and physical agility are dulled tenfold. Operating silently with no energy fluctuations, its effect lasts for 10 seconds. Adjustable based on the mental strength of both the target and the user, requiring 4 seconds of charging time. The Sky Blue Annihilation Thunder serves as a single target attack soul skill. As Jiyue and Guame elaborated on the skills acquired from the soul bones, it was evident that their strength had significantly increased. As expected, Bibi Dong nodded. The benefits that Jiyue and Guame obtained from the soul bones mirrored those that Tang San had gained in the original narrative. Now, with Tang San's 2 red rings in her possession and the soul bones bestowed upon her subordinates, the pleasure derived from seizing the protagonist's fortune was delightful indeed. Yet, speaking of this 100,000-year soul bone, one could not help but wonder if the other soul bone remained there. Your Holiness, where shall we go next? Jiyue inquired. Bibi Dong responded, lead the way to the Barak Kingdom, to the Holy Soul Village in Nodding City. Guame added, Your Holiness, if you seek to confront Tang Hao, I must inform you that he has already departed from Holy Soul Village. During this time, many of our Spirit Hall branches have been destroyed, and it is likely connected to him. My goal is not them, Bibi Dong replied. Though Tang Hao is gone, there is one thing he cannot take with him. Lead the way. Yes, Your Holiness. Guame, having visited Holy Soul Village once, naturally knew the way. The trio embarked on their journey with light burdens, traversing numerous cities before finally arriving in Nodding City. There, Tang San enrolled in a low-level Soul Master Academy. If you are willing, the ghost Douluo remarked with a gesture across his neck. Bibi Dong internally chuckled bitterly, thinking that if she could kill him, she would. However, with the existence of the Shura god backing Tang San, she pondered the potential unforeseen circumstances. Perhaps when she sought to eliminate him, someone would intervene on his behalf. Or even if she succeeded in slaying him, he might resurrect, hiding away to cultivate further, or his mature soul might reincarnate into another, continuing to develop in secrecy. The latter scenarios were variables she could not control, thus leading Tang San to fall from grace, and subsequently eliminating him was Bibi Dong's true intention. She shook her head and said, This is not urgent. The Grand Sacrifice has stated that we must allow him to serve as a stepping stone for Xiao Shui. Let him live a few more years. Indeed, replied the 2 Douluos, Zhu Gue and Guido. Let us proceed to the Holy Village. As the novice village of Douluo continent, Holy Soul Village was not much different from other villages, aside from having produced a protagonist. It was merely an unremarkable little settlement. After years of pursuit by the Wuhuan Temple, who would have imagined that Tang Hao would seek refuge here? Yet, even a small village boasts its own glory. Holy Soul Village once gave rise to a soul sage, hence its name. However, this mattered little. The narrative of Douluo continent encompasses love, friendship, passion, and national grievances. Yet it often neglects the rigidly established hierarchy. The existence of martial souls leads to the differentiation of social classes, and martial souls do not manifest randomly. They are inherited, passed down from father to son, and so on. This is precisely why the great clans could establish their power based on martial souls. From the Grand Wuhuan Temple to the 3 great sects, down to smaller tribes like the Tiger Clan and Leopard Clan. A person's life is marked by 2 significant turning points. The first is determined by the family into which one is born. If one hails from a prominent sect, barring anomalies like Yu Xiaogang, one's future is typically secure. Even in Yu Xiaogang's case, although others deemed him a failure, it stemmed from his high starting point. He could not surpass level 30, while many below him could not even become soul masters. The second turning point occurs at the age of 6, which essentially sets the trajectory for one's development potential. Here, even if your parents possess the humble grass martial soul, one might still hope for a mutation, and conversely, even those from illustrious families might find themselves burdened with a waste martial soul. Individuals, such as Ma Hongjun, emerged from mediocrity like a phoenix, while Yu Xiaogang was a pig among dragons. However, one should not place too much hope. After all, a waste martial soul signifies a lack of soul power, rendering one incapable of becoming a soul master. a sentence of doom for countless individuals. There are no worthless martial souls, only worthless soul masters. Bibi Dong found this notion laughable. If there were truly no waste martial souls, how could there be so many ordinary individuals on the continent? If that assertion held, then it could be stated that over 90% of the population was worthless. Bibi Dong pondered Yu Xiaogang's purpose in making such a statement. If it was to comfort himself, he should have reversed it. There are no worthless people, only worthless martial souls. Such a remark would only serve to criticize himself. Many called Yu Xiaogang a failure, which could be interpreted as saying, "You're not a failure because of Luo Sanpao, but because you are Yu Xiaogang." From the protagonist's journey, one can glimpse a culture of circles. At the outset in Holy Soul Village, Su Yuntao awakened the martial souls of 9 children. The others either possessed inferior martial souls or were born without soul power, while Tang San was born with the highest potential, dual martial souls and innate full soul power, alongside top-tier martial souls. This distinction led to a divergence. Among the 9 children, one became a farmer, while Tang San embarked on the path of a soul master. In the Soul Master realm, at the Nodding City Soul Master Academy, Wang Sheng and his peers initially served as Tang San's subordinates, but gradually faded from a narrative as they could no longer keep pace with him. Later, Tang San joined a circle known as the Shrek 7 Monsters, where nearly everyone was a genius. The Continental Soul Master competition became a grand assembly of prodigies, featuring talents like Huo Wu, Feng Xiaotian, Shui Binger, and Yu Tianheng, along with the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. However, as Tang San and the Shrek monsters progressed remarkably, these geniuses seemed to fade into the background, not due to their inadequacy, but rather because they lagged behind the main cast. To enter the Shrek 7 Monsters circle, one had to meet the criteria of being under 13 years of age and possessing soul power above level 20. This was the threshold for entry. Ultimately, the 7 monsters ascended to divinity, yet among their contemporaries, only individuals like the ageless Douluo or the elder Yu Xiaogang maintained close ties with them, while others either perished in war or passed away from old age. As a first-level god, Tang San, after achieving divinity, took only his parents with him. This is a world with a stringent hierarchy. Commoners belong to one circle, soul masters to another, low-level masters form yet another circle, while high-level masters, geniuses, and monsters each constitute their own spheres, with gods forming yet another distinct circle. Currently, the most significant circle is the Divine Council, with future aspirations leading to the circle of great gods. It is foreseeable that even if Bibi Dong were to establish a Wuhuan empire and conquer the world, the lineage of martial souls and the premise of innate full soul power dictate a singular truth. Unless the Haotian sect is entirely eradicated a millennium hence, descendants of the Tang family will continue wielding the Haotian hammer. This is a distorted world, one with an inflexible hierarchy, more so than the shackles of one's previous life. After becoming a god, Tang San did not bestow any tangible benefits upon his birthplace. The only honor it received was the renaming of Holy Soul Village to Divine Soul Village, along with a few additional spots for working students. Holy Soul Village is home to the Blue Silver Emperor, and the Wuhuan Temple holds the most esteemed lineage on the continent, that of the Angel Clan. In this era, even the 3 great sects cannot rival the prestige of the Wuhuan Temple's lineage. However, unlike the 3 great sects, which relies solely on noble power, the Wuhuan Temple has branches throughout the continent, even extending to remote places like Holy Soul Village. Every year, the Wuhuan Temple offers free martial soul awakenings to all eligible children, and soul masters can receive a stipend from the temple's branches. Thus, the Wuhuan Temple has become a sanctuary for soul masters, with over 60% of the continent's soul masters under its influence. The Wuhuan Temple does not merely represent the interests of the old aristocratic traditions of the 3 great sects. It embodies the aspirations of countless soul masters who have risen from the common folk. Yet, the Wuhuan Temple's role underscores a grim reality. It is the nobility that incites the commoners to fight against the nobility. Historically, numerous revolutions have begun with the nobility leading the commoners in conflicts against their own kind. The various systems of the Spirit Hall are not those of the common people. They are designed for soul masters, encompassing free awakenings, stipends, and the provision of education for soul masters, all of which represent the interests of the soul masters rather than the populace. However, The actions of the Spirit Hall bear a striking resemblance to the Marian reforms of ancient Rome. During the era of the Roman Republic, society was divided into three classes: Roman citizens, free men, and slaves. Among these three classes, citizens enjoyed rights and the obligation of military service. Free men possessed limited rights while shouldering most duties, and slaves had no rights, only obligations. Following the Battle of Alesia and the decline of citizen soldiers amid the looming threat from the Germans, Marius enacted reforms to incorporate some free men into the citizen system, thereby enriching the ranks of citizen soldiers. This reform did not eliminate the distinctions between citizens, free men, and slaves. Rather, it enabled free men to attain citizenship through military service. Similarly, the measures taken by the Spirit Hall have not eradicated the disparities between soul masters and commoners. Yet they have granted commoners an opportunity. Among the common folk, how many possess innate talents akin to Mahong Jun or Oscar? Even those with merely first or second level soul power, upon awakening, can dramatically alter the course of their lives. The notion that one is condemned to a life devoid of soul power, branded as a failure, is disheartening. Yet, the existence of hope is preferable to despair. Throughout the continent, how many soul masters have transitioned from commoners to soul masters due to the awakenings facilitated by the Spirit Hall? How many have relied on stipends during their formative years? As the principal antagonistic faction in the original narrative, the Spirit Hall, despite having figures like Salus who look down upon the commoners and instances of oppression, undeniably provides a singular opportunity for commoners through its established regulations. Its influence is unparalleled by the three sects or the two grand feudal empires, Tang San and the forces of the upper three sects, along with the two major empires, obliterated the Spirit Hall, leading to a massacre of soul masters akin to slaughtering livestock, thus dismantling the order established by the Spirit Hall. From the perspective of Tang San and the upper three sects, their actions are justifiable. Nonetheless, they have undoubtedly reversed the course of history. One must ponder who could potentially replace the Spirit Hall and institute a system across the continent that offers commoners a chance at awakening their martial spirits. With the Shrek 7's ascension to divinity, they have left behind a disarray. The future development over the next 10,000 years remains uncertain. The Tang clan, representing the protagonists, appears noble and righteous, utilizing their resources to support the commoners and establish schools, engaging in various charitable acts. Yet this is merely a modest display of benevolence. Unlike the Spirit Hall, which has initiated fundamental reforms across the continent through its systems, the Tang clan is merely a sect, and its goodwill does not extend to all. On another awakening day in Holy Spirit Village, Bibi Dong observed from a distance. Although no one with innate full soul power akin to Tang San emerged from the village that year, a couple of individuals with first or second level innate soul power did appear. These two were far more representative of true commoners. Following their awakening, they were taken by Su Yuntao to the Soul Master Academy in the neighboring Nodding City. Bibi Dong coldly watched this scene unfold and remarked to her companion, "The title Douluo, Ju Ghost, never underestimate the power of the common people. The Spirit Hall has reached its current standing, able to contend with the two great empires, largely due to the fact that over 90% of its soul masters originate from the common folk." Bibi Dong pondered for a moment. Indeed, the power of the common people is boundless. Even in the distorted world of Douluo, the Spirit Hall merely tapped into the potential of soul masters among the common populace, allowing it to rival the two empires. However, one does not necessarily need to become a soul master to ascertain one's worth. Some may choose to be blacksmiths. Others may delve into theoretical studies, or perhaps even seek to instigate further reforms. Suddenly, Bibi Dong recalled the actions of the dictator in the original narrative, especially the destruction of his own spirit empire and the demise of Qian Rinxue's divine status, intensifying her animosity towards Tang San. She murmured, "Tang San, regardless of your entanglements with the Spirit Hall, as long as I exist, you remain a dragon, yet I shall keep my grievances contained. Come, let us seek something." Indeed, in the back mountains of Holy Spirit Village, where the peaks converge, a waterfall cave stands prominently. This waterfall cave is Bibi Dong's target. She led Ju Ghost and another titled Douluo into the cave, and, as anticipated, within the cave, a blue-silver grass emanating a vibrant green luminescence appeared before her. This blue-silver grass is none other than the life essence of Tang Retian's wife, the 10,000-year-old blue-silver emperor, Hein. While this place is easy to find, who would believe that Tang Retian would plant his wife in such a location? It is akin to the incredulity surrounding Tang Hao hiding in a humble village. As Bibi Dong gazed upon a Yin's life source, a sinister smile crept across her face, the smile of a villain whose schemes are about to succeed. This blue-silver grass is the key to nullifying Tang San's dual martial spirit talent. Zhu Ghost and the other title Douluo exchanged curious glances with the Pope and inquired, "Your Majesty, is your aim truly this blue-silver grass?" "Indeed. But do you genuinely believe this is merely an ordinary blue-silver grass?" Bibi Dong replied, gesturing toward the area in front of the blue-silver grass. "Take a moment to truly sense what lies ahead." "What is it?" Zhu Ghost focused and replied, "It appears to be a soul power restriction. There exists a prohibition set by a title Douluo before the blue-silver grass, and as for who established it, it is undoubtedly Tang Retian. Although this location is concealed and rarely visited, Tang Retian remains exceedingly cautious in safeguarding his wife. The restrictions, he said, ensure that none below the rank of title Douluo can enter. And who among the title Douluos would be so idle as to venture into this dilapidated cave? In this small Holy Spirit village, where would a title Douluo come from?" Zhu Ghost seemed to have an inkling. "Indeed, this soul power restriction was set by Tang Hao," Bibi Dong stated. "And the blue-silver grass before you is not an ordinary specimen. It is the life seed left behind after the sacrifice of the 10,000-year blue-silver Emperor Soul Beast. In other words, it is Tang Hao's wife?" Zhu Ghost expressed incredulity. "Some humans are truly unfathomable. How can one choose to love a plant instead of a person?" Zhu Ghost found this incomprehensible. "Your Majesty, are you not seeking to leverage this against Tang Hao?" Zhu Ghost speculated. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we traverse mountains and rivers to come to this waterfall cave?" Bibi Dong affirmed. "Leave the restriction set by Tang Hao to us. We will ensure he remains oblivious," Zhu Ghost declared confidently. "There is no need to unravel or forcefully break through. I simply want Tang Hao to know that his wife has been taken." Bibi Dong chuckled malevolently, extending her hand to forcibly breach Tang Hao's soul power restraints, and entered. The century-old blue-silver grass seemed to sense something, trembling with apprehension. Bibi Dong crouched down, admiring this malignant source of Douluo continent. At first glance, it appeared no different from ordinary blue-silver grass, but upon closer inspection, distinctions arose. She gently caressed the leaves and remarked, "Your name is Ain, isn't it? You have indeed married a commendable man and given birth to a fine son. Indeed, that fellow Tang San, destined to ascend to the divine realm and wield divine power, would undoubtedly leverage his position for personal gain. Those around him are bound to flourish alongside him. As the saying goes, when one achieves greatness, even the humble prosper. With a mother at the core of life and a father as the ruler of realms, how could he not be a good son? Alas, a pity it is that your son has crossed paths with me. In the narrative of the gods, your son is favored, a child of fortuitous destiny, while my daughter and I are merely stepping stones on his path to divinity. I'm simply resisting my fate. Since we are destined to be adversaries, I shall remain ruthless until the end. After all, no one wishes to perish or become a mere plaything of the gods. Fear not, for one day, the sea god and the Shura god shall join you in hell. Elder Zhu, you are more adept at tending to plants. Please transplant this blue-silver grass into the spirit hall and ensure its care." Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes, your holiness," Zhu Yuegwan replied. He approached the blue-silver grass, produced a pot, and began to excavate it. Bibi Dong stood, surveying the surroundings, when she suddenly sensed a fluctuation in soul power. She moved towards the entrance, where a soul bone lay. Ghost Douluo also noticed the soul bone. It was an ancient relic of 100,000 years. Undoubtedly the soul bone produced by the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Bibi Dong approached and picked it up, the right leg bone of the 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. Initially, Bibi Dong had little hope for it. Soul bones differ from Ain, as Tang Hao cannot carry Ain everywhere, but he could carry the soul bone. To her surprise, Tang Hao had not taken a Yin soul bone, but left it here. "How fortunate for us," Bibi Dong declared. "This is the soul bone of Tang Retian's wife." After absorbing the soul bone of the sky blue bull python, Ghost Douluo had gained a precise understanding of the power of such ancient relics. gazing at it with longing. However, Bibi Dong evidently had no intention of bestowing this soul bone. This soul bone will prove far more valuable in the future than this blue silvergrass, she stated. Well, we have accomplished what we set out to do. It is time to return. Noticing that Zhu Yueguan had successfully transplanted Hien into the pot, Bibi Dong continued, Your Holiness, should we not address this area? What if Tang Hao returns? Zhu Yueguan inquired. No need. My intention was for Tang Hao to know, Bibi Dong replied. Unfortunately, she was unaware of the location of the forest where the blue-silver king grew. Otherwise, she would have promptly set out to eliminate the blue-silver king and destroy all blue-silver grass within a 100-mile radius. The three departed the cave and returned to the spirit hall. This excursion, aside from encountering Emperor Tian, was a resounding success. Having seized 3 of Tang San's future soul bones and 2 soul rings, there could be no greater delight. Imagining her disciple wielding Tang San's mother's soul bone against him was a vision too exquisite. Regrettably, as a title Douluo, her soul bone capacity was already full. Otherwise, she would not have minded personally experiencing the flavor of Tang Ritian's wife's soul bone. Within a certain area of the spirit hall in the Tindo Empire, this branch hall had been reduced to ruins, its occupants perishing beneath a fierce onslaught. Amidst the wreckage, a colossal iron hammer lay at the center, and a disheveled man in tattered clothing, appearing to be in his 40s, stood atop the hammer, coldly surveying the devastation. Spirit Hall, this is what you owe me. I shall collect this interest today, and when Little San rises, it will be my moment of vengeance, he declared, his voice laced with murderous intent, vowing not to rest until the Spirit Hall was annihilated. Suddenly, Tang Hao's expression changed as he turned towards the direction of Holy Spirit Village, his voice trembling. No, just moments ago, he sensed that the barrier he had set within the water curtain cave behind Holy Spirit Village had been forcefully breached, causing his heart to leap. The one capable of breaking such a barrier could only be a title Douluo. The presence of a title Douluo there left Tang Hao horrified at the potential consequences. He retracted the Hao Ian hammer and leaped towards Holy Spirit Village. Ayin, please be safe. After an indeterminate time, following Bibi Dong's departure, a disheartened figure stumbled into the water curtain cave. Upon entering, he discovered that his soul power barrier had been shattered. Despite his reluctance to believe it, someone had indeed been there, a title Douluo. Tang Hao's sole hope was that the title Douluo would bypass the blue-silver grass and only take the 100,000-year soul bone. After all, while the soul bone was precious, it paled in comparison to a Yin's life force. A Yin's life force symbolized his hope of reuniting with her. Tang Hao was destined for disappointment. Entering the cave, he found clear signs of where Yin had been uprooted, and the 100,000-year soul bone that had been placed inside was also gone. Tang Hao was overwhelmed. The once formidable aura he carried when smashing the spirit hall reduced to despair, as he wept at the spot where blue-silver grass had vanished. After a while, he regained his composure and sought the perpetrator behind a Yin's abduction. While he was adept at wielding the hammer against enemies, deducing the identity of the assailant proved challenging. However, through his own methods, he ultimately uncovered the truth. The one capable of breaching his barrier must have been a title Douluo, and which force possessed the most titled Douluos and had grievances with him. The answer was the Spirit Hall. Spirit Hall, I, Tang Ritian, will not rest until we are at odds. The news of Bibi Dong and Zhu Gui's return to the Spirit Hall quickly reached Qian Douluo. She has returned. Jinao, it seems you're no longer her match, Qian Douluo sighed. So, she has broken through? Jinao exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, you should refrain from opposing her. Qian Douluo advised. Understood, brother, Jinao replied. Qian Douluo nodded and said, this time, she hunts a 100,000-year soul beast for her second martial soul. From the 7th soul ring, it is already a 100,000-year soul ring. Presumably, the next 2 soul rings will also be of the same caliber. Yet what of it, brother? You are the servant of the angel god, a limit Douluo at level 99. With your soul ring configuration, why should you fear her? Jinao Himarkid, you do not comprehend. A divine servant is merely a servant of the deity. It is the inheritors of the divine who are destined to ascend to godhood. Qian Douluo replied. In the future, the only one who can contend with her is Xiao Xue. I hope they can reconcile their differences, but that seems unlikely given the events of the past. Upon returning to the Pope's palace, Bibi Dong dismissed everyone and retrieved the Martial Soul Fusion card. System, how do I utilize this card? The system responded, "Host, you simply need to infuse your soul power and silently recite the activation of the martial soul fusion ceremony." Bibi Dong nodded and followed the instructions, channeling her soul power into the martial soul fusion card. Soon, the card radiated a brilliant light that filled the entire Pope's palace. The fusion card transformed into countless shimmering particles that drifted forward, ultimately coalescing into a profound vortex that irresistibly drew Bibi Dong in. What will the two spiders ultimately merge into? She pondered. They say it is a fusion of martial souls. However, those two supreme martial souls, including a Rakshasa, divine power, are merely offerings. The summoned divine martial soul remains a mystery to me, the system clarified. Well then, I have no fondness for the Rakshasa god or these two martial souls anyway, Bibi Dong remarked, particularly after being defeated by Emperor Tian's divine technique in the Star Dough Forest, where he had arrogantly declared, "The Rakshasa is merely a minor deity before the dragon god." This statement extinguished any affection she had for the Rakshasa god. As she entered the profound vortex, she found herself in a void-like world surrounded by chaos. With only a towering altar in sight, Bibi Dong approached the altar step by step until she reached its pinnacle. "Please present your offerings." A luminous screen appeared before her, displaying the entire altar with options on the platforms to her left and right. Bibi Dong chose the Death Spider Emperor on the left platform, and a surge of power detached from her, manifesting atop the left platform of the altar. She turned to see a colossal and terrifying spider standing there, adorned with 9 soul rings: yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. On the other side, she selected the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, and another surge of power was drawn from her, appearing on the right side of the altar. Another equally daunting spider, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor, stood there, its soul ring configuration even more fearsome: black, 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 red, red, red. Currently, no one on the continent besides Bibi Dong has achieved such a configuration without relying on divine assessment. As for Tang San, he is still a student in Nodding City. The system noted, "Is selection still necessary?" The first 6 soul rings of the Death Spider Emperor cannot compare to those of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Bibi Dong, afflicted with perfectionism, insisted that the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's configuration must include soul rings over 50,000 years old, and after obtaining Mama Xiao Wu's soul ring, the latter two would be devoid of attached rings, waiting solely for the 100,000-year soul rings. Among the 100,000-year rings, the Death Spider Emperor's 9th ring had merely reached the 100,000-year threshold, while the soul-devouring Spider Emperor's 9th ring had surpassed 100,000 years. Given her pursuit of soul ring longevity, Bibi Dong directly replaced the 9 rings of the Death Spider Emperor with those of the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Above the altar, chaotic energy coalesced into a profound and dark vortex. The 9 soul rings of the discarded Death Spider Emperor shattered, along with the 2 martial souls and the soul bone energy from Bibi Dong, all being drawn into the vortex. The vortex spun rapidly, emanating a suffocating aura of darkness and void. At that moment, Bibi Dong, aside from her level 98 soul power, possessed almost nothing, fixating her gaze on the vortex above, eager to discern what transpired within. Ultimately, the vortex dissipated, transforming into a towering door amidst the darkness, adorned with skull motifs and eerie blood veins connecting to the shadows. The door gradually opened to reveal a stunning woman, who bore a striking resemblance to Bibi Dong, yet her crimson pupils and snow-white curls set her apart. She possessed dual wings, one dark as a bat, the other resembling the elegant wings of a swan. Clad in a black and white gown, she exuded nobility and elegance, akin to a goddess. A pure white crown, embedded with a black skull, graced her head, and a spider-shaped pendant hung prominently on her chest. In her hand, she wielded a white staff that could transform into a bow, blade, or knife, ultimately reverting to its original staff form. Like a divine being, she emanated an aura of destruction, a deep vortex swirling behind her filled with crimson eyes. The Yin sorceress's divine martial souls might far surpass that of Bibi Dong's previous supreme martial souls. With a haughty demeanor, she gazed at Bibi Dong, her form flickering before merging into Bibi Dong's being. Instantly, Bibi Dong's aura transformed. If the Bibi Dong with 2 Spider Supreme martial souls embodied patience and a knack for striking at the opportune moment, Then the Bibi Dong fused with the end sorceress resembled a dominator of darkness, capable of conjuring creation with a single thought or annihilating everything with another. In the martial soul city, Douluo faced the angel statue, which suddenly trembled. An inexplicable and haunting pressure surged forth, enveloping the entire continent. Someone had acquired the divine inheritance, causing even the angel god's statue to quiver. Who could be inheriting the divine legacy? Uncertain of its implications for the martial soul hall, he pondered. At Sea God Island, Poseidon, the chief devotee, wore a grave expression as he observed the trident he served trembling, emitting mournful wails. Even he sensed the tremors of the sea god's divine power, but could not identify its source. Could it be a divine, king-level inheritance? I hope it does not bring harm to Sea God Island, Poseidon murmured. In the city of slaughter, the Slaughter King rarely displayed concern. He noticed the Shura demon sword embedded in the blood pool quivering, briefly regaining a sliver of consciousness. The Shura divine power I inherited is trembling. The continent is undergoing a shift. I wonder how the Hao-Ian sect has fared all these years. Darn it, it has returned. The temporarily revived Tang Chun was once again dominated by the Slaughter King. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god dwells in isolation, opposing the just deities. He opens his eyes, a glimmer of ferocity flashing within. The successor I sought in the next generation has been intercepted. Who dares to snatch away the heir of the Rakshasa? The Rakshasa, a sworn adversary of the Shura god, disregards the rules of the divine realm. However, the gods must descend upon the Douluo continent, which poses a considerable challenge. The Rakshasa can only project his divine consciousness to the place where his powers have waned. Upon entering a peculiar space, the Rakshas's divine consciousness beheld Bibi Dong, who was undergoing a soul fusion. Enraged, he disregarded all else. If one dares to target the successor of the Shura god, how much more bold must they be to act against this unknown deity? Traitors shall meet a grim fate. The Rakshas's consciousness surged toward Bibi Dong. Suddenly, the merging demon god, martial soul, opened its crimson eyes, unleashing an aura of annihilation that obliterated the Rakshas's divine consciousness. In the Rakshasa temple, a purple mist erupted from his lips. Such a terrifying aura of destruction. This should not be a power wielded by the gods of the divine realm. Could it be a legacy from an even higher deity? The Rakshasa gazed toward the lofty heavens of the divine realm. Divine authority is coveted by mortals. Yet why would the gods abandon their divine positions to bequeath them to their successors? In their quest for higher paths, they must traverse dimensions beyond, with divine authority merely an impediment in their pursuit of the ultimate truth. Tang San may cling to divine power, seeking to maintain control over the divine realm, intending for his lineage to inherit it across generations. With his successor seized and his divine consciousness eradicated, the Rakshasa naturally could not accept this affront. Yet he lacked the courage to retaliate. Surely, the Shura god remains unaware of this incident. He intends to target my successor. Very well, I shall ensure the Shura remains oblivious, letting them engage in their own strife. Ha ha ha. The hall resonated with the wicked laughter of the Rakshasa god. Once the fusion was complete, Bibi Dong emerged from the mysterious space. Just as she stepped out, a swift figure descended from the sky, landing at the window of the palace. Bibi Dong cast a glance outside at the figure and scoffed. The esteemed grand priest of the Elder Hall, the angel Douluo, Douluo, sneaks into my holy hall through a window instead of the front door. One might mistake you for a thief. Douluo said nothing, directly opening the window and stepping inside, inspecting Bibi Dong from head to toe. Your Rakshasa powers have vanished, yet another divine power seems to emanate from you. Have you attained a new divine king's legacy? At the moment Bibi Dong stepped out of the secret realm, her divine power had retracted, imperceptible to the distant Poseidon and Tang Chun. Yet Douluo, close at hand, could sense a trace of it. It appears that the one who received the divine king's legacy is indeed you, he remarked gravely. The divine king's legacy, you could say that. And what of it? I have made a better choice and naturally abandoned the Rakshasa god. How is it that your lifelong pursuit of divinity has culminated in the position of a divine servant? While I have the liberty to choose, are you envious? Bibi Dong retorted. Douluo nearly spat blood in frustration. The angel martial soul is undoubtedly a divine-grade soul, but its limitation is clear. It can only inherit the position of the angel god, despite a lifetime of effort. He had not attained the divine level 9 trials, but merely reached the peak of the 8 trials, extinguishing his dreams of godhood. Yet Bibi Dong was coveted by 2 gods, one of whom was a divine king. Truly, a case of comparison that provokes envy. Now, with Bibi Dong's divine position elevated beyond that of the angel god, Qian Daolu felt an immense burden. You have acquired the legacy of the king. Even if you harbor hatred for the angel clan, I hope you understand that the moment Xiao Xue ascends to godhood, I will cease to exist. The only remnant of the angel clan will be Qian Renxue, who, after all, is your daughter. I implore you to treat her well, otherwise. Bibi Dong watched Qian Daolu with keen interest. Otherwise what? Otherwise, I will ensure that useless Yu Xiaogang meets his end, he replied. Knowing that Yu Xiaogang was a taboo for Bibi Dong, Qian Daolu instinctively halted himself, addressing him directly, fearing that Bibi Dong might act irrationally. Are you using him to threaten me? A flicker of turmoil passed through Bibi Dong's heart, but was swiftly suppressed. This turmoil was not genuine concern for Yu Xiaogang, but rather a subconscious influence from her past self. The notion of Qian Daolu leveraging Yu Xiaogang to coerce her was almost laughable. To think she would abandon her beautiful daughter for a middle-aged, greasy man. Even without Qian Oliu's threat, Bibi Dong would find a way to mend her relationship with Qian Renxue. As for Yu Xiaogang, who even is he? If you wish to kill him, by all means. Regarding her past self, it could be said that her feelings for Yu Xiaogang were more an obsession than love. She had once shared a sweet first love with him, disrupted by Qian Xuanji, and after a series of subsequent events. Her feelings for him had been continuously idealized, beautified until they reached a perfect state. But this was not love. It was an obsession, a longing for light from a fallen dark soul. Qian Xuanji was the source of her downfall, while Yu Xiaogang represented the light she yearned for. I despise him, loathe this world, and ultimately wish to see it destroyed. Yet the one person I cannot bring myself to kill is Yu Xiaogang. Recalling the tale of the fox spirit in Fox Spirit Matchmaker, where Tushan Honghong accidentally killed an ugly Taoist and subsequently struggled with her feelings for Dongfang Yuechu. It was the same obsession that plagued her. Had Bibi Dong continued down the path with Yu Xiaogang, they might have formed a bond. Yet it may not have lasted long. I only hope that you treat Xiao Xue well. I do not wish for her to suffer in my absence, Qian Daolu stated. The events of the past were indeed the fault of my clan, yet she is undeniably your daughter, he added. You possess everything you have today because of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong replied. You're not wrong, but now the Spirit Hall belongs to me. I expect you, as the Grand Priest of the Elder Hall, not to obstruct my endeavors in the future. Furthermore, the elders beneath the priest will be at my beck and call, and only then will I agree to your request. That is not feasible at the moment, Qian Daolu responded, unless you immediately cease Xiao Xue's plans in the Heaven-Do Empire, bringing her back and stripping Hulaina of her position to make her the saintess. Only then will I allow you to command the elders of the Elder Hall, and even the 6 Grand Priests will heed your words. Bibi Dong fell silent, offering no response to Qian Daolu's words. Some matters, as one knows, are akin to an arrow shot from the bow. There is no turning back. 3 princes have already perished at her hands. If the plans of the Heaven-Do Empire were to be halted now, exposing the intentions would pit the Empire against the Spirit Hall, thereby obstructing many subsequent strategies. Bibi Dong remarked, once Xiao Xue achieves divinity, what is there to fear in unifying the entire continent? Qian Daolu countered, from the very beginning, I opposed your plan. It is utterly misaligned, he declared. The moment you establish Xiao Xue as the saintess, I shall relinquish the power of the Elder Hall to you. With that, Qian Daolu soared out the window. Indeed, it was misaligned. Given Qian Renxue's prodigious talent, coupled with Qian Daolu's guidance, attaining divinity would be swift. After all, she is 11 years senior to Tang San, having infiltrated the Heaven-Do Palace at the tender age of 9, and has now been concealed for 13 years. Were it not for the squandered time, divinity would not be far off. Qian Daolu could never place his cherished granddaughter into the perilous environment of the Heaven-Do Empire for any espionage mission. This entire situation stemmed from the discord between Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue. Bibi Dong harbored a deep-seated disdain for Qian Renxue, knowing that once Qian Renxue ascended to godhood, the ancient beings of the angel lineage would surely strike. Naturally, she wished to delay Qian Renxue's divine achievement, hence assigning her to infiltrate the Heaven-Do Palace, a strategy designed to secure a bloodless victory for the Empire while simultaneously prolonging the angel god's divine trial. Conversely, Qian Rinxue, driven by a desire to prove herself to Bibi Dong, accepted the task. This scenario also mirrored the internal strife between the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong did not contemplate mending her relationship with Qian Douluo. On one hand, she was the nemesis of his slain son, and on the other, her own misfortunes were tacitly endorsed by him, rendering any reconciliation impossible. However, with Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong yearned to rectify the mistakes she had come to realize too late, understanding that the one who harmed her was Qian Xuanji, and that misfortune should not befall the children. This realization, too late, came at an exorbitant cost. Repairing her bond with Qian Rinxue would have been simpler when she was younger. Now, as an adult, it was complicated, technically, even as her mother. She was also the perpetrator of her father's death. Time had passed, and Qian Rinxue was now 22 years old, not a Na'vi girl of 6 or 7, but a seasoned political player with tactics that could rival those of her predecessor. Her initial yearning for maternal love had transformed into hostility. What was to be done? Bibi Dong rubbed her temples in frustration. More embarrassingly, Bibi Dong had refrained from disclosing to Qian Douluo that she shared no emotional ties with Yu Xiaogang, hoping to maintain an impression of leverage over him, preventing any potential fallout. Currently, she lacked the strength to confront Qian Douluo openly. Just moments ago, within the secret realm, Bibi Dong had completed her soul fusion, and her 2 spider spirits had been replaced by the demoness of destruction spirit. The sensations brought forth by this divine spirit were immensely satisfying. A god-level spirit, even with the standard configuration of soul rings, could easily surpass the deterrent power of her former 2 superior spirits. Yet, she was struck with disbelief. Where were her skills? Bibi Dong was astonished to find that after the soul fusion, her 9 soul rings, 6 black and 3 red, while impressive in appearance, held no skills whatsoever. And what of her soul bone skills? To her shock, she discovered that not only were the skills of her 9 rings absent, but all skills from her 6 soul bones had been wiped clean. The death domain from the Death Spider Emperor's spirit had vanished as well. She had become a level 98 empty vessel, devoid of any skills. Oh no, there remained one skill, the domain of the God of Death, which had not been erased. System, what happened to my skills? Bibi Dong questioned. Host, you did not clarify your intentions. To acquire skills, you must earn them through trials, the system responded. Bibi Dong's expression darkened. And my soul bone skills? She inquired. They have been erased, the system replied. What use is a soul bone without skills? It merely occupies 6 slots on my body, Bibi Dong retorted. To find new soul bones would be manageable for her limbs, but for the torso and head, it felt like a death sentence. Rest assured, your soul bones will transform into divine armor, and the loss of skills is merely a process, the system assured her. You can still complete the soul bone transformation through the secret realm trials. And one of my 7th soul skill, my true soul form, Bibi Dong pressed. That too must be obtained from the secret realm, the system clarified, with skills washed away and 2 spirits alongside 9 rings as offerings. Summoning the end of Day's demoness was still a fortunate outcome. Bibi Dong forced a smile, recognizing the truth in the system's words. The potential for development in a god-level spirit surpassed that of her previous dual spirits, a realization she deeply felt. Had all her skills been intact, the power she wielded would have been incomparably superior to that of her 2nd spirit, the soul-devouring Spider Emperor. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that she now faced a period of weakness, having only the domain of death. As a level 98 empty vessel, she was confident in suppressing the likes of Douluo through sheer soul power and pressure. The original Bibi Dong had managed to subdue Douluo using her soul rings and force. There was no reason she could not do the same. However, against Tang San, who effortlessly activated his skills, she felt somewhat apprehensive. It seems I truly must undertake your secret realm trials, Bibi Dong concluded. Entering her office, she gazed upon the towering stack of documents, feeling another wave of dizziness wash over her. She had only recently departed the Pope's Hall for a brief period, having hunted 2 10,000-year soul beasts and snatched away Een. Yet the workload accumulated over the past few days would keep her occupied for quite some time. Reflecting on Qian Rinxue's role as Crown Prince Shueqinghe, daily tasks must have been considerable as well. As for Tang San, his days were consumed by training or his relationship with Xiao Wu, and founding the Tang sect allowed him to be a hands-off leader. Bibi Dong wondered how the mother-daughter duo in the original narrative managed to balance their overwhelming responsibilities while ensuring their cultivation progressed, becoming the two greatest antagonists in the story. Host, have you forgotten? The beginner's gift package from this system. The system chimed in. Bibi Dong's eyes brightened. She had almost overlooked the fact that her beginner's package indeed contained a puppet. She summoned the puppet, which, upon seeing Bibi Dong, transformed into her likeness. Not only did it resemble her form, but it also mirrored her essence flawlessly. The puppet can handle issues according to your preferred methods. When you no longer require her, she can be reclaimed. She will provide feedback on her progress during this phase and will alert you to any unforeseen circumstances, allowing you to switch roles with her to manage those emergencies, the system explained. How convenient indeed, sighed Bibi Dong, placing the prepared will on the table. Should I perish in the secret realm, please deliver this will to Douluo, she instructed the puppet. Transforming into Bibi Dong's puppet, it nodded and accepted the will. After all, the divine examination is fraught with peril. Should one fail, the cost could be life itself, a notion that Douluo is undoubtedly aware of. Having recently reincarnated, Bibi Dong holds little attachment to this world, her only concerns being Qian, who is executing a spy mission within the Heaven Do Empire, and her disciple Hulaina, currently undergoing lethal training in the death camp. In the event of her demise, her will is to bequeath to Douluo the position of Pope Pass to Qian, while sparing Hulaina's life. She also emphasizes the need to be wary of Tang San's threats and the opportunities surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire. All detailed within this will. It is her hope that they remain vigilant. However, with Tang San under the gaze of the Azura god, she fears that neither she nor Qian will escape the fate outlined in the original story, perhaps even lacking her own plea for mercy. Regardless, she must endure the trials. Bibi Dong opened the trial interface. The first layer of the demon god trial, Nightmare, a space teeming with monstrous beings, where creatures of varying strength continuously emerge. Here, survival of the fittest prevails, and you shall become a mere monster in this realm of chaos. The only path to power lies in the relentless slaughter of these creatures, ultimately ascending to the apex of monstrosity. Each layer of the trial culminates in a lore that is a soul beast of over 100,000 years, with each subsequent layer increasing by that same measure. Trial rewards include a 10,000-year soul ring card, a summon card for a super Douluo, the first soul skill selection, access to the secret realm entrance of the first layer of the demon god trial, and the opening of the system marketplace. Failure in the trial incurs no punishment, as death within the secret realm means immediate demise. Sighing, Bibi Dong lamented that while other systems reward them for mere sign-ins and lotteries, everything she must earn requires risking her life. You must understand, this is a divine trial. The system merely guides. Rewards are the result of equivalent exchange. The greater your sacrifice, the greater your return, the system stated. Very well, I shall regard it as a divine examination. However, the rewards are indeed tempting. The marketplace and the entrance to the magic mirror are enticing, and the 10,000-year random soul ring enhancement card is appealing, though regrettably. My first 6 soul rings cap at 80,000 years, and adding another 10,001 T surpass the 100,000 mark. The only aspect that captivates me is the Super Douluo card. It is essential for me to acquire such talent. Despite the numerous titled Douluo within the Spirit Hall being linked to Douluo, I can only command the 2 Douluo, Ju Gue, and another. A Super Douluo, even if not utilized within the Spirit Hall, could help realize many of my ambitious concepts. Should I be fortunate enough to draw a rank 98 titled Douluo, my power would soar. For the sake of these generous rewards and the futures of Qian and Hulaina, Bibi Dong resolutely entered the Magic Mirror Trial, the Demon God Trial. Imagine a game where you play as a small fish, initially able to bully only smaller fish, but as you consume and grow, you could devour larger prey. Eventually, you might even swallow sharks, leaving no threat in the ocean. Bibi Dong finds herself in a similar trial. But unlike the game where one can restart upon failure, for her, death signifies a final end without a chance for rebirth. In the first layer, the creatures are soul beasts of 100,000 years. Even at level 98, Bibi Dong, devoid of any skills, would find it challenging to contend with them. Yet, upon entering the secret realm, she transforms into her martial soul, her power diminished to that of a mere 10-year soul beast. Fortunately, as a god-level martial soul, even a 10-year beast is formidable. Thus, the consumption game begins. In this world, thanks to her top-tier martial soul, she can hunt 10-year soul beasts and battle century-level ones. But when faced with millennium beasts, her only option is to flee. Encountering a 10,000-year beast is a scenario she has never faced and hopes to avoid. This realm is a primal slaughter ground. Anyone unaccustomed to such violence would perish without understanding how. However, Bibi Dong is different. Having endured trials in the city of slaughter and acquired the domain of the god of slaughter, she finds this environment reminiscent of her past experiences. Furthermore, the monsters here mirror the soul beasts of Douluo continent in behavior and combat characteristics. If it comes to theoretical knowledge about soul beasts, Bibi Dong surpasses Yu Xiaogang by miles. The perspective of a titled Douluo cannot compare to that of a mere 29th level spirit master. Additionally, while Yu Xiaogang's theories stem from the Spirit Hall's archives, Bibi Dong has taken the time to study extensively. Her understanding of soul beasts is thorough, granting her significant advantages in this trial. Initially weak, she progresses through slaughtering monsters. Over months within the trial space, her power has evolved from facing 10-year soul beasts to defeating century and even millennium beasts. Regarding the skills of the end of days which, upon reaching a certain level, she can acquire skill slot. Selecting from the soul beasts she has previously slain. Much like a titled Douluo, and once chosen, it cannot be altered. Bibi Dong's strengths lie in various combat styles: strong offense, defense, agility, support, and control. While she lacks a specific standout trait, she also has no glaring weaknesses, making her a well-rounded warrior. Nevertheless, she leans towards enhancing control and offense. Thus, her skill configuration reflects this inclination. The 10,000-year Titan Python fell to Bibi Dong, marking the first of her kills among such formidable beasts. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain the ancient soul beast, the Titan Python, and earned 10 points. Points? What are they used for? Bibi Dong inquired. The Secret Realm trial is not merely a reward for task completion. You can also accrue points within the trial. You may regard points as the currency of the system, which allows you to purchase items in the system shop once it opens. The points earned can be used to acquire what you need from the shop, the system explained. Then why did I not earn points before? Bibi Dong frowned and asked. Because the soul beasts you previously defeated were all below 10,000 years. There are two ways to earn points: complete special tasks triggered within the Secret Realm for point rewards, or hunt powerful soul beasts. A 10,000-year soul beast grants 10 points. And for each subsequent 10,000-year tier, the points increase accordingly. 90 points for a 90,000-year beast, and 1,000 points for a 100,000-year beast, with 2,000 points for 200,000-year beasts. I see. Bibi Dong nodded, feeling a slight sense of relief as she observed the absence of immediate threats. Curiously, she asked System, if beast spirit souls and human-shaped martial souls transform into their respective forms to enter the Secret Realm, what about tool souls? Would the Haoyan hammer martial soul take the form of a hammer here? A vivid image appeared in Bibi Dong's mind, a hammer spirit rampaging through the Secret Realm, continuously elevating its age level, ultimately becoming the 10,000-year soul beast Haoyan hammer. Tool martial souls will manifest in their true forms within this space, the system responded. After a brief period of recuperation, Bibi Dong resumed her hunt. With each kill, she grew stronger. While the soul beasts also evolved through their own relentless slaughter: 10,000-year Titan giant apes, 10,000-year dark golden bears, 10,000-year purple gold emperor apes, 10,000-year sky-devouring pythons, and 10,000-year emerald-scaled serpent kings. These creatures, either extinct or long hidden on the Douluo continent, emerged in this secret realm, some boasting the strength of 10,000-year beasts. Unfortunately, within the confines of the secret realm, killing them would not yield soul bones. Otherwise, obtaining 2 arm bones would be splendid. The challenge of the trial lay in the early stages, rather than the latter. As her strength and tactics improved, Bibi Dong found herself capable of confronting various foes. Upon reaching the limit of 10,000 years, her power had peaked at the level of a titled Douluo. However, when her age level reached 999, it became locked. No matter how many soul beasts she hunted, she could not surpass the 10,000-year threshold. In the first layer of the Magic Mirrors world, the age limit is capped at below 10,000 years, as the opponents faced are precisely at the level of 10,000-year soul beasts, the system clarified. 10,000-year soul beasts. You say? A mere year's difference can yield vast consequences, unless faced with super soul beasts or those of the highest tier, such as the ice silkworm. It is nearly impossible for a 10,000-year being to challenge a 100,000-year one. Yet, for beings akin to the ice sky snow maiden, human-shaped soul beasts with divine martial souls at the 10,000-year level, I could easily dispatch typical 100,000-year foes, even the likes of the Titan giant ape and sky blue bull python, without fear. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong sensed an ominous premonition. The guardian of the first layer would not be a typical 100,000-year soul beast, nor one akin to the Titan giant ape or sky blue bull python, but rather a pinnacle entity among soul beasts. Thus, she initiated her challenge at a location named the Dreamy Marsh. Just from the name, Bibi Dong surmised it to be a realm of psychic prowess. The moment she stepped into the marsh, a deep, magnetic voice resonated in her mind. "You have arrived, challenger." Within the marsh, a mass of purple mist coalesced, ultimately forming a serpentine figure, where two pink, enchanting eyes opened at its head. This is the aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, a top-tier entity, yet it is not documented in any of the literature I possess, Bibi Dong mused. "Who are you?" she instinctively inquired. "I am the sovereign of the first layer of the magic mirror, the nightmarish demon." It introduced itself grandly, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of Bibi Dong discovering its name. "The nightmarish demon, you say?" Bibi Dong observed its form, speculating on the creature's abilities, likely rooted in the domain of psychic power. "I grant you one final chance to depart. Given your strength, you could live indefinitely within the first layer of the magic mirror's world," the nightmarish demon proclaimed, its voice imbued with magnetic confidence. "You are not my match. Once the challenge commences, your only fate is to perish in the dreamy marsh, becoming sustenance for this realm." This was both a warning from the nightmarish demon and a testament to its overwhelming confidence. "Live forever in the first layer of the magic mirror's world?" I smile lightly and respond, "Actually, I have another choice, to defeat you, nightmarish demon. For countless years, innumerable challengers have fallen before me. Do you believe you can triumph?" The nightmarish demon scoffed. Bibi Dong transformed her white wand into a sword, declaring, "We are merely a year apart, and I possess a divine martial soul. How can I know unless I try?" With that, she charged forward, sword in hand, aiming to strike the nightmarish demon. The destructive blade cleaved through the nightmarish demon's form, splitting it into two masses of purple mist that ultimately reformed. "A divine martial soul, you say? Perhaps in other domains, you may present a threat to me, but here in the dreamy marsh, this is my domain. I shall not fail," the nightmarish demon retorted. As it unleashed its domain, a tangible energy enveloped the entire marsh, exerting profound pressure on the minds of all present. Weaker beings succumbed to sleep, while powerful 10,000-year soul beasts fell into a stupor. Regrettably, upon entering the secret realm, Bibi Dong's Slayer domain was confiscated. Now, she could only rely on her formidable mental strength to resist the encroaching dreamscape. The nightmarish demon advanced toward Bibi Dong, who met its approach with a slash of her sword. However, the blade passed through the air as if cleaving nothingness, dispersing the purple mist before it reformed. "Useless. I lack a physical form. Thus, all physical attacks are futile against me," the nightmarish demon proclaimed. "Physical attacks are ineffective?" Bibi Dong pondered, swiftly recalling the soul skills she had acquired from the soul beasts she had slain. Transforming her sword back into a staff, she unleashed a black energy particle toward the nightmarish demon, which morphed into a black hole that began to devour the creature. The nightmarish demon's pink eyes flickered with disdain as it opened its mouth, formed from purple mist, and attempted to consume the black hole. The abyss of darkness was surprisingly disassembled, converting into energy that ultimately augmented the nightmarish demon's form. "In the dreamy marsh, any energy attack will be assimilated into my power, consumed by me," it remarked, gazing at the astonished Bibi Dong. "What can be done against such a foe? Physical attacks are nullified, and energy attacks are absorbed and transformed into its own strength. Is there truly no way to counter it? Unless one possesses the divine-level power of rules, how can one hope to contend with such a monstrosity? How on earth can I fight this? System, offer me a hint," Bibi Dong exclaimed. "To vanquish the nightmare, one must defeat it within its own realm," the system replied. "What does that mean?" Bibi Dong was utterly bewildered. "The challenge has already commenced. There is no turning back." The nightmare demon charged towards Bibi Dong. In haste, she activated her defensive skills, such as Dark Guardian. But as soon as the defensive abilities emerged, they were assimilated by the environment, proving utterly ineffective against the oncoming nightmare demon, which gave her no time to react before crashing into her. However, contrary to expectations, she was not sent flying. The nightmare demon possessed no tangible form and could not generate any impact. Instead, Bibi Dong found herself enveloped in the purple mist representing the nightmare demon. Within the body of the nightmare, Bibi Dong lay in tranquil slumber amidst the haze. In the dream I have crafted, you shall drown. Your profound mental strength shall become my sustenance, the nightmare demon declared. I have traversed realms, becoming Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Douluo continent, wielding supreme authority and inheriting divine legacies. Upon my arrival, I possessed the power to transcend this world, and transforming myself seemed an acceptable course of action. Well aware of the plot of the Douluo continent, I recognized that my greatest adversary was Tang San. For Qinxue, for Hulaina, and for myself, I resolved to eliminate Tang San. As the antagonist, I still held an advantage at the story's outset. Alas, Douluo had firmly secured the Elder Hall. To ensure Tang San's demise, I had no choice but to lead my subordinates towards Holy Soul Village in pursuit. Initially, I believed that with my own strength, supplemented by the martial soul fusion skills of the two accompanying spirits, I could certainly eliminate Tang San. However, I never anticipated that Tang Hao would unleash a sudden surge of power, desperately blocking our advance and granting Tang San an opportunity to escape. In the end, although we killed Tang Hao, Tang San managed to flee. In the years that followed, Tang San's whereabouts became a mystery. My plan to unify the continent progressed steadily. Yet Tang San remained a thorn in my side. The Tiando Palace was activated, and Qian Rinxue secured the Tiando Empire for me, but Shuebeng was rescued, and the Star Luo Empire alongside other major sects united against me. Tang San returned with Shuebeng, instigating yet another coup, defeating Qian Rinxue and reclaiming the Tiando Empire. He, embodying the dual deities, faced off against me and Qian Rinxue, restoring everything to its original course. As the God King of Shura, his power completely eclipsed that of the angelic Rakshasa. Yet the narrative took an unexpected turn. Qinxue perished before my eyes, imploring Tang San to spare me in her final moments. But could Tang San ever grant me mercy? In the realm of conflict, no order remains eternal. Tang San's father fell by my hand, and even pleas for mercy proved futile. I had already secured my place on Tang San's death list. After Qian Rinxue's demise, Tang San did not spare me. The sword of judgment approached, the Shura demon sword shattering my divinity, its divine power incessantly eroding my life until the moment of my consciousness's extinction. I heard only the victorious cheers of the conquerors. Once more, in a cycle of rebirth, I returned to my starting point, occupying the high seat of the Pope. Was this a resurrection? Reflecting upon my previous life, I resolved to strike against Tang San in an utterly foolproof manner this time. I set my sights on the Continental Soul Master competition, choosing not to attack the Tang family initially, but rather intercepting Tang San's opportunities to hinder his development. Through my confrontations with Douluo, I gradually seized control of the Spirit Hall, mobilizing dozens of titled Douluo. I laid a trap in the Pope's palace, determined that even if it meant the destruction of the hall, I would ensure the Tang family met their demise. Ultimately, my schemes unfolded smoothly. Tang Hao fancied rescuing Tang San from a perilous situation, yet I paid no heed to the Pope's palace, commanding my subordinates to directly target Tang Hao and Tang San. However, unbeknownst to me, the deities of the divine realm resurrected Tang San, who harbored a desire for revenge from the shadows. In this life, I fulfill my wish, slaying both Tang San and Tang Hao, avenging my previous self and Qian Rinxue. With this formidable threat eliminated, I began to implement my plan for total conquest of the continent and the divine trials ahead. Ultimately, I successfully passed the divine trials, attaining godhood. Yet all my enemies united under a single banner, Tang San. The news of Tang San's survival left me astounded. I allied with the angel god to engage in battle at Jialing Pass. The war of the dual deities unfolded, and once again, tragedy struck as Tang San transformed into the Shura god, passing judgment upon the angelic Rakshasa. In this life, even in death, I could not allow the regrets of my previous existence to repeat. I stood before Qianren Shue, shielding her from the fatal sword aimed at her. In my final moments, I implored Tang San to spare Qianren Shue and Hu Liena. Qianren Shue bore no direct enmity towards him. Yet in my last glance, I beheld the scene of Tang San delivering judgment upon the angel god Qianren Shue. Hypocritical Shura god. Once again, I found myself in a cycle of rebirth. Returning to the beginning. To prevent the emergence of Shura, I resolved to target the key to the dual deities, Xiao Wu. During the National Soul Master Competition, I killed Xiao Wu, acquiring her soul rings and spirit bones. In this life, Tang San could only contend with the sea god for supremacy. This time, I would ensure he perished beneath my Rakshasa demon scythe. Yet, I could never have anticipated that Tang San would forego the sea god trial, directly inheriting the position of the Shura god to exact his revenge upon us. As the Shura god, he approached us with the authority of a divine king. And once again, I perished beneath Tang San's Shura demon sword. Subsequently, I found myself in an endless cycle of rebirth, attempting various strategies. Yet all led to my ultimate demise by the Shura demon sword. Ultimately, I grew weary of the reincarnations. Regardless of how many times I cycled through, the outcome remained unchanged. He was the son of destiny. Even death could not extinguish his existence. The designated heir of the Shura god. No matter how hard I struggled, I remained merely a stepping stone on his path to divinity. In the depths of the void, a voice urged me to cease my reincarnations, to sink into oblivion, to depart. I felt this truth resonate within me. As my consciousness gradually faded into the dreamy abyss, the ethereal figure of the final witch floated amidst the purple mist of a nightmare demon, her eyes closed, resembling a slumbering beauty. Outside, the nightmare demon's eyes gleamed with a sense of triumph. Indeed, there was no need for further reincarnation. Regardless of how many times I attempted, the result would always be the same. You will never triumph over him, and thus, slumber is your wisest choice. In the chaotic void, a pair of crimson eyes opened. Bibi Dong lifted her head, gazing into the depths of those scarlet eyes. Having become my successor, is this the extent of your capabilities? No matter how many times you reincarnate, you cannot alter this outcome. What significance does it hold for me to continue this cycle? Bibi Dong pondered. In the realm of reincarnation, you're the Pope, while he is merely the son of a blacksmith. Why must you concern yourself with him? Why must I concern myself with him? Bibi Dong said with a bitter smile. After experiencing so many cycles of reincarnation, how could I not know that he is a chosen one of the Shura god? No matter how many times I reincarnate, my fate of being judged by him remains unchanged. Shura represents order, while I am the one being judged by that order. With a hint of reluctance, Bibi Dong continued. Every time Tang San wields the Shura demon sword and proclaims the Shura judgment, a wave of helplessness surges within me. But in this world, there is no eternal order. A mysterious voice replied, Indeed, there is no eternal order. Bibi Dong, your once lifeless eyes now gleam with light. A true, strong individual should look forward rather than backward. Before you stands the Shura god, a representation of order and rules. However, there is no unchanging rule in this world. Do not fear him. You must end the order he has established. Your nightmare should not be Tang San. Who are you? Bibi Dong inquired, gazing into the crimson eyes, feeling a sense of familiarity. The crimson eyes did not answer her, but closed instead. Bibi Dong chose once more to enter the cycle of reincarnation. Outside, the nightmarish demon exclaimed, Even so, can you continue your reincarnation? Very well, but under my manipulation of dreams, no matter how many times you attempt, the outcome will remain the same. Feel the despair of dreams and willingly become my sustenance. In another cycle, within the papal palace, Bibi Dong opened her eyes. In this life, she no longer fixated solely on Tang San. With memories from countless past lives, she initiated numerous reforms benefiting the populace, garnering immense respect as the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Yet in the eyes of the nobility, she had become a deadly enemy. She no longer obsessed over Tang San. Although she restricted him, her fervor was not as frenzied as before. The armies of the Spirit Empire, unified to liberate the common folk from noble exploitation, had transformed from invaders into liberators. Meanwhile, Tang San once again led a coalition formed by various noble factions to challenge the Spirit Empire. To end the Shura and break the nightmare, Tang San embodying both the sea god and the Shura god, clashed with Bibi Dong and Shui Qianren above the Jialing Pass. In this life, Bibi Dong inherited not the position of the Rakshasa god, but an unknown divine status. No matter how many cycles you undergo, you shall never be my match, for I am the Shura god, the embodiment of slaughter and order. The spirit hall forced my mother to her death, and caused my sect to retreat into obscurity. Now, you recklessly mobilize an army to conquer the continent. Bibi Dong, your sins are beyond measure. You cannot escape the judgment of justice. Tang San's actions did not falter as he uttered the cold words, Shura, judgment. 6 rays of crimson light surged towards Bibi Dong. I push for reforms for the people. Their hearts align with mine. I conquer the world, achieving unity and reducing the occurrence of multilateral conflicts. How can my actions be deemed sinful? She spread her wings, one side pure white, the other black, embodying both holiness and light, as well as evil and darkness. The two opposing forces converged, forming a chaotic vortex that consumed the 6 crimson rays Tang San had unleashed. Witnessing this, Tang San was moved, feeling the power of slaughter and order within him tremble. She gazed down at him coldly, stating, "You fight for nothing but your own hatred and selfish desires, while controlling the interests of the world, obstructing its unity. The people's hearts do not align with you. Do you think you can wield the authority representing order? You are merely a puppet, passing the position of the Shura god to your predecessor. Outdated order will eventually meet its end. There is no eternal order in this world. Even the order constructed by the gods will face twilight." Gathering opposing forces, she unleashed a chaotic light towards the Shura god. Tang San raised his sword in response, but ultimately, the Shura's sword shattered, its divine power eroded by the force of annihilation. The dual divine statuses of the sea god and Shura god crumbled, and Tang San's aura plummeted. Faced with the power of annihilation, it was now Tang San who felt despair. The nightmarish demon snarled, just one step away. Why? Its purple form was being eroded and faded, ultimately dissipating. The Tang San from the endless cycle of reincarnation was the spiritual essence of the nightmarish demon, vanishing amid the chaos of annihilation. With its disappearance, the invincible nightmarish demon perished. As the nightmarish demon faded, the dream world shattered, and Bibi Dong fell from the body of the nightmare. She opened her eyes, instantly comprehending what had transpired. Her prior experiences were not a series of reincarnations, but rather entrapments within the dreams woven by the nightmarish demon. Tang San is my nightmare? Bibi Dong found it somewhat ludicrous, yet to a degree, the dream reflected reality. She realized the words of the end sorceress were indeed correct. She had overly fixated on the seemingly insignificant role of Tang San. Upon her arrival in this world, she aimed to use the power of the Elder Hall to eliminate Tang San. Yet Douluo refused to cooperate, slaying the Titan giant ape and seizing Tang Hao's wife, all in an effort to weaken Tang San. It was not that she could not curtail Tang San's growth. Rather, she had placed too much emphasis on him. As a titled Douluo, she walked ahead of Tang San, but constantly looked back, which was rather petty. Her true opponent was not Tang San, but the Shura god. She should not gaze at the path behind her, but rather at the higher mountains ahead. Both generations of Shura gods had acted out of self-interest. Tang San's arrival disrupted the order of the continent. What right did he have to represent such authority? The second generation of Shura god, Tang San, had transformed the divine realm into his family's domain. Bibi Dong emerged from the secret realm and returned to her papal palace. She reclaimed her puppets and received her memories, momentarily stunned. Although she had spent several months in the secret realm, only a few dozen days had passed in the real world. "System, what is happening?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Host, the time within the secret realm differs from that of your main world. The ratio is 10:1. 10 days in the trial arena equate to 1 day in the outside world," the system explained. "All right, I fear that if I remain in the secret realm too long, the spirit hall might vanish into thin air," Bibi Dong remarked. "Is there a way to adjust the ratio to 100, 1, or even 1000? 1? Yes. But you will need to spend points to upgrade the time ratio," the system replied. "How many points do I currently have?" Ding. "Congratulations on completing the first layer of the Demon God Trial Arena," the system announced. "In the process of point settlement, slaying the 10,000-year soul beast, the Titan Python, grants 10 points. Defeating the blazing golden eagle yields 20 points, while vanquishing the nightmare soul beast the nightmarish demon, bestows a staggering 1,000 points. The total points amassed amount to 4,325. The time required for an upgrade, at a ratio of 100:1, necessitates the expenditure of 5,000 points. Persevere onward, Bibi Dong lamented. Had I known, I would not have exited the secret realm so early, but rather eliminated all the 10,000-year soul beasts on the first floor before emerging. With a hint of regret, she continued, by the way, I have completed the first level. Where's my system reward? Reward obtained. 1 10,000-year soul ring, cumulative, and the opportunity to select the first soul skill, along with 1 super Douluo summoning card, allowing entry into the Mirror of Magic upon spending a certain number of points for trials. Bibi Dong retrieved the 10,000-year soul ring awarded by the system, which appeared in a faint black hue, as it merely reached the threshold of 10,000 years. System, how does one utilize this 10,000-year soul ring? Summon your soul ring and select the ring upon which you wish to stack this one. The chosen ring will gain an additional 10,000 years, the system explained. Bibi Dong nodded in understanding and summoned the soul ring. With a configuration of 6 black and 3 red, she stood unparalleled in the realm of Douluo. Even the likes of Douluo and the divine servants of Poseidon could not compare, akin to the soul ring configuration of the death god Douluo Yishishui. Bibi Dong was thoroughly pleased. As for the 10,000-year soul ring, she did not intend to stack it on any of the 3 red rings, as having all rings in a deep crimson would elevate her prestige. Regrettably, in her previous life, she pursued soul rings of 50,000 years, defeating suitable soul beasts to absorb their power. Among the first 6 rings, the one with the highest age was the 6th, boasting an impressive 84,000 years. But even with an additional 10,000 years, it would not transform into red. My luck is typically exceptional. The 6th soul ring was 94,000 years old, a profound black tinged with hints of red, nearing the 10,000-year soul ring threshold. This elevation of 10,000 years would provide only a slight enhancement. Achieving the leap from a 10,000-year soul ring to a 100,000-year soul ring would signify a substantial improvement. In the original narrative, when Bibi Dong revealed her soul rings, she instantly subdued the true form of the martial soul of Douluo. Similarly, Tang Hao leveraged his soul ring advantage to overpower the 2 Douluos, Ju Ghost. This exemplifies the superiority conferred by a 100,000-year soul ring. Although Bibi Dong currently lacked any skills with her martial soul and the suppression from her soul rings, she could easily defeat 10 Douluo. However, system, where's my first skill? Bibi Dong inquired, having received her rewards, yet finding her first soul skill conspicuously absent. Host, your first soul skill will be derived from the soul beasts you slay in the demon god trial grounds, the system elucidated. Of course, the strength will not waver based on the age of the soul beast. A skill derived from a 10-year soul beast will match the evolution level of your first soul ring, which is 55,000 years. In other words, selecting any skill would yield a level equivalent to her first soul ring of 55,000 years. Thus, she could only choose a skill that best complemented her martial soul. However, based on her experiences in the trial grounds, her martial soul exhibited neither marked strengths nor weaknesses. As Bibi Dong gazed at the array of options before her, she felt overwhelmed and indecisive. Ultimately, she scrolled to the end of the screen, selecting the icon of the nightmarish demon and declaring, I choose him. While the resulting soul skills might not differ significantly, the nightmarish demon left a profound impression on her. Its complete immunity to physical attacks and its masterful control over dreams were both remarkable abilities. Acquiring either skill would be exceedingly advantageous. The first soul skill has been derived. Final Magic Witch's first soul skill, Nightmare Witch, Ruler of Nightmares, skill effect. Upon activation, a portion of soul power is converted into divine power. Opponents with low mental fortitude will succumb to slumber, allowing the host to delve into their dreams and even manipulate them, thereby influencing their reality and inflicting spiritual damage. Opponents with strong mental resistance may suffer mental trauma, and the effect is guaranteed against those who are already asleep. Indeed, the ability to manipulate dreams is quite extraordinary. However, system, what negative repercussions might arise if I were to apply this to my allies? Bibi Dong inquired. Host, whether or not there are repercussions depends on the intent behind your application of the soul skill. If your objective is merely to induce a dream, there will be no adverse effects. However, it is advisable to wait until your target is asleep, the system responded. That is reassuring, Bibi Dong nodded. This ability would indeed be convenient, allowing her to express things she found difficult to verbalize through the medium of dreams. Next, she inquired about the entrance to the first layer of the Mirror of Magic. What is the purpose of this item? Host. You can open a fixed portal in the real world, granting access to the mirror realm you previously traversed, allowing others to enter that world as well, the system explained. Thus, this mirror can be revisited, and I can bring others along? Bibi Dong exclaimed with enthusiasm. Indeed, though there are limitations. The portals leading to the secret realm are categorized into two tiers. One is the undying trial, where failure in the mirror does not result in true death. Yet no rewards are acquired. The other is the death trial, where death within the mirror realm results in death in the real world. But slaying soul beasts over 10,000 years will yield points. For others entering the mirror, regardless of the undying or death trials. First-time completion grants rewards. The undying trial rewards total soul ring years of 500, while the death trial rewards total soul ring years of 2,000. Others must possess tickets to enter the trials. The undying trial costs 100 points per entry, while the death trial costs 1,000 points. Points earned in the death trial will be split between the host and the system at a ratio of 3-7, provided they survive the trial. The host incurs no point cost for entry into the undying trial, the system detailed. Upon hearing the distribution of points between the host and the system, Bibi Dong's expression darkened. How outrageous! I pay to bring people to trial, and yet the points earned are split, leaving me with a paltry sum. Participants in the trials, you all are unscrupulous. I labor through life and death in the trial space, only to see the points divided between you two, leaving me with nothing. However, this arrangement could serve as a trial ground for the younger generation of the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong was not keen on the National Soul Master competition devolving into a display for Shrek Academy. Even a single completion of the Undying Trial would suffice to elevate the entire Spirit Hall team's soul ring configurations, astonishing the likes of Grandmaster Yu Xiaogang for a century. After all, for Soul Masters, the second yellow ring could be augmented by 500 years, making the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation's configuration of all yellow and purple rings far more dazzling than Tang San's 4 black rings. While the purple rings may not shine as brightly as Tang San's 4th black ring, the Golden Generation of the Spirit Hall boasts an exceptional configuration of soul rings beyond the norm. Regarding the entrance to the secret realm, Bibi Dong possesses a concealed chamber within the Hall of the Pope, which serves as the gateway to the Rakshasa trials. This hidden space is so well guarded that even the venerable Qian Laotu remains unaware of its existence, as a Rakshasa goddess legacy is no longer accepted. This chamber shall become the entrance to the secret realm. Bibi Dong has thus established the secret realm within this concealed chamber. As for the remaining treasures, they shall naturally be reserved for last. One such treasure is a title Douluo summoning card, capable of calling forth a title Douluo with a loyalty of 100%, which could facilitate numerous advantageous endeavors. On one hand, the current lack of manpower necessitates an additional title Douluo, thereby expanding her influence within the Spirit Hall and alleviating the burden of relying solely on the twin generals for every undertaking. On the other hand, if this summoned title Douluo, alongside her own summoned title Douluo, were to establish a faction in the outside world, forming a formidable sect and perhaps colluding with the rebellious Seven Treasures Glazed sect, the ensuing confrontation could yield a most intriguing spectacle. However, what would transpire if she were to summon the venerated title Douluos of the Spirit Hall? The summoning scope includes both the deceased and those yet to be born. I merely jest, yet my fortune has always been favorable. It would be ideal to summon some of the top-tier spirit masters from Douluo too, accompanied by several 100,000-year spirit rings, such as Xian Lao or the immortal Poison Master. With a flutter of excitement, Bibi Dong retrieved the summoning card and gazed upon the figure depicted on it, her expression almost darkening. The Angel Douluo, Qian Xuanji, level 27. Tang Hao has gone mad. Holding this card, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for words. The super title Douluo encompasses levels 95 to 98, yet she drew the lowest tier. A mere level 95 title Douluo. Even a lower tier title Douluo serves a purpose. Let us not forget that the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the top 3 sects, relies solely on a level 95 title Douluo Yu engine. A level 95 title Douluo could still be of use. Yet, he is Qian Xuanji. Reflecting on her former life's experiences, she felt an uncomfortable sensation. Moreover, Qian Xuanji was not an ordinary failure. If Yu Xiaogang's failure was due to a defective martial spirit, Qian Xuanji was a failure in his very essence. A level 95 title Douluo, endowed with the domain, is indeed a figure of remarkable talent. However, that depends on the nature of his martial spirit. Qian Xuanji's martial spirit is among the continent's finest, possessing innate soul power of level 17, placing him ahead of his peers. Yet, what has he made of his divine martial spirit? With 3 titled Douluos, he faced Tang Hao, who had just attained title Douluo, resulting in a debilitating defeat. Such an event has undoubtedly lowered the standards associated with divine martial spirits. To utilize him merely as standard combat power is unfeasible, for the angel martial spirit is far too conspicuous. Should Qian Douluo discover that there exists another title Douluo, identical in appearance to his son and wielding an angel martial spirit, being manipulated like a mere puppet by Bibi Dong, there would surely be a fallout. It is best to disregard this reward entirely. Bibi Dong stored the summoning card in her system backpack. Had her former self drawn it, she would have unhesitatingly summoned Qian Xuanji to serve her spiders. Yet the current her would not. After all, her 2 spiders are no more. Qian Xuanji harbors his own ambitions. Her aspirations extend across the continent. The upper 3 sects and the 2 great empires stand as her adversaries, particularly the Haotian sect with its 7 titled Douluos, which she intends to eradicate. When the time comes to conquer them, she envisions Qian Xuanji leading the charge, heroically falling on the battlefield. Alternatively, summoning Qian Xuanji within the Haotian sect or among the major sects, employing his angelic flames and purifying powers for a spectacular self-detonation would yield a magnificent scene. Nonetheless, as the adage goes, the greater the anticipation, the deeper the disappointment. Summoning a more competent title Douluo would be preferable to the likes of Qian Xuanji. It is time to prepare for a visit to the Tiantou Empire. To meet my dear daughter, Bibi Dong remarked. Qian Rinxue, Bibi Dong has yet to meet her in this world. Furthermore, her former self was rather irresponsible as a mother. Her memories of Qian Rinxue are frozen at the age of 9, after which they fade away. The goal of distancing Qian Rinxue was twofold: to delay her ascent to becoming the angel god, and to avoid confronting her face and the aura of an angel. The former self harbored an intense aversion towards angels, often feeling nauseated and even contemplating the annihilation of the angelic race. However, Qian Rinxue, despite being the source of her loathing, elicited a conflicting tenderness that prevented her from taking action against her. Thus, she sent her to the Tiantou Empire, away from her sight. The current Bibi Dong is no longer her former self, although she has merged with some of her negative emotions. She does not harbor the same hatred towards Qian Rinxue. Children are innocent. Why should the grievances of the previous generation be imposed upon them? Must one only come to this realization before death? The former self attained enlightenment too late, but it is not too late for the present. As Bibi Dong prepared to depart the Hall of the Pope for the Tiantou Empire, a flurry of trivial matters besieged her. Your Holiness, trouble has arisen. The Lord of Midnight City has been slain by a formidable figure wielding the Haotian hammer, and the Lord perished at the hands of this assailant, rushed and sure, breathless. Similar occurrences had been dealt with by puppets during Bibi Dong's trials, where the main hall's destruction had become a recurrent theme. A cloaked figure, whose appearance remained obscured, was responsible for these events. However, he executed his plans with utmost precision. Although the Spirit Hall was aware of his existence, no evidence could be traced back to him. Unsurprisingly, the one responsible for the destruction of the main hall must be Tang Hao. It must be Tang Hao, stated the Zhu Douluo. The Haotian sect has retreated, remaining in the shadows, and the only one harboring resentment towards our Spirit Hall is the Haotian Douluo. Previously, the Haotian Douluo only targeted small cities and branch halls. Now, who has emboldened him to attack our Spirit Hall, main hall? Questioned the ghost Douluo. What madness has possessed Tang Hao to consecutively destroy our Spirit Hall, main hall? Does he truly believe we are powerless against him? Bibi Dong responded. Elder Guimei. Elder Yueguan. Have you forgotten where we recently ventured? Ah, I see. No wonder Tang Hao has gone mad. The Jew and ghost Douluos exchanged knowing glances, understanding the cause of Tang Hao's frenzy. After all, the three of them had recently taken away Tang Hao's wife, and the life seed of the blue silver grass remains planted in the flower bed of Yu Xiaogang. But does he possess any evidence to directly implicate our spirit hall? Asked the Jew Douluo. He may lack evidence, but surely he seeks a direction to vent his frustrations, replied Bibi Dong. Venting? Tang Hao is indeed audacious, transforming the spirit hall into a target for his wrath. Is it that our spirit hall can no longer wield a blade, or has Tang Hao become arrogant? Regardless, this act is undeniably a transgression against our spirit hall, but what can he do about it? The ghostly figure spoke with disdain. However, if Tang Hao continues down this path, it will ultimately tarnish the dignity of our spirit hall, remarked Yu Xiaogang. A title Douluo, elusive and untraceable, has his sights set directly on the main hall of the spirit hall. Although such actions may not undermine the core strength of the spirit hall, they are nonetheless exceedingly vexatious. The spirit hall operates in the open, while Tang Ritian lurks in the shadows. To capture Tang Hao, the spirit hall would require the deployment of title dual-level powerhouses, along with precise knowledge of his whereabouts. Presently, the entire continent is closely monitoring the situation, and it is certain that the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect are relishing the spirit hall's predicament. Bibi Dong shook her head and stated, Tang Hao is no ordinary title Douluo. The Elder Hall is equally obligated to deal with our adversaries. If the main hall is brought to ruin by him, I'm certain the Grand Offering will take action as well. However, since he prefers to conceal himself and hide his identity while dismantling our main hall, so be it. We shall refrain from investigating who is responsible for the destruction of our main hall. We shall directly point the evidence towards the Haotian sect. If there is no evidence, we will fabricate some, thus providing us grounds to eradicate the Haotian sect in due course. Bibi Dong declared with a cold laugh. On the 28th, Tang Hao chose to endure, allowing the entirety of Douluo continent to witness the magnificence of the Haotian Douluo over several dozen days. The Spirit Hall suffered successive losses of its main hall at the hands of the Haotian Douluo. However, Tang Hao kept his identity concealed, remaining elusive. While the world may speculate, the only clear evidence is that of an individual wielding the Haotian hammer, responsible for the destruction of the Spirit Hall's main hall. Perhaps, on one hand, Tang Hao wishes to remain incognito, not wanting his son Tang San to discover that he has a father of title Douluo caliber. On the other hand, he desires to protect Sacred Soul Village from the repercussions of his actions, lest the Spirit Hall trace back to Tang San. Yet, the thrill of vengeance swells within Tang Hao as he remains hidden, wreaking havoc on the Spirit Hall while leaving the culprits untraceable. Although Tang San requires time to mature before seeking revenge, this does not hinder Tang Hao from extracting some interest from the Spirit Hall in the meantime. He is filled with ambition, determined to dismantle the Spirit Hall across the continent with the Haotian hammer, avenging the grievances of Ain and the sect's retreat. Spirit Hall, the pain you have inflicted upon me, Tang Hao, shall one day be repaid tenfold, 100-fold. In the ensuing time, the Spirit Hall sought the perpetrator and disseminated certain information. The entire continent, particularly among the circle of title Douluos, could largely deduce that it was Tang Hao's doing. However, according to the information released by the Pope Hall of the Spirit Hall, the culprit behind the destruction of the main hall was identified as a member of the Haotian sect. What difference does it make between the individuals of the Haotian sect and Tang Hao? Tang Hao has already declared his departure from the sect. Thus, he is no longer a member of the Haotian sect. Targeting the culprit as Tang Hao, despite his connection to the Haotian hammer, allows the Haotian sect to disassociate itself from the incident. However, targeting the Haotian sect itself is a different matter. Meanwhile, Qian Daolu from the Offering Hall also responded. The Spirit Hall has taken note of this debt. Whenever the Spirit Hall incurs the loss of a main hall or branch, I shall lead the entire Offering Hall to the Haotian sect to seek an explanation. Although Bibi Dong and Qian Daolu may harbor mutual disdain, they remain united on external matters. The world may be unaware of the current strength of the Haotian sect, but Qian Daolu's prowess is undeniable. A 99th level ultimate Douluo, known as the Invincible in the Sky. Should he join the Haotian sect, the outcome is predictable. The reclusive Haotian sect swiftly countered the Spirit Hall's assertions, denying that the destruction of the main hall was perpetrated by its disciples. Nevertheless, the Spirit Hall remained adamant, firmly attributing the destruction to the Haotian sect. as Tang Hao's Haotian hammer could not be concealed, regardless of his attempts at anonymity. The Spirit Hall willfully ignored the fact that Tang Hao had departed from the Haotian sect, insisting it was their doing. The current sect master, Tang Xiao, who was Tang Hao's brother, could not betray Tang Hao. Thus, Tang Xiao stood against the elders' dissent, suppressing their voices. And the Haotian sect's failure to clarify their innocence is tantamount to acquiescence. After receiving this news, Tang Hao seethed with anger. Spirit Hall, if there are grievances, let them be directed at me, Tang Hao. I am responsible for my actions. I have already severed ties with the Haotian sect. So what concern is it of the sect? For a considerable time, Tang Hao contemplated revealing himself and publicly declaring his accountability for the acts committed, distancing the Haotian sect from the matter, asserting that he alone bears the consequences of his actions. However, such a revelation would likely invite a renewed pursuit from the Spirit Hall, potentially leading them to Sacred Soul Village and to Tang San. In order to ensure Tang San's safe growth, Tang Hao suppressed his thoughts. Bibi Dong's strategy of wielding the sect as a threat proved exceedingly effective, leading Tang Hao to ultimately choose to endure. After all, the most important matters to Tang Hao throughout his life are his familial ties to Tang San and Ayin, as well as his loyalty to the Haotian sect. This emotional depth is Tang Ritian's vulnerability. He could face the Spirit Hall's retribution alone, yet he could not bear the thought of the sect being threatened by the Spirit Hall, or Tang San's identity being exposed under their scrutiny. Ultimately, Tang Hao Zelentet and the destruction of the Spirit Hall's main hall and branches came to an end. With these matters resolved, Bibi Dong could confidently don her concealed cloak and set forth alone towards the Tiando Empire. The Tiando Empire, one of the two great empires of the Douluo continent, rules nearly half of the land in conjunction with the Star Luo Empire, which has been in a millennium-long stalemate. However, the Tiando Empire appears considerably weaker in comparison to the Star Luo Empire. The royal family's inherited martial soul is the Swan martial soul, which leans towards control and support. Lacking in strength, and the Tiando royal family does not possess a title Douluo. Their only reliance is on the backing of the Seven Treasures glazed tile sect, with Dugabo serving as a figurehead. The Tiando royal family does not exert significant control over the empire, with the Four Kingdoms and several principalities dividing the lands. The royal family's direct territories are limited. While these kingdoms and principalities may outwardly acknowledge allegiance to the Tiando Empire, many harbor independent inclinations, and several have been known to establish covert relations with the Spirit Hall. The pervasive noble culture within the Tiando Empire is epitomized by the Royal Academy, which boasts the highest educational resources in the entire Tiando region, yet its focus is primarily on nurturing the offspring of nobility. It is a mystery how the Shui family has maintained its hold over the Tiando Empire. A million-strong army? Bibi Dong scoffed at the notion that sheer numbers could overwhelm a title Douluo. Warfare cannot succeed solely through numerical advantage. If it could, there would not be so many instances of the weak triumphing over the strong. War relies not on quantity, but on systems. Commanders determine strategic direction, generals dictate tactical deployment, and officers manage the battlefield. Once a decapitation strike is initiated, dismantling the chain of command, an army of 1,000,000 can quickly devolve into a disorganized mob. If you possess 1,000,000 troops while I command a legion of soul masters, it is as they say, no matter how many routes you take, I will only pursue one. Is it truly necessary for a title Douluo to slay countless foot soldiers only to perish before a commanding general, exhausted of soul power? Furthermore, humans are not machines. They possess emotions. When casualties reach a certain threshold, the morale of the troops can collapse, leading to panic and disarray. Not every individual is willing to sacrifice their life to expend the soul power of Soul Master. In contrast, the situation in the Star Luo Empire is considerably more stable, with a firmly established royal authority that exerts significant control over the nobility. The royal family's inherited martial souls are not akin to the ornamental swan soul of the Shui family. The white tiger martial soul ranks just below the electric tyrannosaurus among beast martial souls and can even merge with the soul of the underworld family, forming the underworld white tiger. Presently, the emperor of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Tianfeng, is a title Douluo of level 92, with his wife a soul Douluo of level 88. The combination of their underworld white tiger is more than capable of contending with super Douluos. The Star Luo Empire and the Heaven Do Empire are not even on the same level. Had it not been for the presence of the Spirit Hall, the Star Luo Empire would have long since prepared for conflict against the Heaven Do Empire. The current ruler of the Heaven Do Empire is known as Shui Yi. Emperor Shui Yi has 4 sons: Shui Qinghe, Shui Luo Chuan, Shui Haizong, and Shui Beng. Among these sons, the eldest, Shui Luo Chuan, exhibited exceptional political talent and was poised to become a wise and benevolent ruler, earmarked as the heir apparent. However, he tragically passed away from illness several years ago. The third son, Shui Haizong, was a prodigy in cultivation, inheriting the royal family's swan martial soul. He possessed innate soul power at level 9, and upon awakening his martial soul, Emperor Shui Yi was overjoyed, proclaiming that his son was destined for greatness. Yet, fate is cruel. This rare talent succumbed to a grave illness. After the losses of the eldest and third sons, only Shui Qinghe and Shui Beng remained. A few years prior, Shui Beng underwent a dramatic personality shift following a severe illness, becoming a debauched libertine, frequently frequenting brothels and harassing virtuous women, much to Emperor Shui Yi's profound disappointment. Fortunately, the second son, Shui Qinghe, demonstrated his political acumen in the years following his elder brother's death, proving himself to be on par with his late sibling. This brought great solace to Emperor Shui Yi, who had suffered the loss of 2 beloved sons. As a result, Shui Qinghe was appointed as the crown prince. As the years passed and Emperor Shui Yi's health declined, he gradually delegated some authority to Shui Qinghe, preparing him for succession. However, those familiar with the narrative are aware that Shui Qinghe has already met his demise, and the current Shui Qinghe in the Heaven Do Empire is, in fact, a guy's done by Qianren Xue. In addition to his 4 sons, Emperor Shui Yi has a lovely daughter, Princess Shui Ku. Today marks an extraordinary occasion within the aristocracy of the Heaven Do Empire, the birthday of Princess Shui Ku. Emperor Shui Yi, along with the Empress and the 2 brothers of the Shui family, hosted a lavish birthday banquet for Princess Shui Ku within the castle. The event drew numerous distinguished nobles from across the Heaven Do royal city, including dukes and marquises, all presenting gifts to the princess. "Sister, this is a gift from your brother," Shui Qinghe had declared, unveiling a dazzling pearl that radiated brilliant light. The deep-sea night pearl, a rare treasure that immediately captured Princess Shui Ku's attention. "Thank you, brother. I am absolutely delighted with your gift," she exclaimed excitedly. "I'm glad you like it," he replied. Meanwhile, Shui Beng, under the urging of Prince Shui Xing, approached to present his own gift. "Sister, this is a gift from me," Shui Beng said sheepishly. His offering was also quite splendid, a piece of agate. However, a humorous incident occurred during the preparation of this gift. Shui Beng had forgotten that it was Princess Shui Ku's birthday and had made plans to indulge with a few debauched companions at a brothel, only to be dragged back by Prince Shui Xing by the ear. This event was discreetly managed, yet it did not escape the notice of Shui Qinghe's informants. However, Shui Qinghe chose not to confront this issue directly, as Shui Beng's reputation as a libertine was already firmly established. As the birthday banquet for Princess Shui Ku unfolded, Shui Qinghe sat nearby, sipping fine wine and observing the joyful interactions between the princess, her father, and the empress, a faint smile gracing his lips. At that moment, he felt a twinge of envy for his sister. Though the internal political struggles of the royal family were merciless, there existed genuine familial affection. Princess Shui Ku had grown up enveloped in the love of her parents, cherished by her brothers. Having assumed the identity of Shui Qinghe, he naturally embodied the image of the doting elder brother in her eyes. Over time, this performance evolved into authentic feelings of affection. Shui Qinghe held a sincere fondness for this sister, yet he was acutely aware of his role as the family's destroyer. He had taken the lives of his 3 brothers, and he could never truly integrate into this family. Her presence heralded tragedy for the Shui family. Observing Emperor Shui Yi and the Empress, who were lovingly doting on their daughter, Qianren Xue's thoughts drifted back to her own childhood. She too had a father who adored her. He was the Pope, a towering figure in her mind, yet her memories of him were faint. When she was 6, he left to hunt down Tang Hao, returning gravely injured and soon passing away. She had a mother as well, but this mother harbored a deep-seated disdain for her, treating her as if she were contamination, refusing to draw near. Regardless of her efforts, she received only cold indifference in return. At 6, upon awakening her angel martial soul with innate level 20 soul power. Even the lineage of Douluo, who possessed only innate level 19 soul power, proclaimed her capable of becoming the angel god. She became the focus of the elder hall and her father's attention. Yet when she presented her accomplishments to that woman, she was met with visceral hatred and an unyielding slap. From that moment on, she harbored resentment towards that woman. At 9, the woman tasked her with infiltrating the Heaven Do Empire, a mission her grandfather opposed, yet she accepted it. Since you do not love me, I shall distance myself from you and prove my worth, ultimately reclaiming the spirit hall from your grasp. As time spent infiltrating lengthened, her political acumen sharpened with each person she encountered, and she began to experience familial bonds with the many families she interacted with. Born of the spirit hall, blessed with the six-winged angel martial soul and innate level 20 soul power, she seemed to possess everything except for familial love. She could not comprehend why. From the moment of her birth, that woman had loathed her so completely, no matter her endeavors to earn recognition. Hatred blossomed in her heart for that woman as well. If only she had been born into an ordinary family. A familiar sensation abruptly pulled Shui Qinghe from his reverie. A shadowy figure cloaked in a black robe brushed past her, invoking a sense of recognition. Shui Qing, Qian Renxue, furrowed her brows, a sense of familiarity washing over her. Yet she could not articulate the exact sentiment. She gazed towards the direction where the shadow had vanished, raising her hand as if to call out, but found herself at a loss for words. Something felt amiss. Why did such an enigmatic figure appear at this banquet, and did no one else notice? Let dreams reveal the truth, she mused. Unable to find answers, she felt the fleeting presence of the cloaked figure dissipate into the crowd. With this question lingering in her mind, Qian Renxue endured the princess's birthday celebration, returning to the crown prince's palace well past midnight. Shima, Jitun, did you discern any suspicious characters during the banquet? She inquired. Young master, we did not detect any suspicious individuals, she long replied. How curious, Qian Renxue pondered. Why does it feel as though someone is watching me? Despite her instincts urging caution, the gaze felt devoid of malice. Upon returning to her chamber, she remained unaware of a figure clad in black, obscured by a hat and hidden from view, standing atop the dome of the palace. This figure was Bibi Dong, whose purpose was to alleviate the deadlock with Qian Renxue. Upon arriving at the Tiando Palace, she quickly located the disguised Shui Qinghe and observed her throughout the day. As for why she did not approach her, Bibi Dong found herself at a loss for how to navigate their complex relationship. After all, Qian Renxue was no longer the innocent 6-year-old girl. She had been lurking for 9 years, now extending to 12 years of subterfuge. In terms of cunning, she was no less adept than some ancient beings. If it had been the 6-year-old Qian Renxue, mending their relationship might have been feasible. However, as the layers of deception deepened, Qian Renxue's feelings towards Bibi Dong had morphed into animosity. How could she simply approach and confess? I once hated you because of someone else? Would she even believe it? Truly, the angelic divine armor is remarkable, Bibi Dong reflected, disguised so effectively that I could not sense her presence. No wonder she could deceive the 7 treasures glazed tile school. After returning, Qian Renxue diligently attended to the political affairs entrusted to her by the Night Emperor, interspersing her duties with moments of meditation and training. Once her routine concluded, she entered the bathing chamber to cleanse herself before retiring for the night. Even at this late hour, she persists in handling state matters. No matter how dedicated, such diligence seems excessive, Bibi Dong remarked. The crown prince must rise before dawn to pay respects to his father. How remarkable that Qian Renxue is indeed a workaholic. It was fortunate that Qian Renxue was a soul master. Otherwise, her body would have long since been overwhelmed. However, if she could devote more time to her training, her innate potential, with a starting level of 20 in soul power, would surpass even Tang San. Sensing that Qian Renxue had slipped into slumber, Bibi Dong swiftly entered the crown prince's palace, approaching Qian Renxue's bedside. Observing the girl, still bearing the visage of Shui Qinghe in sleep, Bibi Dong sighed softly, extending her hand to gently caress Qian Renxue's tranquil face as she activated her first soul skill, Nightmare Witch. If one were to encapsulate Bibi Dong's character in a single word, extremist would be most fitting. Her tendency to suppress her feelings led to an increasingly radical disposition, ultimately steering her towards madness. Those who are most fervently passionate often harbor the deepest repressions, struggling to articulate their emotions. In the original narrative, Bibi Dong presented a calm facade to the world, while turmoil raged within. Suppressing emotions is akin to inflating a balloon. It can only take in, never release, until it inevitably bursts. Her tumultuous relationship with Yu Xiaogang stemmed from a tragic misalignment of their identities. To prevent Bibi Dong from continuing her relationship with Yu Xiaogang, Qian Xuanji orchestrated a scheme in a hidden chamber, seizing Bibi Dong's innocence under the threat of Yu Xiaojiang's life, compelling her to bear Qian Renxue. To spare Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong coldly severed ties, ultimately giving birth to Qian Renxue. When Bibi Dong killed Qian Xuanji in hopes of reconciling with Yu Xiaojiang, she discovered he had already found another love. However, from her perspectives, neither was in the wrong. To Yu Xiaojiang, Bibi Dong had already initiated the breakup, rendering his search for companionship justifiable. Yet to Bibi Dong, it was a bitter pill to swallow. She sacrificed so much for his life, only to see him move on. These thoughts warped her psyche, leading her to believe, I am tainted, unworthy of you. Qian Xuanji destroyed me. The angel clan ruined me. The world has wronged me. I will annihilate Qian Xuanji, eradicate the angel clan, and bring ruin upon the world. Her feelings towards Qian Renxue mirrored this turmoil. In Bibi Dong's eyes, Qian Renxue was an existence that should not be. She loathed her, yet never revealed the reasons behind her disdain. Bibi Dong's repression led to a deterioration of their relationship over time, culminating in an irreversible tragedy. It was only as Bibi Dong faced death that she was willing to divulge her past. Qian Renxue and Yu Xiaojiang ultimately grasped the complexities of Bibi Dong's situation. To achieve understanding from others, one must first embrace honesty and find healthy outlets for their emotions. Otherwise, as seen in the original tale, Bibi Dong confessed her history only in her dying moments, too late for reconciliation. Now, however, Bibi Dong would not allow her relationship with her daughter to remain in a state of impasse, whether motivated by maternal instinct or a shared adversary. She would not permit a repeat of the original narrative where mother and daughter were at odds. Bibi Dong's journey from the Pope's palace to the Tiando Palace was driven by a desire to convey her heartfelt intentions to Qian Renxue, to share the burdens of her past. As for Yu Xiaojiang, who was he really? There were matters Bibi Dong had withheld in the past that she now wished to share with her daughter. However, some truths remained too delicate to articulate openly. In this moment, her first soul skill offered a convenient solution. If she could not express certain sentiments verbally, then she would convey them through dreams. Bibi Dong deliberately chose the moment Qian Renxue fell asleep to ensure the impact of the dream would not inflict harm. The power of a nightmare was at work, reshaping Qian Renxue's dreamscape, inscribing within it the visions Bibi Dong yearned for her to witness. Gently stroking Qian Renxue's soft cheek, she whispered, "Good night, Qian Renxue." With that, she vanished from the room. As Bibi Dong prepared to leave, she glanced towards the Tiando Palace, suddenly reminded of something. I almost forgot. There remains the sea god's heritage, the Hanhai Qianquan shield. If the Shura god meticulously orchestrated Tang San's entire life to mold him as his successor, then the sea god emerged as an unexpected intruder. Ultimately, the Shura god, in his resignation, allowed Tang San to embody both divine identities, inheriting the positions of both the sea god and the Shura god. Alas, the world seems to have an undeniable affection for Tang San. With such a coveted asset, Bibi Dong declared that it was inconceivable to relinquish it to Tang San. Even if she herself did not inherit the sea god's mantle, she could still vie for it on behalf of her own. The sea god's requirements for a martial soul appear to be rather lenient. What connection did Tang San's blue-silver grass have with the ocean? There were numerous talents within the Spirit Hall. If the ancient Flame Lord Yin were to inherit the sea goddess position, the spectacle would indeed be absurd. Driven by the desire to seize the sea goddess' heart, Bibi Dong infiltrated the Tiando Palace, searching for a while before ultimately conceding. As a super Douluo, Bibi Dong possessed the ability to probe every corner of Tiando City with her spiritual sense. Yet she was only aware of the name Hanhai Qianquan Shield without ever having seen the actual artifact. Without a target, even the strongest spiritual sense would yield no results. Perhaps she could wait for Qian Renxue to retrieve the Hanhai Qianquan Shield in the future. Bibi Dong departed from the Tiando Palace, her figure fading into the distance. On that day, Qian Renxue experienced a vivid dream, wherein she became the woman she despised. The dream commenced with the holy maiden Bibi Dong sharing laughter with a somewhat handsome youth in the Spirit Hall's library. Opposite Bibi Dong sat the renowned master Yu Xiaogang, who was reputed to be the foremost theorist in the Soul Master realm. Bibi Dong provided access to the Spirit Hall's extensive literature, while Yu Xiaogang seized this opportunity to develop his theory on the 10 competitiveness of martial souls. As they engaged in mutual exploration of knowledge, their affection for one another blossomed. However, the holy maiden began to contemplate abandoning everything to be with this young man, and she resolved to explain everything to her mentor to gain his approval for their relationship. Yet, upon learning of Bibi Dong's romance with Yu Xiaogang, her mentor, the current headmaster Qian Xuanji mercilessly incapacitated Bibi Dong and imprisoned her in a hidden chamber. When she regained consciousness, she was engulfed in pain, her body devoid of clothing. Qian Xuanji coldly informed her, "I shall not permit you to pursue a relationship with that worthless man. You belong to the Spirit Hall, living as a being of the martial soul, and in death, a ghost of the Spirit Hall, even if it requires the most despicable methods. I will ensure you remain within the Spirit Hall. You are no longer pure. Your body now belongs to me. How can you face that man again?" Upon awakening to this grim reality, Bibi Dong was shattered, contemplating suicide, only to have Qian Xuanji foresee her intentions. He coldly warned, "Do not entertain thoughts of ending your life. Should you die, I would not hesitate to eliminate that worthless man. Furthermore, you must sever ties with him to protect Yu Xiaogan's life." Bibi Dong chose to endure and complied with Qian Xuanji's demands, breaking off her relationship with Yu Xiaogang that very day. Before long, Bibi Dong found herself pregnant. To ensure the safe birth of her child, Qian Xuanji similarly threatened Bibi Dong with Yu Xiaogang's life and confined her until she successfully delivered the child. When Bibi Dong laid eyes upon her offspring, she was filled with resentment, contemplating strangling the child, yet ultimately refrained. This child, though the offspring of Qian Xuanji, was equally Bibi Dong's. She buried her sorrow deep within, her hatred for Qian Xuanji intensifying. Bibi Dong ventured into the city of slaughter for training, achieving mastery in the realm of slaughter and inheriting the legacy of the Rakshasa god. The first trial of the Rakshasa god involved devouring the soul of a martial soul user, and Bibi Dong set her sights on Qian Xuanji. As the child grew, Bibi Dong's demeanor towards her remained cold and overtly hostile. When the girl awakened her martial soul at the age of 6, manifesting as a 6-winged angel with unprecedented innate level 20 soul power, she became the focus of everyone's attention within the Spirit Hall. Yet Bibi Dong remained absent. When the girl approached Bibi Dong, seeking her approval, she was met with a slap. Bibi Dong despised this child, resented the angel clan, and bided her time, waiting for the opportunity to eliminate Qian Xuanji. That chance arrived when Qian Xuanji, leading the Spirit Hall, returned grievously wounded from an encounter with Tang Hao and a 100,000-year soul beast. Bibi Dong seized the moment, earning Qian Xuanji's trust and poisoned him within the hidden chamber, ultimately slaying him and devouring his soul to complete the first trial of the Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong publicly claimed that Qian Xuanji had perished at the hands of Tang Hao. Yet Douluo knew the truth, that it was Bibi Dong who had killed him. However, out of consideration for Bibi Dong's connection to Qian Rinxue and her ongoing acquisition of divine inheritance, Douluo suppressed his hatred, elevating Bibi Dong to the position of Pope, making her the new leader of the Spirit Hall. Having slain Qian Xuanji, Bibi Dong felt no attachment to power. She departed from the Spirit Hall, seeking to reconcile with her former love, Yu Xiaogang, only to find he had moved on to a new partner, Lu Erlong from the Golden Triangle of Slaughter. Thus, Bibi Dong's hatred burgeoned, her animosity towards Qian Xuanji gradually expanding into a loathing for the Angel Clan, the Spirit Hall, and the world at large. She vowed to bring ruin to this world. Qian Rinxue, typically attended by few maidservants, maintained a strict daily routine, yet today she lingered in slumber far past the morning sun. Shouldn't the young master be up early? Why is he still asleep at this hour? She long mused. Perhaps he is simply exhausted. After all, there has been much work to attend to in the royal palace these past few days, said Xishue. We two old fellows know nothing of state affairs beyond fighting, and we cannot be of any assistance to the young master. However, at this time, he should be paying his respects to the old fellow, the Snow Knight Emperor. If he fails to do so, that old man may be displeased, she long remarked. Sishua scoffed. Ah, it matters not. What harm is there in missing one visit? The young master's only rival, that fellow Avalanche, is a dandy and poses no real threat. Let the young master rest a little longer. Sishua and Shilong were unaware that Qian Renshua had long since awakened, sitting on her bed, tears streaming down her face. Though merely a dream, it felt hauntingly real, too vivid for Qian Renshua to dismiss. Qian Renshua posed a question to Qian Douluo regarding the dream, unwilling to accept its truth. If it were indeed true, it would mean that the father she had always idolized was, in fact, a scoundrel. If true, it would imply that Tang Hao was not her father's murderer, but rather her mother was the one who had taken her father's life. Yet, the dream was terrifyingly authentic, as it elucidated many of the doubts that had plagued her heart. Why had her mother always treated her with disdain? Why did other mothers shower love upon their children, while her own mother regarded her as if she were an object of utter revulsion? Even though Qian Rengshu was reluctant to accept the veracity of this matter, deep down, she had already come to believe it was true. It is no wonder she often remarked that I should not exist. Perhaps, in her eyes, I am indeed a being that ought not to be. Wiping away her tears, Qian Rengshu gazed out at the brilliant sunlight. Elder Xian, Elder Shimao, she called softly. The two elders, Shilong and Sishua, entered and, upon seeing her tear-streaked face, expressed their concern. Young mistress, what troubles you? I wish to return to the spirit hall. My father has declared that I am on the verge of a breakthrough and intends to enter seclusion for a while, Qian Rengshu replied. Weariness etched upon her face. Her heart brimmed with countless uncertainties. She yearned to return to the spirit hall to seek answers from her grandfather, Qian Douluo, and to confront that woman. Thus, everything pertaining to the Tiando Empire had become less significant to her. Very well, I shall make the arrangements, the two elders replied, though they remained unaware of her true intentions. The personnel of the Crown Prince's residence had already been largely taken over by those from the Spirit Hall, who operated with remarkable efficiency, swiftly notifying the palace. Initially, Emperor Xia was furious that Xue Qinghe had neglected to pay his respects, but upon learning of his successful cultivation and impending breakthrough, his mood brightened. Granting Xue Qinghe a month's leave and arranging for personnel to assist in hunting spirit rings during his breakthrough. Meanwhile, Qian Rengshu could hardly contain her eagerness as she journeyed toward the path of the spirit. Sitting in the carriage, her mind incessantly replayed the events of her dream. She desperately sought to ascertain the truth of this dream, yet she was equally fearful that it might indeed reflect reality. If it were true, then her father was a scoundrel, her mother had killed him, and in her eyes, she was merely an unwelcome presence, regardless of her efforts. Even if she were to seize control of the Tiando Empire, she would still fail to earn her approval. What a farcical existence mine has become. Weeks later, upon returning to Spirit City, Qian Rengshu did not seek out Bibi Dong in the Pope's palace, but instead made her way to the Elder Hall to find her grandfather. Qian Douluo. Xue, should you not be on a mission? What brings you back? Qian Douluo inquired, puzzled. Grandfather, I have merely come to ask you a few questions. Qian Rengshu replied. Ask away, he said. Is it true that my father was killed by Tang Hao? She pressed. Yes, your father did indeed perish at the hands of Tang Hao, Qian Douluo confirmed. But did Tang Hao not gravely injure him and poison him to death? Qian Rengshu insisted. At this, Qian Douluo could no longer maintain his earlier composure. A flicker of murderous intent crossed his eyes. Who has deceived you? He demanded. For Qian Rengshu. Qian Douluo was undoubtedly a competent grandfather, but he had concealed the truth. Qin Xuanji was not slain by Tang Hao, but rather by Bibi Dong. The revelation of such a truth would be far too cruel for Qian Rengshu. Tears streamed down Qian Rengshu's cheeks, tracing paths over her delicate skin before falling from her chin. Witnessing Qian Douluo's reaction, the sense of dread that had gripped her heart was confirmed. So it is true, she murmured, stunned. Sighing, Qian Douluo recognized his lapse and decided to cease his concealment. You are correct. There were hidden circumstances surrounding your father's death. The one who truly killed him was not Tang Hao, but Bibi Dong. However, I hope that upon learning the truth, you do not harbor hatred towards her, nor regard her as your father's murderer. In truth, she has suffered greatly. The mistakes of the past were not hers alone, and her feelings for you are not as you perceive them, he explained. Not her fault? Qian Rengshu echoed, her gaze hardening. What exactly went wrong back then? Can you tell me? Qian Douluo looked at her and replied, some matters are better left unknown. Is it because my father forced my mother that I was born? Thus, she has despised me from the moment of my birth. Qian Rengshu fixed her gaze intently on Qian Douluo, searching for any hint of emotion on his face. Indeed, Qian Daoluo's countenance shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure. Seeing the intensity in Qian Rengshu's eyes, he managed a wry smile. You have grown. It seems many things cannot be hidden from you. He realized that Qian Rengshu had returned because she had uncovered some truths and was here to probe him. Alas, he felt the weight of age, having been tested by his own granddaughter, yet the impact of the past still loomed large over him. After acquiring the answers she sought, Qian Rengshu turned to leave. Wait, what do you intend to do? I will seek her out, Qian Rengshu declared resolutely. With that, she departed the elder hall. Shilong, see Shue, Qian Daoluo called. The two titled Douluos materialized in the grand hall. Have you both accompanied Shue, in the Tiando plan? Tell me why she has returned to the spirit hall at this moment, Qian Daoluo commanded, his voice icy. Initially, he suspected that Shilong had divulged this matter to Qian Rengshu, but the topics she raised were known to very few. Though both were titled Douluos, their standing in the spirit hall was not high enough for them to possess such knowledge. The two titled Douluos sensed something amiss and recounted the events of that day in detail. Go ahead and kill me, Qian Rengshu said as she exited the elder hall, making her way toward the Pope's palace. Along the way, her heart felt like ash. Previously, she had harbored endless resentment toward that woman, convinced she had done nothing wrong, yearning countless times for her affection. Yet all she received in return were those cold, disdainful glances, as though she were a filthy existence. Now she understood the reason for her mother's disdain. It seemed her existence was a mistake in her eyes. Knowing this truth, Qian Rengshu felt herself crumble. With a heavy push, she swung open the doors to the Pope's palace and entered. Passing the palace knights, she strode to the center of the grand hall. Her azure eyes fixed on the woman seated high upon the throne, wielding the Pope's scepter. The resentment she once held had dissipated, replaced by a complex array of emotions. The dream had revealed to Qian Rengshu her mother-esque struggles. It was the angel clan, and even her own inherited spirit, the angel that Bibi Dong loathed. She could not blame her mother. What brings you back? Bibi Dong remarked, seemingly oblivious to the complexity in Qian Rengshu's gaze. Qian Rengshu locked her eyes on Bibi Dong and said, Mother, you despise me, do you not? You harbor hatred and resentment towards me, towards my spirit, the six-winged angel, because my spirit is inherited from my father, is it not? Previously, I expressed my discontent regarding the manner in which you address me. Have you truly forgotten? Bibi Dong's gaze narrowed as she fixed her eyes on Qian Rengshu. With a decisive flick of her delicate hand, as if she had relinquished all restraint, Qian Rengshu declared, I am your flesh and blood. No matter how vehemently you deny it, this truth remains unaltered. My life is a gift from you. You bestowed it upon me, and you possess the power to take it back. I harbor no grievances. If you despise my existence, then end my life. However, I shall not abandon that title, Mother, which I uttered with a roar. Do you not abhor the lineage of the six-winged angels? Then, just as you kill my father, take my life as well. Upon finishing, Qian Rengshu shut her eyes tightly, awaiting the arrival of death. Indeed, she had resigned herself to this fate, for she realized that no matter her efforts, she would eternally remain unacknowledged in her mother's eyes. In her perspective, as long as Qian Rengshu was the daughter of Qian Xuanji, inheriting the martial spirit of the six-winged angels, she was destined to be deemed unworthy. She had committed no transgression. Her sole error lay in being born into the Qian family, as her father's daughter. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the anticipated fury of Bibi Dong upon the revelation of secrets did not unfold. Instead, a profound silence enveloped the grand hall. You all may leave. Let the events that transpired here rot in your bellies, or face death, Bibi Dong commanded. The palace knights, acutely aware that they had inadvertently overheard a monumental secret, felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Upon hearing Bibi Dong's voice, they felt a wave of relief and retreated. Qian Rengshu opened her eyes, observing the knights depart. Her gaze fixed upon Bibi Dong with resolute determination. You are aware of the events from years past, Bibi Dong stated, looking at Qian Rengshu. Indeed, Qian Rengshu replied. A dream revealed everything to me. You were my father's disciple, yet fell in love with a man named Yu Xiaogang. My father, in a bid to prevent you from severing ties with the martial soul, resorted to the most despicable means to keep you within the martial soul hall, and thus I came into being, Qian Rinxue recounted. Afterward, you bided your time, waiting until my father went to hunt the transformative 10,000-year-soul beast and was grievously wounded by Tang Hao, granting you the opportunity to poison my father in secrecy, falsely proclaiming that Tang Hao was responsible for his demise. Do you harbor hatred toward me? Bibi Dong inquired. Qian Rinxue regarded her with a complex expression, shaking her head as she replied, I cannot articulate my feelings. He is my father, and you are my mother. Perhaps my grandfather may harbor resentment towards you, but I cannot. And what your father? Do you despise him? Bibi Dong pressed further. Qian Rinxue shook her head once more, stating, he is a scoundrel. Anyone who learns of this can condemn him. Yet I cannot, for he is my father. If you truly detest me, then take my life. After all, my existence must be a mistake in your eyes. She displayed a readiness for sacrifice. Follow me, Bibi Dong said, as she strode toward the hidden chamber behind the Pope's hall. Qian Rinxue, feeling despondent yet compelled, followed her mother. At that moment, a flash of light illuminated the hall, and Qian Douluo's figure appeared within the sanctum. Bibi Dong, she is still your daughter. How can you bear to harm her? Qian Douluo interjected, positioning himself protectively in front of Qian Rinxue. His tolerance for Bibi Dong stemmed from her being Qian Rinxue's mother, but should she seek to harm her daughter, Qian Douluo would not remain passive. He could endure the loss of his son at Bibi Dong's hands, but he could not accept the death of his granddaughter. Grandfather, Qian Rinxue said, pushing aside Qian Douluo, this is my choice. If she truly desires my life, then let her take it. Sighing, Qian Douluo cast a menacing glance at Bibi Dong, stating, though you have acquired the legacy of the God King, do not mistake me for an easy target. If I lose my granddaughter, I shall ensure you and your lover, Yu Xiaogang, pay the price. Bibi Dong, I have never claimed I would kill her. She is my daughter, Bibi Dong retorted, rolling her eyes at Qian Douluo. You both are making me appear as a villain. I would never harm my own daughter. Even in a fit of madness, the context matters. If I were to kill Qian Rinxue under these circumstances, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon myself and severing ties with you. Qian Douluo possessed the capability to eliminate Bibi Dong. For the disparity between a rank 99 limit Douluo and a rank 98 super Douluo was vast. Moreover, with Bibi Dong currently limited to a single skill, killing Qian Rinxue would provoke a rift with Qian Douluo. Was she truly foolish enough to do so? Besides, Qian Rinxue was her daughter, even in her previous life. Bibi Dong could not bring herself to commit such an act. As for Yu Xiaogang, whether to kill him or not was of no concern to her. Remember your words, Qian Douluo said as he stepped aside. Bibi Dong entered the hidden chamber, while Qian Rinxue cast a complicated glance at her mother. Previously, her sole desire had been death, but now her thoughts had shifted. Her grandfather and mother, the two individuals she cherished most, were in a strained relationship. To her grandfather, her mother was a foe responsible for the death of his son, while to her mother, she was a manifestation of her hatred for the angel lineage. Had her existence not been a factor, they might have already torn each other apart. Should she perish, her grandfather would undoubtedly exact vengeance upon her mother, a scenario Qian Rinxue could not bear to witness. As they entered the concealed chamber, the heavy door creaked shut behind them. Bibi Dong sensed a mental probe and confirmed that Qian Douluo did not intrude upon their privacy, instead remaining outside in silence. Perhaps he still believed in the significance of Yu Xiaogang in Bibi Dong's heart, thus feeling assured that she would not harm Qian Rinxue. You brought me to this chamber after I have already died once. What purpose does this serve? Qian Rinxue inquired. Yesterday, you had a dream that revealed the entirety of your circumstances. Did you not, my dear? Bibi Dong responded. The affectionate term my dear stirred something within Qian Rinxue. She had not anticipated her indifferent mother would use such a name. Stunned, she regained her composure and nodded. Yes, how did you know? Because that dream was orchestrated by me, Bibi Dong revealed. You. Qian Rinxue's mind raced back to the mysterious figure she had seen before arriving in Tiando City. You glimpsed my memories, Bibi Dong affirmed. Why? Why reveal this to me? Qian Rinxue questioned. You have the right to know, Bibi Dong replied. Did you not despise me? Despite understanding the reasons behind Bibi Dong's disdain, Qian Rinxue could not fathom why her mother would divulge such deeply buried secrets to her daughter. In the past, I shared your sentiments, but the grievances of the previous generation should not ensnare the next. This conflict belongs to me and him. You have committed no fault. Some truths must be uncovered through the passage of a lifetime, Bibi Dong elucidated. Do you realize? I'm a person who has died once. A person who has died once? This implied that she had been slain at some point in the future, yet her soul had returned to the present. Bibi Dong continued, revealing layers of complexity in their intertwined fates. Thus, I have brought the memories of the future back to the past. Do you comprehend my meaning? Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue immediately understood. It implied that she had perished in the future, her soul returning to the present with the recollections of that time. Who killed you? Qian Rinxue's voice deepened slightly. Although she had previously harbored resentment towards Bibi Dong, she could not deny that she was her mother. Learning that her mother would be murdered in the future filled Qian Rinxue with trepidation. Bibi Dong was immensely powerful, so formidable that she posed a threat even to her grandfather. Moreover, she had relied on herself to obtain the divine inheritance. An entire continent. Few could slay Bibi Dong. What could possibly take her life? Bibi Dong retrieved a prepared tome titled Douluo Continent for the secret chamber and handed it to Qian Rinxue, stating, after my demise, due to an unforeseen circumstance, another deity reincarnated me back to the present. This book was bestowed upon me by her. You need only read it to discover what you seek. Do not let others know, including your grandfather. Understood, Qian Rinxue nodded, placing the tome into her soul guide. While uncertain about what the future held, she noticed a shift in Bibi Dong's demeanor towards her. Tentatively, she asked, Mother, may I refer to you as such from now on? Bibi Dong nodded, tenderly caressing Qian Rinxue's golden hair, replying, Of course, you are my daughter. As long as you do not blame me for your father's death, you may address me however you wish. A wave of joy surged within Qian Rinxue. She relished this newfound connection. The reason I wish to initiate the plans for the Tiando Empire is to delay your ascension to godhood. I have come to terms with certain matters. You should still prioritize your cultivation. If you prefer not to proceed, you may remain in Wuhuan City to train. Bibi Dong advised. Mother, some matters once set in motion cannot be halted, Qian Rinxue replied, gazing at Bibi Dong. I have already slain 3 princes of the Tiando Empire. Shui Qinghe is dead. If I do not fill this void, our plans may be exposed, leading to a direct conflict between the Tiando Empire and the Wuhuan Hall, thereby thwarting many of our strategies. We can stage an accident surrounding Shui Qinghe's death to facilitate your safe departure from the Tiando Empire, suggested Bibi Dong. In her view, allowing Qian Rinxue, whose innate soul power was already at rank 20, to remain hidden within the Tiando Empire was an unwise decision. Had Qian Rinxue not concealed herself, she would have ascended to godhood long ago. The mere presence of a god would deter the Tiando Empire, compelling the Shui family to yield without complaint. Qian Rinxue shook her head. No, Mother, I am not one to abandon my endeavors midway. This plan has consumed over a decade of my efforts. If halted, I would be left with deep regret. If possible, please allow me to continue. Very well, Bibi Dong nodded. After a brief exchange in the secret chamber, Qian Rinxue emerged. Qian Douluo, relieved to see her unharmed, inquired, What transpired between you two in the chamber? Grandfather, it's a secret. Qian Rinxue beamed with joy. Observing his daughter and recalling her fate in the original narrative, Bibi Dong sighed. Regardless of the circumstances, I shall not permit her divine position to shatter. She was not a mere reincarnator, but a transmigrator. The reason for orchestrating this situation was that, although Bibi Dong's soul had fused with that of her predecessor, her conduct and demeanor were markedly distinct. Certain secrets were destined to remain buried within her psyche. Explaining many occurrences through the lens of a reincarnator would indeed provide clarity. The book she had given Qian Rinxue was a replica of the original Douluo continent, reconstructed from her memories. Both she and Qian Rinxue were antagonists in this tale, and since they aimed to impart the protagonist Tang San with a game experience of abyssal difficulty, Bibi Dong felt no qualms about revealing spoilers. Moreover, this served as a precautionary measure to prevent Qian Rinxue from falling irreparably in love with Tang San, as depicted in the original story. Of course, this script had been meticulously edited by Bibi Dong, omitting sections such as Qian Douluo's sacrifice and Poseidon's offering. After all, Qian Rinxue was destined to become a deity. But for her, familial bonds outweighed divine ascendance. Should she learn that her grandfather would perish due to her sacrifice, her character would likely lead her to reject such a fate entirely. Qian Douluo, if aware, would likely concur with her reasoning, for this old man lived solely to sacrifice himself for the next angel god. It was a fitting demise. He would not seek vengeance for his predecessor, allowing this elder to pass on without disrupting the relationship between him and Qian Renxue. Sacrificing an old man with whom she had no rapport to elevate her daughter to divinity was an excellent plan. Qian Renxue did not return to the Tiando Empire, but instead went to her chamber in the worship hall, where she opened the book Bibi Dong had given her. While pleased by the change in Bibi Dong's attitude towards her, Qian Renxue remained cognizant that her mother had returned from death. At some future point, she had been killed and then reincarnated. She yearned to uncover the reasons behind Bibi Dong's shift in demeanor and the identity of her murderer. The prologue introduces Tang San, a youth from the Tang sect who infiltrated the inner sect to learn its secret techniques. Upon discovery, he was driven to the brink of despair. Choosing to die for his principles, he entrusted a deadly weapon to the Tang sect and leaped off a cliff to end his life. At this juncture, Qian Renxue could discern little, as she had not previously heard of a sect named Tang sect in the Douluo continent. Nor was she aware of the existence of a mystical Xintian skill or such weapons. However, the second chapter unraveled her confusion as it revealed Tang San's reincarnation in the Douluo continent. All events reverted to the information Qian Renxue was familiar with: the Tiando Empire, Fasnuo Province, and Holy Spirit Village. Although she was unaware of the location of Holy Spirit Village, she recognized the Tiando Empire and Fasnuo Province. The story's protagonist, Tang San, was reborn in Holy Spirit Village, carrying with him the memories and abilities of his past life. He had a father, a blacksmith named Tang Hao. Upon reading this, Qian Renxue felt a flicker of realization. Subsequently, he awakened his innate full soul power and dual martial spirits, the blue silver grass and the Haotian hammer. But to the onlookers, the blue silver grass was deemed a worthless martial spirit, allowing the child to escape scrutiny. As Qian Renxue observed the boy displaying the Haotian hammer martial spirit, she confirmed her suspicions. The blacksmith of Holy Spirit Village was indeed the renowned Haotian Douluo, Tang Hao. Such a fool, allowing the Wuhuan Hall to miss the opportunity to eliminate this latent threat. Qian Renxue seethed. The son of her adversary had arrived in this world, equipped with secret weapons and mysterious techniques, and he was a being of innate full soul power and dual martial spirits. If allowed to develop, he would undoubtedly become a nightmare for the Wuhuan Hall. As she continued reading, her fears were validated. Tang San, utilizing solely the blue-silver grass martial spirit, skillfully concealed his true identity, allowing him to flourish and reveal his remarkable talents during his growth. Upon reaching the third ring, he began to absorb soul rings beyond the conventional limits, and he possessed extraordinary abilities such as the external soul bone, the 8 spider lances. Subsequently, Tang San formed a bond with the poison Duo, Douluo, during a wager at the Eye of Ice and Fire, acquiring the fortune of the dual eye, which significantly enhanced the potential of this Shrek Academy student. Through the physical augmentation granted by the celestial herb, he exceeded the limits to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring for his 4th ring. Following this, Tang San's academy participated in the Soul Master competition, rising against all odds to claim victory in the Continental Soul Master Championship. Later, the identity of Xiao Wu as a soul beast was exposed, prompting the Martial Soul Hall to seek her capture. Tang Hao intervened, rescuing Tang San and Xiao Wu by attacking their enemies where it would hurt them most. Following this, Tang San's blue-silver grass evolved into the blue-silver Emperor martial spirit, and after enduring trials in the City of Slaughter, he acquired the domains of both blue-silver Killing God. After reuniting with the Shrek's 7 monsters, they journeyed to Gongxin City. Upon returning from Gongxin City and reuniting with Douluo, Tang San destroyed all he had established in the Heaven Do Empire and set forth for Sea God Island to attain divinity. Subsequently, the Martial Soul Hall established the Martial Soul Empire, igniting warfare with the 2 great empires. In this tumultuous period, she found herself developing feelings for Tang San. Ultimately, Tang San ascended to godhood, engaging in battle with Bibi Dong, where he perished at her hands for the first time. Upon his resurrection, he returned as a dual god, becoming the Shura god. The Shura god cornered Bibi Dong and her daughter into a dire situation, sacrificing his divine essence to save Bibi Dong, who in turn blocked a fatal blow with her life. In her final moments, she confessed everything, pleading with Tang San to spare her daughter and Hulaina. Qian Renxue, having contemplated this for a long time, took a deep breath and closed the book her face darkened with murderous intent. Unlike the original narrative, her feelings for Tang San were devoid of affection. The book revealed to her that all her endeavors in the Heaven Do Empire would be rendered futile because of Tang San, that the martial soul hall would be destroyed due to him, that she would fall from her divine position because of him, and that her mother would perish because of him. Her grandfather, too, would undoubtedly meet his demise under Tang San's sure sword. Everything she held dear would be obliterated because of him. Although these events had yet to unfold, an unnameable hatred festered within Qian Rinxue's heart, igniting a murderous desire towards this youth she had never met. With foresight of all that was to come, it was evident that Tang San must die. And as for Xuebeng, Qian Rinxue had never anticipated that the royal fourth prince, Xuebeng, this playboy, was merely an act. The very reason she spared him was because she deemed him a non-threat, a pawn to showcase her own wisdom as the crown prince. Little did she know, Xuebeng was feigning ignorance, lurking like a venomous serpent, biding his time to bring her down. Prince Xue Xing harbored suspicions towards her due to Xue Luochuan and Xue Haizong, continuously investigating her in secret. Qian Rinxue drew a deep breath, lamenting how she squandered her most precious youth in this endeavor, only for Tang San, Xuebeng, and Xue Xing to ultimately render her efforts worthless. She vowed to eliminate them. However, Qian Rinxue restrained her murderous intent. After all, this moment was precisely when Tang San had yet to attend Shrek Academy. None of it had occurred yet. Tang San had not yet obtained the fortune of the Eye of Ice and Fire from Douluo, and the Heaven Do Empire concealed the sea god's heart, the vast sea cover, which unexpectedly astonished Qian Rinxue. A treasure of equal significance to the angel god's legacy lay before her, and she had failed to recognize it. She had ample opportunity to eradicate this threat entirely before Tang San's rise. Since she entrusted this book to me, it signified that she was also aware of these matters and likely had already devised a scheme. With this thought, Qian Rinxue made her way to the Hall of the Pope. Upon reaching the Hall of the Pope, Qian Rinxue stood before Bibi Dong. "Have you finished reading?" Bibi Dong inquired. "I have," Qian Rinxue replied. "Mother, Tang San is indeed a grave threat to our martial soul hall, yet this threat has yet to mature. If we consolidate our martial soul hall's strength and exert our utmost to eradicate him, it should pose no challenge. If there are concerns regarding Tang Hao, I can persuade my grandfather to mobilize the title Douluo from the Hall of Offerings to act together. Even if Tang Hao were to arrive, he would taste defeat, cut off his allies. Had circumstances been different, Bibi Dong would have agreed with Qian Rinxue's plan to eliminate Tang San. However, now that she was aware of Tang San's connection to the Shura god, her perspective had shifted. A person who has died once and returned with memories, who can guarantee that if he dies again, he won't return. Bibi Dong discerned Qian Rinxue's hidden anxieties and reassured her. "Rest assured, my dear, I have relinquished the position of the Rakshasa god. The newly inherited divine title is sufficient to contend with the Azura. Although the angel god is merely a first-tier deity, I shall exert every effort to assist you," Qian Rinxue resolutely declared. "I shall never permit my mother to perish once more beneath the blade of the Azura sword. As for Tang San's affairs, I will orchestrate them. By the way, after you peruse the book I provided, what reflections do you have regarding your previous failures?" Bibi Dong inquired. "I underestimated my imperial brother and uncle." Qian Rinxue's eyes glinted with a murderous intent. "The demise of Luochuan and Zui King was meticulously orchestrated by me. I never anticipated that Prince Xue Xing would cast suspicion upon me. Fear not, mother. This time, upon my return, I shall devise an impeccable scheme to send my foolish imperial brother to his demise," Qian Rinxue proclaimed. Bibi Dong shook her head and posed a question. "What evidence does Prince Xue Xing possess to suspect that you are responsible for the deaths of Luochuan and Zui King?" "None," Qian Rinxue replied. "If he had any, he would have acted long ago." Bibi Dong continued precisely. "His suspicion does not arise from evidence, but rather from the perspective of potential gain. The most likely heir to the throne, Luochuan, died shortly after being named crown prince, and the one with the greatest talent, favored by the Emperor Xia, also perished. Naturally, his suspicion would be directed towards you. Remember, in the realm of cunning strategies, one must heed the wisdom of the saying, the player is often ensnared by their own game, while the observer sees clearly. Any seemingly flawless plan can only deceive a portion of people, not all. You have drawn the suspicion of Xuesheng with the deaths of Xu Chuan and Zui Heikang. If you eliminate Xuebeng, the doubts cast upon you will multiply, expanding beyond Xuesheng alone. Qian Renxue suddenly came to a realization. Indeed, she had become too engrossed in her machinations. While a meticulously crafted plan might obscure evidence pointing to herself, it could not shield her from the suspicions of others. I understand now. You wish for me to retain Xueben. He is not to be feared. His patience merely awaits an opportune moment. If you ensure that moment never arrives, he shall remain forever in your shadow, she articulated. Bibi Dong remarked, when you ascend to the throne, it will take but a thin white silk and a cup of poison to send him on his way. History is replete with those who have bided their time. Some have succeeded, celebrated in legend, such as King Gojian of Yu, who endured hardship, only to rise again with his army to vanquish Wu. Yet there are also those who have failed in their patience, fading into the annals of history, notorious for their ineptitude. The most infamous among them is Liu Chan, who, engrossed in pleasure, failed to consider the threats posed by Sima Zhao. And then there is Hu Hai. One need only observe Zhao Gao's manipulation of the deer to understand Hu Hai's role. The distinction between deer and horse is clear to all. Zhao Gao's act was merely a means to delineate allies from foes in the court, thus eliminating dissenters. Why did the emperor likewise acquiesce to this charade? He, too, was exercising restraint. His predecessors were masters in this art. Qin Shi Huang was rendered powerless for decades by Zhao Ji and El Bu Wei, gradually reclaiming authority only after years of calculated action. When King Zhaoxiang of Qin ascended, he too endured the constraints imposed by the Empress Dowager and external pressures, biding his time until the arrival of Fan Ji. However, Hu Hai was unfortunate, lacking the luxury of time afforded to his forebears. In a world rife with chaos, Zhao Gao struck preemptively, eliminating Hu Hai. Returning to the matter at hand, it is not imperative to eliminate Xuebeng, but rather to sever his connections, rendering him impotent. Bibi Dong remarked, Xuebeng's greatest support lies in his uncle, Prince Xuesheng, and Xuesheng's strongest ally is the old poison master, Douluo. That old toxic wretch. Qian Renxue's eyes flashed with indignation. The tome contains accounts of future occurrences. Although Douluo is not an adversary of the Spirit Hall, the troubles he has caused are considerable. The ascent of Tang San and his companions is attributable to the celestial herbs they acquired from him. The failure of the Tiando Palace coup was also due to Douluo's interference. In an all-out war, that old fiend unleashed his poison, decimating the city of Jialing Pass and resulting in the deaths of countless soul masters from the Spirit Hall. Yet Qian Renxue suppressed her murderous intent, stating, if we consider his potent poison, perhaps he could be swayed to our side. Indeed, there exists a possibility for Douluo's allegiance. Our relationship with him is marred by past grievances, yet it is not a matter of life and death, Bibi Dong affirmed. He may not be the strongest title Douluo, but his capacity for destruction is formidable. His poison can annihilate our enemies as readily as our allies, Bibi Dong continued. The Spirit Hall had previously tried to recruit Douluo, but he resisted, leading to the deployment of Zhu Douluo to coerce his compliance, thus creating animosity between the two parties. However, this animosity is not so grave that it cannot be reconciled. Had there been true enmity, Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue would not be contemplating recruiting Douluo, but rather plotting his demise. In the original narrative, Douluo is a titled Douluo, renowned for his unparalleled prowess. Yet he is also a walking biochemical weapon, a strategic force whose presence on the battlefield instills dread in the enemy. Of course, in terms of damage, the previous incarnation was not inferior to Douluo. In fact, it may have surpassed him. The poison of the Spider Emperor is far more potent than that of the emerald-scaled serpent. The death domain, when unleashed, envelopes the area in toxins, equaling Douluo's capacity for mass destruction. While Douluo possesses superior area damage, Bibi Dong's Spider Emperor poison is lethal to both the Titan Giant Ape and the Sky Blue Bull Python. Moreover, Douluo's ninth spirit skill is not perpetually activated, whereas Bibi Dong's death domain can persist indefinitely while sparing her allies from poisoning. The reason Douluo's area damage is renowned lies in the fact that, for those below title Douluo rank, the distinction between Spider Emperor poison and emerald-scaled serpent poison is irrelevant. Any contact with either guarantees death. Bibi Dong, more discreet in her approach, is akin to a Pentagon warrior, where her Spider Emperor poison is merely one of her many attributes. In contrast, without his poison, Douluo is rendered ineffective. However, with the fusion of their martial souls, Bibi Dong has ceased to rely on poison. Her new martial soul is solely that of the nightmarish sorceress. Currently, no one can contest Douluo for the title of Supreme Area Damage Dealer. If Douluo could be wholly persuaded to align with me, many matters would become significantly easier. And we cannot overlook the significance of the ice and fire yin-yang eye in the Sunset Forest. Qian Rinxue remarked. Those acquainted with the original narrative, be they travelers from another world or natives, are well aware of the importance of seizing this ice and fire dual yang pot. Bibi Dong expressed with a sense of nostalgia. Without the ice and fire yin-yang pot, only Oscar and Tang San among the Shrek 7 monsters would attain godhood. Ning Rongrong would remain at her 7 rings for life, while Ma Hongjun, under the influence of the evil fire, would not survive for long. Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai would essentially achieve the status of soul Douluo, which attests to their hard work. As for Xiao Wu, she is merely a soul beast and not a consideration. One can only imagine the profound impact the ice and fire yin-yang eye has on the Shrek 7 monsters. It is undoubtedly the foundation of their dominance. The rise of the Tang sect is partially attributed to this precious land. Should this auspicious location fall under the control of the Spirit Hall, its power would be formidable. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall is already not inferior to the Shrek 7 monsters, and with the aid of celestial herbs, achieving a godly status would be more than sufficient. As the Pope, Bibi Dong's intention is not simply to acquire that land for enlightenment or to destroy it if unattainable, but to firmly grasp the ice and fire yin-yang eye in her hands. There is still ample time. I shall secure this land before anyone else achieves enlightenment. Bibi Dong declared. At present, the priority is to win over Douluo by resolving the matter of his ties with Prince Xuexing. Qian Rinxue suggested, let us arrange an attack on Prince Xuexing, allowing Douluo the opportunity to save him. This could be seen as repaying a debt of gratitude. This course of action carries risks, so I shall handle the task of sowing discord between Douluo and Prince Xuexing. Bibi Dong's violet pupils slightly narrowed as she firmly stated. Qian Rinxue smiled knowingly, intrigued by her mother's intended methods to create a rift between Shui and Douluo. Upon your return, pay close attention to the dynamics between Douluo and Prince Xuexing. I will, Qian Rinxue affirmed. By the way, you are now at level 59. Soon, you should successfully break through, correct? Bibi Dong inquired. Yes, in a few months, I will become a Soul Emperor, Qian Rinxue replied. A Soul Emperor at the age of 22 is quite prodigious, especially considering that you have not dedicated excessive time to training. Bibi Dong advised, when you reach level 60, do not hastily acquire your soul rings. I will accompany you to seek them. If Bibi Dong had not intervened, it is likely that Qian Rinxue's 6th soul ring would have been the perfect black ring for soul masters. Since Bibi Dong is involved, certainly her daughter's configuration should not be inferior to that of the original work. Tang San directly acquired a 100,000-year soul ring for his 6th. So Qian Rinxue should similarly arrange for a 100,000-year soul ring. After all, there exists a method to surpass age limits in soul ring absorption, which is through the sacrificial offering of a soul beast. And how does one persuade a soul beast to willingly offer itself? Qian Rinxue's divine status serves as an excellent bargaining chip. Finding a 100,000-year soul beast suitable for a 6-winged angel is indeed challenging in the eyes of others. But for Bibi Dong, who possesses a system, it merely requires the expenditure of some points. Yes, mother, Qian Rinxue responded enthusiastically. Previously, it was her grandfather or the elders like the stingray that sought out her soul rings. Upon hearing that her mother would accompany her, she felt a surge of excitement. Although the soul rings for the angel martial spirit are predetermined, each being an optimal choice, Qian Rinxue is willing to forego this optimal solution and reserve the 6th soul ring position for Bibi Dong. After spending several days in the Spirit Hall, Qian Rinxue alleviated tensions between the Worship Hall and the Pope's Hall. A few days later, with a task at hand, she departed from Spirit City towards Heaven Do City. While seated in the carriage, she gazed back at the ever-distant Spirit City. The last time she left was at the age of 9, at which point she was resolute in her desire to abandon the Spirit Hall. She had thought that there was nothing worth holding on to in that home, save for her sole family member, her grandfather. However, upon returning this time, she found herself feeling a tinge of reluctance as she looked back at Spirit City. Standing at the pinnacle of the Pope's Hall, Bibi Dong watched Qian Rinchue's carriage depart and suddenly had a thought, prompting her to inquire of the system. Are there any celestial herbs within the ice and fire yin-yang eye that could enhance Schwer's martial spirit quality, potentially evolving her 6-winged angel into an 8-winged, 10-winged, or 12-winged variant? Something akin to how the 7-treasure glaze tile evolves into the 9-treasure glaze tile. Bibi Dong asked. After shedding the influence of the Rakshasa divine power, Bibi Dong no longer harbored disdain for the angel martial spirit. After all, this little angel is her daughter, and she naturally wishes for Qian Rinchue's angelic rank to rise. As for Qian Douluo, he does not embody the essence of an angel. He is merely an old man, while Qian Rinchue is a 6-winged angel in divine form, which is rather distasteful. Conversely, the situation is similar for Poseidon. The sea god is Poseidon, and yet Poseidon's spirit is constantly manifesting, while Qian Douluo and Tang Chun, you two devoted sycophants. Do you not feel a bit colorful atop your heads? The angel martial spirit stands at the pinnacle of martial spirits on the continent, which is indeed splendid. However, it can only inherit the divine position of the angel god, thus eliminating Qian Rinchue's potential to inherit a superior divine position. In truth, inheriting even a single divine position is a coveted achievement for the people of the continent. Even the Shrek's 7 monsters of the protagonist faction merely inherit secondary divine positions. Douluo Hua Guai initially inherited a primary emotional divine position. Qian Rinchue being born with a primary divine position is already quite commendable. Nevertheless, Bibi Dong is not satisfied with this divine status. She must arrange for her daughter to attain a divine king position. Since the angel god's position is locked, the goal is to elevate the rank of the divine position. Thus, Bibi Dong contemplated whether it might be possible to enhance Qian Rinchue's martial spirit quality to elevate her divine rank as well. After all, many novels depict such scenarios. Do they not? Host, you are correct. Should the 6-winged angel evolve into a 12-winged angel, it would indeed elevate the angel god's position to that of a supreme god. However, do you believe there exists any celestial herb that could transform a primary divine 6-winged angel into a divine king-level 12-winged holy angel? The system responded. Bibi Dong conceded. All right, I was being presumptuous. If you truly wish for the 6-winged angel to evolve, the system mall contains the items you seek. The system declared. Bibi Dong opened the system mall, and after some searching, she discovered a product, Angel King's Divine Core. Description: the divine core of the Angel King, capable of enhancing the martial spirits of the angel lineage to the utmost level of a divine king. It benefits both holy angels and fallen angels. The latter can be elevated to a 12-winged fallen angel, while the former can become a 12-winged holy angel. Upon inheriting either the angel or fallen angel divine position, the individual automatically ascends to the divine king level. Such a treasure is indeed remarkable. However, Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon the price, 1 million points. How many trials in the life and death arena would it take to accumulate such points? Nonetheless, the secret trial has only just commenced. In the future, accumulating 1 million points may not be impossible. Regardless, Bibi Dong is determined to acquire the Angel King's divine core before Qian Rinchue ascends to the angel god status. After she closed the system interface, Ghost Douluo approached and said, Your Majesty, Hulaina, Yin, and Xie, you have successfully passed the death trial and have been waiting in the Pope's Hall for a considerable time. Bibi Dong replied, I almost forgot that today is the day Hulaina and the others emerge from their trials. Ever since I crossed over, I've been preoccupied with my own matters, neglecting the fact that I have a disciple. However, this disciple has a penchant for causing trouble for her master. She fell in love with Tang San and mistakenly took him for Tang Yin when capturing Xiao Wu, leading to the failure of the entire soul-hunting operation and ultimately bestowing Xiao Wu's red spirit ring upon Tang San. Subsequently, she informed Tang San of the whereabouts of the sky blue bull python and the titan giant ape, resulting in them being sacrificed for his spirit rings. Truly a troublesome situation. Nevertheless, the reason Hulaina caused her master so much trouble stemmed from her affection for Tang San, which in turn was rooted in his defeat of her. One can only describe this as a fateful entanglement. The key to breaking this entanglement lies in having Hulaina trample Tang San beneath her feet. For Bibi Dong, who is aware of the narrative, this is not a challenging task. Let us proceed, Bibi Dong instructed Ghost Douluo, and the two made their way toward the Pope's Hall. The death trial is a bloody ordeal, a method employed by the Spirit Hall to cultivate geniuses, establishing a sort of concentration camp where evil spirit masters and criminal soul masters are captured and imprisoned. Their purpose is to engage in life-and-death battles with the geniuses of the Spirit Hall. Victory grants a chance at survival, while defeat results in death. Although this training method may lead to the loss of numerous talented soul masters within the camp, those who emerge are undeniably formidable. The future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, including Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hulaina, has emerged from this training. During this period, they have endured 3 years within the training camp. Hulaina is 6 years older than Tang San, and the golden generation of the Spirit Hall is roughly of the same age, currently at 17, with their spirit power levels exceeding 40. Hulaina is at level 43, Yin at level 45, and Xiaoyu at level 44. Their talents are exceptionally high. At this age, they are not inferior to the Shrek 7 monsters who have absorbed celestial herbs. If all goes well, they all have the potential to become titled Douluos. Among them, Yin possesses the highest innate talent, yet Hulaina holds the highest status, even becoming the Pope's disciple. This is simply because Yin is male. Following the incident with Chi Sun-ji, the former Bibi Dong had little fondness for anyone of the opposite gender, aside from Yu Xiaogang. Of course, the current Bibi Dong is no different. Who would prefer a rough man with a beautiful disciple? In the Pope's Hall, a woman and 2 men stood at the center, each bearing the heavy scent of blood, clearly having undergone a baptism of bloodshed. All 3 possessed striking appearances, with the woman radiating an unparalleled charm. Her figure was nearly perfect, and her every movement exuded an enchanting allure that was difficult for ordinary people to resist. Even the red-haired man among the 3 was captivated by her charm. These 3 are the golden generation of the Spirit Hall: Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Douluo had long awaited them within the Grand Hall, while Bibi Dong entered alongside Ghosto, seated upon the Pope's throne, observing the trio below. "Greetings, Your Holiness." The 3 knelt, addressing her. "Rise," Bibi Dong commanded. Once they stood, she continued, "Congratulations on passing 3 years of the death training camp. Elder Ju, please present the medals." "Yes, Your Holiness," Douluo replied as he stepped forward with accompanying guards, who carried a tray holding 3 medals. Douluo approached the trio and pinned the medals onto their chests. The Death Medal is awarded by the Spirit Hall to any young genius who successfully completes the death training camp. It symbolizes honor and the privileges they may obtain within the Spirit Hall. The 3 were immensely delighted. However, Bibi Dong cautioned, "Do not celebrate too soon. A greater trial awaits you, one that I have prepared. I hope you will not disappoint me." Xiaoyu and Yin looked despondent. After enduring the death trial, they had hoped for some respite, only to hear the Pope announce that an even greater trial awaited them. In contrast, Hulaina seemed more eager for Bibi Dong's trial. "Teacher, please proceed. I am determined to pass this trial," Hulaina declared, clearly brimming with confidence after her success in the death trial. "I hope you can all pass in one go, so I can save some points," Bibi Dong remarked, gazing at Hulaina and the others. The trial she had prepared for them was the first level of the Demon God trial, the Immortal trial. If they succeeded in this trial, their spirit ring configurations would all be enhanced by 500 years. Do not underestimate this enhancement of 500 years. It signifies a continuous breakthrough of the Soul Master limit 4 times, allowing them to subsequently consider surpassing their limits in obtaining spirit rings. Furthermore, an increase of 500 years in spirit ring age implies a transition for their second ring from 100 years to 1,000, a leap that, while not significant for titled Douluos, is monumental for their current status as soul sect members. A person's innate talent is determined from birth, from the moment of awakening. Yet this does not preclude the possibility of change. Celestial herbs represent a means to alter one's talent, breaking through limits to acquire higher spirit rings. Higher age spirit rings enhance their potential for future cultivation, yet few are willing to attempt this. Such endeavors have been scarcely attempted on the continent, with only Bibi Dong having ventured to do so. Her previous spirit ring configuration was yellow, purple, black, surpassing the optimal configuration for soul masters, which has paved the way for her illustrious future. Of course, while Hulaina and the others may not directly absorb higher age spirit rings, The annual limit of 500 years not only adds 500 years, but also enhances their potential through their spirit rings. Tang San, with his dual top-tier martial souls and unparalleled talent, would have been hindered had his initial spirit ring not been from a 10-year soul beast. This would have rendered Tang San's potential severely limited, making it difficult to attach higher-age spirit rings thereafter. As for the death trial, Bibi Dong was still hesitant to allow them to attempt it, as death within the secret realm is truly death. Follow me, Bibi Dong instructed. Hulaina and the others initially believed Bibi Dong would take them to a special training location. However, they could never have anticipated that she would lead them to the Spirit Hall's library. As the most prestigious force on the continent, the Spirit Hall houses countless tomes, documenting historical and cultural records from various eras, detailing the characteristics of numerous soul beasts, and chronicling the historical events of the great tidal Douluos throughout time. Essentially, whatever one wishes to learn about the Douluo continent can be found within this library. The renowned scholar Yu Xiaogang's The 10 Core Competencies of Martial Souls is a culmination of insights gathered over decades spent immersed in these texts. Bibi Dong guided the trio through the various sections dedicated to soul beasts within the library. The task assigned to the three of you is to thoroughly comprehend the habits, strengths, and weaknesses of all the soul beasts here until you can recite them from memory. I shall grant you 2 months for this endeavor, Bibi Dong declared. The expressions of the three shifted slightly. Hulaina swallowed hard and said, "Teacher, are you certain?" Looking at the numerous rows of books before us, I nearly fainted. Absolutely. Why, among you three, the one with the strongest mental fortitude cannot accomplish this? Bibi Dong replied earnestly, fixing her gaze on Hulaina. I can. But how does this relate to our trials? Hulaina inquired. You are to battle soul beasts, and naturally, you must understand their behaviors, Bibi Dong explained. Your Holiness, do we also need to memorize the extinct soul beasts? Xiaoyu pointed to the shelves containing books marked with the extinction of certain soul beasts. Of course, Bibi Dong affirmed. In 2 months, I will have the administrators compile an examination for you. Should you fail to meet the standards, you will be sent back to the death training camp for an additional 3 years. Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu turned pale, promptly vowing, We will not disappoint your Holiness, teacher. They had acclimatized to the environment of the death training camp. Yet who would wish to return? Then do not waste time. You have only 2 months, Bibi Dong urged. The three understood and hurried to the bookshelves, selecting volumes and finding a table to read. The Spirit Hall possesses an abundance of literature on soul beasts, which ordinary individuals might take a lifetime to memorize. However, soul masters differ. Even those without systematic mental training possess greater mental acuity than average people, particularly elite soul masters who can achieve photographic memory. Hence, memorizing the material here is not an insurmountable task for Hulaina and her companions. Observing Hulaina and the others diligently studying to avoid being cast back into the death training camp, Bibi Dong smiled knowingly and remarked, Work hard. Soon, this knowledge will prove invaluable. With that, she departed. After Bibi Dong's exit, Hulaina, who had appeared compliant before her, instantly donned a troubled expression. Heavens, so many books! To memorize them in 2 months, I feel I shall be driven mad. Shouldn't this be the task of those theorists? I am a combat soul master. Xiaoyu replied. Sister, the teacher mentioned this pertains to the trials in 2 months. Surely she intends for us to engage with soul beasts and familiarize ourselves with their traits. If we lack understanding, we may find ourselves at a disadvantage against them. Fear not, Nana, regardless of the dangers in the trials. I will safeguard you and ensure your success, Yin assured, patting his chest. Hulaina rolled her eyes, retorting, No need, I am not significantly weaker than you. I can protect myself. Bibi Dong entered her office, organized the emotionless work robot, and then retreated to her chamber, descending into the basement. A constructed time-space portal stood in a corner of the secret chamber. Please select the trial to participate in. The mechanical voice of the system resonated. Death trial. Bibi Dong responded. Please select participants. Myself, Bibi Dong replied. 1,000 points deducted. Trial commencing. The portal opened, and Bibi Dong stepped inside. The death trial costs 1,000 points per attempt, whereas the immortal trial costs 100 points. The distinction lies in the fact that in the immortal trial, one does not truly die, yet points are not awarded. The death trial, however, serves as an excellent means of accumulating points, albeit death within is final. Both trials have the same participant limit, which is solely dependent on the martial soul, disregarding all else. In a trial, if a participant possesses a divine or super martial soul, only one may enter at a time. Should a team have a top-tier or advanced martial soul, a group of 3 with all participants below advanced martial souls may enter, allowing up to 7 individuals. Divine martial souls include those like the six-winged angel and sea god, and Bibi Dong's martial soul is included among them. Super martial souls consist of entities such as the golden sacred dragon, dark sacred dragon, 9 treasure glazed tile, and all possessing ultimate attributes. Top-tier martial souls include the 9-heart begonia, Haotian hammer, and blue electric tyrannosaurus, while advanced martial souls encompass Hulaiina's fox spirit, Xiaoyu's moonblade, and the ethereal spirit cat, among others. This trial recognizes only martial souls, disregarding all else. Individuals like Tang Chun, Tang Hao, and Tang San, who have maximized the essence of the Haotian hammer to compete with divine martial souls, can bring 2 teammates into the trial. However, if Ning Rongrong of the 9 treasure glazed tile were to enter alone, as a support, she cannot take teammates, leading to an awkward situation. Naturally, the members of the Haotian sect and the 7 treasure glazed tile sect would not access the portal. Even if they did, they could not enter. For only Bibi Dong possesses the points to unlock the door. Once again, she found herself in the world she had previously visited, the first level of the Demon God Trial Ground. As before, Bibi Dong had to restart the game of consuming fish. Although she had been there once, the second death trial was still fraught with life and death challenges. One could not be certain that, in their weakened state, they would not encounter a soul beast of 10,000 years that they could not contend with. Her only advantage was that, during her first attempt, she had not been fully engaged, but now she was prepared. A slaughter commenced. In contrast to the Death Spider Emperor and the Soul-Devouring Spider Emperor, both of whom concealed themselves like assassins, adept at patience, and waiting for the opportune moment to strike with lethal force. The end-of-day sorceress was a walking disaster. Her staff transformed into myriad weapons, slaughtering every soul beast within her path, rapidly enhancing her strength through the most effective means until she could contend with 10,000-year soul beasts. Bibi Dong thus abandoned hunting 1,000-year soul beasts and shifted her focus to 10,000-year soul beasts. Throughout the entire mirror world, 10,000-year soul beasts were annihilated by Bibi Dong, leaving none to be found, until she finally confronted the guardian of this level, the Nightmare Demon. After once again defeating the Nightmare Demon at this level, Bibi Dong accrued a total of 8,000 points from her sweeping conquest of the mirror, nearly doubling her previous score. Previously, she had entered the trial in pursuit of unlocking the secret realm, but this time her goal was to amass points. This was Bibi Dong's intent in reinitiating the death trial. She sought greater points. Outside, 2 months elapsed, while in the realm of trials, over 600 days passed. She emerged from the secret space, her total points amounting to 12,325. Upgrade the time ratio from 1 to 100. 1. Bibi Dong instructed. 5,000 points deducted. Time ratio upgrade complete, the system announced. The next upgrade for the time ratio to 1,000. 1 requires 500,000 points. Upon seeing this staggering point requirement, Bibi Dong nearly spat blood. The time ratio had increased tenfold, yet the points required surged 100-fold. Why not simply go rob someone? Host, time equates to points. Previously, you spent 2 months to conduct a sweep, but afterward, you will only need 6 days for the same task. Should you upgrade again, you will require even less time, and the effect will be permanent, the system explained. The passage of time has merely been condensed externally. Internally, time has not been shortened at all. Even if I were to earn 10,000 points in a single sweep, I would still have to conduct 50 sweeps to complete it. Each sweep consumes 20 months of internal time, resulting in a staggering 1,000 months for 50 sweeps. My goodness, host, the time spent in the mirror trial space does not affect your lifespan in reality, the system remarked. Furthermore, this is merely the score you can earn in the first layer of trials. The higher the trial, the greater the points awarded for each successful completion. I understand, replied Bibi Dong. She had no intention of spending 1,000 months in the first layer of space. 1,000 months equates to 333. 333 years, the span of a normal human life. Bibi Dong perused the items available in the point store, which range from mundane daily necessities to divine artifacts. first and second level divine cores, and other extraordinary items. In addition to the items from the Douluo world, there was another shop that randomly updated exotic goods from other realms. When Bibi Dong opened the exotic goods shop, it had only 6 items updated that day, all exceedingly expensive. According to the system, the smuggling prices were 10 times higher, which instantly extinguished any desire Bibi Dong had to purchase them. Though the items were enticing, the thought quickly dissipated. With 7,000 points, there were not many options available, and her finances were quite limited. 2 months had passed. It was time to check on how Hulaina and the others were faring, Bibi Dong stated. Before her departure, Bibi Dong had instructed the librarian to prepare an exam paper based on the recorded soul beasts for the 3 individuals, to be assessed after 2 months. To avoid being sent back to the death training camp, the trio diligently studied the extensive catalog of soul beasts recorded by the Spirit Hall, familiarizing themselves with the characteristics of various soul beasts. When the 2 months elapsed, the examination commenced. It was the first encounter for Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin with such an exam format. Upon seeing the hundreds of randomly generated questions on the exam paper, they felt relieved that they had approached the past 2 months with earnestness rather than relying on luck. Had they not diligently completed the tasks assigned by the Pope, they would have indeed been overwhelmed by the exam. Hulaina was the first to finish the exam. After thoroughly checking her answers, she submitted her paper, followed by Yin and then Xiaoyu. As the supervising examiner calculated their scores, Bibi Dong emerged from her seclusion and entered the library. How did they perform? Bibi Dong inquired. Your Holiness, Hulaina achieved a perfect score of 150, while Xiaoyu and Yin scored 146 and 144, respectively, the examiner reported. This result is satisfactory, Bibi Dong nodded. It was commendable given they had only 2 months to cram knowledge. As for why Hulaina excelled, while Xiaoyu and Yin did not, it was simply a testament to the advantage of a powerful spirit master. Bibi Dong took a seat and reviewed the 3 exam papers, instructing the examiner. Let them come see me. Very well, Your Holiness, the examiner responded. Shortly after, he returned with Yin, Xiaoyu, and Hulaina. We meet again, esteemed teacher, they greeted. You have not disappointed me, especially you, Hulaina. You have passed this examination, Bibi Dong remarked, casting a glance at the trio. Yin and Xiaoyu felt a surge of joy. After 2 arduous months, they had finally persevered through the sea of books. If required to train or engage in life and death battles against nefarious criminals, they would have faced no issue. However, spending 2 months in quiet study was a torturous ordeal. Nevertheless, do not be so hasty in returning the knowledge you have acquired to your teacher, for this knowledge pertains to your survival in the upcoming life and death trials, Bibi Dong cautioned. Life and death trials? Hulaina and her companions felt a slight chill. If even the Pope spoke of life and death trials concerning their survival, it was evident that peril awaited them in the forthcoming trials. Teacher, what kind of training will it entail? Is it a battle against soul beasts? Hulaina asked. Follow me, Bibi Dong instructed. With that, Bibi Dong led the trio into a chamber within the Pope's hall. While Xiaoyu and Yin were oblivious to the nature of the room, Hulaina was taken aback. Wasn't this supposed to be a life and death trial? Why were they brought to the teacher's chamber? Though puzzled, Hulaina refrained from voicing her thoughts. The room was quite simple, imbued with the fragrance of orchids. Xiaoyu and Yin sensed something was amiss. This seemed to resemble a woman's bedroom. What are you staring at? If you keep looking, I shall have to gouge out your eyes. This is my room, Bibi Dong said coldly. Xiaoyu and Yin quickly knelt in apology. Rise, Bibi Dong commanded. She activated a mechanism, causing a wardrobe in the room to shift, revealing a secret passage. She then led Hulaina and the others through this passage, which led directly to the secret chamber where Bibi Dong had previously received the inheritance from the Rakshasa deity. Hulaina gazed around the dimly lit chamber, her curiosity piqued. She had visited the Pope's room several times, but had never imagined there could be a hidden chamber. However, this chamber was empty save for a single door, the only source of light emanating from it. Standing before the door, Bibi Dong connected with the system. Please select the trial you wish to participate in, the system inquired. The immortal trial, Bibi Dong responded. Please select the participants for the trial, the system continued. Xiaoyu, Hulaina, Yin, Bibi Dong declared. 100 points will be deducted. The trial begins now, the system announced. Although Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin did not possess top-tier martial spirits, they were indeed advanced spirits. Only 3 individuals could enter the trial at once, and they fit perfectly. The door opened before the 4, revealing a swirling vortex of space behind it. Teacher, what lies beyond? Hulaina asked. Before we enter, allow me to provide you with a detailed introduction to the world within, Bibi Dong replied. Having entered the trial world twice, Bibi Dong had gained insight into its nature and took some time to explain it to the trio. Is it a secret realm left behind by the gods? Upon entry, we will transform into our martial spirit forms and engage in combat against soul beasts. We must slay the 10,000-year soul beast guarding the trial to pass. Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin were astonished. Your Holiness, that is a 10,000-year soul beast. We are merely spirit sect members. Can we truly prevail? Yin expressed his trepidation. Of course, you can prevail, Bibi Dong assured them. In this secret realm, regardless of whether you're a titled law or a god, your cultivation will be reset. To enhance your strength, you must continuously slay soul beasts to gain experience and ultimately reach a level where you can confront the challenge, Bibi Dong explained. Teacher, if one were to perish in this mystical realm, does that truly equate to death? Hulaina inquired once more, seeking confirmation. Do you not recall my previous words? This is a trial of life and death, Bibi Dong responded. Of course, the benefits are plentiful. Should you successfully navigate the first stage of this trial, the realm will reward you with an enhancement of 500 years to your soul rings. You may choose to partake in this trial or abstain. The prospect of enhancing the longevity of their soul rings astonished Hulaina, Xiaoyu, and Yin. Yet they were acutely aware of the terrifying challenge ahead, facing soul beasts of 10,000 and even 100,000 years. Could they truly endure this trial? Deep down, each of them harbored some hesitation, for they were to confront a soul beast of 100,000 years. Nevertheless, Hulaina, cognizant of her role as Bibi Dong's disciple, resolved not to retreat. I accept this trial, she declared. With Hulaina's decision, the 2 companions felt compelled to follow suit. Xiaoyu, being Hulaina's brother, could not allow his sister to face danger alone, and Yin, a devoted admirer of Hulaina, could not falter before the woman he sought. Thus, he too agreed to participate in the life and death trial. Ah, youthful ones, you have strayed from the script, Bibi Dong observed as she watched the trio enter the mystical realm. She had initiated an immortal training, yet she refrained from disclosing to Hulaina and the others that death in this realm did not signify true demise. She merely aimed to prepare them mentally for the perils of the trial. Knowing beforehand that the trial was not fatal would diminish their sense of urgency, leading them to perceive it merely as a game from which they could resurrect. Conversely, if they believed from the outset that they possessed but one life in this trial, their awareness of the stakes would intensify. Bibi Dong selected a suitable position within the chamber, meditating quietly as she awaited the trio's entrance through the vortex of the portal. Upon stepping inside, they found themselves in a serene and elegant expanse of wilderness. Is this truly the realm of the divine? Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu marveled at their surroundings. The tranquil landscape was adorned with various herbivorous soul beasts grazing in the distance, while the skies were patrolled by soaring soul beasts, their keen eyes scanning the ground for prey. Hulaina was the first to sense something amiss. She realized she was on all fours, and upon closer inspection, discovered she had transformed into a fox. Why am I on fire? She exclaimed, just as a thunderous sound caught her attention. Turning her gaze, she beheld a fiery figure desperately attempting to extinguish the flames enveloping him. Isn't that Yan's spirit, the ancient flame lord? Quiet down, Yan. Did the teacher not say that upon entering this divine realm, we would transform into our respective spirits? Xiaoyu remarked. That is true, but Xiaoyu, is your spirit not a moonblade? Why have you not transformed into one? Yan retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Xiaoyu's form remained unchanged, save for the moonblade that now permanently resided in his grasp. Isn't that how weapon spirits manifest? Xiaoyu countered. Surely, I cannot turn into a moonblade. If you were to transform into one, it would simply mean I am missing a suitable weapon. Enough. Yin bent down to gaze at the fox. You must be Laina, he said, reaching out as if to stroke her. The fox bristled immediately. Do not touch me. Your hands are ablaze. Hulaina retorted. And do not call me Laina. Yin found himself in an awkward position, his spirit not only ugly but also ablaze. What shall we do next? Yin queried. We shall hunt soul beasts, Hulaina answered. The teacher instructed that in this realm, we must hunt soul beasts to gain experience and enhance our strength, thus preparing us to challenge soul beasts of 10,000 and 100,000 years. Let us proceed together. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall had all shed blood. They had all taken lives, so hunting soul beasts posed no moral dilemma for them. The only one troubled was Hulaina. With her skills reset, she had no abilities at her disposal, and to hunt soul beasts, she would need to rely on her claws and teeth. However, experience in the trial was also measured by the number of soul beasts slain. Xiaoyu could wield his moon blade to engage the beasts, and Yin, engulfed in flames, could incinerate even a 10-year-old soul beast, while Hulaina struggled to bite down on any prey. Laina, if you do not wish to hunt soul beasts, fret not. I shall ensure your safe passage through this trial, Yin pledged, thumping his chest. No need for that. I will hunt my own prey. I refuse to be an ineffectual vase, Hulaina replied. While Yin was indeed a devoted admirer, Hulaina was not the type to accept favors from someone she did not reciprocate feelings for. Proud and resolute, she would not allow herself to remain sheltered beneath the protection of her brother and Yin. She quickly overcame her psychological barriers, hunting like a fox in pursuit of her quarry. Approximately 2 days passed in the outside world when a glow flickered before the portal, heralding Yan's return to the chamber. Initially taken aback, he gazed at Bibi Dong, who sat cross-legged. Did I not perish? Your Holiness, you appear quite well. Open your eyes and see where you are. And what that door behind you signifies, Bibi Dong replied coldly. Yin surveyed his surroundings and realized he stood before the portal through which they had entered the mystical realm hundreds of days prior. Your Holiness, does this imply that our demise within the mystical realm does not constitute true death? Yin asked. Bibi Dong nodded. The trial you underwent was merely the simplest of immortality trials. Death within the realm does not equate to genuine demise. Find a spot to sit, meditate, and await Hulaina's return. Yes, Your Holiness, Yin expressed, a surge of joy coursing through him as he found a place to sit and meditate, excitement filling his heart. How can one be so elated after being eliminated? Bibi Dong detected this flicker of joy and was taken aback. Did something transfer in the mystical realm? She pondered. System. Activate the death playback. I wish to ascertain what has brought him such delight, she commanded. As the playback commenced, the scene revealed Hulaina, Yin, and Xiaoyu besieged by a soul beast of 10,000 years within a canyon. Hulaina lay unconscious, injured, as Xiaoyu struggled to carry her away. The trio was on the brink of being overtaken when Yin urged, if this continues, we shall be overwhelmed. You both must flee. I will confront the soul beast. But is that truly wise? Xiaoyu questioned. Yin shook his head. Xiaoyu, if I do not act, we shall all perish, and you must look after Laina. When she awakens, tell her for me that I like her, and should there be another life, I shall love her still. With that, Yin turned resolutely toward the 10,000-year soul beast, charging forth without a moment's hesitation. In the shadowed embrace of despair, Xiaoyu departed with tears glistening in her eyes, guiding Hulaina away. Meanwhile, Yin chose a path of self-destruction, unleashing the terrifying energy of the Flame Lord, which obliterated the ancient soul beast, granting Xiaoyu and Hulaina a fleeting chance of survival. Bibi Dong observed, so this is the reason for Yan's elation? As an ardent admirer of Hulaina, who had persistently pursued her affections without success, he now clung to the hope that their harrowing encounter would ignite feelings of love within her, believing that upon her emergence from the secret realm, she would accept his heartfelt confession. Bibi Dong mused, what a pity, young man. You are neither the protagonist nor in possession of the correct script. What constitutes the script of the protagonist, one might wonder. Allow me to weave one for you. In this tale, Xiaoyu has met her end, leaving Yin and Hulaina to navigate their intertwined destinies. For days, Yin shielded Hulaina, and in their secluded world, she gradually fell for him, yet concealed her burgeoning affection deep within her heart. When faced with yet another life-threatening crisis, an ancient soul beast attacked. Hulaina, though not fainting, was protected by Yin as they fled. As the beast drew near, Yan's expression hardened with resolve. Laina, you must go. I will hold it back. No, brother Yin, we shall leave together. She insisted. No, Laina, if you do not leave now, we shall both perish. With that, he grasped Hulaina and gazed deeply in her eyes, confessing, Laina, there is something I've longed to express but never dared to. I love you, and if there is a next life, I shall love you still. The ancient soul beast interjected. Excuse me, am I invisible? Yin, undeterred, hurled Hulaina away and charged at the beast, and in her eyes, he met his fate alongside the creature. Later, when Hulaina emerged from the secret realm and found Yin alive, their love blossomed. This was indeed the narrative befitting a hero. What script do you possess? Hulaina fainted while Xiaoyu remained alive, leaving you to grapple with separation. Bibi Dong could only ponder whether her heart might still lean towards Yin. Feeling a pang of jealousy akin to a parent witnessing their cherished child being taken away, especially since she had orchestrated this trial without revealing that death within the secret realm was not the end. Observing Yan's eagerness, Bibi Dong felt at a loss for words. If Hulaina were to favor Tang San, she would not hesitate to intervene, but Yin was a member of the Spirit Hall. Should she intervene or not? For days, Yin wallowed in joy, his eyes fixed on the door, envisioning the moment Hulaina would step through, his confession successfully received. Yet, when the door finally opened, it was not the beloved Hulaina, but Xiaoyu who emerged. Xiaoyu was also out. Initially taken aback, he looked at Yin, who was meditating nearby, using soul energy to convey, Yin, you're alive. Xiaoyu, you two are alive? Yin responded, don't be ridiculous. You're the one who should be dead. Xiaoyu retorted. After a moment, Yin recounted the events within the secret realm, and Xiaoyu understood that death there was not final, alleviating his worries for his sister. As for how Xiaoyu had perished, Bibi Dong reflected on it, her expression turning peculiar. This was precisely the script she had envisioned. Yin had died, the light extinguished. Hulaina had spent many days with Xiaoyu, who had protected her, fostering a sense of reliance within her. Then, a soul beast of immense power attacked, and this time, Hulaina did not succumb to unconsciousness. Xiaoyu led her in evading the beast. As the creature closed in, Xiaoyu's eyes glimmered with determination. Sister, you must flee. I will hold it back. No, brother, we should go together. She pleaded. No, Laina, if you do not leave, we shall both perish. With that, he cast her away to safety, urging, live well, Laina. Without hesitation, Xiaoyu charged towards the ancient soul beast, confronting it until his last breath, sacrificing himself to grant Hulaina precious moments to escape. This was indeed the narrative befitting a hero, albeit one of sibling bonds. Bibi Dong cast a glance at Yin, now realizing that in Hulaina's heart, Yan's importance may pale in comparison to that of her brother. As anticipated, Hulaina did not disappoint Bibi Dong. The sacrifices of her brother and Yin ignited her fighting spirit. To honor their memories, she slaughtered her way through the secret realm, ultimately awakening her bloodline, evolving from a demon fox into the formidable nine-tailed celestial fox. Alone in the secret realm, she persevered for several days and ultimately earned the right to challenge the nightmarish demon. Reaching this point was commendable. Yet the haunting images of Yan's and her brother's demise lingered, becoming her weakness against the nightmarish demon. In the end, Hulaina succumbed to the demon's grasp, her soul devoured. As the door to the secret realm opened, she emerged, her spirit desolate. Yet upon seeing Xiaoyu, tears flowed freely. She rushed into his arms, exclaiming, "Brother, I never thought I would see you again. Sister, we are safe. I regret the hardships you endured in that realm," Xiaoyu reassured her. After releasing him, the trio exchanged information and, comprehending the realities of the secret realm, approached Bibi Dong, heads bowed in apology. "Teacher, we have all failed this trial. Please punish us." Bibi Dong scrutinized Hulaina, recalling how she had awakened her bloodline, evolving into a nine-tailed celestial fox within the secret realm, yet emerged still as a demon fox. Host, while there is a chance to awaken martial souls within the secret realm, Hulaina did not complete the trial, thus she cannot retain the reward, the system explained. Will this reward be available in future trials? Bibi Dong inquired. Only through reactivation can it be obtained, the system replied. What a shame, Bibi Dong lamented. However, she resolved to seek other means for Hulaina's martial soul evolution, knowing that after one successful activation, future attempts would hold greater promise. Why can't you convey all this in one go? Bibi Dong remarked to the system, then turned her gaze towards the golden generation, her voice imbued with authority as she declared, "There is no need for punishment. This is your first offense. I shall grant you another opportunity, and this time you must succeed in this trial." Upon hearing this, Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mixture of despair and humor. Although the time ratio between the two realms was 100:1, and the external world would only experience a few days, within that realm, years would pass. Especially for Yin, who had finally planned to confess his feelings to Hu Laina upon returning, only to see his plans dashed once more. Conversely, Hu Laina was filled with excitement at the prospect of a second trial. Nightmare Demon, I will not falter this time. I am determined to succeed for you, Master, she proclaimed resolutely. Excellent, my disciple. Hu Laina, how did you manage to transcend the nine-tailed fox? Besides passing the trial, strive to evolve your spirit, the fox spirit, into the nine-tailed fox this time, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood, Master, Hu Laina nodded. Subsequently, Bibi Dong initiated the trial once again, leading Hu Laina and her two companions into the secret realm. This time, Bibi Dong chose not to wait idly, but instead commenced the death trial, entering the secret space to accumulate points. In the familiar wilderness, Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hu Laina appeared in this realm. Yin subtly gestured to Xiaoyu, who understood and said, I will explore the surroundings. You two stay here for a while. With that, Xiaoyu turned and departed. Hu Laina watched Xiaoyu's retreating figure and turned to Yin. Speak your mind, Yin. What do you wish to achieve by sending my brother away? Nana, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. Yin replied, I have feelings for you. Will you go out with me? A fleeting struggle crossed Hu Laina's face. In their previous cycle, Yin had selflessly held off a 10,000-year-old beast for her and Xiaoyu, confessing his feelings just before his demise, which deeply touched her. Yet, despite her emotions, Yin was not the type that captured her heart. Those who could enchant Hu Laina were not the ones she truly desired. Brother Yin, I have always regarded you as a sibling. Matters of the heart cannot be forced. Emotions will only hinder our pursuit of greater strength. I aspire to become a formidable force like our master, Hu Laina stated firmly. Hearing her words, Yin felt as though the flames of his hope were nearly extinguished, reduced to mere embers. Very well, should you defeat me in the arena one day, I will gladly date you, Hu Laina proposed. For Yin, this declaration was akin to redemption. The flickering flames within him surged forth once more. All right, Nana, I accept your challenge. I will defeat you, he affirmed with determination. 6 days later, Bibi Dong emerged from the trial gate, having garnered substantial rewards, over 7,000 points, bringing her total to 14,000. As she stepped outside, she found Xiaoyu and Yin meditating in the secret chamber. I greet your holiness, they said respectfully as they rose. You two have perished again, I see, Bibi Dong remarked. Indeed, your holiness, I chose the Death Canyon. Xiaoyu responded with a wry smile. I too have chosen the Death Canyon, Yin added. No need to rush, Bibi Dong replied. As long as one of you passes the trial, it will be deemed a success. If all three fail, it will be considered a failure. Hu Laina has yet to emerge. You still have hope. Xiaoyu and Yin exchanged glances, elated, as they awaited Hu Laina's emergence from the trial gate. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong observed the trial environment through the system. Within the trial space, Hu Laina was enveloped by the dreaming swamp and faced the nightmare demon in a dream battle. To Bibi Dong's delight, Hu Laina's luck was favorable once again, as she evolved from a fox spirit into a nine-tailed fox. The nine-tailed fox is one of the supreme spirit forms, possessing mental prowess equal to that of the fox spirit, along with a formidable beastly physique. Should Hu Laina attain the nine-tailed fox spirit, her deficiencies in close combat would be mitigated, significantly enhancing her potential. At that moment, even without the absorption of the immortal herbs from the eyes of ice and fire, she would possess the grace of a deity. Observing Yan's eager anticipation for Hu Laina's success, Bibi Dong, aware of their agreement, could not help but feel a sense of pity for Yan's future. She mused, young man, if Nana truly passes this trial, you might find yourself forever relegated to the role of a devoted brother. Before the gate, a flash of light heralded Hu Laina's appearance, her face radiant with joy, clearly having succeeded in the trial. Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hu Laina rose in unison. Before they could exchange words, their spirit forms manifested uncontrollably. Xiaoyu's moonblade, Hu Laina's nine-tailed fox, and Yin's flame sovereign emerged. Their soul rings appeared, a harmonious blend of yellow and purple, the optimal configuration for soul masters. Then, 12 soul rings of 500 years each flew forth from the gate, surrounding Xiaoyu, Yin, and Hu Laina, merging seamlessly into their existing rings. As the future golden generation of the Spirit Hall, the trio displayed an ideal soul ring configuration, and upon merging these four rings, they directly broke through their limits. The first ring transformed from yellow to deep yellow, while the second shifted from deep yellow to light purple. The changes in the third and fourth rings were subtle but noticeable. Following the fusion, their soul ring ratios became yellow, purple, purple, purple. While Xiaoyu and Yan's soul power remained unchanged, Hulaina's soul power surged from level 43 to level 44. How marvelous! Is this the trial of the gods? It can actually enhance the age of soul rings, Xiaoyu exclaimed. If we enter a few more trials, could we potentially acquire all black soul rings or even 10,000-year rings? Yan pondered. What are you two imagining? Such fortune is rare in this world. This trial can be undertaken countless times, but only the first successful completion yields an increase in the age of the soul rings, Bibi Dong clarified. Master, if the undying trial rewards 500 years, how much does the death trial reward for a first-time success? Hulaina inquired. An increase of 2,000 years for all soul rings, Bibi Dong responded. Nana, do you wish to challenge this trial? Hulaina replied. I merely believe that engaging in this life and death battle could continually enhance my strength. Although she yearned to undertake this trial, she was reluctant to risk the lives of her brother and Yan. Let's not rush. First, familiarize yourselves with this secret realm during the undying trial, Bibi Dong advised. Next time, you will face the trial alone. Alone? Hulaina questioned. Your spirit has evolved. Bibi Dong remarked. In this trial, God-level and super-level martial souls can only be tested individually. However, high-level and top-level martial souls may enter in groups of 3. Your previous demon fox was a high-level martial soul, but now your nine-tailed celestial fox has evolved into a super-level martial soul. Therefore, in the next trial, you will enter alone. I understand, Hulaina nodded in agreement. This arrangement suited her perfectly, as it meant that if she were to undergo a trial of death in the future, her brother and the others would not be implicated. She mused internally. Bibi Dong communicated with the system, saying, System, when Hulaina approaches the door for her trial, automatically deduct points from me for her trial. Of course, if she wishes to initiate a death trial, deny her request. Understood, host, the system replied. Bibi Dong then produced a key and handed it to Hulaina, stating, I am giving you a challenge. You must undertake this trial at least once a month. If you succeed for 5 consecutive months, I will grant you the opportunity for a life and death trial. Thank you, teacher, Hulaina said as she accepted the key. As for you two, Bibi Dong looked at Xiaoyu and Yin. Come back to me once you find a peer with a high-level or top-level martial soul to partner with for your trials. Yes, your holiness, they replied. Now, you may leave. In this trial, the golden generation of the Spirit Hall experienced significant growth, particularly Hulaina, who enjoyed an extraordinary stroke of luck, triggering the rare probabilities within the trial space not once, but twice. Evolving from a demon fox to a nine-tailed celestial fox, a remarkable leap. Although the Spirit Hall's battle team was still in the selection phase, Bibi Dong, being aware of the story's developments, knew who the future members would be. She contemplated that in a few months, the narrative concerning Shrek would commence in the Douluo continent novel. Perhaps it would be time to draw out the Spirit Hall battle team for a test. Should she strike early to undermine the pride of the Shrek's 7 monsters? Speaking of Shrek Academy, Bibi Dong couldn't help but admire the acumen of Flender. Truly, he was a shrewd businessman, exhibiting exceptional speculative skills. The Shrek 7 monsters were undoubtedly his most significant investment in life, and the results had proven his success. Shrek Academy did not seek out the mediocre, but instead aimed to cultivate monsters. The objective was to create stars and subsequently promote the Academy's growth. By nurturing a group of star students like Tang San, they aimed to elevate the reputation of Shrek Academy. Once fame was established, sponsorship, investment, and enrollment would naturally follow. As Shrek Academy expanded, the mantra shifted to quality over quantity. They sought only the extraordinary, abandoning the mediocre. It was then that Shrek Academy began to truly flourish. Eventually, Shrek Academy students reached a level comparable to those from the Spirit Hall. The Spirit Hall Academy, with its vast resources, boasted a training model for geniuses, as well as one for the average. Consequently, under the Spirit Hall's educational system, from title Douluo down to the Soul Master Legion, they were unmatched by other factions in the realm of Soul Masters. In many ways, The later Shrek had become an existence as transcendent as the Spirit Hall had once been. Those under 13 with soul power above level 20 would be considered geniuses, prime candidates for cultivation in any academy. Yet, what distinguished them from Shrek? At Shrek Academy, Flinder fostered an atmosphere of excellence, instilling in them the belief that they were indeed monsters, unmatched by their peers. One could argue that the talents of the Shrek 7 monsters were attributed to their access to celestial herbs. However, the true challenge lay in uniting these rebellious geniuses into a cohesive whole, cultivating an environment of excellence that other academies could scarcely replicate. This atmosphere instilled a sense of pride in Shrek's students, compelling them to strive earnestly to uphold this pride. Shrek Academy's approach to student development was rooted in elitism. From the moment they enrolled, the instructors conveyed that they were not just students, they were extraordinary beings. Those who did not meet this standard were deemed worthless, thereby establishing their pride. Through continuous soul battles, Shrek's students amassed victories that bolstered their unity. Each triumph fortified their belief in Shrek's invincibility. In every encounter, they overcame formidable foes, much like an army that remains undefeated, with all soldiers sharing a resolute belief. What sustains the cohesion of such an army? The answer lies in their honor. The honor of Shrek was fundamentally tied to their undefeated record. Through the continent-wide Soul Master competition, the Shrek 7 monsters faced numerous formidable teams. While their soul power may not have been the most pronounced, what propelled them to the end was an unwavering pride belonging to the Shrek 7 monsters. This belief in their invincibility carried them through to the very last. In Bibi Dong's eyes, however, this teaching method was fragile. Their belief in invincibility rendered them vulnerable, for how can one endure defeat if they have never faced it? A team that occasionally wins and occasionally loses can maintain a balanced perspective on victories and defeats. But a team that has won every battle may crumble under a single significant loss. They're less equipped to handle failure than ordinary soul masters. In the original narrative, the talents of Huo Wu, Hu Laina, and Qianren suffered setbacks due to a single defeat. They found it challenging to recover from that failure. What Bibi Dong sought to dismantle was the pride in the Shrek 7 monsters' minds that labeled them as monsters, believing that everyone else was worthless. She aimed to make them realize that they were not exceptional. Beyond their confines, there were others, and they were merely frogs in a well. However, Bibi Dong quickly dismissed this notion. The Spirit Hall's battle team was considerably older, being 6 years senior to the Shrek 7 monsters. In 2 years, they would certainly be at the level of Soul Sect or Soul King, while the Shrek 7 monsters would still be its Soul Master. Regardless of how the Soul Battle Arena matched them, it was improbable for the two teams to compete against each other. Qianren was even older, already 21. Could the Spirit Hall's battle team achieve any pride by overpowering the younger Shrek 7 monsters? Even if they were to lose, it would not be a significant blow. While Bibi Dong possessed numerous geniuses, she lacked peers of the same age as the Shrek 7 monsters. Only by finding geniuses of similar rank and age could they comprehensively crush the Shrek 7 monsters, shattering their resolve and bringing them down from their pedestal of pride. The geniuses of this age are undeniably the most dazzling at Shrek Academy, while the current generation of the Spirit Hall appears somewhat mundane in comparison. The configuration of the Shrek 7 monsters includes Tang San with his dual top-tier martial spirits, a premier martial spirit in the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, and advanced martial spirits like the Nether Spirit Cat, White Tiger, Softbone Rabbit, and the Sausage, along with the evil Fire Phoenix that possesses the potential to become a super martial spirit. Among them are 3 innate full soul power prodigies, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and Oscar. What does innate full power signify? Presently, the Spirit Hall boasts over 20 titled Douluos, yet how many among them have attained or surpassed innate full soul power? Only 3, Golden Crocodile, Douluo, and Bibi Dong. Even the 3rd Elder of the Hall of Elders, a 97th level titled Douluo, possesses only a 95th level innate soul power. Ning Rongrong has an innate level 9 soul power, while Zhu Zhuqing, Daimu Bai, and Ma Hongjun each possess innate soul powers of at least 8 or 9. Each of them bears the potential of a titled Douluo. In their youth, titled Douluos are essentially symbols of genius. Such prodigies indeed warrant the label of monsters. Among their peers, no one surpasses the Shrek 7 monsters, not even those from the Spirit Hall Academy. Unfortunately, It seems inevitable that they will pose a significant threat to the spirit hall. If geniuses cannot be utilized, they must be discarded. The dearth of contemporaries capable of overshadowing the Shrek 7 monsters leaves Bibi Dong quite troubled. However, with the system at her disposal, Bibi Dong can cultivate even the most useless individuals into beings capable of achieving godhood, provided she has sufficient points. This world is a harsh reality where talent creates a chasm between individuals. To transcend one's innate talent and become an unparalleled genius, the more lacking one is, the greater the cost Bibi Dong must bear. This Bibi Dong understands all too well, since she cannot find geniuses of equal caliber to the Shrek 7 monsters. She resolves to seek those of a slightly lesser rank. Just as the Heaven-Do Empire has its Heaven-Do battle team and vice captain, Bibi Dong plans to establish a subsidiary team outside the Spirit Hall, aptly named the Spirit Hall Vice Team. As Bibi Dong pondered how to deal with the Shrek 7 monsters, the serpent spear Douluo entered, holding the Elder's token. "Was it Schwerer who sent you?" Bibi Dong inquired. "Indeed, Your Holiness the Pope. Half a month ago, the young master broke through to level 60 and is now ready to hunt for the next spirit ring. She asked me to inform you," replied the serpent spear Douluo respectfully. Although Shilong, a member of the Hall of Elders, was under Qian Doulu's command, he still maintained the necessary respect for Bibi Dong as the Pope. He was unaware that Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue had reconciled, leaving him puzzled as to why the young master delayed in hunting for a spirit ring and required notification to the Pope. Indeed, 2 months have passed. A 22-year-old spirit emperor, Bibi Dong mused with a knowing smile. This achievement far surpassed that of Qin Ming, a 35-year-old spirit emperor, and was still the result of Qian Renxue having wasted over a decade. Were it not for Tang San's fortuitous advantages, Qian Renxue would truly stand atop the pinnacle of genius. "All right, I understand. Please return and protect Schwerer," Bibi Dong instructed. "Yes," the serpent spear Douluo replied, retreating. Once Bibi Dong had dismissed those around her, she opened the system all. Within this digital marketplace, spirit rings could be purchased directly, albeit at exorbitant prices. A 10,000-year spirit ring costs 10,000 points, while a 100,000-year spirit ring also commands 10,000 points. However, the benefits of seamless fusion greatly outweigh the risks of self-detonation, and the acquired abilities would be exceptionally compatible with the user's own. Had Bibi Dong started her cultivation anew and diligently accumulated points, acquiring a 100,000-year spirit ring would not pose a problem. Yet, this was merely hypothetical, as her spirit rings had already been fixed due to her acceptance of the legacy. Thus, her spirit bones and rings could not be replaced, but could only be enhanced through special means. The 10,000 point spirit ring was too costly for Bibi Dong to contemplate. Instead, she opted to purchase a spirit beast tracking scroll for hunting purposes. The 10,000-year spirit beast tracking scroll, valued at 5,000 points, allows the user to input search criteria for beasts and automatically find a spirit beast of 10,000-year rank or above that meets the specified conditions. Should no suitable candidates be found, the user can reselect. This was a reasonable investment, as many would wander the forest for an extended period in search of a fitting spirit ring, often without success. Moreover, finding a 10,000-year spirit beast that aligns with one's attributes is a formidable challenge. Among the continent's spirit masters, having even one red ring among the 9 rings is considered fortunate, let alone whether it is suitable or not. Tang Retian's red ring was exchanged by his wife. Does the 10,000-year blue-silver emperor even complement his Haotian hammer? This underscores the value of intelligence. Bibi Dong purchased the scroll and initiated the search. She narrowed her search parameters to 10,000-year spirit beasts, favoring the holy and light attributes as optimal choices. Should none be available, she would opt for fire-type spirit beasts, preferably those nearing their limits. Inputting the search criteria, the system began its search. Upon completion, the optimal selection was revealed through a mechanical voice. The optimal target has been identified. Details regarding the spirit beast, its habitat, and current status are contained within this scroll. 10,000-year spirit beast, 6-winged sunlight unicorn attributes, light habitat, star doe forest characteristics. This spirit beast possesses 6 wings that absorb sunlight to convert it into soul power, as well as the purifying power to control light. Its strength diminishes at night, yet during the day, it is enhanced due to the sun's presence. providing an inexhaustible source of soul power as long as the sun shines. This spirit beast is indeed highly suitable for Qianrenshua's six-winged angel. However, Bibi Dong recalled that ever since she had slain two 10,000-year spirit beasts in the Stardow forest, it had been replaced by an unknown 10,000-year dark gold terror claw bear. While others believed it to be a 10,000-year spirit beast, Bibi Dong knew it to be the ferocious Bear King, a beast of 40,000 years. Comparable to a 98th level Super Douluo, its close combat capabilities were at their zenith, having previously wounded Emperor Tian. Would it allow itself to be hunted by that sunlight unicorn? Regardless, whether it was Emperor Tian or Bear King, the spirit ring and spirit bones of that spirit beast were firmly within her grasp. As Qianrenshu and Yu Xiaogang delegated the Pope's duties to their puppet substitutes, they departed the papal palace, heading towards the Heaven Do Empire. Throughout the journey, Bibi Dong utilized her soul power to traverse the distance, compressing the travel time of several days into merely 3, enabling her arrival at the Heaven Do Imperial City. In the dead of night, within the residence of Prince Shui Qinghe, the bathroom was enveloped in mist, and a perfectly shaped woman could be vaguely seen. She stood beneath the showerhead, water cascading over her long hair and dripping to the ground. Before long, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a golden-haired woman emerging. Her visage was flawless, exuding an aura of sanctity that felt almost untouchable. Her skin, like sheep's fat, glistened with a rosy hue after being doused in water. Appearing tender and fair, the rising steam around her accentuated her silhouette to an exquisite degree. Regrettably, this beautiful scene went unappreciated. In the stillness of the night, Qianrenshu would only revert to her true self when the need for a bath arose. No one could have anticipated that the gentle and refined crown prince Shui Qinghe was, in fact, a woman of unparalleled beauty. After changing her attire, she entered her chamber, her golden locks still tousled, and began to sift through the intelligence she had gathered. During her time away from the spirit hall, Qianrenshu had started to verify the contents of the book provided by Bibi Dong. This was not due to a lack of trust in Bibi Dong. Rather, the implications for the future necessitated her cautious approach. The facts had indeed been substantiated. Tang San, a being with a useless martial soul, yet possessing innate full soul power. The information from Holy Soul Village, as well as details regarding Shrek Academy, confirmed her findings. Everything she knew and could verify aligned with the prophetic tome given by Bibi Dong, which she had come to believe in. Avalanche, it seems you truly are different. Qianrenshu's eyes narrowed as she contemplated the information at hand. As one of the two major protagonists in the narrative, aside from her later romantic entanglements, she was indeed worthy of the title of a formidable hero. Previously indifferent to Avalanche, viewing him merely as a frivolous youth, she now recognized, after Bibi Dong's warning, that it was strange not to notice any anomalies surrounding Avalanche. This individual had subtly formed a faction alongside Prince Shui Qinghe and certain officials from the Tiando Empire who opposed Qianrenshu. Furthermore, it appeared that her father did not wish for her to rise alone. Shaking her head, Qianrenshu remarked, "It seems I must hasten to send my father to his demise. I do not wish to waste any more time here. Avalanche, my foolish friend, I wonder what thoughts you will harbor upon discovering my true identity." Qianrenshu sneered as she carelessly set aside the documents regarding the Tiando Empire and picked up another file. This one contained details about Tang San's journey from Holy Soul Village to Nodding Academy, including the origins of his soul rings and soul beasts, as well as the entire hunting process and characteristic skills, all of which perfectly matched the content of the book. Of course, it also mentioned the transformed 100,000-year soul beast. Were it not for Bibi Dong's caution against hasty actions, Qianrenshu would have been unable to resist instructing elders Xishui and Shilong to capture the rabbit, even if it was not in her favor for Bibi Dong's use. Tang San and Tang Hao had concealed themselves rather well. Had they not been forewarned of your twin martial souls, it is likely that the Spirit Hall would face the grim fate described in the book. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in Qianrenshu's eyes as she declared, "Though you are not directly responsible for my father's death, and the events in the book have yet to transpire, I will not stand idly by as you rise. Nor will I allow the Spirit Hall to be destroyed by your hand, nor permit my grandfather and mother to perish at your behest." In the original narrative, Qianrenshu could set aside her father's vengeance to recruit Tang San, but now she harbored only murderous intent toward him, devoid of any inclination to win him over. let alone feelings of affection. This individual could never be swayed to her side. He was destined to be her adversary. In Bibi Dong's words, this was a struggle of life and death. In the future, either the Spirit Hall would perish or the Tang sect and Shrek would face annihilation, with only the victors able to inscribe history, while the vanquished would be eternally lost in the annals of time. Naturally, Qian Ringshu bore no other sentiments toward Tang San. At last, she set aside the materials regarding Tang San and picked up the final dossier, that of Master Yu Xiaogang, the so-called foremost theoretical master of the Soul Master world. Many theories he proposed were originally derived from the Spirit Hall. He merely organized and disseminated the knowledge to the lower tiers of Soul Masters. Growing up within the Spirit Hall, Qian Ringshu scoffed at Yu Xiaojiang's hollow reputation. She never anticipated that her fate would intertwine with that of this ineffectual man. Bibi Dong, her mother, could be regarded as a genius among women across the continent. Yet she had fallen deeply in love with him, even going so far as to sever ties with the Spirit Hall to be with him. Following her father's actions, she sacrificed greatly for Yu Xiaojiang's survival, ultimately giving birth to Qian Ringshu. Though Qian Ringshu's relationship with Bibi Dong had eased, she remained oblivious to her mother's current feelings toward Yu Xiaojiang. Certainly, Qian Ringshu wished for her parents to be together, but she could not deny that her father was a scoundrel, rendering any reconciliation impossible, especially since he was deceased. She would not tolerate her mother being entangled with Yu Xiaojiang, robbing her of the love that belonged to her, especially since Yu Xiaojiang was no saint either. As an observer of this tumultuous relationship, Qian Ringshu recognized the complexity of the situation. If one were to encapsulate Yu Xiaojiang in a single word, it would be self-serving. He was ineffectual, yet he had proven himself through the knowledge acquired from the Spirit Hall, organizing the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, and validating his worth in the theoretical realm when his martial prowess faltered. Moreover, he had learned countless secrets through his mother, including the mysteries of Qian Ringshu's angelic divine attire, and even the secrets of the head soul bone. Was this knowledge accessible to the average person? When he boasted about Sea God Island, the angelic ensemble, and his theories in front of Tang San and the others, did he ever reflect on the origins of his insights? Strictly speaking, even if the Spirit Hall treated Yu Xiaojiang with kindness, they had shown him favor before the annihilation of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. What did he do? He nurtured enemies of the Spirit Hall, seeking validation for himself, while shamelessly soliciting his mother for the cultivation methods of twin martial souls, thus providing Tang San with protection for his growth. What can this be called? A betrayal of gratitude. I have no connection to him, she mused, even if he was unaware of her mother's sacrifice. Breaking ties with him was for the sake of preserving his pitiful life. He should realize that without her mother, he would have never gained such extensive knowledge, nor would he have accessed the secrets of the Soul Master world, including those of Qian Ringshu's angelic divine attire. Without her, where would the so-called foremost theoretical master, Yu Xiaojiang, be? Ultimately, he spared no effort in cultivating Tang San, fully aware of the relationship between the Tang family and the Spirit Hall. Once the Tang father and son rose to power, the first target of their vengeance would undoubtedly be his former lover and benefactor, Qian Ringshu's mother. How could he possibly be oblivious to this? Yet he proceeded, consumed by his own self-interest and the need to prove his theories. His other romantic entanglement with Lu Erlong further exemplified his self-serving nature. The union of siblings was of little concern to the woman, who valued their relationship more than her reputation, even waiting 2 decades for Yu Xiaojiang. Conversely, Yu Xiaojiang prioritized his own reputation over his bond with Lu Erlong, allowing her to wait 2 decades without ever responding to her affections. Aside from his egotism, this individual is also a coward. Why is he deemed a coward? It is because he idolizes Tang Hao. Why does he hold Tang Hao in such high regard? In truth, both he and Tang Hao share a common plight. They were both thwarted in their romantic pursuits by their fathers. He and his mother were forcibly separated by his father, who subjected him to humiliation. Harboring resentment, he dared not voice his grievances. Conversely, Tang Ritian acted upon his desires with audacity. Although he too faced paternal opposition, he fought fiercely for his beloved, injuring his father and 2 other titled Douluo, with rumors suggesting that his father perished at his hands. Thus, in this man's eyes, Tang Hao accomplished what he yearned to do but lacked the courage to pursue, leading to his admiration for Tang Hao. This illustrates his cowardice. He is weak, insecure, and self-serving. Why, then, is he depicted as a virtuous character in this narrative? Admittedly, in the story's conclusion, his disciple ascends to divinity, his talents break free from constraints, and he gains widespread renown. Yet, his achievements are entirely founded upon trampling upon his mother, the one who provided him with invaluable knowledge and nurtured his spirit. History is indeed written by the victors. Tang San, as a pure antagonist, could be appreciated from an adversarial perspective without issue. However, when Yu Xiaogang is labeled as worthless, is that truly erroneous? Qian Rinxue harbors an urge to eliminate Yu Xiaogang, yet she refrains, for her relationship with her mother remains uncertain. To slay Yu Xiaogang might rekindle her mother's animosity, leading to a loss greater than the gain. At the very least, she must first clarify Yu Xiaogang's true nature to her mother before taking such drastic measures. A series of knocks reverberated through the door. Qian Rinxue hastily set aside her documents and activated her angelic powers to disguise herself as Xue Qinghe. "Who is it, young master?" "His Holiness the Pope wishes to see you," came the voice of Shilong from the other side. Upon hearing this, Qian Rinxue's heart raced as she approached the door. When it swung open, she beheld three figures. Shilong and Xue stood flanking a person clad in a black cloak. Bibi Dong casually removed her cloak, revealing a refined and handsome prince before her. Unable to contain her amusement, she remarked, "What? Are you still pretending to be a prince in my presence?" Upon witnessing Bibi Dong's visage, Qian Rinxue, unable to resist, leaped into her mother's embrace, inhaling her familiar scent, exclaiming, "Mother, I thought you were someone else." In Bibi Dong's embrace, Qian Rinxue radiated a divine glow, transforming into her true self. She removed the human mask she wore, unveiling her breathtaking beauty, leaving Shilong utterly mesmerized. "Xue is indeed the most beautiful," Bibi Dong tenderly remarked, stroking Qian Rinxue's golden hair. The two entered the room, shutting the door behind them. After exchanging pleasantries, Qian Rinxue approached the vanity, retrieving a comb and offering it to Bibi Dong, saying, "Mother, can you help me with my hair?" Noticing the night sky outside, Qian Rinxue discerned her mother's unspoken meaning, replying, "Tonight, I shall remain awake." Then, with a tone of earnestness, she added, "Mother, throughout my life, you have never styled my hair. You always tended to that vixen instead. Today, I wish for you to do my hair just once." Vixen? It appeared that Qian Rinxue harbored considerable resentment toward Hulaina. "Very well, I shall style your hair," Bibi Dong acquiesced, accepting the comb. For Bibi Dong, this task was not daunting, as she had absorbed the memories of her past self, who, despite being a pope, often engaged in personal care, including hairstyling. As Qian Rinxue sat at the vanity, relishing the sensation of her mother's ministrations, Bibi Dong stood behind her, diligently combing her hair. The touch of Qian Rinxue's satin-like golden locks was an exquisite experience. While Qian Douluo and Qian Xuanji were not paragons of virtue, they were blessed with a wonderful daughter. Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue, both embodiments of grace, exuded boundless charm, with moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating this enchanting scene. After a while, Qian Rinxue seemed to recall something and cautiously inquired, "Mother, what is your current relationship with Yu Xiaogang?" Bibi Dong was not taken aback by this question. Upon entering, she had already glimpsed the documents concerning Yu Xiaogang on the table. This young lady appeared to be wary of her feelings toward him. "I have no ties to him any longer," Bibi Dong candidly replied, asserting that she had severed all connections with the master. To her, possessing a beloved daughter was far more delightful than being entangled with a middle-aged, greasy man. Qian Rinxue nodded, though she could hardly believe her mother's words. After all, Bibi Dong had endured years of confinement for Yu Xiaogang's sake, suppressing her grievances. How could she possibly have no lingering thoughts about him? "I must ensure that my mother quickly recognizes Yu Xiaogangs true nature. Otherwise, she will only suffer harm at his hands repeatedly." Once the hair had been styled, Qian Rinxue stated, "Mother, half a month ago, I reached level 60. When you plan to take me to hunt soul beasts?" She was filled with anticipation for this soul-hunting adventure, as it had always been her grandfather and Xue who accompanied her in the past. This time, however, it was an unprecedented opportunity for her mother to lead her on this quest. "Rest assured, Xue, I have already selected a soul beast for you, the six-winged sunlight unicorn." "What do you think?" Bibi Dong inquired. "The six-winged sunlight unicorn?" Qian Rinxue pondered over the implications of this soul beast, suddenly trembling as she asked, Mother, are you certain you mean the six-winged sunlight unicorn, and not just the sunlight unicorn? Indeed, it is the six-winged sunlight unicorn, Bibi Dong affirmed. This is 100,000-year soul beast. Mother, are you sure I can absorb it? Qian Renxue exclaimed in shock. The sunlight unicorn family develops wings at the 10,000-year mark, and the six-winged sunlight unicorn is a 100,000-year soul beast. As a soul ring compatible with the six-winged angel, Qian Renxue was well aware of this species. It was precisely because she understood that she hesitated to entertain such ambitions. She had merely hoped for her mother's company while absorbing a soul ring of comparable age. But she had not expected Bibi Dong to find her 100,000-year soul beast. Who says you must absorb it? Let me sacrifice for you instead, Bibi Dong suggested. Tang Xin had obtained a 100,000-year soul ring for his sixth ring. Surely, he would arrange the same for Qian Renxue. Sacrifice? Qian Renxue had indeed perused that book and was well aware of the sacrificial matters. However, would soul beasts willingly offer themselves to me? Qian Renxue inquired. Of course not. Yet you possess an advantage that others lack. Bibi Dong remarked. You are the inheritor of the angel god, and the six-winged sunlight unicorn I have chosen is approaching its end, making it highly likely to opt for sacrifice to you, provided you promise to resurrect it upon achieving divinity. Naturally, if it is willing to sacrifice itself, I shall certainly bring it back to life after becoming a deity. Qian Renxue nodded in agreement. Bibi Dong's words made her increasingly believe in the feasibility of absorbing a 100,000-year soul ring. Her innate talent had already surpassed that of the younger generation across the continent, and although Qian Renxue had not been particularly earnest in her cultivation, the urgency within her grew upon reading that book and realizing her family's fate. She had contemplated breaking through her limits. However, prior to that, I ask you, do you intend to absorb the soul ring first, or shall you choose to absorb the celestial herb first? Bibi Dong queried. There is no rush regarding the soul ring. It is said that the earlier one absorbs the celestial herb, the more potent its effects will be. Moreover, it will be prudent to gain control over the ice and fire yin-yang as soon as possible for the spirit hall, Qian Renxue responded. Both Bibi Dong and Qian Renxue were extraordinary individuals and naturally understood the significance of the ice and fire yin-yang. It is the foundation of hegemony. Whoever possesses it holds an advantage. Indeed, you are correct. Let us not hasten the matter of the soul ring, for that 100,000-year soul beast will not reach its limit so soon. Bibi Dong's violet eyes grew profound. It seems that I must have a thorough discussion with Donggu Bo and utilize his advantageous location. By the way, Qian Renxue approached her desk and retrieved a document to hand to Bibi Dong, stating, This is the information I have been investigating regarding Shui Yi, Donggu Bo, and Shui Xing for some time. After Bibi Dong received the document and flipped through it, her gaze swept across the information. Donggu Bo had relied on the power of the Tiando royal family to halt the pursuit from the Spirit Hall. Although he is a rogue cultivator, the Prince Shui Xing owes him a significant debt of gratitude. Therefore, even if we were to subdue Donggu Bo, he would not wholeheartedly assist us against the Tiando Empire, Qian Renxue elaborated. Yes, merely subduing him is insufficient. We must devise a way to turn them against each other. Especially if you're within the Tiando royal family, Bibi Dong suggested. Donggu Bo harbors such deep-seated animosity towards the Spirit Hall precisely because they once pursued him, and it was Prince Shui Xing who saved him, thus earning himself a favor from a title Douluo. Although this title Douluo may not be formidable, the potential threat he poses to the Spirit Hall is no less than that of the other 6 members of Shrek S7. Ironically, the orders to pursue Donggu Bo originated from the previous leadership. I shall play the villain, while you, Shui Xing, shall play the hero. It truly is an unpleasant feeling. If we cannot subdue him, then it is merely Donggu Bo. Killing him would suffice. Naturally, Donggu Bo has only 2 options, either to submit or to perish, Bibi Dong calmly stated as she continued to peruse the document. Suddenly, Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon a report within the intelligence. Has Yu Qianheng not yet pursued Donggu Yan? Bibi Dong inquired. Are you suggesting that I, in the guise of Shui Qinghe, pursue Donggu Yan to win over Donggu Bo? Qian Renxue's lips twitched slightly in response. That is not my intention. I merely meant to say that Donggu Yan is still unattached, correct? Bibi Dong clarified. Indeed, Qian Renxue affirmed. Yu Qianheng and my foolish brother are both pursuing Donggu Yan. After all, Donggu Bo is a title Douluo in any case. Bibi Dong nodded. Regardless of how insignificant Dong Gubo may seem, he is still a titled Duo. Not to mention, the Spirit Hall is eager to recruit him. After all, this era is not one where titled Douluos are commonplace as in the many thousands of years to come. There are only about 10 titled Douluos visible on the continent. The total number of titled Douluos does not exceed 50, excluding those from the overseas Sun and Moon continent. Each titled Douluo represents an absolute core strength within any faction. Take for instance the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the 3 sects. It is merely upheld by a single 95th level Yu engine to maintain the dignity of the 3 sections. Should Yu Tianheng truly win Dong Guyan's affections and recruit Dong Gubo, this would significantly elevate the standing of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. The Tiando royal family, which lacks even a single titled Douluo and must rely on the favor of the 3 sects, would find itself in a similar predicament. Prince Xuexing has instructed my foolish brother to pursue Dong Guyan to solidify his connection with Dong Gubo. Alas, my foolish brother, in his attempts to project a ruffian image, must deceive not only our enemies, but also his own kin. Pursuing the celestial beauty Dong Guyan with the facade of a debauched scion is nothing short of a delusion. Qianren Xue scoffed. Thus, it is highly likely that Dong Guyan will ultimately be pursued by Yu Tianheng. My foolish elder brother, what a daydreamer. Bibi Dong pondered for a moment before asking, is Xue Bing currently at his residence? Typically, at this hour, he would just be returning from the entertainment district. Qianren Xue replied, the entertainment district? Bibi Dong raised an eyebrow in disbelief. How could it be that Xue Bing, a prince of a nation, has fallen to such depths? No wonder Qianren Xue has let her guard down around him. I wonder if he is feigning this behavior or genuinely reveling in it. Qianren Xue teased. Xue, would you like to glimpse the true nature of your foolish brother? Bibi Dong queried. How would one achieve that? Qianren Xue inquired. Bibi Dong extended her hand, revealing her soul mark, which bore a humanoid martial soul similar to Qianren Xue's 6-winged angel, rather than the spider mark. Noticing Qianren Xue's astonishment, Bibi Dong smiled. I have accepted the inheritance of the divine. It has fused my 2 martial souls into one, transforming it into a divine-level martial soul. And the first soul skill of this martial soul is the nightmare which manipulates dreams. Qianren Xue nodded, stating, so, you intend to understand Xue Bing through dreams? Precisely. Tonight, Xue, you do not plan to sleep, do you? Let us see what dreams your royal brother is having tonight. Bibi Dong chuckled. Many perversions arise from suppression. Because Xuexing keeps him restrained, Xue Bing must perpetually conceal his true nature and masquerade as a debauched scion. Therefore, Bibi Dong is particularly curious about Xue Bing's true essence. He may deceive others in reality, but dreams reveal the truth. After donning their night attire, Bibi Dong, utilizing her prowess as a titled Duo, concealed both their presences, and they departed the prince's residence, soaring towards the duke's palace. Since the demise of Xue Bing's 2 brothers, Prince Xuexing had taken him into his residence under the pretense of proper guidance, and thus Xue Bing resided within the duke's palace, as a nobleman's abode, even in the dead of night. There were guards patrolling the duke's palace to prevent assassinations. The guards, possessing strengths between soul kings and soul emperors, could not possibly perceive the presence of Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue. Unhindered, they arrived atop the designated building above Xue Bing's chamber. Through the skylight, one could observe Xue Bing lying in bed, his breath remarkably even, occasionally murmuring in his dreams. Ha, my foolish brother, who would have thought you would find yourself in such a predicament? Bibi Dong remarked playfully. It seems you suppressed him too harshly in your daily life. He cannot even forget you in his dreams. A shiver ran through Qianren Xue as she retorted. What he cannot forget is Xuexing, not me. However, I am curious to see what my foolish royal brother is dreaming about. Bibi Dong nodded and cast a nightmare spell on Xue Bing, revealing his dream to the 2 of them. Within the majestic palace of Tiando City, Xue Bing sat high upon the throne, elegantly holding a tall goblet and savoring its fine contents. Below him, civil and military officials flanked the sides, with Dong Gubo standing in the position of the national master, while a young man, dressed in prisoner garb and covered in dirt, knelt in the center of the grand hall. Upon closer inspection, Qianren Xue realized that this was indeed the guise of Xuexing, whom she had impersonated. Ha ha ha, my foolish brother. Who would have thought you would find yourself here? Xuebeng laughed heartily. Ah, after enduring for decades, I finally await this day. Xueqinghe, I genuinely thank you for eliminating my two elder brothers. Otherwise, when would this throne ever have been mine? Xueqinghe, looking despondent, replied, Royal brother, I truly did not expect you to be feigning this. I was careless. Do not call me royal brother any longer. Refer to me as your majesty. I am now the supreme ruler of Tiando and indeed the entire continent, Xuebeng declared, raising his scepter and pointing at Xueqinghe. You are merely a prisoner. Your majesty, you have won. I beg of you, spare me. Xueqinghe pleaded humbly. Spare you? Haha, in your dreams. Guards, drag my foolish royal brother out and execute him, Xuebeng commanded. At this, two warriors approached from outside the hall, seizing Xueqinghe and dragging him towards the exit. No, your majesty, I am your brother. You cannot treat me this way. Xueqinghe protested. Haha, my foolish brother. Do you realize how long I have awaited this day? Today you must die. I command you to take him out and execute him, Xuebeng said, his voice filled with venom. It seems my royal brother truly harbors hatred towards me, Qian Rengshu remarked coldly, then sighed. However, according to the book, he ultimately ends up laughing last. His patience eventually bore fruit. After the failure of the Tiando Palace, he was proclaimed the crown prince. And following the death of the Night Emperor, he ascended as the new emperor of the Tiando Empire. Yet, he would never witness the day he could eliminate Xueqinghe, Qian Rengshu, for Qian Rengshu's strides were not ones he, as a mere fool, could ever hope to match. He merely became an emperor of mortals, while Qian Rengshu ascended to divinity, even if he ultimately fell to the realm of mortals. With an impressive strength of level 89 and the full set of angel divine gear, he could still rival a titled Douluo, a feat far beyond the grasp of an emperor. The dream of Xuebeng continued, and his grand ambitions would not cease even after the demise of Xueqinghe. At that moment, a messenger burst into the hall, exclaiming excitedly, Your Majesty, a joyous report. A joyous report. Speak, what news? Xuebeng inquired. Our Tiando Empire's army has captured Xingluo City, and the Night Emperor Tianfeng has submitted a letter of surrender, seeking to align with the Tiando Empire to preserve their white tiger lineage. The messenger announced. Ha ha ha, splendid. What previous emperors could not achieve, I have accomplished today. I am immensely gratified, Xuebeng declared joyfully. Your Majesty is indeed wise. Your Majesty is both cultured and martial. The ministers flattered, showering praise upon Xuebeng. Upon witnessing Xuebeng's dream reach such heights, Qian Rengshu felt a wave of dismay wash over her. Truly, this is a grand delusion. Given the current state of the Tiando Empire, merely maintaining stability is a feat. The annihilation of the Xingluo Empire? Does he truly think the Spirit Hall is so easily subdued? Qian Rengshu scoffed. At that moment, another messenger rushed into the dream. Your Majesty, joyous news, joyous news. Oh, is it news from the army dispatched to subdue the Spirit Hall? Xuebeng's excitement grew. Your Majesty, our Tiando army has besieged the Spirit City, and the Pope of the Spirit Hall has submitted a letter of unconditional surrender, seeking peace. Even Qian Rengshu, despite her stoic demeanor, nearly burst into laughter at the absurdity of Xuebeng's dream. The Spirit Hall had you, me, my grandfather, and over 20 titled Douluo, a vast legion of soul masters. What kind of mindset does my foolish royal brother possess to dare dream such grandiose dreams? Qian Rengshu couldn't help but find it amusing. Even more ludicrous was the thought of her mother submitting a letter of surrender. If such a day were to come, as a proud warrior, she would rather perish in battle than surrender. You've bullied him to such an extent. Can you not allow him a moment to daydream? Bibi Dong chuckled. However, in the next segment of the dream, Bibi Dong could no longer find amusement. The Spirit Hall seeks to surrender? Haha, splendid. I have heard the Pope is a rare beauty, still possessing her allure. If you wish for peace, then let the Pope serve me in my chambers, and I shall consider sparing all within Spirit City, Xuebeng proclaimed, laughing maniacally. Unbeknownst to the slumbering Xuebeng, two substantial clouds of dark energy were swirling above him. Xuebeng, I will make you bleed. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth. Yet, recalling her future plans, Bibi Dong restrained her growing wrath. Just one more step. Qian Rengshu and Bibi Dong were poised to storm in and take Xuebeng's life. Xuebeng's delightful dream persisted. Blissfully unaware that he had not yet encountered the true visage of the Pope, thus sparing Bibi Dong from having to appear in his grotesque fantasy. Clad in his dragon robe, he declared, "Today, to celebrate my conquest of the Xingluo Empire and the annihilation of the Spirit Hall, I have decided to hold a beauty contest across the continent, to enrich my harem with 3,000 beauties." And thus, the beauty contest commenced. Women from all corners of the Douluo continent aspired to become the Empress of Xiaogang, among whom were many familiar faces to Qian Rengshu, Douluo's granddaughter Duguyan, the campus belle of the Fire Dance Academy, Yu Lingling from the Nine Hearts Sea Tang, Shui Binger from the Water Academy, Tang Yuehua from the Moon Pavilion, Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, and Meng Iran, granddaughter of the Overlord Dragon Serpent, among others. Fortunately, Xiaogang had never read the Douluo continent. Otherwise, he would have swept up every beauty mentioned in the book. Even Qian Rengshu felt relieved that she presented only the guise of Xue Qinghe before Xiaogang. Otherwise, seeing herself within his dream would have surely made her nauseous. To unify the Douluo continent and yet dream of a beauty contest. It seems my brother is indeed limited in ambition. The greatest threat still comes from my uncle, the prince, Qian Rengshu mused, narrowing her eyes. Suddenly, she spotted a familiar figure among the throngs of beauties in Xiaobang's harem. The image revealed Xiaobang's sister, Princess Shueku, among the 3,000 beauties. Even his own sister was not spared. The dream of an avalanche continues. He casually flipped a card and revealed the name of the solitary goose, saying, "Today, let the esteemed concubine Dugu attend to me." Then, in a delightful turn of events, Bibi Dong casually waved her hand, dispelling the mist of the avalanche's dream. These images were fine for him to behold, but he hoped his daughter would remain unaware. He wondered how the old poison master would perceive this dream. Qianren Shui teased, "It's a pity that my brother harbors such thieving desires but lacks the audacity." In reality, he would scarcely dare to imagine it. If he dares to dream, I shall ensure he becomes a man of action. Bibi Dong chuckled. A man of action? My dreams can influence the behaviors of real individuals to a certain extent without their awareness, she continued. Perfect, since he is such a person. I shall offer him some guidance. With that, Bibi Dong summoned the nightmare, enveloping the avalanche in its haze within his residence. Returning to the subject, Bibi Dong inquired, "When does Prince Xuesheng usually contact Dugubo? Will he bring along Duguyin?" Qianren Shui replied, "It's hard to say, unless Prince Xuesheng has pressing matters. Dugubo wouldn't seek him out, and Duguyin certainly wouldn't go either. However, 15 days from now is Prince Xuesheng's birthday, and Dugubo will undoubtedly attend. As for Duguyin, it's uncertain. Wait, are you planning to use the avalanche to sabotage the relationship between Dugubo and Prince Xuesheng?" Qianren Shui asked, seemingly piecing things together. "Of course. However, I won't allow him to succeed," Bibi Dong assured her with a reassuring glance. Qianren Shui then felt at ease. Though she had no ties to Duguyin, she wished for her foolish brother not to tarnish that woman's reputation. 15 days, then? Bibi Dong manipulated the nightmare, stating, "Let the avalanche indulge in beautiful dreams for another 15 days. As dawn approached, Qianren Shui and Bibi Dong departed from Prince Xuesheng's palace, unnoticed. The sunlight streamed in, and the avalanche reluctantly awakened from that alluring dream. He threw off the covers and was met with an embarrassing scene. The previous night's dream had been far too vivid. In recalling Duguyan's perfect figure, twisting like a water snake to serve him, made the avalanche swallow hard. Such a celestial beauty was not something he could experience in the brothels or among refined ladies. Gazing out at the sunlight, he thought of his brother, Xue Qinghe's infuriating smile, always mocking him, "My foolish little brother." The dream was enchanting, yet reality was harsh. The avalanche suddenly wished to escape the real world and sleep once more. Just then, the door was kicked open, and a plump, elegantly dressed middle-aged man strode in. "Avalanche, it's already late, and you're still asleep. I allowed you to play the dandy, not to truly become one." Prince Xuesheng chided, exasperated. "I understand, uncle," the avalanche replied as he got up. "By the way, uncle, how should I pursue Duguyin?" "Pursue Duguyin?" Prince Xuesheng shook his head. "Forget it. Lately, she's been quite close to that brat from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect. I doubt you have a chance." Though Prince Xuesheng had considered having the avalanche pursue Duguyin, alas, the avalanche was unremarkable, lacking both talent and discipline. In Duguyan's eyes, he appeared as a mere dandy, while his rival, Yu Qianhong, possessed both a prestigious lineage and formidable talent, with a top-tier martial spirit of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus. How could he compare to the Avalanche, a mere ugly duckling? The chances are slim, the Avalanche protested. That's only because Dugu Yin and Yu Tianheng are in the same class. Uncle, if you transfer me to the Royal Combat Academy, wouldn't I have a chance? Understand this. Dugu Yin and her peers are the top students in the genius class. With your abilities, how could you possibly enter that class? Don't forget, the heads of the Royal Combat Academy are all aligned with your brother, Prince Xuesheng replied. Do I still have a chance? The Avalanche asked, discontented. Furthermore, take a good look at yourself in the mirror and see how you stack up against Yu Tianheng, Prince Xuesheng admonished. I'm a prince of the Tiando Empire. The Avalanche asserted. Yu Tianheng is the future leader of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, the current heir. His status is hardly inferior to yours as a prince, especially since you are merely a dandy prince, while he is a future leader. What do you think? Prince Xuesheng countered. Am I really a dandy? The Avalanche retorted. If you hadn't made me play the part, would I still be like this? Regardless, forget about Dugu Yin. Just focus on being a dandy prince. In the future, once you gather evidence against your brother for conspiring against your other two siblings, the Tiando throne will be yours, Prince Xuesheng concluded. Understood, the Avalanche nodded. In the Crown Prince's residence, upon hearing Bibi Dong's plan, Qianren Shui remarked, It seems my unworthy royal brother is in for a rough time this time. However, won't this plan be too much? To achieve extraordinary feats, one must employ extraordinary means. To bring Dugu Bo into our fold, we must sever his ties with Prince Xuesheng. Bibi Dong stated, I merely amplify the desires within the Avalanche. All actions are his own, thus there is no potential for exposure. I shall remain in the Crown Prince's residence for the next 10 days. After 15 days, I will present you with a splendid show, Bibi Dong declared. Qianren Shui smiled faintly, saying, I eagerly anticipate the ridiculous exploits my royal brother will encounter. We earn 5,000 a day and proclaim that you'll make $1 billion tomorrow. That is mere fantasy, a daydream. But when you devise a method and set a goal to earn 8,000 tomorrow, that is indeed a target. The Avalanche, presently just a dandy prince, lacked talent, lacked appearance, and was constantly overshadowed by his brother. If he were to dream of ascending the throne, vanquishing the Star Luo Empire, pacifying the Spirit Hall, unifying the Douluo continent, and amassing all beauties upon awakening, the Avalanche would be painfully aware of the impossibility of such aspirations. He could discern dreams from reality. However, the subsequent nights of dreams felt less distant and, in fact, were strikingly closer to him. In these dreams, he successfully courted Dugu Yin, becoming the grandson-in-law of Dugu Bo and garnering the support of a titled Douluo in the court. He no longer had to feign being a dandy and was unafraid of his brother. He commanded the court, stirring up fervent discussions and gradually gaining the support of the great Emperor Shui. By night, he indulged in revelry with Dugu Yin, living in bliss. Eventually, he also won over Ning Fengji's daughter, Ning Rongrong, successfully securing the backing of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Meanwhile, his foolish brother, Shui Qinghe, lost the support of the seven-treasure glazed tile school and fell from grace. When the emperor passed the throne to him at that moment of ascension, he imprisoned his foolish brother, subjecting him to torment, rendering him to a fate worse than death. The series of dreams illuminated the Avalanche's realization that the key to his success lay with Dugu Yin. Avalanche stood before his uncle, Prince Xuesheng, and inquired, Uncle, do you truly believe that Dugu Bo's influence is as significant as you claim? What do you mean by significant? Xuesheng responded, I mean, if I were to gain his support, would that not enable me to contend with my elder brother for the throne? Avalanche questioned, What do you think? Xuesheng chuckled, Dugu is a titled Douluo. Should he choose to support you, you would wield considerable influence in the court, free from the fear of your merciless brother plotting against you. But isn't Dugu Bo already backing us? Wouldn't it be beneficial for him to openly support me? Avalanche asked. You fail to understand. He is a man accustomed to a carefree existence. I merely leveraged a personal favor to bind him to us, Xuesheng replied, shaking his head. Unless I exhaust this favor, he will not involve himself in our royal succession dispute, and once spent, such a favor is irrevocable. If I were to marry Dugu Yin, would Dugu Bo assist me? Avalanche pondered. Xuesheng laughed. Now you grasp the intention behind my urging you to pursue this matter, not merely to admire Dugu Yin's beauty, but to cultivate a rapport with Dugu Bo. Should this union come to fruition, our ties would deepen, making it even less likely for Dugu Bo to allow your brother to harm you. Uncle, Avalanche said with a foolish grin. Do you think I still have a chance with Duguyen? I had hoped you would win Dugu Bo's granddaughter's affection, but given the current circumstances, she may soon become the wife of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sex leader. I advise you to play the role of the idle rich. Gather evidence against your brother's treachery, and the throne of Tiando will rightfully belong to you. Yu Qianheng. Avalanche dismissed Xuexing's words, consumed with rage over Yu Qianheng's perceived theft of his beloved and his only opportunity. Yet, he remained undeterred, for he was a man of ambition, fervently pursuing power and beauty. If he could win Duguyan's heart, he would gain both influence and allure. For years, he had lived in the shadow of his brother, masquerading as a frivolous youth, enduring the scornful gazes of those around him, suppressing his true self while envisioning a way to topple his brother. Now, he saw Duguyan as his chance for redemption, a means to ascend the first rung of a ladder, gaining support from Ning Rongrong and the seven-treasure glazed tile school, thus securing the backing of 3 titled Douluo to dismantle his brother's authority. However, the unexpected emergence of Yu Tianheng shattered his hopes. Thus, Avalanche's resentment grew not only towards his brother, Zwiking, but towards another adversary as well. That night, Avalanche was once again haunted by dreams, nightmares in fact. He envisioned his fruitless pursuit of Duguyan while Zwiking thrived, bolstered by the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school support, his talents recognized by their father, shifting the balance of power in the court towards him. Even his uncle, Prince Xuexing, had abandoned him, aligning himself with his elder brother. Deprived of Xuexing's support, Avalanche felt utterly powerless. The dream culminated in Zwiking ascending the throne while he languished as a prisoner, suffering in an underground dungeon, tormented daily. O foolish younger brother, do not think your years of pretense have gone unnoticed. I have kept you around merely to highlight my own brilliance. Before me, you will forever remain a mere fool. Suddenly, Avalanche awoke from his slumber, shaken by the vividness of the nightmare. Surely, my brother cannot be aware of my masquerade, he murmured, wiping the sweat from his brow. Though it was merely a dream, it instilled a deep sense of dread within him. That day, he ventured out with a few companions to indulge in the pleasures of the city, only to encounter Ning, Fengji, and Zwiking. In Zwiking's gaze, he discerned mockery. It was as though he were merely a jester on a stage. Avalanche's heart raced. Could it be that all along, his brother had known of his ruse? Had he merely allowed Avalanche to tarnish his own reputation to elevate his own? If Zwiking were to ascend the throne, Avalanche would find himself utterly hopeless. The day dragged on, filled with trepidation as Avalanche increasingly believed that his brother was indeed aware of his deception. His uncle might very well turn against him and join Zwiking, leaving Avalanche to become a mere pawn in his brother's game. This was a fate he could not allow to transpire. Avalanche resolved to purchase flowers and diamond rings, items to woo the pivotal woman who could alter his destiny. Duguyan. He arranged the flowers into a heart shape and had his followers hold a banner that proclaimed, Duguyan, I love you. He approached Duguyan directly, declaring, Yin Yin, I adore you. Will you be my girlfriend? Duguyan retorted with disdain, Avalanche, how many times must I tell you? I have no interest in you. Cease your incessant pestering. Please, Yin Yin, is there truly no hope for me? Avalanche implored, though his feelings for Duguyan were not genuine. He sought to save himself by winning her and thereby gaining Dugubo's favor to establish his own power. Just then, a thunderous grip seized his hand, and he turned to see Yu Tianheng's furious expression. Avalanche, how many times must I warn you? Leave Yin Yin alone, or I will not hesitate to confront you. Others may fear your royal status, but I do not. With that, Yu Tianheng struck Avalanche in the abdomen, sending him sprawling. That day, Avalanche returned to his chambers in disarray, feeling disheartened as he lay on his bed. His dreams persisted, this time taking on a more sinister reality. On Prince Xuexing's birthday, Avalanche lured Duguyan to the garden, using a soul-binding incense to incapacitate her before taking her to a hidden chamber. Throughout the ordeal, he recorded the events with a crystal image recorder. The following day, Duguyan awoke, disoriented and in pain, bound to the bed, with Avalanche seated beside her. Even in her confusion, she grasped the gravity of the situation. Why? Why would you do this to me? Duguyan wept, her eyes burning with fury as she glared at Avalanche. He replied, I have professed my love for you, and I will attain you by whatever means necessary. You are no longer pure, your body belongs to me. Do you think that Yu Qianheng could accept you now? Avalanche chuckled darkly. I want my grandfather to kill you. Duguyan exclaimed angrily. You may kill me, provided you are prepared for this matter to become widely known, Shui Peng replied with a smile, producing a crystal that revealed everything that had transpired the previous day. Just so, I possess thousands of similar crystals. You, shameless. Du Guyan retorted resentfully, yet found herself powerless against Shui Peng. Ha ha, as long as I am dead, you will not fare any better, Yin Yan. Why not yield to me? After all, you already belong to me. In the future, when I ascend to the throne, you will be my beloved consort, wielding power over the realm. What could be better? Shui Peng said, chuckling. Reluctantly, to preserve her reputation, Du Guyan acquiesced to Shui Peng, yet over time, she found herself falling in love with him. With the support of Du Gubo, her grandfather, Shui Peng finally had the means to confront his foolish elder brother. Subsequently, Ning Rongrong also matured, and Shui Peng employed the same tactics to win her over. After marrying Ning Rongrong, he managed to recruit the 7-treasure glazed tile sect from his brother, Shui Qinghe, who was left as a mere pawn. Ultimately, Shui Peng became the new emperor of the Tiando Empire, while Shui Qinghe fell into disgrace. Embracing Huowu, Shui Binger, Du Guyan, and Ning Rongrong, Shui Peng looked down upon his brother with a triumphant grin. My foolish brother, I never imagined you would end up like this. Guards, sever his limbs and make him a human puppet, submerged in a barrel of wine for safekeeping. The next day, Shui Peng awoke from a vivid dream, pondering the possibilities it presented. This is feasible. Why had I not considered it before? He felt a surge of excitement, envisioning Du Guyan and the title of Douluo he would attain, picturing the day he would crush his brother beneath his feet. With great anticipation, he departed the prince's residence, heading towards the black market in Tiando City. At a stall, the vendor recognized him and said, a rare guest. What brings you here, Prince Shui Peng? I seek to purchase soul-dispersing incense and its antidote, Shui Peng replied. Ah, the incense and antidote. Here you go, the vendor said, handing over 4 boxes. After settling the payment, Shui Peng hurriedly left. Soul-dispersing incense is a drug specifically designed for soul masters, rendering them powerless, akin to an ordinary person. However, it is ineffective against soul kings and above. In the prince's residence, Bibi Dong lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, chin resting on her hand, swirling a glass of red wine. Shui Peng has fallen into a trap. If all goes as planned, a splendid show awaits us, Qian Rinxue remarked. I hope Shui Peng meets his demise at the hands of the enraged Du Gubo, yet I do not wish for him to perish so easily. After all, he could be the ultimate victor. Bibi Dong replied, that is unlikely unless I falter. Du Gubo would never risk offending an empire by killing a prince, especially since he owes Shui Xing a favor. Qian Rinxue nodded, a glimmer of delight in her eyes. I look forward to that day. Once we sow discord between Shui Xing and Du Gubo, we shall venture into the Sunset Forest to acquire that coveted piece of land. I have summoned Douluo. No one understands the celestial herbs of Sunset Forest better than him. To deal with Du Gubo, we may need to enlist the help of the porcupine Douluo to prevent him from retaliating, Qian Rinxue agreed. After purchasing the soul-dispersing incense, Shui Peng returned to the prince's residence. Recalling the dream's hint about the birthday of his uncle, Shui Xing, he resolved to visit him. Upon knocking on the door, Shui Xing's voice called, come in. After a moment, Shui Xing looked at his nephew and asked, what brings you here? Uncle, I wish to inquire if Du Guyan will attend your birthday, Shui Peng asked. Shui Xing scrutinized Shui Peng, saying, my relationship with Du Gubo is distinct from yours. Du Guyan typically does not attend my celebrations. Have you ever seen her at my past birthdays? Shui Peng frowned, realizing that Du Gubo had never brought Du Guyan to visit his uncle. Remembering his plan, he said, then uncle, could you invite Du Guyan to join us? Ah, it seems you have not given up, Shui Xing remarked. Of course, Shui Peng replied. Uncle, do you truly believe that a mere favor can bind a titled Douluo? I do not. If I can win Du Guyan's heart, our ties with Du Gubo will strengthen, and I will no longer fear my brother. You are correct. But how do you intend to make Du Guyan fall in love with you? You cannot force her. She is Du Gubo's granddaughter, Shui Xing cautioned. Upon hearing the word force, Shui Peng's pupils narrowed, and he quickly defended, I would never resort to such means. Uncle, I have always been perceived as a frivolous youth. Du Guyan likely harbors such prejudices against me. Thus, I plan to show her my true self, to pursue and conquer her with sincerity. Are you considering confessing to Du Guyan? Shui Xing asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, uncle, Xuepeng affirmed. Xuexing tapped his fingers on the table, stating, "You must understand that secrets are best kept from as many people as possible. Should your true nature be revealed, it may arouse the suspicion of your cold-hearted brother. Furthermore, I doubt your genuine self will win Du Guyan's affection. I believe she will keep it a secret. Besides, uncle, if I do not try, I will always have regrets. If I succeed, we will have a stable ally. If I fail, there is little to lose," Xuepeng argued. After weighing the pros and cons, Xuexing finally agreed, "Very well. In the coming days, you must control your desires and refrain from visiting brothels. I will find a few experts in matters of the heart to provide you with a crash course. And I will also extend an invitation to Du Guyan." Prince Xuexing added, "Remember, this is your final opportunity. I will create a moment for you to interact. Whether you can win Du Guyan's heart depends entirely on you." Xuepeng licked his lips and replied, "Rest assured, uncle, I will undoubtedly capture Du Guyan's affection." His mind was already filled with the enchanting scenes he had dreamt of with Du Guyan the previous night. As the time passed, at Prince Xuexing's birthday banquet, invitations were extended not only to Du Gubo, but also to Du Guyan. "What is Xuexing up to, inviting Yin Yin along with me?" Du Gubo expressed his displeasure. Although he was grateful for Xuexing's past rescue, he harbored a deep disdain for the prince's actions. He constantly felt as though he was being tethered to the ship of the Xuepeng and Xuexing faction of the Tiando Empire. After all, Du Gubo's nature craved freedom, and he despised being restrained. Xuexing's actions were undeniably an attempt to bind Du Gubo with gratitude. He frequently sent invitations to Du Gubo, urging him to visit the Xuexing estate, thereby attempting to strengthen their relationship. Despite his dissatisfaction, Du Gubo could not disregard the courtesy owed to one who had sheltered him. Now, with his granddaughter also within the invitation's reach, could it be that Xuexing harbored designs on her? Du Gubo quickly surmised Xuexing's intention. Long ago, Xuexing had sought to match Xuepeng with his granddaughter. Unfortunately, his granddaughter was also pursued by a young man from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. Even if Xuepeng is not the debauched youth the rumors suggest, he is unworthy of my granddaughter, Du Gubo remarked disapprovingly. His granddaughter, a prized gem, had no interest in someone like Xuepeng, who was clearly a wasteful prince. "Very well, I shall attend, for my granddaughter could never harbor feelings for Xu. It is time to extinguish Xuexing's hopes." Days swiftly passed, and the day of Prince Xuexing's celebration arrived. "Little beauty, I have arrived," he announced. "Grandfather, I do not wish to go to Prince Xuexing's estate," Du Guyan replied. "Yin Yin, since the prince has invited you, we cannot disregard the proper courtesies," Du Gubo insisted. "Fine," Du Guyan pouted. The grandfather and granddaughter arrived early at Prince Xuexing's estate, only to find Xuepeng and Xuexing waiting eagerly at the entrance. "Ah, Du Gubo, your presence truly illuminates my humble abode," Xuexing greeted with a beaming smile. "Xuexing, this is hardly a humble abode. It is a royal estate," Du Gubo chuckled. "Indeed, you jest, my friend," Xuexing laughed heartily. Xuexing ushered Du Gubo and Du Guyan into the royal estate, where they conversed as if they were long-lost friends. Approaching a nearby pavilion, Xuexing gestured to the stone table where a black and white chess set was neatly arranged. "Elder Du Gu, as you enjoy chess, I have prepared everything for our game. The banquet will commence in the evening. Let us engage in a few matches," Xuexing proposed, taking a seat at one side of the table. "Very well," Du Gubo replied, settling down on the opposite side. "It has indeed been far too long since I have appreciated the chess skills of Prince Xuexing. Let me witness whether your skills have improved or diminished." As Xuexing prepared to make his move, he turned to Du Guyan and Xuepeng, saying, "This is your granddaughter's first visit to my estate, is it not? Did you not extend the invitation?" Du Gubo laughed. "Indeed, but the estate is vast. It would be inappropriate for your granddaughter to merely observe as we play. Xuepeng, why not take her on a tour of my estate?" "Very well. Yin Yin, let me show you around the royal estate," Xuepeng offered. "No, I prefer to stay here and watch grandfather play chess," Du Guyan replied. Disinterested in Xuepeng, she had no desire to explore the estate alongside him. She was only there out of obligation. At that moment, Du Gubo interjected, "Yin Yin, you should accompany him. Watching us play chess offers little excitement." "All right," Du Guyan relented. With that, Xuepeng led Du Guyan away from the pavilion. Meanwhile, Du Gubo and Xuexing engaged in their chess match. As they played, Du Gubo remarked, "Xuexing, our descendants have their own fortunes. We are but old men now." Xiueshing chuckled awkwardly, acknowledging the sentiment. It was clear that whether Xiaobang could win over his granddaughter was a matter for the two of them, and Douluo should refrain from meddling too much. On the rooftop of the pavilion, a shadowy figure observed Prince Xiueshing and the elderly man with green hair and beard. Douluo. So this is Douluo? He certainly has a bold spirit. I doubt he suspects Xiuebing's intentions towards his granddaughter, nor would Prince Xiueshing foresee that his nephew would resort to such tactics. The figure vanished, appearing atop a distant building. Xiuebing led Douluo through the royal estate. Initially, she expected him to pursue her as before, but to her surprise, he remained quiet, acting as an excellent guide, introducing her to every corner of the estate. This demeanor eased her anxiety. Perhaps this debauched prince had finally given up. Douluo graciously accompanied Xiuebing through most of the estate. The royal estate was vast, resembling a small fortress, complete with private pavilions, a library, training grounds, and simulated training rooms. They arrived at a secluded garden, where only Xiuebing and Douluo were present. Your Highness, we have seen the entire estate. May I return to my grandfather? Douluo inquired impatiently. Do not rush, Miss Douluo. The estate is large. There are still places we have yet to explore. Xiuebing replied with a smile. Where? Douluo asked, growing wary. A sweet fragrance wafted through the air, intoxicating and delightful, causing her to inhale deeply. Is this the scent of the flowers? She suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, and before she knew it, she was collapsing to the ground. In her fading consciousness, she felt a broad shoulder support her. As she gazed up, Xiuebing looked down at her with an insatiable desire in his eyes, as if she were a mere vessel awaiting his indulgence. I have yet to show you my room. The avalanche held the bewildered Douluo firmly, casting a lascivious gaze upon her dazed expression. He was overwhelmed by a burning desire, wishing to claim the enchanting beauty before him without hesitation. You avalanche! Douluo's heart raced in panic, but she succumbed to the potent effects of the drug and lost consciousness. Ha ha ha! Douluo, you're now mine. Avalanche laughed maniacally as he hoisted her towards his chamber. He kicked open the door with a forceful shove and stepped inside, swiftly closing it behind him. He tossed the unconscious Douluo onto the bed and bound her hands and feet with rope. Activating the surrounding crystal images aimed at the bed, he eagerly shed his clothing and approached Douluo. She lay there like a serene beauty, her emerald green hair fanned out like a delicate fan, her exquisite features and flawless skin accentuating her youthful allure. Despite her tender age, her physique, shaped by her martial spirit, boasted a curvaceousness that set her apart from other women. This scene ignited an insatiable fire within Avalanche. The fantasies of his dreams seemed on the verge of becoming reality. With similar ploys that had ensnared Douluo, he envisioned acquiring the support of Douluo and then using the same tactics to win over Ning Rongrong, thus securing the backing of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. With the favor of numerous beauties, he imagined ascending to imperial power, trampling his foolish brother beneath his feet. This splendid future beckoned him, especially since Douluo was a rare gem, far superior to the frivolous courtesans he had encountered. Little beauty, I'm coming, he whispered, licking his lips as he lunged towards Douluo. Meanwhile, from the circular structure atop the roof, a shadow clad in black observed Avalanche strip away his clothing and pounce upon Douluo. With a swift gesture, an invisible force surged towards her. This figure was Bibi Dong, who had orchestrated this scheme using Douluo, but she would not permit Avalanche to consummate his intentions so easily. That would be far too lenient toward Tang San's apprentice, the future emperor of the Tiando Empire. After executing her plan, Bibi Dong vanished in an instant. In the corner, Douluo lay in a deep slumber, resembling a sleeping beauty. Yet under Bibi Dong's influence, her consciousness began to awaken. When she opened her eyes, she was met with the sight of Avalanche, unclothed and lunging toward her. Realizing her hands and feet were bound and her soul power rendered useless, Douluo understood the dire situation. A piercing scream erupted from her lips, echoing throughout the room. At that moment, Avalanche was momentarily stunned and in a panic. He clamped a hand over her mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. The prince's residence was vast, and while Douluo's cries struggled to reach the pavilion, Douluo's ears twitched. As a titled Douluo, his perceptive abilities were exceptional, and he quickly detected his granddaughter's distress. Without a second thought, he laid down his chess piece his expression darkening as he dashed toward the source of the sound. Naltisink dubu bost unusual demeanor. Prince Xuexing remained oblivious to the unfolding events and simply followed in Dugubo's wake. At this moment, Avalanche was gripped by anxiety. He had not anticipated the fleeting effects of the dispersing soul incense, which had allowed Duguyin to regain consciousness so swiftly. He could only reassure himself that the pavilion where Dugubo resided was far away, and he hoped Duguyin's screams had gone unheard. He pressed his hand firmly over her mouth, aware that the die had been cast. He could not turn back now. He had to see this through, for the wrath of a title Douluo was not something a mere prince like him could withstand. Be quiet, Duguyin. After today, you'll be mine. What do you have to complain about? If you follow me, I will be emperor, and you shall be the queen of the Tiando Empire, wielding power beyond what that fellow Yu Xiaogang could offer you. With her mouth covered, Duguyin could not respond, her eyes reflecting hatred and revulsion. Avalanche, selectively ignoring her gaze, retrieved another dispersing soul incense from his pocket, preparing to ensnare her once more. At that moment, the door to Avalanche's chamber exploded open, splintering into fragments. A tall, slender figure stood outside, with dark green hair and eyes like those of a venomous serpent, fixated upon the scene within. Avalanche was struck dumb, soon engulfed by overwhelming fear. In his moment of distraction, he inadvertently released his grip on Duguyin, who seized the opportunity to break free and, seeing her grandfather, cried out, "Grandfather, save me. Avalanche has drugged me. I cannot use my soul power." Dugubo's expression darkened as he surveyed the room. His granddaughter lay bound upon the bed, and the drug in Avalanche's possession was indeed the notorious dispersing soul incense. Avalanche sat naked at the bedside, while various crystal images recorded the entire sordid affair. As a title Douluo, Dugubo was not one to be trifled with. He quickly pieced together the unfolding narrative. Avalanche had incapacitated his granddaughter with the incense, taken her to this room, and intended to violate her while capturing the evidence for future threats. "I will see you dead, Avalanche," Dugubo declared, unleashing an invisible pressure that bore down upon him. Avalanche trembled uncontrollably, collapsing to the floor, utterly subdued by Dugubo's formidable aura. At that moment, Prince Xuexing finally arrived, only to be struck by the horrifying scene before him, nearly stumbling in shock. "Avalanche, how dare you attempt to assault Duguyin?" He gasped, incredulous. "Who gave you such audacity? Do you believe your status as a Tiando prince grants you immunity?" Dugubo raised his hand, a dark green energy coalescing within his palm. Avalanche, now a quivering wreck beneath the oppressive aura, felt a surge of terror as he witnessed the energy in Dugubo's grasp. "Uncle, save me. I don't want to die," he pleaded, desperation flooding his voice. Hold on, Senior Dugubo. The situation has not yet escalated. Would you consider sparing my nephew?" Prince Xuexing interjected. Avalanche was the son of the Snow Knight Emperor, and Xuexing could not allow him to perish at Dugubo's hands. After all, Avalanche was a pawn in his game against the Crown Prince. Should Avalanche die, the throne of the Tiando Empire would inevitably fall to Xuexing, leaving Xuexing vulnerable before his own nephew. "In light of my granddaughter's purity, your status means nothing," Dugubo retorted, an even more oppressive presence descending upon Prince Xuexing, forcing him to his knees, blood seeping from his wounded knee. "Xuexing, you are also a part of this matter today," said Dugubo in a chilling tone. Xuexing wore a bitter smile, acknowledging that it was indeed he who had sent the invitation to Duguyin and had also urged Dugubo to allow Xuebong and Duguyin to interact. Now, with such a disgraceful incident having occurred, it was inevitable that Dugubo would connect the two events. He could not escape culpability. "Senior Dugu, I sincerely apologize for the incident involving your granddaughter. However, Xuebong must not perish. After all, he is the prince of the Tiando Empire. Let us clear our debts of gratitude and grievances. Spare Xuebong," Xuexing implored. Dugubo's emerald soul power dissipated as he remained silent, striding directly to the bedside to sever the ropes binding his granddaughter. He embraced the startled Duguyin and coldly regarded Prince Xuexing, saying, "Humph. Even if you were a prince and uncle of the Tiando Empire, for the sake of my granddaughter's honor, I would not hesitate to slay you. What could the Night Emperor do to me?" Dugubo continued. "However, I am not one to repay kindness with malice. You once saved my life, and now we are even, with no further entanglements." Do not trouble me again, otherwise. Yes, yes, Prince Xuexing nodded vigorously, like a chick pecking at grains. The two of them, Douluo and his granddaughter, made their way toward the sunset forest. Grandfather, why did you not kill that scoundrel Shuebong? Douluo asked, filled with resentment. She had nearly lost her purity to him and harbored intense hatred. Douluo shook his head. Yin. We have already offended the Spirit Hall, and if we antagonize the Tiando Empire further, there will be no safe haven for us in this world. But we could always go to the Xingluo Empire. With your title Douluo status, I believe you would receive even better treatment there than in the Tiando Empire. Douluo proposed. Douluo let out a bitter laugh. One can leave, but one cannot take their possessions with them. What possessions? Douluo inquired. But Douluo did not answer. What did it matter how powerful a title Douluo was if one could not relocate the Sunset Forest to the Xingluo Empire? Douluo was afflicted by poison, surviving solely due to the unique aura of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Once he departed from this land, it would not be long before news of the poisoned Douluo's demise would spread. He gently patted Du Guyan's head, reassuring her, do not worry. It is only because Shuebong did not commit those acts. Had he done so, I would have killed him today without hesitation. Du Guyan grasped her grandfather's robe tightly. Meanwhile, in Shuebong's room, after Douluo's departure, the two of them had narrowly escaped death. Prince Xuexing rose, his heart bleeding, for he had squandered a favor from a title Douluo. Without Douluo, how could he contend with his other nephew? Xuexing, a disciple of Ning Fengji, was backed by the seven-treasure glazed tile school and two other title Douluos. He glared at Shuebong, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Are you not going to put on your clothes? Are you not embarrassed enough? Realizing he was completely undressed, Shuebong's face flushed as he hastily gathered his clothes. Once dressed, Xuexing approached him, surveying the room's disarray, and slapped Shuebong to the ground. Uncle, why did you hit me? Shuebong grumbled, rubbing his swollen face. Ah, so you used my name to distract Douluo while you engaged in such sordid affairs. You truly have audacity. If word of this spreads, you will have no chance left, Xuexing seethed. Clutching his face, Shuebong replied defiantly, Uncle, you saw everything, didn't you? I had everything prepared. Once I won Du Guyan's heart, I would have threatened her with the crystal image to bend her to my will. In the future, Douluo would be on my side. Unfortunately, the drug's effect was inadequate, and before I could act, Du Guyan woke up. Your plan was commendable, but it failed. When you fail, do not seek excuses, Prince Xuexing remarked. I only cooperated to give you a chance to win over Du Guyan. I warned you against using force, yet you disregarded my advice. Is this your true nature? If so, why pretend to be a debauched prince? This is your essence, is it not? Moreover, why did you not inform me of your intentions beforehand? Inform you beforehand? Would I have been able to execute this plan if I had? Shuebong internally retorted, lamenting the lost favor with Douluo. Xuexing, despondent, exited the room. Although he had spared Shuebong's life, he pondered how he would contend with his other nephew in the future. To create an opportunity for Shuebong to win over Du Guyan, Xuexing had staggered the timing on the invitation. Most nobles would arrive in the evening, while Douluo and Du Guyan came during the day. Originally, his birthday should have been a joyous occasion, yet Xuexing could not find happiness. As a prince, many noble guests attended his birthday banquet, including Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Naturally, Xuexing, as the nephew of Prince Xuexing, would not miss this celebration. However, the celebrant wore a gloomy expression amidst the festivities. He accepted the gifts presented by the nobles with a forced smile, masking his discontent. At that moment, Xuexing approached, offering his congratulations. Uncle, Qinghe wishes you a happy birthday and has prepared a special gift for you. He gestured for someone to bring forth a scroll, unveiling a painting depicting the lake of life within the Stardow forest. Seeing the artwork, Prince Xuexing's heart leapt with excitement as he pointed to it, exclaiming, could it be the authentic masterpiece left by the divine brush saint over a century ago? Indeed. Xuexing smiled. This painting of the Lake of Life was created by the brush saint under the protection of several titled Douluos as he ventured deep into the Stardow forest, capturing an image seldom seen by ordinary folk. What do you think, Uncle? Do you like this painting? I do, of course, Prince Xuexing responded. As a high-ranking noble with little cultivation talent, he had developed a penchant for collecting art and rare treasures. Are you truly willing to part with this painting? Xuexing regarded Xuexing with newfound appreciation. Recalling his other nephew, Shui Bong, who had nearly brought him to ruin earlier that day, Shui Xing's anger flared anew. Uncle, since I have presented this painting, I have no intention of taking it back, Shui Qinghe declared with a smile. Well then, I genuinely appreciate your gift, Shui Xing replied, smiling. However, Uncle, in previous years, you always had seen your Douluo present during your birthday celebrations. Why is he absent today? Shui Qinghe inquired with a grin. Originally, upon receiving the authentic painting scroll, Prince Shui Xing's mood improved slightly. However, upon hearing the news, his expression shifted, and he smiled, saying, Nephew, the esteemed Douluo came by at noon, but he had to leave due to pressing matters. Oh, what a pity. I had hoped to admire the grace of the poisoned Douluo, Shui Qinghe lamented. Although Shui Qinghe's impression of him had somewhat changed, Shui Xing would not abandon Shui Xiaogang as a pawn. Naturally, he could not allow Shui Qinghe to learn of the events that transpired at noon. The incident involving Shui Xiaogang drugging Douluo Yan would be a shameful affair if made public. He had taken care of everyone in the estate who knew about it, and believed that, for the sake of his granddaughter's reputation, Douluo would not reveal the matter either. However, what Shui Xing did not know was that Shui Qinghe was also in the know. The reason he kept silent was that he considered Douluo to be a potential ally, as Douluo Yan was also on his side. So he naturally chose not to expose the issue. At the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, which was traditionally overseen by the Platinum Bishop, Salas, two individuals arrived from the headquarters today. One wore a white robe with golden borders, embroidered with chrysanthemums, and had a strikingly beautiful appearance. So much so that if not for the prominent Adam's apple on his throat, one might mistake him for a woman. He was evidently the Spirit Hall's title Douluo, Chrysanthemum Douluo. The other figure donned a similar white robe with golden borders, adorned with ghostly patterns. This individual was the partner of Chrysanthemum Douluo, Ghost Douluo. Greetings, esteemed elders, Salas said cautiously. Chrysanthemum Guan nodded and inquired, Salas, besides the summons from His Holiness the Pope, are there any other instructions? None for the time being, Salas replied. You two have traveled a long way from the Spirit City. Allow me to extend my hospitality. Hospitality is unnecessary, Ghost remarked. Chrysanthemum Guan, Ghost, you have finally arrived. Without any delays, a voice came from outside the Grand Hall. The door swung wide open, revealing four figures, Bibi Dong, Qian Rinxue, Si Xue, and Shilong, who entered the main hall. Greetings, Your Holiness the Pope, and Your Highness the Saintess, Salas, Ghost, and Chrysanthemum Guan said in unison. The title Saintess referred to Qian Rinxue, who was to be one of the two future saintesses of the Spirit Hall, one appointed by the Elder Hall, named Qian Rinxue, and the other by Bibi Dong, named Hulaina. Elders from the Elder Hall generally referred to Qian Rinxue as Young Master, while others in the Pope's Hall addressed her as Saintess Qian Rinxue. After the seven took their seats, Ghost inquired, May I ask what business His Holiness the Pope has summoned us for? We are seeking an individual. The poisoned Douluo, Bibi Dong stated. The poisoned Douluo? Chrysanthemum Guan asked. Do you know his whereabouts, Your Holiness? He is in the Sunset Forest, but the forest is vast, and I am uncertain of his exact location, Bibi Dong replied. The Sunset Forest, Ghost, and Chrysanthemum Guan frowned. Although not as expansive as the Stardow Forest, it was substantial, making the search for Douluo akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Elder Shilong and Si Xue would assist you in this endeavor, Qian Rinxue said. You need only pay attention to the poisonous barriers in the Sunset Forest or any peculiar phenomena, particularly in areas where ice and fire coexist. If that is the case, locating the area will be much easier, Chrysanthemum Guan remarked. Finding Douluo is not the primary objective. Identifying that place of phenomena is of utmost importance, Bibi Dong asserted. Douluo is merely a secondary target. If you do locate Douluo, do not act rashly, nor should you take any drastic measures. I intend to recruit him, Bibi Dong stated, producing several soul-guided devices for long-distance communication and handing them to elders Xixue, Shilong, Ghost, and Chrysanthemum Guan, saying, These are for communication. Once you find the location, contact the other four of us, including myself, immediately. Understood? Yes, Your Holiness, the four titled Douluo elders affirmed. However, Your Holiness, Chrysanthemum Guan interjected. I am acquainted with Douluo. His temperament is rather irascible, and he likely will not join our Spirit Hall easily. A few years ago, the Pope had attempted to sway Douluo, but after being rejected, he sent people to pursue him. Chrysanthemum Guan was one of the titled Douluo dispatched. Thus he understood Douluo's stubborn nature very well. I have my methods to recruit Douluo, Bibi Dong replied to Chrysanthemum Guan and Ghost. Ensure that you utilize your soul power along the way to arrive as swiftly as possible. You will expend some soul power during the journey. So I will grant you half a day to recuperate. Tomorrow, we will set off for the Sunset Forest. That is all. You may leave. At night, only two figures remained in the Grand Hall, Bibi Dong and Qianren Xue. By the way, will you accompany me to the Eye of Ice and Fire tomorrow? Or will you stay here to await our news? Bibi Dong asked. I would like to witness the world's marvel, the Eye of Ice and Fire, Qianren Xue replied. However, Douluo is indeed a title Douluo, while you are merely a soul king, Bibi Dong cautioned. What if an encounter occurs? In the anime, Qianren Xue, as a soul saint, could participate in the battlefield of title Douluos, but now as a soul king, she was still far from Douluo's level. If during the search in the Sunset Forest, Douluo were to cross paths with Qianren Xue, it could lead to disaster. Indeed, Qianren Xue nodded. I am still too weak to assist you effectively. Seeing the disappointment in Qianren Xue's expression, Bibi Dong smiled. In the event of an encounter, I will subdue him effortlessly. Tomorrow, once we enter the Sunset Forest, simply follow my lead. Understood. Qianren Xue's eyes lit up. However, mother, who do you plan to have detoxify Douluo? Bibi Dong shook her head, saying, there is no need for anyone else. I have better preparations for Douluo. With that, Bibi Dong took out a dark green pill from the soul-guided device, stating, this is a poison pill. Following this, she retrieved another book of techniques, saying this is a method specifically designed for cultivating poison-type martial souls. With this technique, one can refine poison pills and enhance their soul power. Qianren Xue took the poison technique and flipped through it, finding it extraordinarily profound, as if it were tailored specifically for Douluo and his lineage. Mother, is this gift not a bit too extravagant? Qianren Xue asked. He is worthy of such a gift, Bibi Dong replied. Moreover, although his temperament is peculiar, he is a person of deep loyalty and affection. Xuexing saved his life but bound him to a war chariot for decades. The technique I offer can resolve the ancestral issues of his Bailin, serpent martial soul. If we can recruit Douluo within the Tiando Empire, it will significantly aid your plans to seize power. Qianren Xue nodded in agreement. Douluo, despite his fallout with Xuexing, remains a guest elder of the Tiando Empire. If we can bring him to our side, the future of Xuebeng and Xuexing, those two clowns, will be bleak, she exclaimed with a smile. Douluo, although recognized as a title Douluo, a unit of combat power measurement, stands nearly unmatched when faced with other title Douluos solely based on his individual prowess. Nevertheless, he possesses a notable advantage, his formidable area of effect attacks. The Battle of Jialing Pass saw Tang San and his rebel forces initiate a brutal massacre. Douluo alone decimated tens of thousands of the Spirit Hall's Soul Master army, significantly diminishing the Spirit Emperor's advantage and leaving a lasting impression. His strategic value surpasses that of many other title Douluos. He is indeed a unit of strategic significance. Many who have traversed into the Spirit Hall's ranks often criticize Tang San for Douluo's actions during the city slaughter, but Bibi Dong believes such criticisms are unwarranted. After all, it was a war, and moral boundaries cannot constrain warfare. In smaller conflicts, both sides might consider moral standards and humanitarian principles, but once a life-and-death struggle erupts, all ethical boundaries are cast aside. The war between the Spirit Empire and the allied forces of Tiando and Xingluo, among others, is fundamentally a battle for survival. Therefore, any means necessary must be employed. The victor claims the throne, while the vanquished are deemed the outlaws. This principle holds true in Bibi Dong's previous world as well. During world wars, large-scale weapons of mass destruction, such as chemical and nuclear arms, were utilized. The establishment of prohibitions against such weapons arises from mutual possession. When both sides have them, a shared moral baseline is formed. After World War I, the existence of chemical weapons led to their prohibition due to mutual apprehension. The same logic applies to nuclear arms. If only one side possesses them, measures like non-proliferation and disarmament would never come into effect. During World War II, the United States' possession of nuclear weapons allowed it to assert dominance over Japan, while the latter's lack of chemical weapons facilitated the former's unchecked use of such destructive means. Thus, Bibi Dong would not criticize Tang San for sending Douluo to Jialing Pass. After all, is this not a reflection of her own future strategies? An eye for an eye. While While the indiscriminate slaughter of civilians in Douluo is indeed shameful, there exist purely militaristic fortifications, such as the White Tiger Fortress of the Star Do Empire, the Water Cloud Pass, and the headquarters of the Haotian clan and Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. Should Douluo be successfully subdued, Bibi Dong would not hesitate to unleash him upon these strongholds in the event of war. Conversely, if he cannot be reclaimed, he may well lead his family to meet the King of Hell. The following day, after a period of rest, the 6 individuals set forth towards the Sunset Forest. Gu Mei, Shilong, Ci Shui, Bibi Dong, and Xianrenshu entered the forest from various directions, initiating their search through the release of their spiritual perceptions. Even a title Doa, regardless of whether they are adept in spiritual power, possesses a sensing range of several kilometers. Bibi Dong's perception extends to several dozen kilometers. However, the vastness of the Sunset Forest, with its myriad peaks and valleys, complicates their search. Even with 5 title Douluos, locating a specific target proves to be a formidable task. Bibi Dong, with her 6-winged purple light wings unfurled, soared into the sky. Although she had lost her soul bone skills, her basic ability to fly remained intact. Even without flight capabilities, soul masters typically attain the ability to hover once they reach the soul sage level, with external soul bones merely conserving soul power during flight. On another front, Qianrenshu also activated her angelic wings and ascended, scanning for their objective from above. The Sunset Forest is vast, housing the ice and fire Yin-Yang well, a target of many traversers. Some audacious adventurers venture alone to the well, employing their persuasive tongues to compel Douluo to submission. Yet, the reality of the search reveals its daunting complexity. Even with a precise location, one cannot ensure an unobstructed path free from soul beasts or successfully navigate the poison traps set by Douluo. Even if located, identifying the celestial herbs and understanding their proper usage remains a challenge, compounded by the necessity of confronting a capricious title de law. Nevertheless, the audacity of these traversers is commendable. The celestial herbs of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well are coveted. If they cannot be obtained, they would rather destroy them than leave them for Tang San and his cohorts. Indeed, while the treasures are valuable, placing them in the hands of adversaries is far from desirable. Bibi Dong would undoubtedly obliterate this place, fully capable of claiming this auspicious land for herself. The title of Pope grants her the advantage of authority and strength, allowing her to mobilize multiple title Douluos to seek the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. And should they find it, she could swiftly deploy forces to secure control. Before long, the voice of Ci Shui resonated through Bibi Dong's soul guide, declaring, "I detect the scent of the old poison master." Ci Shui, also a master of poison, rivals Douluo, albeit with a narrower range of toxic spread. The allure of Douluo's poison drew Ci Shui to be the first among the Super Douluo to identify the source of the noxious miasma. "Remain stationary. We will converge shortly," Bibi Dong instructed, promptly flying towards the location indicated by Ci Shui's device. Ci Shui stood poised amidst a forest shrouded in dark green poison, with a valley evident behind her. This was undoubtedly the lair of the old poison master. Not long after, Bibi Dong and Qianrenshu arrived, followed shortly by Shilong, Gu Mei, and Yuguan, who also entered the area. "It appears this is indeed the hideout of the old poison master," Gu Mei remarked. "The green scale serpent's venom," Shilong stated. "I never expected the old poison master to hide here. No wonder our spirit hall has struggled to locate Douluo's stronghold for so long. Each of us is not easily defeated by Douluo, but now that we are united, I wonder how the old poison master will react upon seeing us. One can only anticipate his startled expression," Yuguan chuckled. "Yuguan, please refrain from speaking in such a distasteful manner," Ci Shui retorted with disdain. "Enough chatter. Douluo and his granddaughter are within. Let's surprise them," Bibi Dong declared. After returning from the prince's residence, Douluo and her grandfather Douluo had been diligently training in the estate of the ice and fire Yin-Yang well. The events of that day had profoundly impacted Douluo. It was a narrow escape. Had she awakened any later, her clarity could have been stolen by a snow avalanche, and the despicable Tang San might have resorted to using the image crystal to threaten her, condemning her to a life of fear under his menace. "Grandfather, didn't you previously mention that Avalanche is not as simple as he appears?" Now I believe I have grasped the essence of his character, said Dugu Yin with a hint of resentment. Dugu Bo let out a bitter smile and replied, Yin Yin, to be honest, I too misjudged this pair of uncles and nephews. However, Avalanche is indeed not as straightforward as he seems. Dugu Bo continued, he is a man of considerable depth, as you have likely observed. Dugu Yin nodded, her keen intellect piecing together a realization. Avalanche and Xue Xing's intent to ensnare her grandfather was merely a ploy to tether him to their cause. Avalanche had given her an impression of cunning. Years ago, after Xue Qinghe caused the death of his two brothers, he had deliberately sullied his own reputation to divert Xue Qinghe's attention from himself. Initially, she had regarded him with some admiration for his restraint, yet now, she found him despicably scheming, even targeting her granddaughter. Dugu Bo's gaze darkened with murderous intent. Grandfather, are you saying that Xue Qinghe is responsible for the deaths of his two brothers? Dugu Yin's emerald eyes narrowed in disbelief. It was well known that Qinghe was celebrated for his wisdom. She could hardly fathom that he was a fratricide. In any case, I have no further ties with Xue Xing, so I shall confide in you, Yin Yin. Some matters are not as simple as they appear. Dugu Bo then began to recount the inner workings of the Xue family. The revelations about Xue Qinghe and Avalanche struck a profound chord in Dugu Yan's young heart. After a moment of reflection, she proposed, Grandfather, if that is the case, why not inform Xue Qinghe about this, urging him to keep a watchful eye on Avalanche. Dugu Bo gently ruffled her hair and replied, though my dealings with Xue Xing are settled, he did once save my life, and I cannot bring myself to act against him. Suddenly, Dugu Bo's expression shifted, and he instructed Dugu Yin, stay here, some reckless individuals have intruded. I shall take care of them. He pushed her into a room and departed. Dugu Yin was left in a state of bewilderment. Meanwhile, the poisoned tortoise Douluo absorbed the toxins from the array into his martial spirit, creating a path for the six to swagger into the eye of ice and fire. Upon crossing the poisonous array, they entered a valley that, although not vast, was filled with an extraordinary variety of plants, countless in number. Each plant vied for attention, most emanating a dazzling phosphorescence. Even the untrained eyes of the poisoned tortoise, snake spear, and ghostly charm were awestruck by the remarkable flora. At the heart of the valley lay a striking lake, distinctly divided into two halves. One side a pristine ice white, with wisps of white mist rising, while the other was a fiery red, the heat distorting the air. The ice white and fiery red maintained their boundaries, resembling two exquisite gemstones embedded in the lake's surface. The scene was indescribably enchanting, leaving the newcomers momentarily spellbound. Is this truly the Eye of Ice and Fire? Exclaimed Qian Rinxue in astonishment. Indeed, witnessing it firsthand was far more impactful than any written description. The most animated among them was the botanist, Zhu Douluo, with his hands cradling his chin and his body twisting in excitement. His eyes widened dramatically. Is this really real? He stammered. Ghostly charm, observing Yu Dilua's antich. Turn away in feigned ignorance. What madness has taken hold of you, Zhu Douluo? Said the poisoned tortoise. You do not understand. All these plants, they are spirit herbs, even divine ones. Zhu Douluo exclaimed, lost in ecstasy. He pointed toward a patch of herbs and dashed off, exclaiming, oh, heavens, that is the 8-petal immortal orchid. In the next moment, another flower captivated him, and he gasped, this is the rooster-comb phoenix sunflower. Truly, as a botanical expert, he quickly identified several legendary herbs from the original text, including the 8-cornered ice grass, fiery apricot blossoms, and others. If not for Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue's presence, Zhu Douluo would have already begun harvesting. Despite their confusion over his fervor for the flora, Ghostly Charm noticed a blooming chrysanthemum in the medicinal field. He pointed, saying, Zhu Douluo, there's a chrysanthemum that resembles your martial spirit. Zhu Douluo turned and spotted the rare Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum rushing towards it, his expression akin to a thief gazing upon a treasure. Is this truly the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum? He gasped, his emotions oscillating between despair and elation. Why must I encounter the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum now? If only I had found it sooner, during my ascension to title Douluo, it would have been perfect. You Doulu, it's just a flower. Why are you acting so wildly? She long remarked. You do not comprehend, my friend, Zhu Douluo replied. This is a divine herb. Do you understand? A divine herb. If I consume this before becoming a title Douluo, It will elevate my martial spirit to new heights. Even after becoming a title Douluo, I would not be confined to the 95th level. The possibility of reaching the ultimate Douluo is within grasp. Douluo lamented, yet, even if I become a title Douluo now and consume this divine herb, its potency could elevate me to a 96th level title Douluo, with the residual effects allowing me to touch the realms of the 97th and 98th levels. Old Poison, your spirit rings are quite impressive, Ghostly Douluo remarked. Is what you say true, Douluo? Of course, Old Ghost, Shilong, Poison Tortoise. There are some divine herbs here that can help you break through your limitations and attain higher realms, Douluo declared. Alas, I have missed the optimal age for consuming these divine herbs. Using them on us old-timers would be a waste. The voices of Ghostly Douluo, Poison Tortoise Douluo, and Snake Spear Douluo trembled with disbelief. The prospect that these flora could enhance one's cultivation and potential, even birthing a 99th level ultimate Douluo, was simply unfathomable. Douluo continent. In this era, every title Douluo was a prodigy in their youth, possessing innate soul power of either 8 or 9. To ordinary people, they're insurmountable peaks. Yet, as the adage goes, humans strive for greater heights while water flows downward. Each title Douluo's gaze is fixed, not behind, but towards positions even higher than themselves. Ordinary Douluos yearned to ascend to Super Douluo. Super Douluos set their sights on Limit Douluo, and Limit Douluos aspire to the elusive divine level. The title Douluo comprises 9 ranks, signifying 9 realms. The competition among geniuses begins at the extremes of title Douluo. Many prodigies invest significantly more time in elevating their title Douluo rank than in their transition from Soul Master to title Douluo, especially after reaching level 95. The ascent becomes increasingly arduous. At this stage, one's potential is nearly exhausted, and without extraordinary fortuitous encounters, many find themselves at a standstill. For instance, the 2 Douluos, Jugu and Shibing, have been stagnated at level 95 for decades within the Spirit Hall. The potential of the 2 Douluos, Sichuan and Shilong, is even more limited. Whether they can reach level 95 remains questionable. Were it not for Bibi Dong's previous gift of a century-old soul bone, Jugu and Shibing would scarcely dare to contemplate breaking through to level 96. However, today, they are informed by Juhua that the celestial herbs before them can aid in surpassing their innate limits and ascending to the next realm, leaving them utterly astonished. Yet, amid their astonishment, they are acutely aware that Bibi Dong is still present. These celestial herbs are primarily intended for cultivating the next generation of the Spirit Hall, not for these aged individuals. At this moment, Bibi Dong spoke. Enough, the rightful master of this place has arrived. As soon as she finished speaking, a profound voice echoed from above the gorge. Who dares trespass upon my medicinal field? Jugu, Sichuan, Shilong, and Bibi Dong, along with Qian Ringshu, looked up to see a blurred figure standing atop the cliff, gazing down upon them with disdain. The Poison Douluo, a low-ranking title Douluo, certainly knows how to flaunt himself. Upon recognizing the familiar figure at the summit, Jugu could not help but smile with intrigue. Just as the irascible Shilong intended to take up the serpent spear and confront the Poison Douluo, Bibi Dong intervened. Let the old man enjoy his show. Fortunately, the 5 of them suppressed their auras. Otherwise, Dugu Bo might have fled the scene in fright. Your ability to break through my poison formation is commendable, but alas, you should not have ventured into my medicinal field. This is my territory, and you dare touch what belongs to me? Today, I shall show you what it means to be a title Douluo. The Poison Douluo's voice, intertwined with fluctuations of soul power, unleashed a pressure characteristic of title Douluo upon the group below. He then stepped into the air, descending step by step from a gorge. With each step, a soul ring fell into place. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 rings in total, revealing the full extent of the title Douluo's presence. Ultimately, he dropped from the sky, landing amidst the ice and fire eyes. Observing the Poison Douluo's ostentation, the 4 title Douluos could not help but roll their eyes. His strength was unimpressive, yet he certainly had a flair for showmanship. After Dugu Bo landed, he took in the appearance of the individuals before him. A girl with golden hair and stunning beauty exuded the pinnacle of Soul King-level cultivation. Though she was not the focal point, the other 5 individuals were. As a title Douluo, Dugu Bo recognized Yuan, Goemei, Sichuan, and Shilong, as they belonged to the same generation, especially Yueguan and Guemei, with whom the poison Douluo had past grievances. Among them stood a figure draped in a black cloak, whose features Bo could not discern, nor could he sense her soul power fluctuations, yet it was evident that she held a position of authority among the group. He could vaguely speculate about her identity. As Bo descended from a gorge, he intended to unleash the aura of a titled Douluo to remind these oblivious ants of their place. However, upon seeing the group, he realized that aside from the Soul King level junior, none were within his capability to confront. Zhugu and Sichuan directly overshadowed him in soul power, while Sichuan and Shilong, though only slightly superior in rank, possessed martial spirits that countered his own. Bo's expression shifted from that of a sage to one akin to a caught thief. This scene elicited a chuckle from Qian Rengshu. Old Poison, your soul rings are impressive, but coincidentally, our 4 elders' rings seem to mirror yours. You 4, show him your soul rings. Bibi Dong remarked. Zhugu, with a playful tone, added, Old Poison, your soul rings are quite commendable. Allow me to showcase mine. With that, he summoned his own soul rings, which mirrored the configuration of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 9 rings descending in unison. The other 3 titled Douluos, Gaidu, Sichuan, and Shilong, also summoned their respective soul rings, surrounding Bo entirely. At this moment, Bo's complexion darkened considerably. The 9 soul rings beneath his feet suddenly felt inadequate. Bibi Dong extended her right hand, adorned with a ring on her slender fingers, and the black robe enveloping her transformed into a wisp of black mist drawn into the ring. Bibi Dong revealed her figure, and upon seeing her, Bo's heart sank. The current pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong, although she had not summoned her soul rings. Her years of holding the pope's position suggested her strength had long surpassed that of a titled Douluo. Here he found himself, encircled by 5 titled Douluos, having jumped into the fray all too willingly. Reflecting on his previous words spoken in front of these adversaries, Bo's face flushed with embarrassment. I find you quite intriguing, he said, his predicament dire, as the 5 titled Douluos surrounding him rendered his situation exceedingly precarious, and he could not best any of them. His expression grim, he inquired, What brings you here, esteemed ones? The poisoned Douluo and Bibi Dong scrutinized him, with the latter remarking, You are far too weak. Bo felt a surge of indignation. Had it been anyone else, he would have charged forward. Yet, facing 4 titled Douluos, alongside Bibi Dong's formidable presence, he felt profoundly apprehensive. The ice and fire eyes. This precious land. I fear you cannot manage it alone, so I have come to assist you, she continued. Ice and fire eyes? So, this place is called the Ice and Fire Eyes. Douluo exclaimed. Are you implying that you intend to seize my medicinal field? Genius treasures are claimed by the strong. Bo, surely you understand this principle, Zhugu stated. Very well. I concede this place to you, Bo replied, retracting his soul rings and turning to leave. He departed decisively, although the unique environment of the Ice and Fire Eyes could help suppress the toxins within him. This territory was no longer under his control, now that the Spirit Hall had arrived. Bo, you cannot simply walk away like this, Bibi Dong called after him. Her purpose for coming here, to seize the Eye of Ice and Fire, has been accomplished. However, the task of subduing Bo remains unfinished. She extended her delicate hand, the back of which was as fair as jade, revealing a soul mark that flickered into existence. With her palm directed towards Bo, an oppressive wave of soul power surged forth, suffocating in its intensity. Qian Rishue gazed at Bibi Dong's soul mark, recognizing it as the divine martial soul bestowed upon her mother through the inheritance of a new god, remarkably similar to her own angelic martial soul, both manifesting as humanoid forms. Yet, this was for the best. Qian Rishue did not wish for her mother to inherit the position of the Rakshasa god. Bo sensed the oncoming wave of soul power from behind and turned to resist, only to be engulfed by the vast torrent of energy. Like an ocean crashing upon him, he was struck by Bibi Dong's formidable soul power, propelling him backward until he collided with the cliff face, leaving an imprint of his form embedded in the stone. As a titled Douluo, Bo had always held confidence in his ability to contend with opponents of higher rank. Yet he had never anticipated being so easily overwhelmed by another individual wielding only soul power. Attempting to summon his own soul power to counter Bibi Dong's oppression, he discovered it firmly restrained unable to be unleashed. The ghost of law has sealed your soul power, Bibi Dong declared. Indeed, your holiness, the ghost responded, swiftly appearing before Douluo and sealing his soul power with a mere touch. Only after Douluo's power was suppressed did Bibi Dong withdraw her oppressive force. Douluo trembled as he fell from the cliff face. Now devoid of his soul power, he felt akin to an ordinary person, vulnerable and at the mercy of others. The sensation of having his fate dictated by external forces left him deeply unsettled, yet with no one to channel his frustration towards. He could only swallow his anger. What do you intend to do? Douluo exclaimed indignantly. This valley is yours now. What more do you want? Douluo, I'm interested not only in this valley, but also in you as a person, Bibi Dong replied, gesturing to Qian Rinxue, who took to the skies, her wings unfurling as she ascended into the unknown. You now have two choices. Submit to me and join the spirit hall, or face death. Douluo, lacking the time to ponder Qian Rinxue's whereabouts, recognized his dire predicament. Do not forget, I am a guest elder of the Heavendo Empire. If you lay a hand on me, does the spirit hall truly wish to be at odds with the Heavendo Empire? The spirit hall had ceased its pursuit of Douluo due to his acceptance of the empire's protection. He had transitioned from a solitary cultivator to a member of a faction. Should the spirit hall harm him, it would be tantamount to provoking the Heavendo Empire. The spirit hall refrained from ambushing title Douluos such as Sword Douluo, Bone Douluo, and Poison Douluo because such actions would destabilize the world order. Should they grow powerful, other factions would become wary. The spirit halls might even surpass that of the two major empires. There were subtle signs of a potential alliance forming between the two empires, and the spirit hall was equally cautious of this union. Any aggression toward one side could trigger a chain reaction, ultimately leading to a coalition of forces. This was Douluo's leverage. The Heavendo Empire and the Shrek family hold no sway over me. I care not for offending them, Bibi Dong scoffed. Furthermore, in this desolate wilderness, should you vanish, who would suspect the spirit hall? Douluo retorted. Let me make myself perfectly clear. If you desire my allegiance to the spirit hall, abandon all hope. I would rather perish outside, plunging into the ice and fire pool. Then join your ranks. If you capture me, do as you please. Do not rush to respond, old poison. I grant you the opportunity to gather your thoughts anew. Bibi Dong insisted. Atop the mountain, a piercing scream echoed, and Douluo's expression shifted dramatically as he comprehended the purpose of the Soul King's earlier actions. You dare harm Yin Yin? Even as a ghost, I will not spare you. Douluo's eyes reddened with rage, desperate to rescue Douluo Yin Yin. Yet his sealed soul power rendered him powerless. Become a ghost, like him? Bibi Dong pointed to the ghost Douluo. Soon, Qian Rinxue returned, lifting Douluo Yin Yin like a chick and setting her down on the ground. Spotting her grandfather, Douluo Yin Yin rushed towards him, finding solace in his presence. Though her soul power was similarly sealed, she appeared unharmed, allowing Douluo to breathe a sigh of relief. Douluo, you fear not for your life. But have you considered what will become of your granddaughter should you choose to leave? Qian Rinxue inquired. You are a title Douluo. You could protect her as she grows, earning respect wherever she goes because you are her pillar of strength. But should you perish, she would lose everything. Douluo's expression grew conflicted. In the world of Douluo, every grandfather was undeniably devoted to his granddaughter, just as Qian Douluo was to Qian Rinxue and Swordbone Douluo to Ning Rongrong. Douluo was no exception. He might disregard his own life, but treasured Douluo Yin Yin above all else. Currently, she was his sole family member, and he was her only support in this world. If he were to vanish, how would she cope with life thereafter? Douluo fell silent, contemplating Qian Rinxue's words. Indeed, a person with attachments is often easier to manipulate. Grandpa, Yin Yin doesn't want you to die, Douluo Yin Yin spoke softly. Initially, her character would have compelled her grandfather to help reclaim her power. Yet upon observing the four titled Douluos encircling him, she was struck with fear. After hearing Qian Rinxue's words, panic surged within her. Douluo was her only living relative, and she could not bear to see the grandfather who cherished her meet a tragic end. However, she did not want to put him in a difficult position, so she stepped forward, arms outstretched, declaring, "If you villains wish to kill my grandfather, then you must first kill me." Witnessing the deep bond between the grandfather and granddaughter, Qian Rinxue reflected on her own cherished memories with her grandfather. Enough of this. I have no interest in killing a little girl. However, Douluo, You are well aware of your and your granddaughter's predicament, are you not? Even if we spare her life, the toxins within her will eventually claim her, Bibi Dong stated. What nonsense! I am not poisoned, Dugu Yin protested. Then ask your grandfather. Inquire why, whenever it rains, he experiences an itch in his ribs that intensifies for over an hour, occurring twice during noon and midnight. Each night, around the third watch, he suffers from stabbing pains in his head and feet, with his entire body convulsing for at least half an hour. Do you not share similar symptoms? Qian Renxue inquired. Both Dugu Yin and Dugu Bo's expressions changed. While Dugu Yin did not suffer as severely as Qian Renxue described, she had indeed experienced a similar sensation of ants gnawing at her body. As for Dugu Bo, there is no need for excessive elaboration. He is well aware of his own circumstances. Grandfather Dugu gazed at Dugu Bo and spoke. Yin, Dugu Bo gently petted Yen An's shoulder, his heart aching as he said, Indeed, you carry poison within you. It is lamentable that our family's inherited martial spirit is the green-scale serpent, whose venom can harm others as well as oneself. If it weren't for this place, I would not have been able to accompany you all these years. After speaking, Dugu turned to Bibi Dong and remarked, Very well, Your Holiness, since you are aware that both Yin and I are destined to not live long. Why must you trouble two individuals on the brink of oblivion? Even if you were to draw me into the spirit hall, this ice and fire yin-yang, I cannot suppress the poison that has lingered within me for many years. How much longer can this old body serve the spirit hall? Release us, and I implore you to spare Dugu Yin as well. I, Dugu Bo, shall never be your enemy. His words lacked the reckless bravado of before, now filled with despondency and resignation. Though you are afflicted by the venom of the green-scale serpent, remedies do exist in this world. If you were merely a hopeless case, we would have no need for you. However, what if we could relieve you of this poison? Bibi Dong asserted. Dugu Bo's eyes suddenly brightened as he asked, You can cure the venom of the green-scale serpent that plagues both my granddaughter and me? Indeed, I can accomplish this. And moreover, I can assist your lineage in transforming the lingering poison into a form of power, Bibi Dong replied. However, the cost is your allegiance to the spirit hall. Upon hearing this, despite his yearning for freedom and aversion to restraint, Dugu Bo felt a stirring in his heart. He feared not for his own life. Yet he held dear those he loved, particularly Dugu Yin. He did not wish the tragedy that befell his son to befall his granddaughter. Very well. If you can assist us in dispelling our poison, I shall offer my old bones to your spirit hall, Dugu Bo declared. A wise choice, Bibi Dong instructed Gue Mei. Release the soul power restrictions placed upon Dugu Bo. Yes, your holiness, Gue Douluo promptly complied. As Dugu Bo felt the return of his soul power, a wave of comfort washed over him. Though he could not yet contend with the title Douluo before him, he was far better off than being defenseless. The characteristics of the green-scale serpent martial spirit, when utilized correctly, serve as an aid. Neglecting its power leads to self-harm. Bibi Dong produced a jade green poison pill from her soul guide and tossed it to Dugu Bo, instructing, Consume this. Dugu Bo, unafraid of any treachery from Bibi Dong, swallowed the pill whole. As it traveled down his throat, he felt the poison transform into a refreshing energy coursing through his body. The essence converged at his dantian, reconstituting into a poison pill that became the core of his soul power. Now sit and guide the poison within you to coalesce in the poison pill, Bibi Dong directed. Understanding her intent, Dugu Bo sat down and began to channel the poison throughout his limbs into the pill. The poison, upon entering the pill, transformed into soul power, which he could then convert back into the green-scale serpent's venom, creating a continuous cycle of vitality. Once the poison found its resting place, Dugu Bo's condition visibly improved. This meditation lasted for 7 days and nights. On the third day, his soul power surged and broke through to level 92. Yet he did not awaken. Instead, he continued his seclusion until the 7th day, at which point his soul power surged again, achieving a remarkable breakthrough to level 93. The four-titled Douluos, witnessing this, could not help but feel a pang of envy. They had toiled for years, even decades, to ascend from 91 to 92 and from 92 to 93, while Dugu Bo accomplished this feat in just 7 days. Do not be overly envious. Dugu Bo's current state is merely the release of his accumulated power, Bibi Dong explained. After becoming a titled Douluo, he has been suppressing his residual poison, causing him to stagnate at this level. However, The pill has allowed him to convert the poison generated by his martial spirit into soul power, effectively repaying the years he has accumulated. The four Douluos nodded in agreement, continuing to observe the old poison master. After breaking through to level 93, Douluo endeavored to utilize his residual poison to advance further. But it was evident that it was insufficient. Even with decades of accumulated poison, advancing to the rank of title Douluo was not something one could achieve easily. After witnessing the alleviation of the green scale serpent's poison that had plagued him for decades, Douluo felt a sense of relief. At last, he would no longer be burdened by this affliction, and his newfound strength instilled a greater confidence within him. I am grateful, Your Holiness, for the poison pill that has resolved my affliction, Douluo expressed with gratitude. From this day forth, I shall serve your will with my old bones. Bibi Dong graciously accepted Douluo's gratitude, stating, your rise in power stems from the accumulation of your poison. However, this is not your limit. This pill is sufficient to elevate your strength to level 95, but to transcend to 96, it will depend on your understanding of your martial spirit and your personal circumstances. Level 95? That is sufficient, Douluo replied, a fierce glint in his eyes as he turned towards Yu Xiaogang. What? Douluo, now that we are all subjects of the same hall, why do you glare at me so? Yu Xiaogang retorted, displeased. I have agreed to join the spirit hall. But Ju, that old score remains unsettled. I must reclaim what is rightfully mine, Douluo stated. Yu Xiaogang's expression twitched slightly before she responded, Ha, Douluo, have you become arrogant due to your newfound strength? Your poison is only effective against title Douluos, even if you reach level 95. You will have no chance to reclaim it here. We shall see in due time, Douluo replied, then turned to Bibi Dong, saying, I implore your holiness to grant a poison pill to relieve my granddaughter's affliction. Bibi Dong remarked, for Douluo, taking the poison pill is not the optimal solution. Unlike you, who is gravely afflicted, she possesses the strength to cultivate her own poison techniques and refine her own poison pill. What is the difference between a self-refined poison pill and the one you provide? Douluo inquired. Douluo, the poison pill I bestowed upon you ultimately has its limits. It is sufficient for you to reach level 95, but beyond that, you must consider circumstances beyond yourself. Douluo, however, is still young and perfectly capable of cultivating poison techniques and refining her own innate poison pill. With her own innate poison pill, she can traverse further along the path of a soul master. Your limit is the Super Douluo at level 95. But I can assure you that after practicing the poison techniques I provide, Douluo will achieve at least level 98 as a Super Douluo. Do you truly wish for her to consume the poison pill? In the realm of Super Douluo, apart from Qianrenxue and Bibi Dong, everyone was taken aback by this potential. Douluo found it unimaginable, although Douluo's martial spirit also evolved from the Emerald Scale Serpent. Douluo could potentially evolve to the level of Serpent Emperor in the future. In terms of talent, Douluo was, in fact, inferior to Douluo. A title Douluo, in their youth, was indeed a genius, possessing innate soul power of at least level 8 or above. Douluo was a solitary cultivator who ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Had it not been for the poison issue, his level would not have paled in comparison to the prodigies of his time. However, Douluo, under Douluo's protection, was still not believed by Douluo to have a chance of breaking through to title Douluo. Douluo's innate soul power was merely at level 7. Now, Bibi Dong revealed to Douluo that she harbored the potential to become a Super Douluo of level 98. If Bibi Dong were not a pope, Douluo would have thought her words mere nonsense. This is just a conservative estimate. Considering the celestial herbs in this medicinal field, the limits may even be surpassed. Bibi Dong remarked with a smile. Both Douluo and Douluo were momentarily stunned. Douluo could inherit Douluo's legacy, becoming the new generation of poison Douluo. Douluo was already grateful, let alone the thought of her becoming a Super Doll or even reaching the extreme level. Your Holiness, are you certain you are not jesting with an old man like me? Douluo inquired. Old Poison Master, therein lies your problem. Guarding a treasure mountain while failing to discover its riches, Yu Xiaogang stated. I am not well versed in the arts, but I can assure you that this ice and fire duality I possesses celestial qualities that can enhance your granddaughter's innate talent. Unlike you, she is at the perfect age to consume such celestial treasures. I dare say, once she ingests the celestial herbs here, her future achievements will not fall short of yours. Old poison master, Ju Huaguan asserted. Can potential truly be enhanced? Douluo looked as bewildered as a rustic villager. Ju Huaguan chuckled. Do you think enhancing potential is the end? Some celestial treasures, when consumed, can even stimulate the evolution of one's martial spirit. Realizing the gravity of his ignorance, Douluo asked Ju Huaguan, can you point out which celestial herb would allow my granddaughter Douluo to evolve? Ju Huaguan, with a teasing tone, replied, Oh dear, who was it that wanted to seek me out for advice just moments ago? And who was it that called me Ju Huaguan? Douluo, observing his granddaughter's shy demeanor, noted her eyes filled with desire. For a future, he suppressed the urge to chastise Ju Huaguan. Elder Juhua, if you can provide me with that celestial herb, I will overlook past grievances and, should you require assistance, I will certainly oblige. Ju Huaguan responded, Little poison master, I am eager to assist you. But the authority over this medicinal field lies not with me, but with Her Holiness the Pope. Any celestial herbs needed must obtain her consent. Douluo was enraged. Realizing he had wasted his feelings and had humbly sought reconciliation, yet he was still powerless. Elder Juhua, please retrieve the celestial herb, Bibi Dong instructed. Yes, Your Holiness. Ju Huaguan, who had just displayed a flirtatious demeanor, immediately resumed seriousness and headed towards the medicinal field in search of suitable celestial herbs for Douluo. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong produced a method for cultivating poison from her soul guide, stating, This technique will aid you, even your emerald scale serpent's descendants, in refining poison pills and addressing the issues associated with your martial spirit. But, Douluo, have you ever heard the saying, the law should not be transmitted to 6 ears? The law should not be transmitted to 6 ears? Douluo was no fool. He quickly grasped the meaning behind the words. Given that they were already bound to the war chariot of the spirit hall, the carefree days he once enjoyed were destined to fade away. It would be better to seek a position within the spirit hall to establish a legacy for the Douluo clan. Douluo, do not delay. Pay your respects to your master. Douluo promptly bowed before Bibi Dong, saying, Douluo pays her respects to master. From now on, you may simply call me teacher, Bibi Dong replied, handing Douluo a soul guide containing the poison cultivation method, adding, This is your initiation gift. Train diligently and do not slack off. Thank you, teacher, Douluo said excitedly as she accepted the necklace. Elsewhere, Douluo approached, utilizing soul power to carry a golden melon about the size of 2 fists. Its appearance instantly imbued the air with a profound resonance, accompanied by an enchanting fragrance. Both Douluo and Douluo, as well as Shima Da, were drawn to the golden melon, or rather, their martial spirits were deeply attracted to it. Ju Huaguan, what is this? Douluo inquired. Old poison master, this is a celestial treasure suitable for your granddaughter, known as the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. It bears the bloodline of the Earth Dragon and is most compatible with dragonkin. Although your inherited martial spirit, the Emerald Scale Serpent, is a serpent, it too belongs to the dragon lineage. If your granddaughter were to obtain the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, it would undoubtedly enhance her soul power significantly. Moreover, if luck is on her side, she may even gain the Earth Dragon bloodline, thus facilitating her martial spirit's evolution. Ju Huaguan explained. No wonder I felt an inexplicable attraction to this melon, Douluo remarked. While guarding this land, did you not consider consuming it? Ju Huaguan asked curiously. Douluo shook his head. I am unfamiliar with these exotic herbs, hence I dared not consume them recklessly. It's fortunate you did not, for otherwise, you would have found it impossible to locate suitable celestial herbs for your granddaughter. The value of what she consumes far exceeds that of you, old poison master. Ju Huaguan retorted disdainfully. Douluo chuckled awkwardly. The Douluo clan had received ample benefits from the spirit hall, which could not be repaid with mere words of gratitude. The only thing left for him was to serve the spirit hall. Ju Huaguan handed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to Douluo, saying, Just eat it as you normally would. Douluo accepted the golden melon with gratitude, saying, Thank you, senior. You need not thank me. You should express your gratitude to your teacher. Also, you may call me Elder Juhua, or even Juhua Grandpa if you wish, Ju Huaguan smiled. Yes, Juhua Grandpa, Douluo whispered. Douluo interjected, Ju Huaguan, while we have settled our past grievances, do not attempt to take my granddaughter from me. Old poison master, that is where you are mistaken. If Douluo wishes to acknowledge me as her grandpa, who are you to object? Do you intend to play the ghostly grandpa? Ju Huaguan countered. Douluo replied. Ju Huaguan instructed Douluo, After consuming it, keep the seeds. This place is unique, and they can grow again. Dugwian nodded and found a clean spot to sit cross-legged, consuming the earth dragon golden melon completely before closing her eyes to meditate and absorb soul power. Zhu Huaguan, does the earth dragon golden melon truly possess such remarkable efficacy? Dugubo inquired, observing the faint golden glow flickering around Dugwian. Rest assured, the results will exceed your expectations. Jizuki smiled and said, Dugu Yin has now attained the formidable level of 37 as a soul master. After consuming this golden gourd, I assure you she will ascend to the soul sect realm without any side effects. Furthermore, after she collects her spirit rings, the effects of the potion will continue to amplify, potentially elevating her by 1 or 2 levels. In the ensuing years, her cultivation speed will only accelerate. With the toxic abilities granted by His Holiness the Pope, she will undoubtedly possess the capability to break through to the Soul King realm before the Soul Master competition. By the way, Dugabo, Bibi Dong inquired, does Dugu Yin have suitors at the Royal Combat Academy? Indeed, there are 2. One is Yu Qianheng from the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon Sect, and the other is the Avalanche Prince of the Royal Family. However, the latter is no longer an option, Dugabo responded. As for Yu Qianheng, rest assured, Your Holiness, I will ensure Dugu Yin keeps her distance from him. It is best that way, Bibi Dong remarked, recalling her own dark past. She added, I do not wish for my disciple to end up as part of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon lineage. Regarding the notion of using Dugu Yin to attract Yu Qianheng, and by extension, the entire Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect, Bibi Dong admitted she had not considered it. Women in Douluo are often reckless in love. She feared that instead of reeling in the entire sect, she might lose her promising protege. Dugabo, your family has but this one granddaughter remaining. If you wish for your clan's martial soul to endure, you must not seek someone too powerful. Should Dugu Yin and Yu Qianheng unite, what will become of their descendants? Will they carry the Dugu surname or the Yu? Which martial soul will they inherit? The Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon or the Emerald Lattice Serpent? You must ponder this carefully, Jizuki advised. I understand, Dugu replied. Previously, he had harbored resentment towards martial souls, indifferent to their legacy. However, with the primary issue regarding the martial soul now resolved, Dugubo began to contemplate the future of his family. If his granddaughter Dugu Yin were to truly bond with Yu Qianheng, the Emerald Lattice Serpent martial soul could face extinction unless he rejuvenated himself for one last endeavor. Thus, considering his family's interests, Dugubo now wished to prevent Dugu Yin from forming a relationship with Yu Qianheng. Dugubo, stay here with Dugu Yin, Bibi Dong instructed. She then led Jizuki, Guimei, and Sishue to the side of the ice-fire herb field to allocate the herbs. Jizuki, if you consume the rare mushroom of heaven, how long until you reach level 96? Bibi Dong asked. Upon hearing this, Jizuki replied, My martial soul is the rare mushroom of heaven, perfectly aligned with my essence. Upon consuming this divine herb, I can immediately break through to level 96 and with the subsequent effects. Reaching level 98 over the next few years will pose no significant challenge. Excellent. This rare mushroom of heaven is yours, Bibi Dong declared. Jizuki, elated, exclaimed, Thank you, Your Holiness. Please find a herb for Guimei, Sishue, and the other elders as well. Very well. Subsequently, Jizuki selected a Wanshan ghost flower, a herb of dark attributes, for Guimei, while Sishue was provided with 2 lesser-grade herbs. I will step away for a moment. Wait for me, Qian Renshue said, departing before Bibi Dong could question her destination. Observing Qian Renshue's retreating figure, Bibi Dong did not delve into her whereabouts, but instead contacted the system within the spiritual realm, asking, Are there any divine herbs suitable for my dear Shuer? Bibi Dong was cautious regarding the selection of divine herbs for herself and Qian Renshue, opting to consult the system rather than the herbal expert Jizuki. If her martial soul remains unchanged, the ice-fire duality I would ideally suit you. And there exists a herb named the snow-colored swan's kiss. However, since your martial soul has been altered and you no longer wield poison, this herb holds no value for you. As for Qian Renshue, she too remained uncertain about which divine herb would be suitable for her. Regrettably, the higher the quality of a martial soul, the lesser the benefits derived from extraordinary treasures. There are no divine herbs perfectly suited for you and Qian Renshue. Of course, perfectly suited refers to an ideal match, the system explained. If you wish to consume ordinary divine herbs, You may select some versatile ones that enhance physical strength and vitality. Very well, let me ask you, are the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot suitable for Qianren? Bibi Dong inquired. These two divine herbs are indeed impressive, but not suitable for her, the system replied. Due to her martial soul, she commands the fire of destiny. Ordinary flames can harm her, thus rendering fire immunity largely ineffective. Furthermore, the ultimate fire can counter the ultimate ice, eliminating the necessity for ice immunity. Additionally, the six-winged angel possesses immense energy and purification power from the ultimate light, which diminishes the need for her to be immune to all poisons. The benefits these herbs would provide her are modest, and their effects would be more pronounced on others than on her. All right, even if Qianren cannot utilize them, I can still offer them to Hu Liena. Bibi Dong concluded. Now, tell me, which divine herbs in the Douluo continent are suitable for her? The light paradise grass. When the angel god suppressed evil and gathered light unto herself to establish her divine rank, a divine herb was born from the rich light and sacred aura at the place where she ascended to godhood. This herb is the most suitable for the six-winged angel martial soul, significantly enhancing the purification power of the six-winged angel's domain, its light energy attributes, and improving the physique of its powerful wielders. Where can this herb be found? Bibi Dong asked. It was consumed by one of the ancestors of the Qian family within the spirit hall of Ur. Since the angel god has an owner, they ascended to become a divine official, the system responded. Bibi Dong remarked, so you're saying this herb is? Indeed, it has become extinct, the system confirmed. Then why do you even mention it? Bibi Dong sighed in exasperation. While it may not exist in the Douluo world, it does not mean it is absent from the system's marketplace, the system replied. Bibi Dong opened the system interface, quickly locating the recommended light paradise grass. This herb was categorized as divine, but upon examining the price, 20,000 points, she felt disheartened. I would need to exhaust myself in the system space thrice to afford this herb. You wouldn't want me to grind through the realms again, would you? Host, due to your financial constraints, this system has temporarily activated a selling function, allowing you to exchange valuable items for points. The system explained. Soul bones, undiminished soul rings, and various extraordinary treasures can be sold for points, the system elaborated. For instance, all the extraordinary treasures surrounding you could easily allow you to purchase not just one, but 10 light paradise grasses. Your tone feels rather suspicious. Are you trying to set a trap for me? Bibi Dong questioned. Absolutely not. How could the system betray the host? The system assured. Bibi Dong chuckled lightly. I've encountered many deceptive systems. How am I to know the true value of the herbs for sale? Select the items you wish to sell and choose appraisal. The system will provide a valuation, the system instructed. As Bibi Dong approached the Chiluo tulip, she employed her identification skill. The system revealed, Chiluo tulip, valued at 8,000 points. When Bibi Dong perused the system marketplace, she discovered that the Chiluo tulip was being sold for 16,000 points. You deceitful merchant, the system remarked. Host, whether you choose to sell or not is up to you. Just a reminder, the light paradise grass is not a common item. Once this opportunity passes, it may not return. If it happens to be wiped from the next refresh, you could be waiting quite a while for it to reappear. Bibi Dong replied, all right, I will sell. While the herbs within the garden held value, none could compare to the celestial herb suited for Qianren. With the determination to support her daughter, Bibi Dong scavenged for several inexpensive herbs to sell. Reluctant to part with any celestial herbs, she settled for non-celestial options, such as Millennium Ganoderma and Millennium Ginseng, gradually accumulating over 20,000 points, enabling her to purchase the light paradise grass. At that moment, Qianren returned, her hands delicately holding 3 celestial herbs, buoyed by the power of her six-winged angel spirit. Upon closer inspection, Bibi Dong recognized the herbs that Tang San had consumed in the original story, the 8-pointed ice grass, the fiery apricot blossom, and the ever-watching autumn water dew. Mother, these are the 3 celestial herbs I found for you. You should be aware of their effects. Qianren explained. As a divine spirit with the 6-winged angel, I possess ultimate fire attributes and refining abilities. These herbs do not significantly enhance me, while gaining immunity to ice and fire would greatly bolster your strength. Bibi Dong immediately understood Qianren intentions and was touched. Had she not had the system, she would have undoubtedly chosen the finest celestial herb for herself, leaving the best for Qianren. Yet, Qian Rinxue had proactively claimed these 3 celestial herbs for her mother. Have you forgotten I am a divine spirit? Bibi Dong chuckled. These herbs hold little value for me. Regardless, I cannot take back what I've given. Whether you choose to absorb them is your decision. I will not absorb them. Qian Rinxue pouted, feigning displeasure. Very well. I graciously accept your kindness. Bibi Dong smiled, receiving the 3 celestial herbs from Qian Rinxue. However, Shuer, I just found a celestial herb perfect for you. Please do not refuse my goodwill. With that, Bibi Dong produced the previously acquired light paradise grass. The light paradise grass radiated a pure brilliance, captivating Qian Rinxue's 6-winged angel spirit, akin to a golden gourd luring a lone goose. This was no ordinary herb. It was a most suitable celestial herb for the 6-winged angel. As a descendant of the angelic race, Qian Rinxue was keenly aware of its significance. Apart from the angel god, their clan had produced a priest who ascended to divinity after consuming the light paradise grass. Although merely a priest, he was indeed a god. The light paradise grass had only appeared at the moment the angel god was born, indicating that the one in the spirit hall was unique. Once consumed, it would be gone. How can this be? Even the wondrous ice and fire eyes cannot possibly produce such a celestial herb. Qian Rinxue exclaimed in astonishment. Yet, reality was as it stood. Outside of the ice and fire eyes, there was no explanation for the origins of this celestial herb. Qian Rinxue firmly believed that even her mother's formidable abilities could not conjure such a celestial herb, as its conditions for appearance were exceedingly stringent. However, the light paradise grass was indeed extraordinary. Did Tang San not know of its existence? Why was it not recorded in that book? Given Tang San's nature of being meticulous, he would undoubtedly not overlook any celestial herb. Soon, Qian Rinxue came to terms with it. While the herb was exceptional, its utility was limited to divine and light-based spirits, particularly the 6-winged angel. Even if it fell into Tang San's hands, without someone to utilize it, it would merely be stored away. That book chronicled the future's general outline, but did not encompass all details. It seemed that if her mother had not been reincarnated, the spirit hall would have missed countless opportunities. Bibi Dong accepted the 3 celestial herbs from Qian Rinxue, and naturally, Qian Rinxue would not decline the light paradise grass. However, rather than consuming the celestial herb immediately, Qian Rinxue gazed at Bibi Dong, her expressive eyes seemingly conveying, I wish to see you absorb it before I do. With a wry smile, Bibi Dong stated, of these 3 herbs, the ever-watching autumn water dew is the most beneficial for me. I will absorb this one. Are you planning to reserve the remaining 2 for Hu Laina? Qian Rinxue asked, somewhat displeased. Bibi Dong, caught at her thoughts, merely nodded. I have found a celestial herb suited for her. Qian Rinxue retrieved the water fairy bone from her soul guide. This is the celestial herb I gift you. I do not permit you to pass it to another. If you do not absorb these 2 celestial herbs, then I shall not absorb the light paradise grass either, she declared stubbornly. Bibi Dong cast a glance at the system marketplace, noting that the 2 celestial herbs were still available, then sighed upon seeing Qian Rinxue's unwavering determination. All right, Shuer, I will absorb them, and you should too. For the sake of Shuer and Nar, it was merely a matter of completing a few more quests. She hoped the ice and fire immunity would extend into the quest space. She began to absorb the 2 celestial herbs. Qian Rinxue's gaze remained fixed on the 8-pointed ice grass and the fiery apricot blossom in Bibi Dong's grasp. Under Qian Rinxue's watchful eyes, Bibi Dong consumed the 2 celestial herbs and subsequently leaped into the ice and fire eyes to refine her body. However, she did not exhibit the same struggles as Tang San. After all, her foundation as a title Douluo at level 98 was not comparable to Tang San's Soul Master. The contrasting sensations of cold and heat were easily accepted by Bibi Dong, yet the enhancement it provided was not substantial. She sensed that while the effects would push her closer to the ultimate title Douluo at level 99, they were somewhat wasted on her. Casting a glance at Qian Rinxue, she teasingly remarked, all right, I have absorbed the 2 celestial herbs. Shouldn't you absorb the one I gave you? Qian Rinxue beamed and replied, Mother, have you forgotten that there is still one celestial herb you have yet to absorb? The ever-watching autumn water dew. Ah, you are quite the opportunist, Bibi Dong retorted playfully. I will absorb it, but Shuer, I must witness you absorb the celestial herb I gifted you as well. Agreed, Qian Rinxue smiled. With that, both Bibi Dong and Qian Rinxue simultaneously consumed their respective celestial herbs. Facing each other, Bibi Dong knelt down and entered a meditative state, absorbing the essence of the medicinal herbs. Suddenly, she felt a gentle pressure behind her. Upon probing with her spiritual sense, she discovered that Qian Rinxue was sitting back-to-back with her, refining celestial treasures. Bibi Dong did not intervene. The two closed their eyes and absorbed the medicinal power of the divine herbs. Meanwhile, several members of the Douluo realm were reaping their own rewards. Yu Xiaogang and Mei successfully broke through their innate limits, becoming 96th level super Douluo, while the duo wielding the Blood Needle Serpent Spear also smoothly ascended past the 93rd level. Observing this, Douluo felt a pang of envy. After guarding treasure for so many years, he had been unaware of the remarkable abilities of these celestial herbs, allowing others to benefit in vain. However, the performance of Douluo provided him with some small comfort. A Soul Master under 20 years of age held the potential to break through to the Soul King level when the National Soul Master Tournament commenced. As for Douluo's soul rings, Douluo could personally assist her. Being a titled Douluo, the soul rings he procured for her would undoubtedly be of superior quality. Although Douluo's martial spirit had not evolved into a dragon like Jiyo Douluo's, it had transformed into the Bai Lin Serpent Empress. Among the top martial spirits of the Bai Lin Serpent lineage, the Bai Lin Serpent Emperor and the Bai Lin Serpent Empress stood out, the latter possessing a far more potent venom, especially when complemented by Bibi Dong's mastery of poison. The prospect of attaining a title Douluo seemed bright, as did that of becoming a super Douluo. Douluo thought bitterly, though I may not be able to compete with you old-timers in the future, my precious granddaughter will surely surpass you all. The old masters, having completed their absorption of the celestial herbs, gathered together in the underground passage near the core of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, suffused with a pure, six-winged radiance. The six-winged angel ascended, spreading its wings and illuminating the surroundings with divine light. Douluo was astounded. Was this not the divine martial spirit, the six-winged angel? He then noticed that beneath the six-winged angel, the owner of this martial spirit, Qian Rinxue, was meditating back-to-back with Bibi Dong. It was then that Douluo recognized the exceptional nature of the Soul King, Qian Rinxue and Qinghe. She is the young master and the daughter of the Pope, said the Serpent Spear Douluo. The Pope's daughter? Douluo was perplexed. He had never heard of Bibi Dong having a daughter, though the former Pope did have one. Also with a six-winged angel martial spirit. But hadn't she passed away in her youth? The knowledgeable members of the Blood Needle Serpent Spear remained silent, patiently observing. Before long, Bibi Dong completed her absorption of the celestial herb, the eyes of insight bestowing upon her the ability to perceive all things while simultaneously enhancing her mental prowess, proving to be a commendable auxiliary ability. However, the phenomena brought forth by the eyes of insight paled in comparison to those produced by Qian Rinxue's absorption of the light paradise herb. At that moment, the air within the ice and fire yin-yang eye, filled with extraordinary occurrences, sparkled with points of light, while the sacred and proud six-winged angel soared above Qian Rinxue and Bibi Dong. Countless points of light danced around the six-winged angel, and as time elapsed, more and more began to coalesce, transforming the surroundings into a radiant ocean. The energy of light could be gentle or devastating, as countless points of light constructed an existence known as a domain. Within this domain, there existed not only the energy of light, but also the searing heat of fire and the sanctified purification. This was the domain inherently possessed by the six-winged angel. Within this realm, even the slightest contamination from its energy would purify one's soul power, even for Bibi Dong, the 98th level super Douluo. As time passed, the vast ocean of light gradually converged, ultimately entering the six-winged angel and coalescing within it. Looking at Qian Rinxue, although her soul rings kept her strength at the 60th level, she was now a far cry from her former self. Qian Rinxue opened her eyes, sensing her transformation and feeling immensely pleased. What changes has this light paradise herb brought you? Bibi Dong inquired with concern. My angelic domain's purification efficacy has significantly improved. Within my domain, even a Soul King level powerhouse will be purified in less than a minute. Qian Rinxue confidently replied. In addition to enhancing my angelic domain, it has also granted me a certain affinity for light and sacred elements, which are the basis of my soul skills. Thus, when I utilize these soul skills, I can draw upon the surrounding elements, reducing the consumption of my soul power. The purification within my angelic domain, combined with my increased affinity for my attributes, grants me the strength to contend even with soul saints and soul Douluos. If you were to add 100,000-year soul ring, would you have confidence in defeating a soul Douluo? Bibi Dong asked. Even with a mere ordinary soul ring, I am confident I can match a soul Do-level powerhouse. Thanks to my divine martial spirit, Qian Rinxue asserted. Well done, indeed, Shuer. Bibi Dong smiled. It seemed she had underestimated Qian Rinxue, even at the soul saint level. She could contend with titled Douluos like Douluo, and now, with such enhancements, even without her martial spirit manifesting, she would have no trouble dealing with a soul Douluo once she became a soul emperor. After all, domains were not something that even titled Douluos possessed. Following their absorption of the medicinal herbs, everyone had gained something, particularly the two titled Douluos, Jue and Mei, who had attained the strength of 96th-level super Douluos, signifying their capacity to serve within the Hall of Worship. With their formidable martial spirit fusion technique, the dual polarity stasis domain, their status within the martial spirit hall would further ascend. Congratulations, young master, on the evolution of your angelic domain. The serpent spear and blood needle Douluo sincerely congratulated Qian Rinxue. She nodded and replied, while I appreciate it, I will still need the assistance of Uncle Shilong and Uncle Xieshue in the future. On the other side, Bibi Dong approached Douluo and presented him with an elder's token, saying, from now on, you shall serve as an elder of my papal hall, directly under my command. Yes, your holiness. Douluo accepted the elder's token. Bibi Dong playfully remarked, Elder Douluo, were you curious about who Shuer is? She is my daughter. You may not be aware of her identity, but you surely recognize her other identity. Please enlighten me, your holiness, Douluo inquired. Shuer, show Elder Douluo, Bibi Dong instructed. Understood. Qian Rinxue stepped before Douluo, stating, Elder Douluo, you may not recognize me now, but you are familiar with my other identity. With that, Qian Rinxue activated her head spirit bone skill, a radiant holy light enveloping her figure from the neck down. In the next moment, as the holy light dissipated, Qian Rinxue remained the breathtaking beauty she had always been, yet her graceful form was replaced by that of a young man dressed in splendid noble garments. She retrieved a human skin mask from her soul guide and donned it, tying back her golden hair, as her six-winged angel martial spirit underwent a transformation. From a six-winged angel, it morphed into a pure white swan. In less than a minute, the figure before them transformed from stunning beauty into a prince, Snow Qinghe, exuding a regal aura. Throughout this entire process, Douluo and Duguian's eyes widened in shock, their initial confusion giving way to astonishment. You're Snow Qinghe? Duguian exclaimed in disbelief. Shui Qinghe smiled faintly and said, Indeed, Sister Duguian, I am Shui Qinghe. I am he. Douluo replied, Allow me to clarify. When did you usurp the identity of Shui Qinghe? Douluo was taken aback as he inquired. Approximately 9 years ago, Qian Rinxue replied. She had spent 2 years getting close to Shui Qinghe, understanding his habits and mannerisms, before eliminating him and seamlessly taking his place. 9 years ago, Douluo fell into contemplation. More than 10 years ago, the Pope's daughter passed away, and thereafter she was no longer regarded with importance. The world believed that the lineage of the six-winged angels had come to an end. It seems the Spirit Hall still harbored a descendant of the six-winged angels. He continued, Then, 7 years ago, both Shui Luo Chuan and Shui Haitsong passed away. If you are indeed Shui Qinghe, then what of the true crown prince? Douluo asked. The real Shui Qinghe was eliminated by me. Alas, his remains have been reduced to ashes. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would have grown several meters high, Qian Rinxue said with the gentlest expression while uttering the most horrifying truth. Douluo, despite being a titled Douluo, felt a chill run down his spine. Such grand scheming from your spirit hall. To think of usurping a throne. However, he could not help but admire Qian Rinxue's disguise, as even the seven treasure glazed tile clan had failed to perceive her true identity. Beside them, Jiu Guan remarked, Old Poison, do you still consider yourself an outsider? Have you forgotten your current identity, Elder of the Pope? True, Douluo sighed in relief. He was no longer a man of the Tiando Empire, but an elder of the Spirit Hall. Reflecting on it now, it was indeed chilling to realize that Shui The son most cherished by the Tiando Empire's Emperor Shui was merely a pawn of the Spirit Hall. Throughout this entire process, no one had noticed. Even Prince Xuexing's suspicions were limited to the fact that he had killed 2 brothers, without questioning Xuexing's identity. With this thought, Douluo felt a wave of relief. Had he continued to entangle himself with Prince Xuexing, he might have met an untimely end without knowing how it happened. Now, as an elder of the Spirit Hall, the revelation of Xuexing's identity by Bibi Dong was no trivial matter. Douluo said, "You have shared such a significant secret with me. You do not intend for me to conspire with the young master to usurp the throne, do you?" Indeed, although Shui heir is protected by the title Douluo's Shilong and others in Tiando City, they belong to the Spirit Hall and cannot be exposed. In the Tiando Empire, we require a visible title Douluo to support us, Douluo explained. I regret to inform you, Your Holiness, that I fear I cannot fulfill this role. For I have severed ties with Prince Xuexing. What transpired that led to this rift with my royal uncle? Qian Renxue inquired, feigning ignorance. To be candid, Prince Xuexing resorted to despicable means to bind me to his cause. He attempted to disgrace my granddaughter through Xuebeng, coercing her into an alliance. Once this plot was exposed, I chose to leave, Douluo recounted. My position as Tiando guest official was granted by Prince Xuexing, and I shall soon resign. For it was merely a boon from him. Xuexinghe, Qian Renxue, expressed her sorrow, saying, I never imagined my royal uncle and brother to be such individuals. Your royal uncle, your brother. Continue your charade. You play it convincingly. Duguyin and Douluo could not help but roll their eyes. Gue Mei remarked, old poison. Since you plan to resign from the position of Tiando guest official, you can no longer use it to threaten us. Douluo sighed, I am left with no choice. Everyone wishes to survive, and with you 5 title Douluos looming, what recourse do I have? However, Douluo shifted his tone and spoke earnestly to Qian Renxue. Young master, your masquerade has indeed been masterful. You have quietly eliminated 2 princes without leaving any evidence linking you to their deaths. Yet, the absence of evidence does not mean there are no suspicions. Oh, what do you mean? Xuexinghe feigned confusion. Prince Xuexing has long harbored doubts regarding your ambition for the throne, and he has been secretly gathering evidence against you for years, Douluo informed her. To think my royal uncle suspects me of such deeds, Xuexinghe exclaimed in shock. Moreover, you must remain vigilant regarding your brother. Now that you have decided to ally with the Spirit Hall, I have nothing more to say. I will reveal all I know. Compared to Qian Renxue's feigned astonishment, the true shock came from the blood-soaked serpent spear, who realized the implications. Young master, the blood-soaked serpent made a cutting motion across his throat, saying, Xuexing and Xuebeng are destined to be threats. Shall we consider returning to deliberate further? Qian Renxue gestured for silence. In truth, she was already aware of Xuebeng's dubious nature, but she chose not to expose it. By allowing Douluo to reveal the truth, she heightened her vigilance towards Xuebeng and Xuexing, which would ultimately facilitate their success in the Tiando Palace. This would be significantly tied to Douluo, who had turned away from the Tiando royal family to ally with the Spirit Hall. And this, indeed, was his declaration of allegiance. I have shared all that I must. If possible, please spare Xuexing. He was once my savior, Douluo implored. You may first resign from the Tiando royal guest position, and then Xuexinghe can approach you. But your relationship must not be too close. Otherwise, it may alert the snake in the grass. Considering your extensive knowledge of Xuexing and Xuebeng, Bibi Dong advised. Douluo, guard the eye of ice and fire. No one shall enter without my permission, or face dire consequences, Bibi Dong commanded, tossing a soul guide device to Douluo. Should a title Douluo force their way in, use this to contact me. Douluo patted his chest, assuring her, rest assured, Your Holiness, anyone attempting to breach my poison formation below title Douluo will either perish or be left severely injured. Indeed, treat those who can enter your poison formation with caution, Bibi Dong cautioned. In the following days, I will send title Douluo reinforcements to guard the eye of ice and fire. Bibi Dong felt that entrusting the eye of ice and fire solely to Douluo was insufficient, but she lacked more title Douluos. Even if she had them, they belonged to specific factions. Deploying Spirit Hall's title Douluos alongside Douluo would expose his identity as a rogue cultivator. Bibi Dong remarked to Qian Renxue, You have been away from the Crown Prince's residence for some time. Return with Douluo to address certain matters. I shall visit you in half a month, and we will venture to the Stardow Forest to hunt that soul beast. Very well. I shall first return to inform Shuiyi. I cannot delay too long. Qian Rinxue replied. They had already spent several days at the Eye of Ice and Fire in the Setting Sun Forest, and another journey to the Stardow Forest would take more time. Prolonged absence might cause Emperor Shuiyi to worry. Capturing the 10,000-year-old beast was not an immediate concern, especially considering Douluo's performance had yet to commence. In the ensuing days, Douluo Cixue, and she long departed from the Ice and Fire Yinyang, journeying towards the city of Tiando in the Tiando Empire. Meanwhile, Zhu Douluo and Ghost Duo remain at the Ice and Fire Yinyang to stand guard. On the other hand, Bibi Dong devoted several days to instructing Yin in the fundamentals of toxic arts. Under Bibi Dong's tutelage, Yin adeptly harnessed the potency of snake venom, transforming and refining it into soul power, achieving remarkable progress in merely a few days to reach the 44th rank. It is noteworthy that at this time, Yu Xiaogang, who was renowned as one half of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon duo, had only attained the 38th rank, while Yin's cultivation had already reached the level of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. The fruits of her labor left Yin feeling elated, and as she reminisced about the golden melon that had enhanced her martial soul, a thought struck her. She turned to Bibi Dong and inquired, Teacher, I wonder if there are any more of those golden melons around here. A friend of mine would greatly benefit from such a divine treasure. Bibi Dong, observing the eager expression on Yin's face, felt a sense of foreboding. The Earth Dragon Golden Melon possessed significant enhancement properties for dragon-type martial souls, and the most illustrious of such martial souls in the world was none other than the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Bibi Dong mused that had Tang San bestowed an Earth Dragon Golden Melon upon Yu Xiaogang instead of a 9th-grade purple Ganoderma, Yu Xiaogang would have ascended to the status of a super martial soul golden sacred dragon without needing the Iron Triangle. And who was Yin's friend with a dragon martial soul? It was, of course, Yu Qianheng, a promising young talent. The time was drawing near for Tang San to arrive at Shrek Academy, and soon the Shrek 7 monsters would face off against the Royal Battle Team at the Soto Arena. At that juncture, Yin and Yu Tianheng had already established a romantic relationship. Bibi Dong, unsure of the exact nature of Yin's feelings for Yu Tianheng, noted that her newly acquired disciple seemed to be developing affections for him, to the extent that she was even requesting a divine treasure on his behalf. Bibi Dong squinted her eyes and asked, Tell me, who do you wish to gift the Earth Dragon Golden Melon to? Yin? Yu Tianheng, he is my friend. And with his Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, the effects of the Earth Dragon Golden Melon would undoubtedly be superior for him, Yin replied earnestly. Unbeknownst to Yin, she was unaware of the intricate relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Bibi Dong's eyes glinted with a hint of danger as she addressed Yin, saying, Yin, you have already consumed the Earth Dragon Golden Melon, and there are none left here. Should there be any in the future, it would take at least a decade for new divine treasures to grow. Not only was the Earth Dragon Golden Melon absent, but even if it were available, Bibi Dong would never consider giving it to Yu Tianheng. Just envision what a Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul could evolve into after consuming the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was one of the upper 3 sects, and it was an undeniable fact that they stood united in opposition to the Spirit Hall. Bibi Dong would never entertain the notion of nurturing an enemy with the resources of the Spirit Hall. Yin felt a twinge of disappointment and asked then, Teacher, are there any other divine herbs suitable for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul? Before answering her question, Bibi Dong posed one of her own. Do you have feelings for your friend, Yu Tianheng? Yin's cheeks flushed slightly as she responded, Teacher, I am not certain. He has been pursuing me, but I have yet to give him a definitive answer. So, you're still merely ordinary friends, correct? Bibi Dong remarked. Yin nodded quietly. But, deep down, you harbor thoughts of wanting to be together with him. Am I right? Bibi Dong continued. At this, Yin's face grew even redder, resembling a boiled shrimp. She had expected Bibi Dong to support her budding romance, encouraging her to reciprocate Yu Tianheng's affections, but reality proved otherwise. Bibi Dong pressed on, hypothetically, if you and Yu Tianheng were to become lovers, and one day your boyfriend's faction stood in opposition to your teacher and grandfather's forces, whom would you choose to support? Bibi Dong had imparted the art of poison to Yin, resolving her own toxic issues, and had even provided her with the Earth Dragon Golden Melon. Given her potential, Even if she did not ascend to godhood, she could still achieve the rank of limit Douluo. However, the sudden revelation that Douluo Yin had developed feelings for Yu Tianheng left Bibi Dong feeling a sense of kinship with Qian Xuanji. Although Qian Xuanji's actions had been somewhat extreme in the end, one must consider the perspective of the Pope of the Spirit Hall. If his own disciple were to fall in love with a seemingly insignificant member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, how would one feel? Indeed, Bibi Dong was grappling with such emotions now. Bring me the rod. I have made my decision regarding this pair of lovebirds. How could this be happening? Douluo Yin had never contemplated these matters before, but Bibi Dong's mention of them opened her eyes. Her grandfather was an elder of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong was its pope, while Yu Tianheng was a descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Would the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect and the Spirit Hall inevitably become adversaries in the future? Is it not possible for both sides to reconcile? Douluo Yin inquired. Bibi Dong shook her head and replied, "It is not possible. Either the Spirit Hall weakens and becomes a force comparable to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, while new and formidable powers rise, or the Spirit Hall must grow to a strength that far surpasses the combined might of other factions, allowing for the possibility of non-hostility." As it stood, the Spirit Hall was a colossal entity, yet did not entirely eclipse the upper three sects or the two great empires. Should the opposing factions genuinely unite, they would have a chance to contend with the Spirit Hall. This equilibrium had yet to be disrupted. The surrounding factions remained vigilant, as those they could rally had largely been absorbed by the Spirit Hall, consisting of minor forces like the lower four sects. The major forces, the upper three sects and the two great empires, would not easily submit to the Spirit Hall. They were resilient and faced a future of either annihilation or subservience. The Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect could never be swayed by the Spirit Hall. It was a force destined to be adversarial. As the Pope of the Spirit Hall, Bibi Dong would never consider erasing this sect from existence, nor would she provide them with resources. Even if the Earth Dragon Golden Melon were perfectly suited for the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Martial Soul, feeding it to dogs would be more likely than granting it to them. In the following time, Bibi Dong clarified the relationships between various forces on the continent, delineating the stakes involved. The Douluo family is merely a scattered faction. Do you truly believe that Yu Tianheng's pursuit of you is genuine love? Bibi Dong scoffed. It is because you have a titled Douluo grandfather. Do you grasp my meaning? Douluo Yin nodded, her intelligence shining through despite her reluctance to dwell on certain matters. She had come to understand many things, especially after experiencing the fallout from the avalanche. The reason Su Beihong had sought to drug her and force a situation was precisely to draw her grandfather onto his side. Yu Tianheng's pursuit of her surely had ulterior motives of securing an alliance with a wild titled Douluo for his own family. You must remember that you are my disciple. Douluo Yin, from a moment you ingested the Earth Dragon Golden Melon and began cultivating the poison arts, you and Yu Tianheng have been separated by an insurmountable chasm. You now stand as a sole master of level 44, while he remains merely a sole sovereign of level 39. In the future, this disparity will only widen. Your potential is to become a limit Douluo, perhaps even to pursue the elusive divine position, whereas Yu Tianheng's pinnacle is limited to that of an ordinary title Douluo. Bibi Dong remarked, "You now have every opportunity to extricate yourself from this predicament. There is no need to remain tethered to this tree, complicating your future. I have conveyed all that I needed to say. Now, it is time for you to reflect deeply on your choices." In the second layer of the secret realm, the bond between Douluo Yin and Yu Tianheng had not reached the point of unwavering commitment. She merely harbored feelings of affection. Her grandfather had already joined the Spirit Hall, and she had taken the Spirit Hall's teachings as her own, thus aligning herself with them. The relationship between the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect was fated to become adversarial. In her heart, the significance of her grandfather and the mentor who had recently taught her poison arts overshadowed that of Yu Tianheng. The young girl wept throughout the night in her chamber, her eyes swollen by morning. When she faced Bibi Dong the next day, her voice was hoarse as she declared, "Teacher, I have made my decision. I will maintain my distance from Yu Tianheng." Bibi Dong nodded, affirming, "You shall be grateful for this choice in the future, should you insist on being with Yu Tianheng. Even the efforts of both Bibi Dong and Douluo Bo will be in vain, and I shall not hinder your path. However, I will not spare the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect because of you. Should you find yourself caught between two fronts, that will be your own decision. Within the soul guidance device, I place the necessary medicinal herbs and some insights for guidance. Your grandfather's identity as an elder of the Spirit Hall must remain concealed. So continue your studies at the Royal Fight Academy. I will have the ghost Douluo escort you out of the Sunset Forest. Douluo nodded, and accompanied by the ghost Douluo, she bid farewell to Bibi Dong and departed from the Sunset Forest. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong lingered within the Eye of Ice and Fire. After addressing Douluo's matters, she promptly contacted the system. System, activate the second layer of the Demon God Trial Ground. Affirmative, host, the system replied. Bibi Dong's next objective lay within the Douluo Forest, where she would confront the 10,000-year soul beasts, yet a looming threat had to be considered: the Bear Monarch. Bibi Dong had not anticipated that by slaying two 10,000-year soul beasts, she would incite the wrath of the ferocious beasts guarding the Douluo Forest. Perhaps the ferocious beasts would remain indifferent to her actions against other soul beasts, but should she provoke the 10,000-year soul beasts? The guardians of the Douluo Forest would not stand idly by. Had she possessed both soul rings and soul skills, she would not have feared the Bear Monarch. Yet now, with only a single soul skill that was not of strong, offensive nature, her only option against a beast of over 400,000 years was to flee. Before Bibi Dong appeared a page displaying the summary of the second layer of the Demon God Trial Ground. This is a space teeming with magical creatures. Monsters are born incessantly, each varying in strength, governed by the law of survival of the fittest, where the weak are devoured by the strong. You will become a mere creature within this world of monstrosities. The sole path to ascend is through relentless slaughter of these beings to enhance yourself, ultimately reigning supreme among them. Each layer of the trial ground is presided over by a soul beast of 10,000 years or more, with each successive layer increasing the age of its inhabitants by 10,000 years. The second layer's inhabitants will reach 20,000 years in age, qualifying as fierce beasts. Trial rewards include an additional 10,000 years to the soul ring, a talent summoning card, a title Douluo summoning card, an external soul bone known as the Claw of the Stars, acquisition of a second soul skill, and the permanent opening of the second layer of the Mirror Trial Ground, along with the unveiling of the second hidden realm, the Silent Underground Street. The penalty for failure in the trial is death within the secret realm. The rewards of the second layer are indeed substantial. Bibi Dong swallowed hard, clearly enticed by the offerings. Should she successfully conquer this layer, she would gain two soul skills, one from the external soul bone and another as her second ring skill. The two 10,000-year soul rings would elevate her soul ring configuration to 5 black and 4 red. If the soul skills were potent, she would not falter against the Bear Monarch. Host, do not rejoice too soon. The more generous the rewards, the greater the challenges that lie ahead. Caution the system. Understood, replied Bibi Dong. Is there any information you can share about the second layer, akin to the guidance you provided for the nightmare? The system responded, Host, I can only provide the information currently available regarding the second layer, and what you seek is encompassed within this data. As she spoke, the page before Bibi Dong refreshed, revealing new content. Demon God Trial Ground Second Layer. The Sad Queen Dragon information, a 20,000-year fierce beast description, a giant dragon of the Earth Dragon clan, residing within the ancient dragon community. From the moment of her birth, her appearance was deemed grotesque by dragon standards, her skin marred by unsightly growths. Consequently, she faced ostracism, bullying, and discrimination from her kin. Her mother denied her the protection of her eggshell, offering it to other young dragons instead, allowing them to torment her. Finally, one day, she erupted in rage, annihilating her own kind and transforming her clan's territory into a graveyard for dragons. The Sad Queen Dragon now reigns over the space of the second layer of the trial ground, with her lair situated in the former domain of the Earth Dragons, now known as the Dragoness Graveyard. Is that all? Bibi Dong was bewildered. What weaknesses could she discern from this tale? A dragon's bullying saga that culminated in vengeance. While her strength was evident, Bibi Dong found no discernible flaws within. I have provided the information you requested. The system will not offer further hints regarding this trial. Best of luck, host, the system concluded. In the next moment, a door opened before Bibi Dong, and she stepped through. Upon entering, she found herself not in a lush, picturesque landscape akin to the first layer, but in a somewhat desolate expanse. Scattered across the barren ground were remnants of white bones, and the air was thick with a nauseating stench. Here, the atmosphere was repulsive, and in the distance, she could see several decaying corpses of soul beasts. Really, is this just a mirror trial? Must it be so vividly authentic? Struggling to suppress her urge to vomit, Bibi Dong endeavored to acclimate herself to this environment, exploring step by step in search of weaker prey to hunt for experience. However, inst Bibi Dong, the perilous trials of the second layer of the secret realm. Bibi Dong possesses a martial spirit capable of transcending levels, effortlessly taking on 10-year spirit beasts with the strength of a 100-year spirit beast, though the outcome depends on the specific beast encountered. Before her now stands a lizard, a 900-year spirit beast, from which she can sense a hint of dragon lineage. This creature belongs to the dragon species. While such spirit beasts may not pose a significant challenge later on, encountering one at the outset is indeed a stroke of ill fortune. As if sensing that Bibi Dong is not a formidable threat, the 900-year spirit beast does not hasten to enter life. Instead, it approaches her with a predator's playfulness, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, its long, foul-smelling tongue flicking out, perilously close to brushing against Bibi Dong's nose. She steps back repeatedly, taken aback by the unexpected confrontation in this game. Impatient, the lizard lunges at Bibi Dong, its gaping maw intent on devouring her whole. Is it truly the case that a dignified pontiff of the spirit hall might perish at the hands of a mere 100-year spirit beast? Bibi Dong certainly refuses to concede so easily. Whether through her past experiences in the city of slaughter or her own encounters with death, she has no intention of succumbing without a fight. Raising her wand, she deflects the beast's assault, but the force propels her like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the stone forest. The lizard turns its cold, predatory gaze upon her, preparing to pounce again. Drawing upon her extensive combat experience, Bibi Dong narrowly evades its attack, which instead demolishes a section of the stone forest. The lizard struggles free from the rubble, continuing its relentless pursuit. Bibi Dong's mind races. Lacking spirit skills and only possessing the spirit power of a 10-year beast, how could she possibly contend with a 100-year beast? Wait, she does have the skills of the nightmarish witch. Though her strength as a titled Douluo has waned, making her abilities less formidable, they are still better than nothing. As the lizard extends its claws toward her, clearly frustrated by her evasions, Bibi Dong seizes the opportunity to employ the nightmarish spirit skill. While it does not render the lizard unconscious, it momentarily disorients it. Transforming her wand into a sword, she no longer avoids confrontation but strikes at the beast's soft underbelly, landing a successful blow before retreating. The pain jolts the lizard back to reality, its bloodied form inciting furious wrath as it charges at Bibi Dong once more. Just as she prepares to evade and unleash her spirit skill to assault its mind, intending to pierce its abdomen and deliver a fatal blow, a massive python erupts from the stone forest, sinking its fangs into the lizard and coiling around it in a deadly embrace. The scene leaves Bibi Dong's skin crawling. This is a 1,000-year spirit beast, perhaps even one over 2,000 years old. Faced with such a creature, any hope against the 900-year beast is futile. Better to simply lie down and accept fate. Fortunately, the python merely glances at her before devouring its prey. Seizing the moment, Bibi Dong hastily retreats. In the ensuing days, Bibi Dong gains a profound understanding of the dangers presented by this second layer of the secret realm. While the first layer also harbors peril and life-threatening situations, it pales in comparison to the second. In the first layer, despite the risks, the environment around her was relatively hospitable, with predominantly 10-year spirit beasts providing a stable growth environment. With her divine spirit quality, hunting 100-year spirit beasts is entirely feasible. In this world, however, spirit beasts are exceptionally dangerous. During her exploration of a canyon, she even encountered a slumbering 10,000-year spirit beast. Time and again, Bibi Dong faced life and death crises, narrowly escaping. Her experiences from the city of slaughter and her triumph in the mirror of death helping her adapt swiftly to this brutal world. Fortunately, spirit beasts often engage in battles amongst themselves, occasionally granting Bibi Dong opportunities to slip by unnoticed. Each time she slays a spirit beast and gains experience, she feels incredibly fortunate. Yet, with every level she ascends, she realizes the looming threats of 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts. Even upon reaching the 1,000-year mark, one could easily become fodder for a 10,000-year beast. She underestimated the difficulty of this secret realm. As the system indicated, greater rewards imply greater challenges. Nonetheless, she harbors no regrets about entering this perilous domain. For one who has faced death, she seems less fearful of it now. Rather than cower in fear of death and live a mundane existence on Douluo continent until Tang, San comes to claim her life. Bibi Dong finds solace in these trials of life and death, eagerly honing her strength through relentless combat. Over time, she has grown to love these trials. Moreover, she has ties to those on Douluo continent. For the sake of Shuer and Hulaina, she is determined to overcome this formidable challenge. In the Heavenly Dual Empire's royal palace, Emperor Xia sits upon his throne, observing Douluo below. What brings you here, Douluo? Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. The Heavenly Dual Empire will assist you as best we can. Douluo replies, Your Majesty, I request to resign from my position as an honorary guest of the Heavenly Dual Royal Family. Why is that? Shuya inquires, furrowing his brow. There is no reason. My relationship with Prince Xuexing has dissolved, and I shall not accept his favors. This honorary title was bestowed by him, and thus I must return it, Douluo asserts. Shuya glances toward Prince Xuexing. Though neither Xuexing nor Douluo has spoken of the matter, it is evident to all that their relationship has soured. Otherwise, why would Douluo return the gifts and estate given by Xuexing over the years? What transpired? Shuya queries. Your Majesty, Prince Xuexing awkwardly interjects. There was a slight misunderstanding between myself and Douluo. A slight misunderstanding? Douluo scoffs. Xuexing, you conspired against my granddaughter. I witnessed it with my own eyes. Is that merely a trifling misunderstanding? I have no further ties with you. Your Majesty, I refuse the honorary title bestowed by Xuexing. Although Shuya is perplexed by the situation, with his brother and son conspiring against Douluo's granddaughter, he is eager to understand the details. Just as he prepares to inquire further, Xuexing has steps forward, saying, Elder Douluo, please wait. What exactly transpired? Regarding your uncle and younger brother, they are well aware of their actions. But I implore you not to disseminate matters that could tarnish my granddaughter's reputation. Otherwise, while others may fear the Heavenly Do royal family, I do not, declared Douluo. What does he desire? I shall grant it. Douluo departed, leaving the Snow Knight Emperor with a grim expression as he gazed at Xuexing and Xuebong. His anger palpable. Speak, what on earth transpired? Brother Emperor, may we dismiss the attendants? Xuexing requested. The Snow Knight Emperor waved his hand, commanding, You may all leave. Once the attendants had withdrawn, only 4 members of the Xue family remained in the Grand Hall. Shui, Xuexing, Xuebong, and Xuexinghe. Now you may speak. Zhuye prompted. Xuexing glanced at Xuexinghe, who hesitated to speak. Qinghe is my son, your nephew. He is not an outsider. Shui expressed his discontent. Very well, Xuexing conceded, recounting the events that had transpired at his residence. Absurd, 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 Shui exclaimed, pointing an accusing finger at Xuebong. You wretched son, do you realize the calamity you nearly invited upon the Heavenly Do Empire? Douluo, the title Douluo, is a revered figure wherever he goes. Initially, he was a guest of the Heavenly Do Empire, yet due to your actions, we almost found ourselves at odds with him. How can Shui not be furious? After being scolded extensively, Xuebong understood he had caused trouble and chose to remain silent. At this moment, Xuexinghe interjected, Father, the immediate priority should be to consider how to win back Douluo. Shui nodded in agreement. You are correct. We must not let go of such a powerful ally. Douluo has offended the Spirit Hall, and since his homeland is in our Heavenly Do city, it should be relatively easy to mend this relationship. Father, I am willing to persuade Douluo to continue serving the Heavenly Do royal family, Xuexinghe proposed. Shui inquired, Do you have confidence in convincing him? I do. Douluo is a rogue cultivator who has offended the Spirit Hall. In the past, the Heavenly Do royal family protected him, but now that he is no longer one of us, he must consider the threat from the Spirit Hall. If we present sufficient sincerity, I have a significant chance of persuading Douluo to return, Xuexinghe affirmed. Shui nodded. Very well, you shall handle this matter. As long as he is willing to return, I shall grant him titles, lands, anything he desires. Though granting titles was not typically favorable. If it could secure the allegiance of a titled Douluo, Shui was willing. After all, the Spirit Hall had grown powerful over recent years, with nearly 10,000 Spirit Masters and around 10 titled Douluos. The pressure on the Heavenly Do Empire was immense, and Shui did not wish for Douluo to sever ties with the royal family. Father, I shall proceed, Xuexing had declared as he took his leave. Xuexing observed Xueqing depart, torn between the hope that he could win back Douluo and the apprehension that if Xueqing had succeeded, Douluo could become an ally to him, potentially undermining his own position. Douluo possessed knowledge that could prove dangerous, while others could be dealt with. Douluo was a titled Douluo. Not long after, Xueqing returned with good news for the Heavenly Dou Empire. Father, Douluo has reconsidered joining us. He wishes to acquire land surrounding the Sunset City, including ownership of the Sunset Forest, he reported. Shui Yi smiled. Very well, we shall grant Douluo's wishes, bestowing upon him the title of Duke of Sunset, hereditary and unchanging. The Snow Knight Emperor's generosity was evident, as he offered not just any title, but one accompanied by land. With land comes wealth, authority over internal affairs, and the ability to recruit an army, effectively granting Douluo the power akin to that of an independent nation, albeit nominally under the empire's banner. This decision showcased Shui Yi's determination to win Douluo's favor. Unlike other titled Douluos, Douluo possessed the capacity to decimate legions single-handedly, rendering him a strategic asset for any faction. Upon the issuance of the title, Douluo accepted the honor, with the Snow Knight Emperor himself conferring the lands of the Sunset Forest to him. Furthermore, to further entice Douluo, the Snow Knight Emperor appointed him as the national master. Although Douluo preferred freedom over the responsibilities of the national master position, he ultimately accepted it after Xueqing's subtle encouragement and the emperor's assurances of substantial autonomy. Witnessing Douluo's return to the Heavenly Dou Empire brought joy to Shui Yi, who believed that the acquisition of a titled Douluo support in exchange for land and a prestigious title was a worthy trade. Moreover, Douluo had only a granddaughter, while he had an outstanding heir in Xueqing. Should Xueqing and Douluo's granddaughter unite, it would forge an even closer bond. Their offspring would belong to the Shui lineage, and barring unforeseen circumstances, the next emperor of the Heavenly Dou Empire would likely be him. Thus, the land that had been ceded would eventually return to the royal family. Xueqing and Douluo shared in the happiness of this arrangement. After all, the Sunset Forest was once the territory of the Heavenly Dou Empire and now belonged to Douluo, the Duke of Sunset. It is illogical to relinquish what one has gained, and furthermore, Douluo's position as national master would significantly disrupt the political balance in the Heavenly Dou Empire, granting Xueqing an advantageous position in his quest for power. Unbeknownst to them, Qian Renxue, who played a role in this unfolding drama, was secretly plotting to unite herself with Douluo's granddaughter. Among the group, only Xuexing and Xuebong could not conceal their bitterness. The position of guest of the Heavenly Dou Empire that Douluo had forsaken was bestowed by Xuexing, while the newly acquired title of Duke of Sunset was granted by the Emperor. Following such an incident, Douluo was destined to be estranged from their faction, whether it was the Emperor, the Crown Prince, or the alliance of himself and Xuebong. He would no longer support them, even if he sided with the old king. Once Shui Yi passed, Douluo would not endorse Xuebong's ascension to the throne of the Heavenly Dou Empire. Truly, his nephew had squandered a great opportunity. Xuebong, on the other hand, was filled with dread, fearing that Douluo might align with Xueqing. If his older brother discovered his pretentious behavior, he would surely take action against him. Tia and Tio had spent several months in the second level of the secret realm, escaping death time and again. Bibi Dong had resolved her initial survival issues. Yet, as her strength grew and she transformed into the End of Days Witch, she became increasingly aware of the underlying problems. A palpable aura pervaded the air, inciting a violent agitation among the soul beasts. The mightier the beast, the more susceptible it was to this influence. Within this realm, the temperament of the soul beasts was exceedingly ferocious. Even the gentlest of them transformed into fearsome predators. Even Bibi Dong, unbeknownst to her, was gradually affected by this malevolent energy. If she continued to succumb to this descent, she would ultimately become a ruthless killing machine akin to the soul beasts of this world. Yet, amidst this pervasive atmosphere, Bibi Dong had been unable to uncover a solution. At long last, one fateful day, akin to a wanderer discovering an oasis in a vast desert, a forest emerged amidst the desolate land, rife with the stench of decay. The sky above appeared oppressive, devoid of sunlight. Yet the expanse over the forest was adorned with a resplendent starry sky, resembling a celestial paradise. Hastening her steps, Bibi Dong ventured into the forest. Inside, the sinister aura dissipated, and bathed in the starlight, the prior influence began to wane. This starlit forest offered Bibi Dong a sanctuary from the malevolent energy. However, she did not linger in this blessed land, using it as a base. She relentlessly ventured forth to hunt soul beasts and elevate her strength. Whenever she felt the unsettling influence creeping back, she would promptly return to the starlit sanctuary. Yet, as time progressed, the desolate grave of dragons relentlessly encroached upon the starlit forest, causing the calming light to dwindle. Remaining within the starlight grove was not a sustainable strategy. Compounding her troubles, once Bibi Dong reached the pinnacle of 999 years of cultivation, she encountered a familiar predicament. Her level was locked, preventing her from transcending the 100,000-year threshold. The soul beasts of the first layer were already formidable. What awaited her in the second layer, with beasts of 200,000 years, would surely be insurmountable. Trial Seeker, you possess the strength adequate to undertake my trial. You may approach me now. An ethereal voice resonated in Bibi Dong's ears. Who speaks? She inquired, astonished. She had explored the starlit forest numerous times without discovering anything extraordinary. Yet now, this peculiar voice heralded a special task from the second layer. The trial of starlight? Come to the heart of the starlit forest, and you shall understand, the voice directed. Following its guidance, Bibi Dong entered the forest's core. Here, she discerned no remarkable features. Having traversed this area countless times, she felt a sense of déjà vu. However, this time, she encountered a shroud of mist, and within her mind played visions of figures emerging from the stardust fog. Guided by those ethereal images, she advanced step by step until she reached the central expanse. The heart of the starlit forest, once merely a wooded area, opened into a vast plain, encircled by towering trees that soared hundreds of meters high. Gazing upwards, she beheld a canopy of twinkling stars, while the air shimmered with countless luminous specks. These lights emanated from a colossal dragon that resided at the center. Bibi Dong sensed that the source capable of quelling the tumultuous aura of the Grave of Dragons was this very dragon. The magnificent creature boasted 4 wings and a shimmering silver body, with a circular ornament adorning its neck. However, its graceful form was marred by 4 gaping wounds, from which emanated a familiar, corrosive essence, one that was intensified 100-fold by the malevolent aura of the Grave of Dragons. Yet despite its injuries, the dragon exuded an undeniable threat. This was a soul beast of an astonishing 150,000 years. Bibi Dong had underestimated this trial, mistakenly believing that only beasts of 100,000 years existed in this realm. The dragon, weary yet resolute, opened its starry eyes to regard Bibi Dong. "You're the trial seeker of this cycle?" it inquired. "What do you mean by that?" Bibi Dong responded, perplexed. "Our world is a space for trials. I am the Starlight Radiance Dragon. You may call me Taya. My purpose in this forest is to guide trial seekers through this critical challenge and ultimately confront the ruler of the Grave of Dragons." Taya continued, "When a trial seeker perishes, this world resets, returning to its primordial state, allowing new seekers to undertake trials. Many have completed their trials under my watch, venturing towards the core of the Grave of Dragons, yet none have returned." Bibi Dong began to grasp the situation. The so-called trial seekers were merely hosts of the system. The previous host had perished, leaving the burden to her. "Has anyone succeeded in this trial?" she inquired. Taya shook her head. "Even if there were, I have forgotten them. My records only account for the failures. As for the successful ones, they likely perished in the subsequent trials." Bibi Dong's expression turned grave. "Is that so? Otherwise, I wouldn't be here to undertake this trial." "What of your wounds?" she asked. "They were inflicted by Tio," Taya replied. "Tio? Is she my sister?" "The ruler of the Grave of Dragons, the Morning Dragon?" Taya explained. "Tio harbors hatred for all. She has strayed from her path and devastated the Dragon Clan. I once endeavored to awaken her from this darkness, but our powers are oppositional. In a confrontation, I was defeated and gravely injured, retreating to the starlit forest. Yet, I can feel her corrosive influence consuming my life force. My time is running short, trial seeker. Since you have arrived here, we may commence the trial," Taya proclaimed. "What does the trial entail?" Bibi Dong queried. "Defeat me, and I shall bestow upon you the ability to conquer Tio," Taya declared, summoning her strength to rise. Unfurling her 4 wings, bathed in starlight, the dragon ascended into the skies, her aura surging as she soared ever higher. Soul beasts of the dragon lineage were indeed extraordinary. Bibi Dong could not afford to underestimate her opponent. With her own black and white wings unfurled, she took to the skies, matching Taya's ascent to the celestial realm above the clouds. Stars twinkled above, their luminous beams cascading upon the dragon, cloaking her in starlight. The beauty was mesmerizing, yet fraught with peril. Taya unleashed her innate ability, Starlight, amplifying her overall strength several-fold, launching an all-out assault from the very outset. Facing a beast of 150,000 years, Taya's starry prowess enabled her to magnify her capabilities tenfold. Though this did not equate to her becoming a 1,500,000 year soul beast, her might was nevertheless sufficient to contend with foes of 200,000 to 300,000 years. Bibi Dong had anticipated that Taya's injuries would render her easier to defeat. However, she was taken aback by the dragon's immediate onslaught. Feeling the surge of Taya's power, Bibi Dong's expression shifted, and she cast aside any lingering hopes as the dragon's claws, infused with starlight, lunged toward her with lethal intent. After enduring several months of rigorous training in the dragon's graveyard, Bibi Dong had perfected her soul skill configuration. However, when faced with the tenfold enhanced celestial radiance dragon, she found herself compelled to evade its ferocious might. Utilizing a soul skill derived from a spatial attribute Space Weasel, she executed a flicker to escape her original position. The dragon's starry claws cleaved through the clouds beneath, leaving an indelible mark on the barren landscape. Having failed to strike, the celestial radiance dragon flapped its 4 silvery wings and turned, unleashing a torrent of silver breath aimed directly at Bibi Dong. Once more, she activated her flicker to dodge the attack. In the next instant, she reappeared directly before the dragon, brandishing her wand and casting the soul skill, Toxic Light. A concentrated beam of venom surged towards the dragon, striking her particularly at the 3 claw marks etched onto her body. The dragon emitted a pained roar, the remaining toxins within her still wreaking havoc. Initially, Bibi Dong had been negotiating with the dragon, but once the trial commenced, it resorted to lethal force. Naturally, Bibi Dong would not hold back either. With her opponent injured, she seized the opportunity to launch a fierce assault on the wound. After her strike, she swiftly retreated, yet the dragon's sharp claws soon descended upon her previous location. With a powerful display, the celestial radiance dragon invoked Star-S Grace, showering herself in starlight that rapidly healed her wounds, except for the 3 claw marks inflicted by Bibi Dong. This revelation left Bibi Dong momentarily aghast at the unfairness of the situation. Fortunately, the dragon's recovery did not extend to her injuries, allowing Bibi Dong a breath of relief. Had the dragon restored herself completely, her chances of victory would have diminished significantly. The celestial radiance dragon again extended its claws towards Bibi Dong, who became ethereal once more. Spatial abilities, you say? I possess them as well, she declared, activating Star Flicker. The dragon's eyes narrowed as starlight enveloped her, rendering her form indistinct. In the blink of an eye, Bibi Dong found herself on the opposite side of the sky. Yet, before she could exhale in relief, an acute sense of impending doom surged through her. The dragon's massive form materialized behind her, its long-prepared starry claws lunging forward. Bibi Dong was too late to evade. She felt the sharp claws tear through her white wings. Pure feathers, now stained with blood, drifted to the ground below. Pain surged through her nerves, but reality offered no respite. The dragon's first claw had struck true, and the second was already poised to follow up with the intent to rend her apart. Gritting her teeth against the agony, Bibi Dong activated her spatial flicker to evade the dragon's lethal blow. In the subsequent moment, the celestial radiance dragon unleashed her own star flicker, charging directly at Bibi Dong. The sky above the dragon's graveyard became a tapestry of twinkling points of light as 2 extraordinary beings engaged in an exhilarating dance of pursuit and evasion. The dragon, having amplified its strength several-fold from the outset, unleashed relentless assaults akin to a tempest upon Bibi Dong. Though Bibi Dong possessed soul skills to enhance her own power, the dragon afforded her no opportunity to deploy them. Instead, she was forced to continually employ her flicker to evade the dragon's ferocity, biding her time for the dragon's starry enhancement to dissipate. Yet, despite the duration of their conflict, the dragon's formidable enhancement showed no signs of waning. Bibi Dong's patience was wearing thin as she questioned the sustainability of such overwhelming power, tenfold enhancement across all attributes that persisted for so long. Ultimately, she could not prolong the dragon's starry effect, and instead found herself succumbing to the worsening effects of her own wound. The celestial radiance dragon, having exerted herself to the utmost, failed to allocate energy to suppress her own injury. As time pressed on, the corrosive claw marks on her body spread, ravaging her abdomen. Once a majestic creature, the dragon's form became grotesque, exuding a foul stench. This grievous injury spurred the celestial radiance dragon's attacks to become increasingly erratic. Her aura waning as her rotten abdomen revealed glimpses of white bone, with viscous fluids dripping from her form. After evading the dragon's onslaught, she disregarded her own injuries. As the moment of opportunity slipped away, her torn wings burgeoned, transforming into a pair of colossal black wings. In this enveloping darkness, a sphere of purple light coalesced, imbued with an aura of death. The celestial radiance dragon observed Bibi Dong's impending strike with an unsettling calmness. The light of desolation, she declared, as the purple beam erupted from her black wings towards the dragon. In response, the dragon summoned starlight to form a barrier, absorbing the purple light upon impact. Yet, Bibi Dong remained undaunted. As the rebound force approached, she raised her wand, channeling the purple energy into an intricate formation. Meanwhile, the celestial radiance dragon could no longer maintain her barrier, and upon its shattering, Bibi Dong seized the moment. With a fierce assault from her wings and wand, she unleashed a torrent of deathly light upon the dragon, sending her crashing into the starlit forest below. Though she survived, death loomed ever closer. The rot continued to spread across her body, the flesh around her ribs disintegrating, compounded by the ghastly wounds inflicted by the light of desolation. Once an embodiment of beauty, the dragon had become a sight of utter repulsion. Descending from the sky, Bibi Dong approached the celestial radiance dragon, her wand aglow with deathly light, poised to deliver a final blow. Trialist, your trial has concluded. Have you not realized? My life has become frozen. No attack can slay me now, and I shall not strike you further, the dragon proclaimed with serene resignation. Bibi Dong recognized the truth in her words. Her decay had ceased, suspended on the brink of death. The trial is over. What remains? What do you wish to do now? She inquired. The dragon extended her still intact claw, enveloped in starlight, which transformed into radiant motes converging towards Bibi Dong's right hand. This is your reward for passing my trial. My external soul bone, the claw of the celestial star, also known as the claw of the star dragon. It possesses two abilities, Star Claw and Wave Barrier. The celestial radiance dragon articulated. Bibi Dong's right hand seemed to be birthing something. In the next moment, a hand as white as jade emerged, with 3 sharp dragon claws extending from the back, each measuring approximately 50 centimeters. She then recalled that when she completed the second layer of the secret realm, there was a reward of an external soul bone, which was precisely this stellar claw. It turned out that this reward was to be obtained here. What followed was crucial. Tester, your true adversary is not me, but the depths of the dragon's grave, the sad queen dragon, spoke the stellar radiance dragon. Would you care to hear the tale of my encounter with her? It continued. Go ahead, Bibi Dong replied. It was not she who had triumphed over the stellar radiance dragon, but rather the marks left by the sad queen dragon that had defeated her. Without those marks, Bibi Dong would have been utterly incapable of overcoming this mighty 10,000-year-soul beast. As the final challenge of this level, she was eager to learn about the sad queen dragon. Subsequently, the stellar radiance dragon recounted the past of the sad queen dragon. They both hailed from the Earth Dragon clan and were sisters, yet their fates diverged drastically. One was blessed by the star god, evolving from a lowly Earth dragon to a perfect star dragon, becoming the darling of the dragon race. Conversely, her sister, due to inherent flaws, was shunned by the entire dragon clan, even by their parents, who rejected this imperfect dragon. As her only kin, the younger sister had to accept the star god's legacy and depart from the dragon clan, venturing into the cosmos. When she returned, having inherited the star god's power, she found that her sister had annihilated their entire clan, including their parents, leaving her with the scars of that betrayal. I hate her, yet I understand the pain within her heart, the stellar radiance dragon lamented. Perhaps you shall continue onward, perhaps you will encounter a new cycle, and before me will stand another tester. As a tester, upon completing my trial, You shall receive one of two skills from me, declared the stellar radiance dragon. I shall not burden you with excessive guidance. Please make your choice. Before Bibi Dong, a translucent frame appeared, displaying her two potential abilities. Stellar Might. Activate to amplify your overall power tenfold for 1 hour. No side effects. Starlight Grace. A dispelling effect, it passively neutralizes negative influences surrounding the target, and can actively remove the target's negative states while rapidly healing their wounds. For most, the choice would seem clear. The Stellar Might skill had already demonstrated its unreasonable power in practice. A tenfold increase in attributes for an hour, with no side effects. Upon activation, her strength would surge, rendering her an unstoppable force. One could easily vanquish even 40,000-year-old beasts under such an enhancement. However, Bibi Dong quickly regained her composure. The seemingly obvious choice was likely a cunning one. This 20,000-year-old beast was undoubtedly exceptional, or else the stellar radiance dragon would not have fallen to her. Outside, an unsettling aura permeated the air. You seem to have noticed, the stellar radiance dragon acknowledged. The soul beasts of the dragon's grave are ensnared by the aura she emanates. After my demise, this space became devoid of tranquility. You will be perpetually affected by this aura. Bibi Dong recalled the earlier battle. With the stellar radiance dragon's Starlight Grace indeed dispelled the aura's influence. I choose Starlight Grace, she declared. Why? Inquired the stellar radiance dragon. While a tenfold increase in strength is enticing, I require a clear mind more than sheer power, Bibi Dong responded. You have made a wise choice. In my memories, those who fail typically opt for my strongest skill. The stellar radiance dragon said weakly. I hope you can save my sister. To convey to her that my departure was not by choice, but a necessity to accept the star god's legacy. A beam of light emanated from her body. Merging into Bibi Dong, she acquired the stellar radiance dragon's unique ability, Starlight Grace. The oppressive force that had bound her life dissipated in an instant, and the stench of decay spread as the great dragon collapsed. Simultaneously, with its demise, the ethereal aura of the starlight forest faded, and the dragon's grave began to encroach upon the forest, causing the trees to wither and life to ebb away. The creatures dwelling within the starlight forest were also affected, turning increasingly feral. Save? Bibi Dong chuckled bitterly as she gazed upon the fallen dragon's corpse. Her goal was to conquer the trial, which necessitated slaying her foes. Otherwise, she would be trapped in this testing space. As the sister of this level's final challenge, she too had to overcome it. How could she possibly save anyone? The death of the star dragon unlocked the shackles binding Bibi Dong, granting her the cultivation level of 10,000 years. In this realm, she was now a formidable presence. Yet, she remained vigilant. If her sister was this powerful, how formidable must the sister who had inflicted such grievous wounds upon her be? The soul beasts within the trial space were beyond ordinary comprehension. The previous adversary, the nightmare demon, had been of a similar caliber. The death of the star dragon signified the assimilation of the starlight forest into the dragon's grave. Bibi Dong's decision proved fortuitous. As the familiar, unsettling aura enveloped the starlight forest, her ability, Starlight Grace, passively repelled it. She no longer needed to explore the surroundings from the forest as her base. Aside from the core area, she could traverse anywhere within this space. With the experience from her previous encounters, she opted to sweep through the realm before the challenge, cleansing the dragon's grave of all soul beasts above the 10,000-year mark. As she hunted these beasts, her cultivation ascended alongside her entry into the 10,000-year realm. Before she could finish vanquishing the soul beasts of this world, her cultivation soared to the boundary of 20,000 years. This left Bibi Dong somewhat bewildered. In the last trial, she had been a year behind in cultivation, but that year represented the chasm between 10,000-year and 20,000-year soul beasts. She had initially presumed that the rules of this realm would similarly restrict her cultivation level, perhaps forcing her with her 15,000-year cultivation to confront a 20,000-year beast. Yet, to her astonishment, this trial offered her a level playing field. However, she did not harbor any illusions from her repeated experiences within the secret realm. Increasing strength only meant greater peril. Having explored nearly every corner, Bibi Dong reluctantly made her way to the core area. The Radiant Star Dragon bestowed upon her 1,000 points, while the number of 10,000-year soul beasts far exceeded those from the first level, granting her over 9,000 points. Combined, Her total points surpassed 10,000, but she still had to survive this ordeal to carry such a bountiful reward away from this realm. As she ventured deeper into the dragon's graveyard, the restless energy intensified. The core region was inhabited by a multitude of 10,000-year soul beasts, some of which boasted lifespans nearing 90,000 years. These soul beasts, enslaved by this tumultuous energy, were consumed by an insatiable urge for slaughter, perpetually engaged in combat and devouring one another, with souls falling in droves. Bibi Dong swiftly immersed herself into this chaotic battlefield, attempting to mediate the fierce conflicts among the 10,000-year soul beasts. Her voice echoed, "Cease your fighting. Let your demise serve to augment my points." After clearing the core area of the 10,000-year soul beasts, she approached the heart of the realm, a colossal dragon nest constructed from bones. This was the very source of the soul beast turmoil. Even a 100,000-year soul beast would be influenced by its presence. Had Bibi Dong chosen a different divine skill, such as starry glory, instead of starlight grace, she might have succumbed to this overwhelming energy, transforming into a creature solely driven by bloodlust. Stepping into the immense dragon nest, Bibi Dong was enveloped by a chilling atmosphere, contrary to her expectations of a hoard of treasures beloved by dragons. The interior revealed a vast mire, exuding a foul stench. Even having acclimated to the scents of the dragon's graveyard, she nearly succumbed to nausea from the noxious odor. Her 200,000-year mental prowess revealed that countless 10,000-year soul beasts lay entombed within this mire. Their decaying remains the source of the repugnant smell. From the depths of the mire, a formidable presence emerged. In the next moment, a massive dragon surged forth, its crimson eyes locking onto Bibi Dong. "You dare challenge me?" rasped a sinister voice from the dragon. Bibi Dong regarded the creature's immense form. Though her human aesthetic found it grotesque, the dragon's brown skin, coated in muck and riddled with grotesque lumps, emanated the restless energy that had ensnared it. Its wings resembled tattered sails, riddled with holes, yet somehow managing to sustain flight. This creature, the Sadness Queen Dragon, embodied the very essence of terror within this realm. Bibi Dong remained vigilant, wary of its potential first strike. In response to the Sadness Queen Dragon's inquiry, she merely nodded in silence. "You carry the scent of what I detest. To challenge me is to pay the price. I shall submerge your corpse in this mire," the dragon declared, its foul maw opening wide. "Come forth. Let me witness the depths of your suffering." To her surprise, the Sadness Queen Dragon exhibited an unexpected sense of martial ethics, refraining from attacking first and instead allowing Bibi Dong to make the initial move. This was a stark contrast to the relentless assault of the Radiant Star Dragon, which had shown no mercy. "Very well, as you wish," Bibi Dong replied, activating her god of death domain, amplifying her capabilities to unprecedented heights. With a powerful thrust of her black and white wings, she unleashed her most formidable attack, a chaotic wave of annihilation aimed directly at the Sadness Queen Dragon. The obliterating force threatened to annihilate the entire dragon nest, revealing the true strength of a 200,000-year beast. Remarkably, the Sadness Queen Dragon did not attempt to defend against this cataclysmic wave nor evade it. Instead, it spread its wings and extended its claws, bracing itself to absorb the oncoming force. This was an attack that could easily vanquish any 10,000-year soul beast. The dragon faced the onslaught head-on, emerging from the encounter not with a cry of pain, but rather as if reveling in the attack. As the energy dissipated, Bibi Dong beheld the devastation wrought upon the Sadness Queen Dragon. Its body was severely damaged, its wings in tatters, and its aura noticeably diminished. Despite this progress, a sense of foreboding lingered within Bibi Dong. The ensuing battle defied her expectations. Both she and the Sadness Queen Dragon were 200,000-year soul beasts, and under normal circumstances, Bibi Dong should have held the advantage, especially given the dragon's injuries. Yet, strangely, she found herself continuously prevailing, while a nagging suspicion grew within her. Unlike the overwhelming pressure exerted by the Radiant Star Dragon, the Sadness Queen Dragon seemed to approach their skirmish with an unnerving calm. Observing the dragon, Bibi Dong noticed a pattern. Despite appearing feeble, each of her attacks was absorbed, rendering them less lethal than intended. "You are merely acting," Bibi Dong accused, halting her assault. "What is your true intention?" "You have discerned my ruse," the Sadness Queen Dragon replied, her tone laced with amusement. "You are not like the other foolish challengers who believe they can slay me. They remain oblivious to the truth. Pain is the very wellspring of my power. Like a cat playing with a mouse, the Sadness Queen Dragon remarked. However, it seems too late for you to realize now. Due to your actions, my strength has surpassed what you can contend with. Regardless of your awareness, the outcome remains unchanged. Embrace despair. With her ruse uncovered, the Sadness Queen Dragon ceased her charade, her suppressed aura erupting forth, rising to a level that left Bibi Dong in awe. Around her, dark energy expanded, forming a domain that suppressed Bibi Dong's killer aura. Within this realm, despair, hatred, and revulsion intertwined, overwhelming the Sadness Queen Dragon with a multitude of emotions. Though her body bore the scars of destruction, her power far exceeded her initial state. In the realm of suffering, enduring attacks and pain enabled self-enhancement. Having endured countless assaults from Bibi Dong, her prowess could no longer be summarized by the mere 200,000 years of cultivation. Your attacks have ceased. Now, you shall bear the burdens I have endured, tenfold, 100-fold of torment. With a swift motion, she unleashed her corrosive claws towards Bibi Dong, the familiar aura of the starry radiance dragon's claw marks lingering upon them. Bibi Dong activated her flickering ability, attempting to escape, but the Sadness Queen Dragon's crimson eyes flickered, silencing Bibi Dong's power. My psychic presence pervades this entire space. From the moment you were weak until now, you have been within my grasp. Your abilities are well within my knowledge. Flickering is of no use against me. After her skills were silenced, it was too late for Bibi Dong to evade. The claw shadow descended, inflicting a grievous wound upon her side. Quickly, Bibi Dong called upon the Starry Radiance Dragon's grace to heal her pain. The torment once suffered by the Starry Radiance Dragon now manifested upon her. The claw marks bore corrosive effects, spreading through her body, forcing her to expend part of her soul power to suppress the wound. The power of Starlight and that of the Queen Dragon were mutually restraining. Bibi Dong's current strength surpassed that of the Starry Radiance Dragon, allowing her to gradually counteract the corrosive force. A flicker of wariness crossed the Sadness Queen Dragon's grotesque visage, quickly masked by her impassive demeanor. I never imagined you would obtain such power from her. However, no matter the abilities you inherited from her, you remain no match for me. Since you are her successor, I shall slay you to exact my vengeance upon her. She opened her mouth, gathering a wave of corrosive energy before unleashing it upon Bibi Dong. With a sweep of her Star Dragon Claw, a shimmering barrier materialized to intercept the breath attack, followed by another barrier that rebounded her assault. The Sadness Queen Dragon did not evade this counterattack. Instead, she braced herself to endure it. Now, Bibi Dong felt the true extent of her formidable opponent. Her own attacks merely served to bolster the Queen Dragon's strength. Could any strike truly vanquish her, or would it only serve to amplify her power? This was terrifying. Suffering only augments my strength. Even the agony inflicted by the gods shall be returned to you tenfold. The Sadness Queen Dragon's crimson gaze, devoid of emotion, locked onto Bibi Dong as she launched her next offensive. The corrosive claws struck again, tearing through Bibi Dong's shimmering barrier as if it were mere parchment. Fortunately, this time, Bibi Dong reacted swiftly, activating another soul technique of the Star Dragon Claw. The two forces collided, a clash of stellar and corrosive might that rent the very dragon's lair asunder. Nevertheless, the Sadness Queen Dragon ultimately prevailed. Compounded by the effects of her corrosive claws, the power of Bibi Dong's starlight diminished significantly. The Sadness Queen Dragon broke through Bibi Dong's defenses, leaving a prominent claw mark upon her chest, pain electrifying her senses. She was flung backward, crashing violently into a wall of bones, which collapsed upon her, entombing her in skeletal debris. The stronger the assault, the more formidable her opponent became. No apparent weakness was discernible. It was no wonder she could withstand so many hosts. Feeling the rotting aura emanating from her abdomen and chest, she recalled the fate of the Starry Radiance Dragon. Was she truly destined to perish in this space? Memories flashed before her eyes like a moving lantern. They say that when one dies, suddenly, she recalled the unique traits of the Queen Dragon, reminiscent of a monster she had seen in a certain special effect drama in her past life. As memories surged like a tide, the recollections of her previous life provided Bibi Dong with an insight. Leaf corruption, a creature that grew stronger when faced with adversity. Wasn't the nature of her abilities strikingly similar? Of course, she lacked the grotesque powers of leaf corruption, which could directly seize the abilities of others. She merely absorbed their attacks to strengthen herself. However, the strategy that worked against leaf corruption could also apply here. Casting her gaze downward, Bibi Dong noted her abdomen had rotted away, ribs exposed. If this continued, her demise was imminent. Utilizing the starry radiance's grace, she shielded her vital organs and ascended from the pile of bones. The Sadness Queen Dragon observed her, yet made no move to strike. Still struggling in vain? How splendid. Allow me to witness your agony, BEF. The Sad Queen Dragon let out a cold laugh and spoke. I cannot save you, but she has the power to do so, a gift bestowed upon me. Taking a deep breath, Bibi Dong, like the previous Starlight Radiance Dragon, relinquished her suppression of the corrosion breath and fully unleashed the grace of starlight. The brilliance of the grace radiated, illuminating the entire dragon lair. Bibi Dong, resembling a dazzling star, stood at the center of the starlight. No, I do not need her feigned benevolence. She abandoned me once. What right does she have to speak of salvation now? The Sad Queen Dragon exclaimed in anger. She seemed wary of the starlight and attempted to retreat into the mire, but the speed of light proved too swift. The light of grace enveloped the Sad Queen Dragon, its gentle glow dispelling the malevolence surrounding her, driving away various negative emotions within the realm, and healing the wounds upon her. This transformation guided her toward becoming a complete dragon. In stark contrast, the Sad Queen Dragon, fueled by pain and sorrow, found her strength diminished under the embrace of the grace light. The starlight formed a realm that enveloped her. No, no, the Sad Queen Dragon cried in agony. The healing of her wounds became a torment rather than a relief. Within the starlight, countless points of light converged, transforming into the figure of the Starlight Radiance Dragon before the Sad Queen Dragon. Spreading her 4 wings, she embraced her once ugly sister, saying, "Sister, it is time to awaken." The events of the past were a misunderstanding. As she spoke, the crystal on the head of the Starlight Radiance Dragon touched the head of the Sad Queen Dragon, halting her fury and struggles as their memories began to intertwine. A vivid tapestry of the past unfolded before Bibi Dong. In a distant time, the Earth Dragon clan ruled this fertile land. Among them, Tia and Tio were a pair of twins born into the home of a clan leader. This sisterhood thrived in blissful ignorance, but as time passed, the younger sister blossomed into beauty, while the elder grew increasingly unattractive, even bearing inherent flaws. Consequently, the younger sister was adored by many dragons, while the elder was met with disdain and rejection. Yet, this did not tarnish their bond. Though the elder envied her sister's beauty, she harbored no malice. Until one fateful day, when a younger sister accepted the inheritance of the star god. Sprouting wings of starlit skies and ventured into the cosmos, their memories began to diverge. In Tio's recollection, her sister abandoned her, leaving her to endure relentless bullying from the other dragons. Eventually, her pent-up rage erupted. She awakened her talent, the domain of suffering. Unfazed by any attack or negative emotion, she grew stronger with every formidable opponent she faced. In a quest for vengeance, she slaughtered all who had scorned her, including her own parents. Transforming the dragon realm into a graveyard, she unleashed chaos, inciting soul beasts to revolt, plunging the world into bloodshed, until the moment her sister returned from the cosmos. The sisters clashed. One awakened an invincible talent, while the other received a fragment of the star god's inheritance. Tio sought to kill Tia, who, gravely injured, sought refuge in the Starlight Forest. In the younger sister's memory, when she received the star god's blessing, she had wished for her sister's inherent flaws to be healed. During the trials of the star god's inheritance, she relinquished the blessing, returning to the continent with the grace of the star god, only to find her clan destroyed and countless dragons slain. Tears of regret streamed down the Sad Queen Dragon's cheeks. Under the grace of the stars, she not only regained her former self, but also resolved her inherent flaws, becoming increasingly beautiful. Yet this was not what she desired. She had annihilated her own kin and murdered her sister. The weight of this knowledge crushed her heart. Previously, sorrow had only made her stronger, but now it wrought unbearable torment, the anguish of her spirit far surpassing that of her body. "Sister, do you hate me?" Tio asked. "Ido," Tia replied. It was impossible for Tia not to resent Tio, who had slaughtered their kin and even killed her. "Indeed," Tio said despondently. "But I understand you, sister. It is all over now. Do not dwell in the ocean of hatred any longer. It is time to awaken." Before Tia, starlight converged into a path leading to the cosmos. She extended her claw towards Tio, saying, "Come, let us journey to the star realm." Tio nodded, stretching out her claw, unexpectedly noticing that under the starlight, her form was no longer as grotesque as before. She clasped Tia's claw, and together, the two dragons soared down the path of starlight toward the star realm. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong could no longer withstand the strain. The entire realm of starlight shattered, scattering countless points of light across the land. A colossal dragon's corpse fell heavily to the ground. She wearily gazed at the body. It was Tia's. Under the healing of the starlight, she no longer appeared as she once did. On the contrary, she now possessed a remarkable beauty. Though Bibi Dong lacked a dragon's aesthetic sense, she found Tia's form to be exquisite. Alas, the soul of the sad queen dragon had already followed her sister into the cosmos. Now, with the sad queen dragon's abilities waning, the corrosive force that had plagued Bibi Dong's body dissipated, but she remained on the brink of death. Even the slightest encounter with a soul beast could prove fatal. So, do I count as having cleared the trial? Bibi Dong murmured weakly. If this does not count as a clearance, then death is imminent for her. Ding! Congratulations, host, for clearing the second layer of the demon god trial. The voice of the system resonated in Bibi Dong's ears like celestial music. In this world, beams of starlight cascaded down from the sky, gradually restoring life to the desolate dragon burial ground. Bathed in starlight, Bibi Dong's body rapidly reformed and healed. In the heart of the dragon burial ground, a door swung open, and Bibi Dong rose anew. She was uncertain how much time had passed in the outside world, but she feared she had spent several years within this secret realm. As she gazed at the opening door, relief washed over her, and she stepped through. Reflecting on her previous experiences, she realized that had she chosen the power that directly amplified her strength tenfold, she would have faced an insurmountable dead end. Confronted with ever stronger attacks, she would have been met with an equally formidable foe. Conversely, the grace of starlight had proven to be the essence of her success in passing this layer. Tia had once wished upon the star god for beauty for her sister. The ability she received was indeed this grace of starlight. Tia hoped for someone to rescue her sister, to liberate Tio from her downfall, not to wield her own powers to punish Tio. This is but a trap. Those who choose the star radiance are destined to fail. Once failure occurs, for T, it merely signifies a cycle of rebirth, selecting a new challenger to aid her in achieving her goal. In this trial, not a single misstep can be afforded. A single error could lead to irreversible doom. Bibi Dong pondered. The familiar sunset forest. After wandering in the desolate world for countless years, Bibi Dong returned to the Douluo continent. Her first thought was not to access her system rewards, but to inhale the fresh air, reclining upon the medicinal garden and savoring the natural beauty surrounding her. The oppressive atmosphere of the burial dragon land had been unbearable. The sky hung heavy, the land was barren, and the air reeked of decay, making it easy to lose one's sanity after prolonged exposure. After indulging in a refreshing slumber within the sunset forest, Bibi Dong eventually awoke and began to assess her gains from the secret realm. First, there were the points. Although the number of soul beasts in the second level of the secret realm may not surpass that of the first, the quantity of 10,000-year soul beasts was overwhelmingly superior. The trial alone had granted her 20,000 points, with Tia contributing 3,000 points from the 100,000 and Tio from the 200,000. Additionally, she acquired 2 stackable 10,000-year soul rings. Bibi Dong examined her soul rings, noting the configuration of 6 black and 3 red. Initially, she intended to add a soul ring to the second position and awaken the soul skill in hopes of obtaining 2 abilities. However, upon seeing the second ring's age surpassing 50,000 years, she chose to forego that plan. A soul ring aged over 50,000 years could not combine with 2 others to exceed the 10,000-year limit. Thus, she decided to stack the 10,000-year black ring on the 6th ring, which had already surpassed 10,000 years due to previous stacking. Now, with the addition of this soul ring, the black ring instantly transformed into a red ring. A 5 black and 4 red configuration was truly unparalleled in this era. The emergence of the red ring elevated her soul power to a new level, though it was still insufficient for her to challenge the limits of the ultimate Douluo. The remaining black ring was compulsively stacked onto the 5th soul ring, which boasted an age of over 70,000 years. She believed that upon completing the next level, she would acquire enough soul rings to elevate it to a red ring status. Next came a selection of soul skills. Bibi Dong opened the page to choose her second soul skill. Throughout the trial, it was not Tio's abilities that captivated her, but rather Tia's dual powers, Starlight Grace and Star Radiance. Unfortunately, she could not inherit either. As for Tio, Bibi Dong did not believe she could fully inherit Tio's unique ability to grow stronger with each fight. Nevertheless, The impression left by these sisters was profoundly etched in her mind, especially the scene of Tia leading Tio towards the star realm. Initially, Bibi Dong regarded the creatures within the trial space as mere entities. Now, they appeared as living beings with flesh and blood. She did not wish to forget them. Tia's ability was conferred upon Bibi Dong in the form of the Soul Dragon's Claw, while she decided to reserve the Soul Ring's position for Tio. She chose the Sad Queen Dragon as her second soul skill. The selection completed, the Sad Queen Dragon, her second soul skill, was generated. Skill generation complete. The Witch of the End's second soul skill, Sad Witch, Domain of Suffering. Effect: activates the Domain of Suffering state, allowing her to endure any attack while remaining unharmed, albeit at the cost of experiencing multiplied pain from the attacks. Moreover, the stronger the incoming attack, the greater the enhancement of her overall attributes for a subsequent duration. Utilizing this skill requires the expenditure of half her total soul power. The more soul power consumed, the longer the effect persists. Bibi Dong reflected on the merits of this skill. It was indeed a life-saving ability, not only preserving her life, but also granting her enhanced capabilities, potentially even surpassing the final soul skill of the Death Spider King. However, the stipulation of using half her soul power meant she could not activate it a second time during a battle, unless she could rapidly restore her soul power to exceed that threshold. As for the side effects, the agony from enduring multiplied attacks was uncertain. Only through experience could she ascertain its true nature. Death and injury? She had endured her fair share of pain within the secret realm, so her capacity to withstand suffering would likely surpass that of an ordinary soul master. Yet, she was curious about the sensation of directly withstanding the Haotian Hammer's multiple strikes. Although the second skill did not provide her with a direct offensive capability, it was indeed a commendable enhancement, particularly in conjunction with the Starlight Claw. Subsequently, Bibi Dong found herself in possession of two additional cards. One was a Tidal Douluo summon card, and the other a Genius summon card. The Genius summon card was set aside. For Bibi Dong, a genius required cultivation, while the strength of a Tidal Douluo was readily available, capable of accomplishing far more than an untrained genius. In the system's marketplace, summon cards were categorized into Tidal Douluo summon card, regular Tidal summon card, super Tidal summon card, and ultimate Tidal summon card. The regular Tidal summon card summoned a Tidal Douluo of level 91. The super Tidal summon card could summon a Tidal Douluo of level 95 to 98. And the ultimate summon card could summon a Tidal Douluo at level 99. As for the Tidal summon card, it encompassed those of level 91 to 99, meaning that with a stroke of good fortune, summoning an ultimate Douluo was indeed possible. Bibi Dong prided herself on her good luck. After all, her previous incarnation had won a lottery. Let me see which Tidal Douluo I shall summon, Bibi Dong declared. Ideally, an ultimate would be splendid. The Douluo of the second, third, or fourth ranks were all quite formidable. That otherworldly traveler next door summoned an immortal poison and later summoned an ultimate Douluo. Surely she could draw one as well. As the brilliance of the card illuminated the air, Bibi Dong gradually discerned the figure and data inscribed upon it. Tidal Douluo, Shiman Kwang Tidal, Frenzied Rhinoceros level, 91 Martial Soul, Iron Armored Frenzied Rhinoceros Soul ring configuration, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 black. Bibi Dong scoffed. Level 91 is hardly a cause for mockery. Must they flaunt the fifth ring's purple to highlight this Tidal Douluo's mediocrity? The fifth ring being purple, devoid of the ideal Soul Master configuration, was indeed a source of ridicule. Well, considering my last summoning result, this card is still somewhat usable, Bibi Dong consoled herself. After all, it's still a Tidal Douluo. In this era, during the nascent days of the Douluo continent, only about 30 or 40 Tidal Douluos appeared throughout the entire narrative. It could still accomplish a multitude of tasks. However, she pondered, system, is there even a frenzied Rhinoceros Douluo in Douluo continent? I cannot recall such a figure. The absence of memory does not equate to non-existence, dear host. Within your recollections lies the Douluo series, a mere collection of novels, while you inhabit a realm of reality. The span between Douluo I and Douluo II extends a millennium, as does the interval from Douluo II to Douluo III. Over these vast stretches of time, numerous Tidal Douluos have undoubtedly existed, even if the characters do not appear within the pages of the books. The individual you have summoned is one such Tidal Douluo, existing in the time frame between Tang San's ascension and the era of Yu Xiaogang. Bibi Dong nodded, realizing that summoning familiar faces would prove challenging. Given the enormity of the temporal gap, countless eras have passed, and in each, around 50 titled Douluos emerged, culminating in hundreds, if not thousands, over 10 millennia. Thus, she refrained from directly summoning the tyrant Douluo and turned her attention to the rewards presented before her. The Genius Summon card can conjure a prodigy with innate soul power level 710, possessing a martial soul of superior quality or higher, and an age set below 20. The soul power level and soul ring configuration will be allocated based on the age specified, adhering to the optimal ratio for innate soul power. This genius is randomly generated and may exist at any point in the historical timeline of Douluo continent. An innate level 7 indeed qualifies as a genius. For instance, Yu Xiaogang from the Shrek 7 monsters is known to possess innate level 7 soul power, thus earning her the title of a prodigy among them. Bibi Dong inquired about the implications of a martial soul derived from her memories. The system explained that this genius could embody a figure from the host's recollections, along with their unique abilities. For example, the host might inadvertently summon Kiriyamato, whose martial soul could be the Freedom Gundam. With a spark of interest, Bibi Dong asked if she could derive martial souls like Pangu and the Open Heaven Axe or Tai and the Eastern Emperor Bell. The system confirmed this possibility, but warned that if derived from a lowly template, even a high-quality Open Heaven Axe might struggle against martial souls like the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Bibi Dong felt such a notion insulted the legendary figures from her memory. The system prompted her to choose between the Douluo continent template or her memory template. She opted for the memory template, eagerly anticipating martial souls from realms outside her own. When presented with categories for the genius, offensive, control, agility, support, and defense, Bibi Dong selected control. The system then requested her to specify the age of the genius. Bibi Dong declared it to be 12, as she sought a youthful generation to challenge the pride of the Shrek 7 monsters. Even with innate level 7 soul power, she intended to cultivate this individual into a formidable force to overshadow Shrek. The system explained that Bibi Dong had passed 2 levels of the Demon God trial, allowing her to invest points in this genius. She could lock the genius in, investing 500 points to assume they completed the first level of the Undying trial, enhancing all soul ring ages by 500 years. Investing 1,000 points would upgrade them further by 1,000 years for the second level. Though the death trial could not receive point investments, Bibi Dong considered the merits of investment, recognizing that those who could complete both trials were undoubtedly exceptional, and their youthful age indicated a soul ring configuration surpassing the average. She then inquired about investing in the death trial, but the system clarified that such trials must be experienced firsthand without investment. Ultimately, she decided to invest, presuming the genius had completed both levels and allocating 1,500 points. Thus, the soul ring ages would be elevated, yielding a more robust constitution for the genius. As the random generation commenced, Bibi Dong found herself holding a card depicting a breathtaking young girl with rose-colored hair and brown eyes, clad in a rose-hued gown, standing around 163 centimeters tall, with a physique that seemed too mature for her tender age of 10. Yet, this was not uncommon in the Douluo realm. After all, Yu Xiaogang hardly resembled a 12-year-old either. Bibi Dong had finally drawn a commendable reward after facing 2 setbacks in her genius summons. The girl, named Izao Ayaki, possessed innate soul power of 10 and a top-tier martial soul, the Black Rose Dragon, at level 33, with a development focus on control and strong offense. Her soul ring configuration included a purple ring from 1923 years, another from 2264 years, and a third from 3460 years. The Black Rose Dragon, a dragon-type martial soul, typically manifests as a delicate flower and requires a specific incantation for summoning its true form, endowing it with 2 distinct states. Bibi Dong mused about summoning a character reminiscent of a heroine from another universe, pondering the spectacle of blue-silver grass entwining with a binding of rose vines in a competition. After securing both cards into the system space, she examined the remaining rewards. The completion of the second level also granted her a portal, allowing her to select a placement for it, leading to trials of death and immortality. Upon first completing the Undying trial, she could accrue an additional 1,000 years to her soul rings, while the death trial promised 3,000 years. However, Bibi Dong opted not to place the portal nearby, intending to return to the Spirit Hall to establish it later, planning to request a leave from the Snow Knight Emperor for a personal undertaking. Furthermore, with the third level of the Demon God trial unlocked, another secret realm, named the Silent Underground Street, had also been revealed. Distinct from the Demon God trial, this new realm belonged to a different model of challenges. Following the transformation of her martial soul, not only had her soul ring skills been altered, but her 6 auxiliary soul bones, including the 6-winged purple light wings, had also been stripped away. While the Demon God trial unveiled her soul skill abilities, the Silent Underground Street would unlock her soul bone skills. She opened the interface of the Silent Underground Street and glanced at the content of the first level, Silent Underground Street. Level 1 Introduction. A group of sinners has been driven into a hell of punishment known as the Silent Underground Street. Silence, as the name suggests, means that your visual, auditory, tactile, olfactory, and gustatory senses are completely sealed off, plunging your world into utter silence. The only means of perceiving your surroundings is through your mental prowess, relying on instinct to hunt. Within this underground street, the most fundamental commodity is points. In the underground market, you can acquire items at prices lower than those in the system's marketplace. But the prerequisite is that you must use points obtained from the underground to make purchases. The method of acquiring points is to seek out others in this silent realm and eliminate them to gain points. In this dark world, you are unaware of your enemy's location. Perhaps they find you first and kill you, or perhaps you discover them before they can react. When you become the sole survivor of the underground street, congratulations, you have completed the challenge. Task rewards. 1 soul ring with a lifespan of 20,000 years. 1 genius summoning card. 1 titled Douluo summoning card. Random soul bones transformed into the eternal and terminus set. Acquisition of soul bone skills. Enhancement of the host's mental prowess. Permanent access to the first level of the Silent Underground Street trial. Unlocking the secret realm and the soul arena. Failure penalty. None. Failure signifies death. Bibi Dong closed this page. The trial was indeed brutally harsh. The complete sealing of the 5 senses was unimaginable. And this trial could be even more grueling than the trials presented in the Demon God's arena. However, her current state was far from ready to enter the Silent Underground Street, having only just recovered from the second level of the Demon God's trial. After noting all the rewards, Bibi Dong did not summon the 2 cards immediately, but instead left the Sunset Forest to seek Qianren Xue at the Tiando Imperial Palace. With her current abilities, she no longer feared the dark golden claw bear. It was time to hunt that 6-winged sunlight unicorn. Bibi Dong had spent 3 days teaching Douluo the poison technique, and over 10 days had passed in the trial arena. It took several more days to reach Tiando City, totaling over 20 days to arrive at the prince's residence. Although Bibi Dong had delayed things by more than 20 days, Qianren Xue could not help but express a few complaints. To hunt this soul beast, she had also taken a few days off from the Snow Knight Emperor. The reason? To take this opportunity to cultivate a good relationship with Douluo, securing this title level combat power for the Empire. Upon hearing this, the Snow Knight Emperor was elated and granted her over a month's leave, while earnestly advising her, "Qinghe, you are no longer young. At your age, I already had many wives and concubines. Should you also consider starting a family? I would like to have a grandchild soon. I think Douluo's granddaughter, Douluo, is quite suitable." Qianren Xue couldn't help but smile bitterly. She portrayed Snow Qinghe with great depth, but the only issue was that she was a woman. Could a woman marry another woman? Wouldn't that expose her true identity? However, this overly eager father, as she grew older, incessantly urged her to find a partner, marry, and bear children, which became quite bothersome. If she, as a woman, sought a partner, wouldn't that reveal her true identity? Yet, Douluo seemed like a good option. After all, unlike other potential partners, Douluo was aware of Snow Qinghe's true identity. The 6-winged sunlight unicorn, a hunting team tasked with capturing a 10,000-year-old beast, was formed. Leading the charge was Bibi Dong, a super Douluo of level 98. Accompanied by the title Douluo's, the spiked pig and the serpent spear, both at level 92, alongside Qianren Xue. With such a configuration, as long as the fierce beasts of the Star Dove Forest remained hidden, they could proceed with confidence. Even if they emerged, as long as it wasn't someone as abnormal as Tion, Bibi Dong could still manage. "Your Holiness, is there truly a 6-winged sunlight unicorn in this forest?" The serpent spear Douluo inquired, perplexed. "Just follow my lead," Bibi Dong replied succinctly. The traces of a 10,000-year-old beast were challenging to locate. Yet Bibi Dong's accrued points were not in vain. They allowed her to ascertain the general vicinity of the soul beast's movements. The six-winged sunlight unicorn resided atop a cliff in the Douluo forest, soaring thousands of meters high to bask in the sunlight. True to its name, the sunlight unicorn draws its power from the sun. Its wings can absorb solar energy, converting it into soul power, granting it a continuous supply of energy during the day, significantly enhancing its combat capabilities. At night, however, its power returns to normal. It possesses a unique ability known as light flash, allowing its body to transform into a stream of light, effortlessly moving to any corner beneath the sunlight, making it exceedingly difficult to hunt. One can only pursue it at night or under special circumstances. During the day, it would easily evade capture. Bibi Dong chose to enter the forest at dusk, and by the time they approached the territory of the sunlight unicorn, it was already night. Nearing the unicorn's domain, Bibi Dong concealed their presence, stealthily ascending the cliff. Her concealment was executed with remarkable finesse, and only when they stood before the unicorn did it detect their presence. Without hesitation, the sunlight unicorn launched an attack, its horn radiating brilliance as a beam shot towards the group. She long stepped forward, wielding the serpent spear to deflect the beam. Engage, Bibi Dong commanded. The serpent spear and spiked pig summoned their respective soul rings, unleashing their martial soul avatars and charging toward the sunlight unicorn. Upon noticing their approach, the unicorn let out a piercing cry, unfurling its wings, casting radiant light across the valley. Although the night did not enhance its strength, it was still a formidable 10,000-year-old beast. A luminous ring manifested atop its horn, followed by a beam shooting towards the serpent spear Douluo. The serpent spear Douluo swiftly dodged and closed in on the unicorn, sweeping his spear towards it. Using its horn as a shield, the unicorn blocked the attack, spreading its 6 wings, from which multiple luminous rings emerged, unleashing a barrage of beams towards the serpent spear Douluo. This was the unicorn's signature move, known as the sunlight storm, creating rings of light around its body that indiscriminately swept across a vast area, or could be concentrated on a single target. The serpent spear Douluo became that target. Realizing the danger, the serpent spear Douluo quickly raised his spear to defend against the onslaught of beams. Meanwhile, the spiked pig Douluo was not idle. Taking advantage of the unicorn's focus on the serpent spear, he activated his soul skill, Poison Cloud. Transforming himself into the source of toxins, he conjured a cloud of poison, directing it toward the sunlight unicorn. The 6-winged sunlight unicorn became acutely aware of the impending threat lurking behind it, abandoning its offensive against Shilong surrounding its body. A series of luminous barriers formed, transforming into a protective barrier that thwarted the encroaching poisonous clouds. Under the scorching beams of light, the noxious vapors were vaporized, leaving a rancid odor lingering in the air. This was the innate defensive skill of soul beasts, known as Sunlight Guardian. Meanwhile, Shilong's attack surged forth. He unleashed his soul skill, Thunderous Shatterkill, which pierced through the Sunlight Guardian. The 8-meter-long serpent spear aimed directly at the unicorn's abdomen. In a swift motion, the unicorn flapped its wings, soaring into the air to evade the spear's lethal strike. Despite the physical advantage of the soul beasts, the two titled Douluo, although formidable, were merely at level 93. Nevertheless, the sunlight unicorn held its ground against the duo, managing to withstand their assaults. However, defeating the combined onslaught of the serpent spear and the bloodstained thorn was no simple feat. Its gaze turned toward the horizon, longing for the moment the sun would rise. Yet, in the depths of night, the sunlight unicorn realized it would not witness the dawn. Suddenly, its attention shifted to Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu, understanding that these humans aimed to hunt its soul ring. The ancient soul beast was acutely aware that these two were titled dual-level powers. The other two observing from the side were presumably those who sought its soul ring and bones, likely lacking in strength. Realizing this, the sunlight unicorn deduced that if it were to attack them, the two titled Douluo would undoubtedly rush to their aid, providing it with the opportunity to escape. With this epiphany, the sunlight unicorn disregarded the assault from the serpent spear and bloodstained thorn, directing its focus towards Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu. Surrounding its body, a series of luminous rings materialized, overlapping and intensifying. A slender beam of light pierced through the layers of rings, growing thicker and more radiant. The blinding white light illuminated a vast expanse of the Douluo forest, rendering it as bright as day. The beam surged toward Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu, a culmination of the unicorn's might. Even a level 95 title Douluo would be severely wounded by such an attack. Bloodied, Shilong smirked slightly. If the young master were someone else, they would have no choice but to intervene. However, by her side stood a level 98 title Douluo. While the unicorn's assault was formidable, it posed no threat to such a super Douluo. Yet, the anticipated scene of the serpent spear and bloodstained thorn rushing to save Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu did not unfold. Instead, the duo's attacks followed in rapid succession, resulting in a deafening explosion in the air. The unicorn was injured and fell to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust atop the cliff. Seizing the moment, the serpent spear and bloodstained thorn unleashed their soul power, firmly pinning the sunlight unicorn down. On the other side, the intense white light approached Bibi Dong and Qian Rengshu. They remained unperturbed as a series of soul rings descended around Bibi Dong, 9 rings glimmering black and red. With her right hand, the external soul bone, Star Dragon Claw, extended, forming a barrier of starlight before the beam. The beam was absorbed by this barrier, and Bibi Dong successfully neutralized the unicorn's full-force strike. The dread configuration of 5 black and 4 red rings was a rarity in contemporary times, and even in history, such a configuration among title Douluo was hard to find. Not only the 6-winged sunlight unicorn, but even the serpent spear and bloodstained thorn stood spellbound, gazing at the soul rings beside Bibi Dong. Had it not been for the soul power fluctuations emanating from the rings, they might have almost believed them to be illusions. However, astonishment quickly gave way to understanding. They knew the Pope Bibi Dong possessed twin martial souls. A twin martial soul, once cultivated, is nearly unmatched in the world. With a single martial soul, no matter how gifted, one's first soul ring could never be of the 10,000-year caliber. Yet, a twin martial soul could achieve such feats. Indeed, the current Pope was truly unparalleled. Qian Rengshu reacted more swiftly than the others. She was privy to more knowledge than the 2 elders, aware that Bibi Dong was undergoing a divine trial. Thus her extraordinary soul ring configuration was not surprising. The severely injured 6-winged sunlight unicorn cast a resentful gaze at Bibi Dong's soul rings, its eyes glinting with hatred. For red soul rings signified the demise of 400,000-year soul beasts at her hands. The enmity between soul beasts and humans was irreconcilable. It loathed humanity, especially those who hunted powerful soul beasts. Yet, such was the nature of existence, survival of the fittest. Humans held a position of power in this world, unlike those from other realms. Bibi Dong slowly approached the 6-winged sunlight unicorn. With each step, the pressure of her soul power intensified until she stood directly before the unicorn. Bloodstained Thorn and Shilong no longer needed to exert their soul power. The unicorn was firmly pinned to the ground by Bibi Dong's overwhelming force. It felt utterly defeated, its soul power restricted, unable even to self-destruct, glaring at Bibi Dong in silence. You are a 100,000-year soul beast, and with your intellect, you should be capable of communication. Bibi Dong remarked, gazing down at the unicorn. You have been captured by us, and all you desire is my soul ring and bones. I have nothing more to say. However, humans do not revel too soon. One day, you will provoke the powerful beings within the Stardow Forest. The 6-winged sunlight unicorn retorted with disdain. I wonder if you speak of Emperor Tian, or Bear King, or Bai Ji, or ZG. Forgive me, but I truly fear none of those entities within the Stardow Forest. Bibi Dong replied confidently, the existence you mentioned does not intimidate me in the slightest. The unicorn's expression shifted to one of utter shock, left speechless by Bibi Dong's audacity. You are correct. I came here for your soul ring and bones, Bibi Dong continued. You 3 are the titled Douluo of the human realm, and your soul rings are already full. As for that one, the 6-winged sunlight unicorn interjected. She is not yet strong enough to bear my soul ring's power. No, I require your sacrifice, Bibi Dong commanded, summoning Qian Rengshu. She will become your soul ring and bones. Dream on. Even in death, I will not offer myself to you. The 6-winged sunlight unicorn roared angrily. Your end is nigh, is it not? Even if we had not sought you out, you would soon perish beneath the heavenly tribulation, Bibi Dong stated matter-of-factly. And what of it? The unicorn retorted defiantly. Of course, my demand for your sacrifice is not without its benefits for you, Bibi Dong added. Do you wish to become a deity? Become a deity? The 6-winged sunlight unicorn scoffed. The beings within the Stardow Forest have lives even longer than mine, and their powers far surpass my own. If they have yet to find the path to divinity, what makes you think you can? The path to divinity? Bibi Dong chuckled, addressing Qian Rengshu. Swear, show what divine position you inherit. Qian Rengshu nodded and approached the six-winged sunlight unicorn, parting her golden hair to reveal the angelic divine seal, an aura of divinity permeating the air. The six-winged sun unicorn gazed in astonishment at Qian Rengshu, sensing a divine aura emanating from her. Although its understanding was limited, it recognized a fitting connection, which explained why these individuals sought its assistance. This is Qian Rengshu, my daughter. The divine tester of the angel god, Bibi Dong stated. The transaction I propose is as follows. By offering a sacrifice, you shall become her soul ring, and upon her ascension to godhood, you will be resurrected. At that moment, you will be reborn in the realm of the gods as a divine beast. The six-winged sun unicorn fell into contemplation. The aspiration for divinity was a powerful longing among soul beasts. Yet it was painfully aware of its own race's bleak prospects for achieving godhood. Bibi Dong, however, had presented a glimmer of hope, the possibility of attaining divinity through investment in a human destined for godhood. But how could it trust them? I can swear upon my martial soul that should I complete the divine test and become the angel god, I will assuredly resurrect you. Otherwise, my martial soul shall shatter, and my divine position will be forfeited, Qian Rengshu declared. The six-winged sun unicorn remained silent. It harbored a deep-seated disdain for humanity, yet was reluctant to pass up the opportunity for divinity. Bibi Dong had chosen the soul beast wisely. It was one on the brink of a heavenly tribulation. Even if Bibi Dong and her companions had not approached, it would soon meet its demise. Who would choose death when life was an option? Very well. I agree to the sacrifice, but you must fulfill your promise, the unicorn resolved. Of course, Qian Rengshu replied. If you can form an external soul bone, then do so. If not, do not attempt to create one, Bibi Dong instructed. Why? The unicorn inquired, tilting its head in confusion. My young master inherits the divine position of the angel, which naturally comes with 6 external soul bones as part of her divine attire. Hence, additional soul bones are unnecessary, Sishu explained. Remember your promise. I place my unwavering trust in you, and you must not betray that trust, the unicorn proclaimed, rising to face Qian Rengshu as it initiated the sacrifice. A piercing red light erupted from its head, transforming into a crimson halo that expanded instantaneously. Everything touched by the red light was painted in shades of blood. In that moment, all was still. Its body turned entirely red, with flames roaring at the center, consuming its 100,000-year cultivation and flesh, ultimately coalescing into a blood-red halo. The crimson light expanded into a vast circle, slowly contracting around Qian Rengshu, who stood at the center of the sacrificial ground. Her soul rings emerged, displaying the standard configuration of yellow, purple, and black, with the red soul ring overlaying the black one. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, red, Qian Rengshu's soul skills. After absorbing the soul ring, the transformation was not complete. Her clothing tore as something seemed poised to emerge from her back. Under the piercing gaze of Bibi Dong, the elders Zixue and Shilong consciously turned away, averting their eyes from the sight of their young master's torn garments. The unicorn's 6 wings unfurled behind her. As Qian Rengshu returned to her senses from the soul ring absorption, she noticed her attire had been rent due to the external soul bone, causing her cheeks to flush as she glanced around. The 3 elders, including Bibi Dong, instinctively turned away, breathing a sigh of relief as they retrieved garments from their soul-guided devices to change. With the absorption of the soul ring and external soul bone, combined with previous cultivation and medicinal effects, Qian Rengshu's soul power surged to the 64th level. With her innate 20-level soul power and the enhancement from the celestial herb, it was believed that in 2 to 3 years, she would attain the rank of soul sage and achieve her true angelic form. After a brief moment, Zixue, Shilong, and Bibi Dong turned back. Zixue and Shilong expressed their envy, exclaiming, "Congratulations to the young master for acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring and an external soul bone. How many titled Douluos yearn for such treasures? The young master, Qian Rengshu, has directly attained a 100,000-year soul ring as her 6th. Her future is indeed boundless." Had it not been for the efforts of the 2 elders to subdue the 6-winged sun unicorn, it might not have chosen to sacrifice itself, Qian Rengshu noted. Si Shue and Shi Long exchanged awkward glances and remarked, "Even without us, His Holiness the Pope could have dealt with that unicorn." Cough, cough, Bibi Dong lightly cleared her throat. Allericht, Xuea. Showcase your soul skills. Qian Ringshu nodded, stating, "My sixth soul skill is most effective during daylight, allowing its full power to manifest. The 100,000-year soul ring grants me two abilities, Sunstorm and Divine Light Flash." The Sunstorm skill was akin to the Solar Tempest previously wielded by the unicorn. As Qian Ringshu activated her sixth soul ring, radiant circles appeared around her, unleashing searing beams of light that bombarded a wide area. Within the blast zone, even stone was melted into liquid. With a graceful motion, she unified the beams into a singular, blazing torrent aimed at a distant hill, slicing through it as if cutting a cake. Both Bibi Dong and the elders felt the impact as the hill was cleaved in two by Qian Ringshu's skill, a demonstration potent enough to threaten even lower-ranked title Douluos. After a moment, Qian Ringshu's soul power waned, and the luminous circles dissipated, leaving her breathless. "This attack is exceedingly taxing on my soul power. However, under sunlight, the consumption is significantly mitigated," she explained. The second skill, Divine Light Flash, allows me to flicker and leap using light as a foundation, resembling a teleportation ability without cooldown, provided my soul power is sufficient and I am within sunlight or the domain of angels. "What capabilities does the soul bone bestow upon you?" Bibi Dong inquired. "The external soul bone from the six-winged sun unicorn grants me two abilities, sunlight transformation and light energy storage," Qian Ringshu replied. "Both are supportive skills. Sunlight transformation enables me to absorb solar energy during the day, converting into soul power to swiftly restore my consumption. Light energy storage allows me to gather light energy when my total soul power reaches its limit, releasing it when needed, either to amplify my soul skills or transform it into soul power through the soul bone abilities. However, these skills are destined to be most effective under the sun." She concluded, "Undeniably, this 100,000-year soul skill is remarkable. The soul ring skill, Sunstorm, can deliver widespread devastation or focused attacks, consolidating energy to potentially harm even title Douluos. The other supportive skills further enhance my endurance in battle, while Divine Light Flash augments my mobility." Even the two title Douluos, Shi Long and Si Shue, could not help but envy Qian Ringshu. The sixth soul skill has proven to be extraordinarily remarkable. It is indeed impressive. However, one must not become conceited. "By the way, Schwer, you should be aware of what comes next." Bibi Dong reached out to pat Qian Ringshu's head with a smile. "Rest assured, Mother, I understand. Since I have pledged to the six-winged sunlight unicorn, I shall undoubtedly resurrect it once I ascend to divinity." Qian Ringshu affectionately nuzzled against Bibi Dong's hand and spoke. Bibi Dong glanced at Qian Ringshu. Ascending to divinity? For others, this would be a cause for celebration. For millennia, countless limit Douluo have yearned for the achievement of godhood, yet failed to do so. Qian Ringshu, however, was destined to inherit a divine position from birth. Yet for her, the journey to divinity was a tragic affair, as she could only inherit the angel god position, whose worship was dedicated to Qian Douluo, who wholeheartedly devoted himself to her path to godhood. Thus, aside from Tang San, who was merely a bystander, Qian Ringshu's ascent to divinity would be the smoothest. However, the moment she attained godhood would also mark the moment of Qian Douluo's demise. While it is possible for the dead to be reborn as the angel god, Qian Ringshu could not resurrect the sacrifice required for her ascension. Although she held little affection for Qian Douluo, he was still her grandfather. It is easy to imagine that when the time comes for Qian Ringshu to ascend, she would likely hold me accountable for not revealing this truth to her. Yet, if I were to disclose it, Qian Ringshu would undoubtedly refuse to inherit the angel god position. Bibi Dong concealed her distress and suddenly gazed toward the distant Star Do forest, patting Qian Ringshu's back as she said, "Since our purpose here has been accomplished, let Sish and Shi Long accompany you back." "Mother, what about you?" Qian Ringshu inquired. Bibi Dong replied, "I must remain in the Star Do forest to attend to some unfinished matters. You should depart with the two elders first. But fret not, Schwer. I'm a title Douluo at level 98. You have seen my strength before. No being within the Star Do forest poses a threat to me." Bibi Dong gestured to Sish and Shi Long, understanding her intent. They escorted Qian Ringshu toward the exit of the Star Do forest. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong ventured deeper into the forest. Bibi Dong deemed herself fortunate. From subduing the six-winged sunlight unicorn to compelling it to sacrifice and witnessing Qian Rinxue absorb the soul rings and bones. None of the fearsome beasts of the Stardow forest had been stirred. However, in the end, she inadvertently provoked one. A colossal bear emerged from the depths of the forest, towering at 15 meters, its body cloaked in dense, dark golden fur. Its disproportionately long arms hung down to its knees, exceeding 10 meters in length and remarkably robust, with sharp claws extending from its limbs. This creature was the beast king of the Stardow forest, the dark golden terror claw bear. Enraged, the beast sensed the vanishing aura of a 100,000-year soul beast, which had chosen to sacrifice itself for a human. Its fury was directed not only at humanity, but also at the 100,000-year soul beast. It hunted for the source of this aura with a fierce determination. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong emerged from the forest, blocking the path of the Beast King. "Halt! Ruler of the forest," she declared as she stepped forward. "Just you?" The bear scoffed, sensing the formidable aura radiating from Bibi Dong, which was akin to that of Super Douluo. Yet, it remained unfazed, replying, "No one has ever made me stop, but since you're here, I'll kill you first before pursuing that human." Indeed, as the king of the dark golden terror claw bear lineage, he dared to challenge even the limit-level Emperor Tian, let alone one who had yet to reach such heights. With that, the dark golden terror claw bear raised its massive claw, preparing to unleash its most potent attack, the dark golden claw. The dark golden claws, capable of tearing through space, lunged toward Bibi Dong. Bibi Dong, however, did not retaliate or defend against the approaching claws. Beneath her feet, a black soul ring radiated with a dark glow. Instantly, a domain enveloped her surroundings, filled with palpable negative emotions, jealousy, hatred, and sorrow. The bear's face twisted with disdain. Even Emperor Tian would not dare to disregard his assault. "This foolish human intends to endure my strike." The dark golden terror claw bore down on Bibi Dong, engulfing her in dark golden light. The ground beneath her was obliterated by the bear's energy, turning it into scorched earth. The bear retracted its claw, casting not a glance back, as it moved toward the direction of Qian Rinxue and the two elders. But before it could take more than a few steps, a claw-like shadow composed of starlight tore through the swirling dust, aiming for the bear. The starlight claws, imbued with equal might, struck from behind, leaving a bloody gash on the bear's tough hide. If not for its thick skin, it would have been shredded. Even so, the power of the starlight claw left a deep wound. Furious and agitated, the bear turned to see Bibi Dong hovering in midair. Her right hand transformed into a sharp dragon claw, drawing from the brilliance of the stars. "You absorbed my dark golden claw. Even a limit Douluo would be severely injured. How could you possibly be unharmed?" The bear exclaimed in disbelief. Bibi Dong, despite her pale complexion and a bleeding lip from biting down hard, appeared largely unscathed, without even internal injuries. This left the bear astonished. "Could it be that my attack missed? Absorb my dark golden claw? Your attack is merely mediocre," Bibi Dong taunted. Of course, while she mocked, the truth was that enduring his assault had taken a toll on her. Her seemingly unscathed appearance was due to activating her soul skill. Sorrowful woman, which had consumed half her soul power and inflicted upon her the greatest pain she had ever endured. The agony brought forth by the dark golden claw was multiplied several times over. What does such pain entail? Bibi Dong could scarcely articulate it. Facing the bear's attack, she bit down fiercely on her lip to maintain her composure. Yet, the immense suffering also brought a significant boost of power, allowing her to harness enough strength to contend with a limit Douluo. Seeing the bear ready to pursue her daughter, Bibi Dong surged forward to confront it. "What did you say? You dare to look down on me?" The bear roared, incensed by Bibi Dong's taunt as it raised its paw once more, unleashing its prized tier of heaven claw toward her. On the other hand, Bibi Dong's starlight dragon claw had also absorbed ample star brilliance, and she prepared to unleash her full strength. Starlight claw, in the embrace of celestial power. The sharp claws of the starry claw clashed with the formidable talons of the bear monarch, neither party yielding to the other. They poured their full strength into the confrontation, ultimately unleashing a cataclysmic energy that shattered the very earth, obliterating vast swathes of forest. The ground around them was transformed into a chaotic wasteland of charred soil. As the energy storm subsided, the figures of the bear monarch and Bibi Dong emerged. The bear monarch, with a massive frame adorned with wounds and blood pooling around him, gasped for breath, his arms trembling in a pitiful display. In stark contrast, Bibi Dong appeared unscathed. though her right hand quivered slightly as she activated the powers of the sad sorceress, which perpetually consumed half of her soul power. The greater her strength, the more formidable her soul power became, extending the duration of her abilities. The effects of her sad sorceress could persist for 3 minutes, allowing her to withstand any attack, while her amplification could last over an hour. Such a remarkable ability, albeit one that inflicted profound anguish upon her very soul. Bibi Dong, seemingly unharmed, refrained from launching any counterattacks. Yet the multitude of wounds on the bear monarch ignited a bloodthirsty gleam in his eyes. He brandished his claws and charged at Bibi Dong once more. With a flurry of attacks, tearing Sky Claw and Dark Gold Terror Claw, he unleashed a relentless barrage. Bibi Dong's expression shifted. Although the successive assaults granted her growing amplification, the excruciating pain from the Dark Gold Terror Claws was unbearable. She too fought back with all her might, utilizing the Starry Claw to counter the bear monarch, while simultaneously invoking the powers of the nightmarish sorceress to relentlessly dismantle his mental fortitude. Within the forest, the dark golden glow intertwined with the starlight in a dazzling display. Their silhouettes collided repeatedly, the shockwaves reverberating against the cliffs and shattering them to pieces. Among the various attributes in the Douluo continent, gold stands as the paramount symbol of strength. The ultimate power is synonymous with the ultimate gold, transcending all other attributes. Even those that have not reached their peak can rival other supreme attributes. One force shatters myriad laws. Any soul beast or martial spirit that bears the name of gold is extraordinary. For instance, the martial spirit of the golden crocodile Douluo, known as the Golden Crocodile King, is far from ordinary. In comparison, the blue spot Tyrannosaurus Rex pales in insignificance. Regrettably, like the nine-heart sea tang, its renown is diminished due to its scarcity. The Heavenly Hammer, a top-tier martial spirit of the angel spirit Pope, also possesses the gold attribute. It excels at breaking through myriad laws with sheer might. Yet even the illustrious Heavenly Hammer has not attained the level of ultimate gold. The bear monarch, whom Bibi Dong confronts, embodies the gold attribute without having reached its pinnacle. Nevertheless, even after twice amplifying her strength through the sad sorceress, Bibi Dong could merely match the bear monarch's power. Ultimately, it was another ability, the nightmarish sorceress, that brought the bear monarch down. While endowed with immense strength and formidable defense, his mental prowess was lacking. Once Bibi Dong discerned this vulnerability, she focused her efforts on launching a fierce attack on the bear monarch's mind while skillfully evading his strikes. Eventually, the bear monarch succumbed to a deep slumber, lost in dreams of encountering a dark golden she-bear, heralding the arrival of spring and the mating season. Observing the bear monarch, deeply asleep, Bibi Dong chose not to deliver a fatal blow. While she could easily slay him, the bear monarch was not alone. He was part of a pack of ferocious beasts. Escaping from their grasp was beyond her capabilities, especially as she found herself nearing her limits. After enduring excruciating pain, her mental state was frayed, and the use of the sad sorceress alongside her soul techniques had nearly depleted her soul power. She was not concerned about ordinary soul beasts, but the appearance of a 10,000-year-old soul beast could prove fatal at this juncture. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the sky, the waters flowing from the Stardo forest made their way toward the Heaven Do Empire. Floating upon these waters was Bibi Dong. Schwerer, do not worry about me. I merely dealt with a bear that lacked awareness. It has been taken care of. Bibi Dong communicated her safety through her soul guide. However, her condition was far from optimistic. At that moment, she had grown too weary to walk, lying upon the river's surface, allowing the current to carry her away from the Stardo forest. Any soul beast daring to approach was crushed beneath her overwhelming power. She rested quietly on the water, not only recuperating her soul power, but also recovering from the mental strain of the previous day. The sad sorceress was a formidable ability, yet those unaware of its nature would often resort to relentless attacks, hoping to overwhelm Bibi Dong during the 3-minute duration. Even at her limits, she could still muster the strength to fight back. However, the side effects were significant, as the pain was boundless. To illustrate, if a person were to be cast into the sun, they would feel no pain due to instant vaporization. Yet, should they activate the sad sorceress ability, they would not perish immediately. Instead, they would endure the agony of being scorched by the sun's searing temperatures, feeling every moment of torment. Without formidable mental fortitude, enduring such suffering was no small feat. It seems I must prepare for appropriate training upon my return, Bibi Dong used. She had no intention of relinquishing her pursuit of mastering this soul technique due to its side effects. Drifting downstream with the current, Bibi Dong found herself unknowingly at the periphery of the Douluo forest. This area was relatively safe, inhabited only by a few century-old or millennium-old soul beasts. These creatures, drawn by the sight of the girl floating in the river, attempted to approach for a feast, but were swiftly crushed by Bibi Dong's overwhelming soul power. Continuing along this path, she could forego walking altogether, allowing the river to carry her to the Bakr kingdom within the Heaven Do Empire's territory. Yet, fate often intervenes unexpectedly. A young girl clad in a black leather outfit, her figure flawless, waded through the water toward Bibi Dong. The newcomer bore no ill intent, a fact Bibi Dong could sense. The girl grasped Bibi Dong's wrist, pulling her ashore and laying her upon the cool stone slabs. With a piercing gaze, she appraised Bibi Dong, astonished by the beauty of the woman she had just rescued. Her own beauty paled in comparison. Bibi Dong appeared pale, yet her breath remained steady. The girl, relieved at this sight, watched as Bibi Dong's violet eyes fluttered open, meeting her gaze. After a moment of astonishment, the girl inquired, "You are awake. But why did you allow yourself to drift in the river? There's soul beasts within." Bibi Dong replied, "Thank you. I have only just awoken. No need for thanks. I was merely fishing in the river and happened to encounter you," the black-haired girl responded. After speaking, she cast a glance at Bibi Dong and inquired, "You must be hungry too. Shall I catch some fish from the river to roast?" Bibi Dong nodded in agreement. The girl in black approached the riverbank, and through the manifestation of her martial spirit, 2 cat ears sprouted atop her head, while a tail extended from her backside. Her martial spirit was the phantom spirit cat, characterized by its aloof demeanor, and her physique was striking enough to rival that of Bibi Dong, who was no longer young. Bibi Dong harbored a vague suspicion regarding her identity. Intrigued, Bibi Dong observed the lithe figure of the girl as she darted through the water, extending her hands, with sharp cat claws emerging from her fingertips. With a series of swift strikes in the river, she pierced several fish, bringing them back to the shore to roast over a fire. After finishing the cooking, she offered a portion of the roasted fish to Bibi Dong, who, without hesitation, accepted and began to eat. The flavor of the unseasoned fish left much to be desired. Yet Bibi Dong devoured it quickly, glancing at the girl and remarking, "The martial spirit you just employed seems to be a legacy of the Zhu family from the Douluo Empire, the phantom spirit cat. You are one of the Zhu family." The girl in black trembled slightly, casting a cold glance at Bibi Dong, and replied, "My origins are of no concern to you. Enjoy your meal, and take care of yourself as you leave the Douluo forest." After speaking, the black-haired girl consumed only a few roasted fish and left one for Bibi Dong before turning away. This river flowed into the Bakr kingdom, situated within the territory of the Heaven Do Empire. A girl with the phantom spirit cat ventured here alone. Coincidentally, this was the very timeline when the protagonists were heading to enroll at Shrek Academy. The girl's identity was thus apparent. She was Zhu Xiaogang, one of the Shrek 7 monsters. Originally, saving Bibi Dong had been a noble act on her part, yet they were strangers, and Zhu Xiaogang naturally harbored wariness. Furthermore, Bibi Dong's inquiry had prompted her to leave without a backward glance. Perhaps she assumed that Bibi Dong was also someone sent from the Douluo Empire to hunt her down. However, Bibi Dong chuckled softly, closing her eyes. "If I wish to capture you, do you think you can escape?" Her spiritual power was formidable, with a perceptive range extending several kilometers. Everything around her fell within Bibi Dong's awareness. No matter how swift the girl was, she could not evade Bibi Dong's senses. At that moment, the girl was traversing the forest, departing the Douluo forest en route to the Bakr kingdom. Bibi Dong's mental faculties were keenly attuned to the girl's every movement, and her thoughts began to churn. Initially, she had not considered sowing discord among the Shrek 7 monsters, preferring instead to let them grow together, supporting one another and igniting sparks of friendship and love along the way, only to ensnare them all in one fell swoop. They were to become stepping stones for the Spirit Hall's battle team. In her eyes, the Shrek 7 monsters represented a miniature base of insurrectionists, gathering nearly all potential adversaries of the Spirit Hall. Ning Rongrong hailed from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Tang San from the Haotian School, Yu Xiaogang and Lu Erlong from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon School, Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai from the Douluo Empire, and Xiao Wu from the Soul Beast faction. Only Oscar's origins remained ambiguous, and Ma Hongjun was merely a commoner, a veritable nest of insurrectionists. Only Oscar and Ma Hongjun could stand on the side of the Spirit Hall, and Bibi Dong had no intention of trying to recruit them. In the future, should they fall into her hands, their fates would be either death or submission, and Bibi Dong would not waste her breath on them. Tang San and Xiao Wu were destined to be enemies. Ning Rongrong's father, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was notoriously obstinate, often proclaiming that the three upper sects should unite against the Spirit Hall. It was clear that this old man was not easily swayed. Simply winning over Ning Rongrong would not suffice, and Bibi Dong had abandoned any thoughts of recruiting the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Should the situation demand it, she could annihilate them entirely, erasing their existence from the world, and the Spirit Hall's martial spirit would become a mere footnote in history. As for Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, both hailed from the Star Luo Empire, and during the Spirit Hall's quest for dominance, the Phantom and White Tiger clans would be the greatest obstacles. Thus, Bibi Dong had no intention of wasting her efforts on them. Had Zhu Zhuqing not appeared before her, she would have harbored no thoughts about the girl. However, as she stood before her, Bibi Dong could not let her slip away. Let us not forget that she intended to assemble a battle team, one that would age and cultivate alongside the Shrek 7 monsters, possessing the strength to utterly crush them. Zhu Zhuqing, though perceived as the least gifted among Shrek, was nonetheless a potential asset. The Phantom Spirit Cat was a high-level martial spirit, and Bibi Dong was confident that once she had Zhu Zhuqing in her grasp, her accomplishments would surpass those depicted in the original narrative. Why squander such a beautiful girl on a man? Moreover, Dai Mubai was hardly a commendable character, known for his indulgences, flaunting his conquests among twin sisters, and being the most notorious of the Shrek trio. Although Dai Mubai later reformed after Zhu Zhuqing confronted him, he had already betrayed her. A man should not abandon his fiancée in the Star Luo Empire to seek pleasure in the Heaven Do Empire. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Bibi Dong became increasingly convinced that winning Zhu Zhuqing over was entirely reasonable. Her desire intensified once more. After all, why not indulge in such pursuits once again? Yet, how could she ensnare her? Bibi Dong began to devise a plan. Suddenly, another group entered Bibi Dong's perceptive range. A Soul Emperor, 3 Soul Kings, and a cadre of Soul Masters. Their purpose for coming here was not to hunt for soul rings, but rather to pursue Zhu Zhuqing, evidently dispatched by her sister. Should Zhu Zhuqing, a mere great soul master, fall into their hands, it would likely spell her doom. However, according to the plot's trajectory, Zhu Zhuqing was destined to arrive safely at Shrek Academy, so they should not have caught up to her. Nonetheless, their arrival was fortuitous for Bibi Dong. You have come at just the right time. Do not leave. The team pursuing Zhu Zhuqing entered the Star Do Forest, following her trail, yet they soon lost the lead. However, they were not inclined to abandon the search, as it was a task entrusted to them by the young lady. A soul master with a canine martial spirit sniffed the air and proclaimed, "I can smell her scent. It is in that direction." Excellent. It has not been in vain for us to chase her for so many days. Let us proceed. The group followed the canine soul master through the dense forest, ultimately pinpointing Zhu Zhuqing's location. On the other hand, after Zhu Zhuqing's departure, she dared not linger. She had faced numerous ambushes in the Star Do Forest and was acutely aware that her sister harbored an incessant desire for her demise. Even when she entered the territory of the Tiando Empire, she dared not let her guard down, especially after Bibi Dong had mentioned the Nether Spirit Cat martial spirit and the identity of the Zhu family, which filled her with trepidation. She suspected that Bibi Dong was among those who sought her life, prompting her to unleash her soul power and flee swiftly towards the edge of the Star Do Forest. Just as she was about to escape the forest, an elder emerged from the thicket, blocking her path. The old man was remarkably agile, standing before Zhu Zhuqing, with 6 soul rings cascading down around him. White, yellow, yellow, purple, 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 indicating his status as a soul emperor, despite the unimpressive configuration of his soul rings. A soul emperor was still formidable, and Zhu Zhuqing was far from his match. Worse still, several figures stepped out from behind him. 3 Soul Kings appeared in her potential escape routes, while a group of Soul Masters surrounded her. I want that girl. Zhu Zhuqing despaired as she realized her sister had gone to such lengths to eliminate her. The Soul Emperor chuckled, saying, "Second miss. You needn't be too hard on the eldest Mississippi. After all, has any generation of the Zhu family not followed this path? Haven't the Star Luo Empresses always climbed to power over the corpses of their sisters? Such is the fate of you and your elder sister. Born of the star, Luo Zhu family. Fate, fate. Zhu Zhuqing wept, tears streaming down her cheeks. What a fate it is. I never imagined that even in the Tiando Empire, I would still be subject to its manipulation. While others enjoyed loving sisterly bonds, she, born of the Zhu family, had to contend with a life-or-death struggle against her own sister. The Zhu family, the Zhu family. How I loathe being born into the Zhu family. My destiny is beyond my control. The Zhu family's guest elders had long since chosen their sides. Her sister, years her senior, held a formidable cultivation level that could not be easily matched by mere talent or effort. Thus, anyone with sense would stand by her sister. From the moment she awakened her martial spirit, she had been at a disadvantage, suffering countless assassination attempts from her elder sister. In desperation, Zhu Zhuqing summoned her martial spirit. But alas, she lamented, Dai Mu Bai, I never got to see you. I cannot follow you any longer. Just as the battle was about to commence, a rustling sound emerged from the forest. Someone was approaching. The guest elders of the star Luo Zhu family all turned to look into the depths of the woods. And the Soul Emperor called out, Who goes there? Show yourself. Bibi Dong stepped out from the forest, standing before the group. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in shock, It's you? Bibi Dong yawned and said, I apologize for the interruption. Zhu Zhuqing frantically signaled Bibi Dong to leave, believing that this was a matter for the Zhu family alone. But Bibi Dong ignored her gaze. That little girl is of use to me. I cannot allow you to kill her. I wish to take her with me. Do any of you have objections? Bibi Dong pointed at Zhu Zhuqing. We're the people of the star Luo Netherduke. She is from the Nether Zhu family. And she cannot leave with you. One of the soul masters retorted. Oh, so you're from the star Luo Zhu family. Bibi Dong smiled. Now that you know who we are, I suggest you leave and do not interfere with our business. No, I said I want that girl. Even if Dai Tianfeng were here, if he dared to stop me, I would add another tablet to your star Luo ancestral hall. Then you are seeking death. The Soul Emperor summoned his martial spirit, a steel blade, and swung it at Bibi Dong. The sharp blade seemed intent on cleaving her in two, but she merely extended a finger to catch the blade, rendering it immobile. With a flick of her finger, she sent the Soul Emperor and his weapon crashing into the surrounding trees. Everyone, attack her together. The Soul Emperor commanded as he clumsily rose to his feet. A group of Soul Masters immediately summoned their soul rings, charging toward Bibi Dong. She smiled slightly as 9 soul rings descended one after another. To everyone's astonishment, the descending soul rings were not the usual configuration expected from Soul Master. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. From the very first ring, a black 10,000-year soul ring appeared, and not just any black, but a profound black, indicating an age of over 50,000 years. By the time the 5th ring appeared, the 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th rings transformed into brilliant red. 5 black and 4 red soul rings descended, and the terrifying pressure of her soul power forced everyone, including the Soul Emperor, to the ground, leaving only Zhu Zhuqing standing. The Soul Emperor, on the ground, looked up in horror at Bibi Dong. Realizing she was a title Douluo, and not just any title Douluo, she was a monster. Who would dare to place a 10,000-year soul ring as their first? No one. Your Highness, please forgive my ignorance for having offended you. I implore you to spare us, the Soul Emperor stammered. Bibi Dong paid him no heed and turned her gaze to the still-standing Zhu Zhuqing, saying, as a token of gratitude for rescuing me from the river, you may decide their fates. Zhu Zhuqing stared blankly at Bibi Dong's soul rings. When she returned to her senses, she cautiously replied, Your Highness, with your strength, you could have walked out of the river even without me. You decide. Their lives or deaths are yours to determine. Bibi Dong said impatiently. At this, the powerful members of the star Luo Zhu family turned their pleading eyes toward Zhu Zhuqing, begging for mercy. Second miss, spare us. We were merely following orders. They cried. Yes, yes. We were ordered by the eldest miss. If you spare us, we will surely serve you as our master. Zhu Zhuqing snapped back to reality. Glancing at Bibi Dong and seeing the undeniable look in her eyes, her heart trembled. It seemed she had to make a choice. Ever since leaving the star Luo Empire, she had been relentlessly pursued, nearly losing her life just moments ago. Zhu Zhuqing glared at her pursuers, asking, Tell me, if it were the other way around, would you have spared me? Following orders? You were drawn to my elder sister's strength, valuing the power and position she could provide, obedient to her commands. If given the choice, I wish for them to die. Zhu Zhuqing declared with resentment. Bibi Dong nodded, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. Without waiting for further argument, she snapped her fingers. The pursuers from the star Luo Zhu family exploded instantaneously, blood and shattered organs splattering everywhere. Zhu Zhuqing, caught amidst the carnage, was drenched in the blood and remains of those around her. Her expression of hatred froze, her face turned pale, and her body trembled as she gazed upon the gruesome scene before her. In a moment of distress, Zhu Zhuqing, although raised in the shadows of assassination, had encountered little blood in her life. The sight before her was brutally vivid, and despite her attempts to recover, she found herself retching uncontrollably. This, in fact, was a deliberate act orchestrated by Bibi Dong. Recognizing her intention to take Zhu Zhuqing under her wing, Bibi Dong first sought to expose her to the harsh realities of their world, for every member of the Spirit Hall's golden generation bore the weight of bloodshed. After a prolonged bout of nausea, Zhu Zhuqing's retching subsided into dry heaves. She trembled as she sought out a nearby river, cleansing herself of the sanguine scent that clung to her. Only after this did she approach Bibi Dong. "I apologize for my appearance," she said, her voice tinged with embarrassment. "Everyone has their path to walk," Bibi Dong replied. "However, you must understand that every formidable spirit master is stained with blood." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Excellency. If it weren't for your intervention, I might have lost my life today. What brings you to me?" Zhu Zhuqing inquired, an air of confusion in her tone. She recalled that Bibi Dong had saved her because she deemed her useful. "This matter can wait. Where do you intend to go next?" Bibi Dong queried. "To the Barak Kingdom in Soto City," Zhu Zhuqing answered honestly. "Very well. I have a disciple in the Barak Empire. I shall accompany you," Bibi Dong stated, her tone leaving no room for dissent. Though Zhu Zhuqing wished to refuse, the terrifying aura that emanated from Bibi Dong silenced her protests. As they journeyed towards the Barak Kingdom, Bibi Dong noticed Zhu Zhuqing's curiosity and remarked with a smile, "You wish to know my identity, why I saved you. In the matter of my spirit ring configuration, do you not?" Surprised, Zhu Zhuqing nodded. "In due time, I shall reveal the first two to you. However, regarding the last question," Bibi Dong inquired, "do you know the optimal age for a spirit master's spirit rings?" Zhu Zhuqing pondered for a moment before responding. "The first spirit ring should be around 423 years, the second 764 years, the third 1,760 years, the fourth 5,000 years, the fifth 12,000 years, the sixth 20,000 years, the seventh 30,000 to 50,000 years, and the eighth spirit ring should exceed 50,000 years. If fortune favors you, one might absorb a 100,000-year spirit ring." However, as she glanced at Bibi Dong, she struggled to fathom how Bibi Dong could absorb spirit rings of such extraordinary ages at the first level. Did she not fear catastrophic repercussions? Bibi Dong smiled softly. "You are correct. This is common knowledge within the spirit master community. Yet, it is not absolute. There exist methods to transcend these limitations. How can one surpass these limits?" Zhu Zhuqing asked, her curiosity piqued. However, she quickly realized her folly. Such secrets were closely guarded among any faction. "There are several methods," Bibi Dong began. "The first method involves stringent conditions. You must possess twin martial souls and strive to equip all 6 soul bones, thus obtaining a formidable physique. While cultivating one martial soul to the level of a title Douluo, upon completing the first spirit ring, you can then cultivate the second martial soul, allowing the first spirit ring of the second martial soul to be configured at 10,000 or even 100,000 years. 9 black spirit rings are fundamental, with a stroke of luck. 9 red spirit rings are also possible." Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recalling Bibi Dong's earlier display of spirit rings, realizing she likely possessed the dual martial soul she spoke of. "The second method also comes with significant restrictions," Bibi Dong continued. "This method is known as the divine examination." "The divine examination?" Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback. Despite her noble upbringing, she had little knowledge of such matters, and many titled Douluos on the continent were likely unaware of these secrets. Above the titled Douluo level, there exists a realm of divinity. The continent holds trials left by deities accessible to the gifted. Those who pass the examinations can receive rewards that enhance their spirit ring ages, Bibi Dong elucidated. Spirit ring ages can be enhanced? Truly, the divine is remarkable. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes glimmered with fervor. The thought of becoming a divine examiner ignited a passion within her, overshadowing her previous longing for a fiancé. Yet, upon seeing the intensity in Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, Bibi Dong shook her head. Your talent is commendable, but it remains insufficient to draw the attention of the divine for an examination. Zhu Zhuqing forced a smile, accepting reality. After all, with so many titled Douluos on the continent, how could she ever be chosen? How foolish of me to dream so grandly. The third method involves a physical breakthrough. If you can transcend your physical limitations while absorbing spirit rings, you may attempt to absorb spirit rings that exceed the prescribed ages. However, this applies only to rings below 10,000 years. For those above 10,000 years, you must also seek breakthroughs in your spiritual essence. Otherwise, you risk being overwhelmed by the soul's resonance, Bibi Dong explained. Zhu Zhuqing nodded, recognizing that while this method was arduous, it seemed more attainable than the previous two. As they continued their journey, she gradually forgot Bibi Dong's formidable identity and engaged her in lively conversation. Unbeknownst to them, they soon arrived at the outskirts of Soto City. At the entrance, two figures awaited their arrival. One was a robust man, his skin dark and tough, his imposing stature reminiscent of a mountain. Beside him stood a woman with rose-colored hair and amber eyes, adorned in a rose-hued dress. Her beauty rivaled that of Zhu Zhuqing, captivating the attention of passers-by. As they approached, the girl with the rose-colored hair greeted them. "Greetings, teacher." The strong man beside her added, "Greetings, master." Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, her gaze drawn to the rose-haired woman, inevitably comparing herself to her. "Allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Zhuqing," Bibi Dong said, presenting Zhu Zhuqing to the pair. "This is Ximen Kuang, a titled Douluo, and this is my third disciple, Lu Yiqiu. I am Dai Mubai, and they all call me Boss Dai," he remarked, taken aback at the notion of a titled Douluo addressing her as master. This is indeed the Emperor of Stars, yet he does not receive such treatment. Zhu Zhuqing was utterly astonished. As the saying goes, cats are curious, and she was eager to uncover the true identity of the mysterious figure before her. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, as they prepared to enter the city, Bibi Dong nonchalantly donned a human face mask. In a matter of moments, she appeared to be a woman in her 40s or 50s. Indeed, Bibi Dong was of that age, yet her appearance resembled that of an ordinary individual of that age, aptly described as a middle-aged woman. Zhu Zhuqing was taken aback, and Bibi Dong explained, "My identity is rather unique. Someone may recognize me. Once we enter the city, you may refer to me as Aunt Dong. Not to mention, Flinder would certainly know her true identity." Zhu Zhuqing pondered, Aunt Dong? Could her name contain the character Dong? Who else on the continent bears that name? She could not recall, but gazing at Bibi Dong's altered visage reminded her of her fiancé, who had ventured to Soto City, igniting a spark of cunning in her heart. Your Majesty, may I borrow a face mask, perhaps one that is less appealing?" Zhu Zhuqing asked cautiously. "You may call me Annie now," Bibi Dong replied as she retrieved another face mask from her soul guide and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing. "Thank you, Aunt Dong." Zhu Zhuqing expressed her gratitude as she accepted the mask and put it on. The mask did not enhance her beauty, for without it, Zhu Zhuqing was undeniably exquisite. However, once adorned with the mask, complemented by her devilish figure, she transformed into a figure of legend. "From the back, you appear as a beauty. Turn around, and Bibi Dong remarked. "Nevertheless, you have merely disguised your appearance. You cannot conceal the aura of your martial soul." Zhu Zhuqing inquired, "Do you know what I intend to do?" "You wish to meet your fiancé under a different identity to see what he has been up to all these years. Am I correct?" Bibi Dong replied. Zhu Zhuqing nodded. Beside them, Lu Yiqiu understood, stating, "There's indeed a soul master with the white tiger martial soul at the Soto City Soul Arena, named Dai Mubai." Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuqing's eyes lit up. It seemed she had not been misled. Dai Mubai was indeed in Soto City. However, while her appearance might deceive him, her martial soul could not be so easily masked. The two martial souls that formed a fusion technique could sense one another. Bibi Dong then tossed a ring to Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Wear this. It will help mask your aura." Nodding, Zhu Zhuqing placed the ring on her finger, and indeed, as Bibi Dong had asserted, the aura of her martial soul faded away. The group then entered Soto City, and Bibi Dong's subsequent plans commenced. She instructed Ximen Kuang, "You proceed to the Soto City sub-temple and await my arrival." "Yes, my lord," Ximen Kuang replied as he turned towards the sub-temple of the Spirit Hall. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong closed her eyes, her spiritual power expanding, allowing her to visualize the entirety of Soto City within her mental realm. In a Soul Master shop, she spotted Flinder. On another street, from the descriptions in her books and the aura of a 10,000-year soul beast. She identified the protagonists of this tale, Tang Ritian and the 10,000-year-old rabbit he had tamed. In an inconspicuous tavern within Soto City, a robust figure, dressed in a disheveled manner, was consuming cheap, inferior beer. He appeared unremarkable, yet he was undoubtedly the strongest presence in the entire city. How Douluo. A slight smile graced Bibi Dong's lips. Tang Hao sensed someone scanning the city with spiritual power, causing his expression to shift. He set down his beer, adjusted his black robe, and glanced around, yet the spiritual probe was swift and fleeting, leaving Tang Hao with no trace to pursue. Bibi Dong had anticipated Tang Hao's awareness. However, her true target was Dai Mubai, not the Tang father and son, so she paid them no mind. Thus, she led Yu Xiaogang and Zhu Zhuqing toward the infamous Rose Hotel. Initially reluctant, Zhu Zhuqing found it difficult to decline Bibi Dong's goodwill and followed her to the hotel. As the three prepared to enter the Rose Hotel, they encountered three individuals, two young women and a young man, who were also poised to enter. The two girls were strikingly beautiful, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old, tall and elegant. Yet most astonishingly, they bore an uncanny resemblance to each other, being identical twins. The young man in the center stood around 6 feet tall, youthful in appearance, even younger than the two girls behind him. He had broad shoulders and a handsome, yet resolute visage, his golden hair cascading down to his waist, straight and smooth. What drew the eye were his peculiar eyes, each possessing a double pupil. Such striking features combined with those extraordinary eyes made him an undeniable focal point wherever he went. It was undoubted he was Dai Mubai. Instead of entering the hotel for a friendly spar with Tang San, he was intercepted outside by Bibi Dong and Zhu Zhuqing. Observing Dai Mubai flanked by the twins, Bibi Dong regarded him with a playful gaze, sensing the palpable aura of darkness emanating from Zhu Zhuqing. Unbeknownst to Dai Mubai, he found himself momentarily taken aback at the sight of the three approaching women. The Rose Hotel, is this not a couple's retreat? What brings you three here? He mused. Surely not for a rendezvous. The middle-aged woman seems to have been quite the beauty in her youth, but alas, time has not been kind. The other one, while her figure is appealing from the side, when she turns, her face, how unfortunate. Feeling the unfiltered disdain radiating from him, Zhu Zhuqing trembled, her pupils shifting as tears welled in her eyes. Quickly, she turned her face away to avoid further gazing upon Dai Mubai. He, oblivious to the unfolding emotions, soon directed his attention to the final member of the trio, Yu Xiaogang. Yu Xiaoyang's beauty rivaled that of the finest in the Douluo realm, her figure matching Zhu Zhuqing's, particularly accentuated by her rose-colored hair and dress, which enhanced her allure. Dai Mubai loosened his hold on the twins, suddenly finding them less appealing. The twins, sensing the shift, cast hostile glances at Yu Xiaogang. Dai Mubai approached Bibi Dong and her companions, ignoring Zhu Zhuqing entirely, and smiled at Yu Xiaogang, saying, "Beautiful lady, allow me to introduce myself. I am Dai Mubai, often referred to as Big Brother Dai. Is this your first visit to the Rose Hotel? I frequently assist lovely ladies in need. Whatever your requirements, I shall do my utmost to fulfill them." As he spoke, Dai Mubai struck a rather dashing pose, declaring, "Let the duel commence." It must be said, Dai Mubai indeed possessed a strikingly handsome face, which undoubtedly captivated many beauties. However, one must consider the circumstances. In a situation where he was surrounded by a pair of twins, his advances seemed rather audacious. The twin girls exchanged glances of mild discontent. Yet they were not entirely displeased, for they were well aware that Dai Mubai had other women in his life. Both parties were merely indulging in a playful flirtation. Dai Mubai was enchanted by their beauty, while they, in turn, were drawn to his charm. After all, marrying such an outstanding soul master could be quite appealing. Even if he were to have multiple wives, the twins might not mind. "Thank you, but I must decline," said Yu Xiaogang. "Do not rush. I see you are newcomers to Soto City," Dai Mubai replied with a smile. "I am quite familiar with this place. If you are uninterested, that is perfectly fine. But if you are willing, allow me to be your guide. I can take you to some delightful spots and treat you to delicious food, with all expenses on me. Of course, if you wish, I can also introduce you to some entertaining games." "Entertaining games?" Zhu Zhuqing, suppressing her anger, inquired with a smile. "Are they akin to the games you play with those twins? Would you allow me to join?" Dai Mubai grimaced at this woman, cursing inwardly. What a meddlesome creature. "No, Thank you, miss. Perhaps you should seek companionship elsewhere. As a connoisseur of beauty, Dai Mubai had no desire to engage in games with this unattractive girl. Despite her commendable figure, Zhu Zhuqing, observing Dai Mubai's disdainful expression, felt an unexpected calm wash over her. She retreated behind Bibi Dong, choosing silence. Dai Mubai turned his attention back to Shirlu Yakyu and asked, "So, what is your opinion, my dear? I have a rather exciting game in mind. Would you care to try it?" Shirlu Yakyu replied, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Do tell, beautiful," Dai Mubai smiled. "A duel," Shirlu Yakyu declared. "You mean a soul duel?" he queried. "Essentially," she answered. Dai Mubai's eyes brightened. "Excellent. However, may I ask your age?" 12, she replied. 12? Dai Mubai exclaimed, astonished by her youthful appearance. Yet, he was not entirely surprised. On the Douluo continent, martial souls and the methods of obtaining soul rings and bones could significantly alter one's physical appearance. The example of Tang San, who was already 7 meters tall at 12, came to mind. This also reminded him of his fiancée Yi back in the Star Luo Empire, who had already matured when he departed. He wondered how she had grown since then. One's appearance could indeed mask their age, but bone age was a reliable indicator. On the Douluo continent, discerning bone age served as a means of recognizing one's true age. Shirlu Yakyu was indeed 12. 12, Dai Mubai smiled slightly. "In that case, I shall claim to be 15, a white tiger martial soul, and a level 38 soul sovereign. Let us not make this unfair. I shall only use my first 2 soul skills against you. If you can compel me to use my 3rd soul skill, I shall concede defeat. What do you say?" Dai Mubai, known as the Peerless Silver Lad, possessed the confidence warranted by his background, his charm, and his innate talent, being a level 38 soul sovereign at merely 15 years of age, a true prodigy. "I do not require your leniency. Unleash your full strength. Just ensure you do not feel discontented should you lose," Shirlu Yakyu retorted coldly. "No need, I reiterate. Should I employ my 3rd soul skill, I will accept defeat." Dai Mubai found himself genuinely admiring Shirlu Yakyu, recognizing her boldness in demanding his utmost effort. A testament to her confidence, or perhaps her arrogance. Nevertheless, he had a high tolerance for beauty. The news of the impending duel outside the Rose Hotel drew the attention of onlookers. As the protagonists of this tale, Tang San and Xiao Wu, having completed their check-in, were also intrigued by the commotion and ventured outside to join the crowd. Bibi Dong's gaze fell upon Tang San and Xiao Wu, ultimately fixating on Xiao Wu. To others, she appeared as a vibrant young girl, but in Bibi Dong's eyes, she resembled a rabbit, exuding the essence of a 100,000-year soul beast. Sensing Bibi Dong's scrutiny, Xiao Wu glanced in her direction, and upon their eyes meeting, she felt a wave of vulnerability wash over her, prompting her to tug at Tang San's clothing and discreetly hide behind him. Bibi Dong withdrew her gaze, no longer focusing on Xiao Wu. It was not yet time for her to deal with Tang San and Xiao Wu. The groundwork had been laid, and she awaited their inevitable entanglement in her schemes. There was no need to rush. Xiao Wu sighed in relief, quietly contemplating a soul Douluo, a title Douluo. Surely, such a figure wouldn't casually stroll through the streets. "Xiao Wu, what troubles you?" Tang San inquired with concern. "Oh, nothing, brother," she replied, her voice laced with unease. Meanwhile, the 2 combatants had delineated their arena, with Dai Mubai positioned on one side and Shirlu Yakyu on the opposite. Their presence captured the attention of the crowd. Soul duels were a rarity. Many had to pay to witness such events in the soul arena, making the street-side duel a unique spectacle. Dai Mubai instructed the twin sisters to stand aside, then stretched his limbs, stating, "My dear, I have declared my martial soul. Now it is your turn." Though a sudden announcement is also acceptable. "No need," Shirlu Yakyu replied. "My martial soul is the Rose, and I am a level 33 control system soul master." Dai Mubai's demeanor shifted as he processed the information. 12 years old and already a level 33? What extraordinary talent was this? Coming from Shrek Academy. He understood their stringent admissions criteria. Candidates must be under 13 and possess a soul power level exceeding 20 to be considered. At 12, he had been merely level 25. An 8-level gap loomed before him. Could she truly be the fabled innate, full soul power? With this thought, Dai Mubai's eyes ignited with fervor. If he could secure this girl's allegiance, harnessing her strength might facilitate his conquest over his brother and claim the Star Luo throne with ease. Though his innate talent fell short of hers, he possessed authority. He could offer her the status of Star Luo Empress. Dai Mubai conveniently chose to forget about his other fiancé. For in any world, women often found themselves in a subordinate position. The repercussions of breaking a marriage contract weighed more heavily on the male than the female. Look at Dai Mubai. He had forsaken his fiancée to indulge in revelry in Soto City, adeptly managing his time to juggle multiple romantic pursuits, a quintessential rogue. Yet he remained a central character in the narrative. Had Zhu Zhuqing replaced Dai Mubai, she would have immediately lashed out at him, hurling insults such as Douluo Panjin Lian and Silver Woman. Faced with Dai Mubai's unabashed gaze, a surge of anger ignited within Zhu Zhuqing. However, she suppressed her fury and continued to watch. Meanwhile, another keen observer was undoubtedly Tang San. With a plant-type martial spirit and a control system that reached the 33rd level at such a young age, he was eager to comprehend the nature of her control. The battle commenced. White Tiger Possession. A phantom of a white tiger materialized behind Dai Mubai, and in an instant, his physique expanded dramatically, his golden hair transforming into a striking black and white, with the white dominating. The White Tiger martial spirit, though slightly inferior to the Blue Lightning Tyrannosaurus Rex, was nonetheless among the pinnacle of martial spirits, a formidable assault-type spirit. As the martial spirit manifested, the aura of the White Tiger enveloped the entire arena. Bearing down on Shiliu Qiu, 3 soul rings of yellow, and purple cascaded down, an optimal combination for soul masters. Clearly, Dai Mubai intended to conquer the woman opposite him through sheer strength, hoping to win her over as an ally in his ascent to the Star Luo Empire. On the other side, Shiliu Qiu summoned her own martial spirit and soul rings. A rose entwined with thorns appeared in Shiliu Qiu's palm, exuding an intoxicating fragrance as 3 soul rings descended. Purple, purple, purple. Gasps of astonishment filled the air as everyone beheld the 3 purple soul rings surrounding Shiliu Qiu. How is this possible? One person exclaimed. Although soul masters were rare, there existed a fundamental understanding within the realm. A person's first soul ring typically manifested in white or yellow, with the second also being yellow. It was virtually impossible to attain a 3rd purple soul ring, even for those with extraordinary talent. Yet, Shiliu Qiu had achieved the remarkable feat of having all 3 rings in purple, leaving the onlookers in awe. Tang San, who had always adhered to the theories of his mentor, found himself momentarily speechless. This contradicts my teacher's theory, he murmured. Wasn't it supposed to be the first ring with an age limit of 423 years, the second 764, and the third 1760? How did she accomplish this? Each of her 3 rings had been absorbed beyond their limits. Despite her 3rd ring being purple, it surpassed Dai Mubai's in intensity. Dai Mubai soon regained his composure, reflecting on his earlier statement that defeating his opponent without utilizing his 3rd soul skill might be challenging. Against a formidable soul master, he could forego his 3rd skill. But facing a soul sovereign with superior soul ring ratios and 3 purple rings, the amplification of power was unfathomable. Let's go all out, or else if you lose, I fear you might not accept it, Shiliu Qiu declared. All right, Dai Mubai nodded, not hesitating to unleash his 3rd soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His shirt tore apart, revealing intricate patterns on his skin that resembled a tiger's hide. After activating his most potent soul skill, he brimmed with strength, confidence surging back as he launched a powerful claw strike toward Shiliu Qiu. The claw sliced through the air, accompanied by a fierce wind, drawing the attention of all. In contrast, Tang San's focus shifted to Shiliu Qiu, curious how this fellow plant control soul master would respond to the onslaught. With the rose in hand, Shiliu Qiu activated her 1st soul skill, Hateful Thorns. Vines with thorns erupted from the ground, ensnaring Dai Mubai's limbs in an instant. The sharp spikes pierced his resilient skin, sinking into his flesh. Before he could make his move, he found himself immobilized, the thorns not merely binding him but siphoning his soul power as well. If Dai Mubai failed to escape this entrapment swiftly, his soul power could be drained entirely. Struggling fiercely, he exerted all his strength to tear through the thorns. Although he managed to break free from the hateful thorns, the effort exacted a toll on his soul power. Shiliu Qiu, undeterred, activated her 1st soul skill once more, summoning fresh thorns that bound him anew, an unending cycle. As his soul power dwindled, Realizing his predicament, Dai Mubai reluctantly resorted to his second soul skill. White Tiger Radiant Wave. A milky white light coalesced from his mouth, aimed at Yu Xiao. Instead of countering with her own skill, she raised a barrier of thorns to deflect his attack. The light struck the thorny wall, but only managed to breach half of it. In the next moment, the wall parted, and she gestured, summoning several vines that snaked from behind Dai Mubai, ensnaring his neck and waist. With the additional bindings, his chances of escape diminished significantly. More and more thorny vines coiled around him, constricting tighter and drawing from his soul power. As time elapsed, the more he struggled, the weaker he became, and the grip of the hateful thorns grew ever more terrifying. Step by step, Yu Xiao approached Dai Mubai, her gaze devoid of warmth. She reached forth, and a rose emerged from the thorns. Plucking a petal, she delicately inhaled its fragrance and remarked, "You fell without even having to use my second soul skill. Allow me to return your earlier sentiment." With a flick of her wrist, the petals cascaded down, igniting in midair, engulfed in purple flames that bore an intense heat. Landing upon Dai Mubai, a piercing scream erupted from his throat. "I concede. Spare me. Please don't burn me." He trembled in desperation. Yu Xiao waved her hand, the vines receding and the purple flames extinguishing. This was not a reflection of her mercy, but rather the nature of her flames. If left unchecked, they could consume a life entirely. Exhausted, Dai Mubai collapsed to the ground, his appearance a grim sight, burned and charred, resembling a piece of coal, with distinct marks of constriction and puncture wounds from the thorns. His soul power had been drained to its very limit. Observers, witnessing Dai Mubai's pitiful state and contrasting it with Yu Xiao's calm demeanor, mused, a thorny woman is not to be trifled with. Beyond his physical wounds, the crushing defeat weighed heavily on his spirit. Dai Mubai, who had always regarded himself as a monster, now realized that there were always greater heights to aspire to. After the conclusion of this encounter, Bibi Dong led Yu Xiao and Zhu Zhuqing away from the scene. However, Dai Mubai's fortune remained quite favorable, as two healing soul masters emerged from the crowd, administering their restorative light to him. The entangling ability of the thorns was formidable, far surpassing the enhancements provided by my blue silvergrass, which bore the resilience of the mandala snake. As Tang Sen reflected on the battle, he pondered deeply, imagining if his blue silvergrass were to ensnare the fully unleashed Dai Mubai, would it be capable of binding him firmly? The answer was a resounding no. Not only could it not succeed, but it would also be easily shattered. Is this the disparity between a useless martial soul and others? No, that cannot be the case. Her cultivation had reached the soul master level, and the soul ring of her first spirit skill was of a millennium grade, a stark contrast to my century-grade soul ring. Besides, I possess a second martial soul. Tang San consoled himself inwardly. In truth, the ordinary tendrils of the blue silvergrass, regardless of enhancement, could never rival the thorns of Yu Xiao. After all, her thorns originated from the black rose dragon. Unless Tang San could evolve the blue silvergrass into the blue silver emperor, with a suitable soul ring configuration and a complete evolution direction, could his tendrils stand in comparison? Ultimately, both the blue silver emperor and the black rose dragon are top-tier martial souls, though the latter is slightly superior, approaching the realm of super martial souls. Due to the arrival of Bibi Dong and her companions, the initial encounter between Dai Mubai and Tang San was thwarted. Tang San and Xiao Wu had already secured a room at the Rose Hotel, while Dai Mubai had been forced to retreat in a disheveled state after being bested by Yu Xiao. Exiting the Rose Hotel, the trio proceeded to another luxurious establishment, where they booked a room. Zhu Zhuqing voiced her doubts. Is she a twin martial soul? A twin martial soul? Bibi Dong chuckled softly. If Qiao were a twin martial soul, I would never allow her to squander such talent. Zhu Zhuqing retorted, 3 rings, all purple, and you call that squandering talent? Bibi Dong explained, the advantages of a twin martial soul far exceed your imagination. One only needs to cultivate a single martial soul to the level of title Douluo, and then attach soul rings to the other. Just think about the age of the first soul ring of the second martial soul. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly understood. Over 10,000 years. Not just over 10,000, at least 50,000, and if there are sufficient soul beasts, 9-10,000-year soul rings are not out of the question. Bibi Dong elaborated. 9-10,000-year rings. Zhu Zhuqing was astounded. She could hardly fathom the geometric strength a title Douluo would possess at such a level. If Qiu is indeed a twin martial soul, I would not let her settle for merely thousand-year rings, Bibi Dong remarked before turning to Shizui Qiu. Why not share the ages of your soul rings? Shizui Qiu nodded, stating, my first soul ring is 1923 years, the second is 2,264 years, and the third is 3,460 years. Did you glean anything from that? Bibi Dong inquired. Zhu Zhuqing was initially taken aback, but soon reflected, exclaiming, why are all her soul rings aged an additional 1,500 years beyond the optimal matching configuration? Could it be, indeed, the divine trial? Bibi Dong affirmed. In a certain sense, the trial space initiated by Bibi Dong could be regarded as divine, and summoning Shizui Qiu had implicitly acknowledged her completion of the two immortal trials. Zhu Zhuqing felt a twinge of envy, contemplating how, if she possessed a divine trial, she would not be bound by her family's fate. By the way, upon meeting your fiancé, what are your plans? Bibi Dong queried. At the mention of Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's expression shifted to despair. She cast a glance at Bibi Dong, sighed, and confessed, ultimately, I cannot escape the fate imposed by my family. Perhaps my life will conclude at 25. Since her birth, Zhu Zhuqing had never considered relinquishing her life. She had tirelessly trained to surpass her elder sister, to defeat her and break free from her predestined path. Yet, upon witnessing Dai Mubai's demeanor, despair enveloped her. However, I will kill him, then end my own life, Zhu Zhuqing declared. Bibi Dong and Shizui Qiu exchanged knowing glances, acknowledging that, indeed, Zhu Zhuqing had similar thoughts in the original narrative, a woman of such fierce resolve. It must be said that Dai Mubai during this period truly disappointed Zhu Zhuqing, frolicking in the Heaven Do Empire while his girlfriend struggled on the brink of life and death. The original narrative had entwined them together, a cruel twist of fate. Bibi Dong and Shizui Qiu shared a glance and, in unison, raised their weapons. It seems we haven't dealt with him harshly enough. Shizui Qiu suddenly regretted sparing Dai Mubai. She was of the type that appeared cold externally but was warm within, unlike Tang San, who was ruthlessly cold, prepared to kill at the slightest provocation. She would not strike lethally at someone she had merely met once. Your life is your own. You need not bind yourself to him, Bibi Dong advised. Are you unaware that he holds a title in Soto City, known as the Peerless Silver Boy? The women he entertains are numerous, often indulging in 3 dates a day. I ask you, given his betrayal, why should you accompany him to death? Peerless Silver Boy, what a title indeed. Zhu Zhuqing trembled, gazing at Bibi Dong. I wish to confirm something. Bibi Dong understood Zhu Zhuqing's intentions and did not impede her. She casually handed Zhu Zhuqing the room number, saying, should you wish to find us again, come to this number. After receiving the room number, Zhu Zhuqing nodded and departed. Meanwhile, Bibi Dong led Shizui Qiu to the small shop owned by Flender. Flender's establishment was filled with various soul tools of little significance, and only he was present. Reclining in a wooden lounge chair, his chin protruding slightly, cheekbones broad, with a flat face reminiscent of a shoe sole. Behind black-framed crystal glasses, his eyes were closed. Though he bore a shrewd expression, Bibi Dong ignored Flender, scanning the shop until she spotted a crystal the size of a human head. Transparent, but marred by large patches of dark yellow impurities. Approaching, she picked up the crystal to gauge its weight and surveyed the surroundings. Finding no other crystals of similar nature, she approached Flender, inquiring, I wish to purchase this crystal. How much? Expensive, 100 gold soul coins, Flender replied. Bibi Dong glanced at him, and, from her soul tool, tossed 200 gold soul coins to Flender, stating, 200 gold soul coins. I shall take this crystal. Flender did not even open his eyes, dismissively saying, not enough. What do you mean? The teacher has offered you double. Is that still insufficient? Shizui Qiu retorted in anger. Not enough is simply not enough. 100 gold soul coins was the previous price. Now it's this amount, Flender insisted, extending his palm with 5 fingers spread. 500 gold soul coins. Bibi Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. As the Pope, she was certainly not lacking in funds. Whether it was 500 or even 5,000 gold soul coins, it was trivial. However, being treated as a fool irked her greatly. 500 gold soul coins. I shall take that crystal. A tender voice emanated from outside the door. Bibi Dong turned to see Tang San. At that moment, Tang San's gaze was fixated on the crystal in Bibi Dong's hand, his eyes gleaming with desire akin to a cat eyeing a fish, a dog spotting meat, or a dubious uncle noticing a solitary little girl. Little San, why would you purchase this worthless crystal? It lacks luster, has poor transparency, and bears no color. Is it truly worth 500 gold soul coins? Tang San ignored the nearby Xiao Wu, his attention unwaveringly on the crystal. Xiao Wu pouted in frustration, wondering if she was not more appealing than that crystal. Flandra then stood up, glancing between Bibi Dong and Tang San, a cunning glint flashing in his eyes. I saw this crystal first. I shall buy it for 500 gold soul coins, Bibi Dong declared in a low voice. The highest bidder wins. I offer 600 gold soul coins. Tang San breathed heavily. Flandra, however, did not sell the item to Tang San immediately, instead casting a shrewd glance at Bibi Dong and asking, "And what is your offer, esteemed guest?" With a cold smirk, Bibi Dong casually withdrew 2 bags of gold soul coins, extracting 2 coins and stating, "I offer 2 gold soul coins for everything in your shop." Flandra's previously cheerful demeanor darkened instantly. 2 gold soul coins? You wish to purchase all my items with that? Please do not jest with me. Flandra replied sternly. If you do not desire this crystal, I shall sell it to the gentleman beside you. I am not joking. 2 gold soul coins for everything in your shop. I hope you will consent, as it is better to leave this world with a little more love and peace, Bibi Dong said calmly. Flandra, irritated yet amused, retorted, so if I refuse to sell, do you intend to resort to violence? Bibi Dong remained silent, but Flandra had already summoned his spirit, the cat eagle. The 7 perfectly matched spirit rings astonished Tang San and Xiao Wu, who could hardly believe that this seemingly obscure shopkeeper was, in fact, a soul sage. Behold my spirit and rings. I grant you a chance to rephrase your request, Flandra said, soaring into the air with his wings spread. Looking down upon Bibi Dong and Sherluchio. Cat, eagle spirit? So, you're Flandra, one of the legendary Golden Triangle. Bibi Dong feigned astonishment. You have keen eyes. Leave 1,000 gold soul coins and depart my humble shop. It is better to foster love and peace in this world, Flandra countered, echoing Bibi Dong's words. Bibi Dong scoffed. Why must it be so? This world is so beautiful. Why must we allow it to be consumed by violence? As her words fell, an overwhelming pressure of soul power descended upon Flandra, pinning him to the ground, causing the hard floor to fissure like a spider's web. Flandra was utterly shocked. Although Bibi Dong had not revealed her spirit, he could sense her formidable strength from the pressure alone. She was at least a titled Douluo. My mind has changed. Your shop is cluttered with too much rubbish. I do not need certain items, so I shall purchase whatever I desire with a single gold soul coin, Bibi Dong stated. Retrieving 1 coin from the 2 on the table and packing up the items she found appealing, turning to Tang San with a playful expression. So, do you still wish to buy this crystal? No. Tang San gulped, his eyes still fixated on the crystal, feeling a profound reluctance yet forced to concede. There was no way he could contend with a shopkeeper capable of effortlessly suppressing him. His skills allowed him to fight against those of slightly lower tier. But this was a vast disparity. Xiao Wu had lost her initial vigor, leaning against Tang San's shoulder, uncertain of this woman's true capabilities, but suspecting she had surpassed the rank of Soul Douluo. Chiao, let us depart, Bibi Dong instructed, leading Sherluchio away. Only then did Tang San notice the woman following the mysterious figure. She was the owner of the control-type, rose flower spirit he had briefly encountered. Given her age and strength, she must also be seeking admission to Shrek Academy. Once Bibi Dong and Sherluchio left, Xiao Wu breathed a sigh of relief, and Flandra, appearing quite disheveled, stood up. He scrutinized Tang San, recognizing the soul tool on him, realizing he was a disciple of the master. After their mutual recognition, Flandra became considerably more polite. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Tang San inquired, Shopkeeper, what was the strength of that individual? If I am not mistaken, she should be a title Douluo, Flandra replied with a wry smile. His soul's sage strength, even when facing a soul Douluo, should not have left him so helpless. Only a title Douluo could render him so defenseless. A title Douluo? Xiao Wu's face paled. Teacher, why did you buy that crystal? Sherluchio asked, puzzled. This crystal, while useless in our hands, can become a lethal weapon in the right hands, Bibi Dong explained. Then why not give it to him? A good item can only shine in the hands of one who knows how to use it, Sherluchio questioned. Quite simply, what if he is our enemy? Bibi Dong said, tossing the crystal into the soul guide. Sherluchio suddenly understood, pondering for a moment before asking, "Is it that boy?" "You will comprehend in due time," Bibi Dong replied. The crystal held no value in Bibi Dong's possession, yet in Tang San's hands, it could become a powerful tool, akin to his initial weapon, the dragon whisker needle, insidiously lethal. She wondered how Tang San would react after losing the dragon whisker needle and witnessing Xiao Wu being beaten by Zhao Wujia. Would he confront Zhao Wujia or retreat? To be honest, she was quite curious. "Come, let us return to the Hall of Spirits," Bibi Dong declared. Upon returning to the Hall of Spirits, Bibi Dong did not reveal her identity, but instead presented the papal order, receiving a warm welcome. The leader of the Soto City Spirit Hall, Roklian, a Spirit Emperor-level practitioner, greeted Bibi Dong and Shi Luqiu enthusiastically, while Shimin Kwang had been waiting in the sub-hall for some time. "Roklian, I have matters for you to attend to," Bibi Dong stated. "Please, Elder, speak," Roklian replied. Bibi Dong nodded and said, "I need you to gather information on some nearby prodigies. Preferably 2 types. Those aged 13 with cultivation levels above 20, but below 25, or those aged 12 with levels not lower than 15 and above 20. Do this quickly." As for why she wanted children within this specific range, the reason is quite simple. Bibi Dong is preparing to take action. "Understood, Elder. I shall attend to it immediately," declared Lord Rockline. "My lord, is there anything else you wish for me to address?" inquired Shimin Kwang. "For now, not yet. Let us await Rockline's intelligence," replied Bibi Dong. The efficiency of the Spirit Hall is indeed commendable. Before long, Rockline delivered the information regarding the children. Bibi Dong's expectations were not particularly lofty. Children of such caliber could be considered rare talents, with innate soul power typically ranging between 5 and 7. Yet still, they were lacking. Within the jurisdiction of the Soto City Spirit Hall, such talents were not in short supply. As Bibi Dong perused the backgrounds of these prodigies, her brow furrowed in discontent. Nobility and affluent families were prevalent among them. Although they were modestly wealthy, they were still aristocrats, lacking the individual Bibi Dong sought. Due to the inheritance of martial souls and the existence of innate soul power, the development of this world is stratified according to the quality of martial souls and the disparities in innate soul power. At the pinnacle are the transcendent beings of the 3 upper sects, whose inherited martial souls are of the highest caliber, followed by various families of differing ranks. However, commoners are not entirely devoid of opportunity. While the nobility relies on inheritance, commoners depend on mutations. The vast number of commoners means that among the ordinary, one can find exceptional talents. Ma Hongjun is a prime example. Should a commoner succeed in passing down their powerful, mutated martial soul, they could emerge as a new aristocrat, especially in cases like Ma Hongjun's, who, if he were to perpetuate his phoenix martial soul across generations, could rival even the blue lightning tyrant dragon. The individual Bibi Dong identified exemplifies a commoner's potential to rise against the odds. Li Qing, with the martial soul of the battle rhinoceros and an innate soul power of 4, currently holds the rank of a level 51 Soul King. With a soul ring configuration of white, yellow, yellow, purple, and purple. He is a merchant traversing the empires of Tiando and Xinghua, characterized by his opportunistic nature, amassing wealth through trade and ingratiating himself with the nobility. His humble beginnings as a commoner, devoid of titles, afforded him a degree of status in the business realm due to the esteem of soul masters. Naturally, his ambition lies in passing on his mutated martial soul, securing a noble title within the Tiando Empire, thus establishing a legacy for generations to come. However, the nature of the Tiando Empire is well known. The limited number of noble positions means that new aristocrats would imply a reduction in the shares of others. Gaining nobility within the Qingdao Empire is no simple task unless one possesses extraordinary gift akin to those of the Shrek 7 Devils, or otherwise. Individuals like Li Qing find themselves in a precarious position, lacking sufficient talent to warrant imperial favor, making the path to nobility a daunting endeavor. Yet, the road for a commoner soul master reaching the rank of king is already a significant achievement. Fortunately, Li Qing has a son of considerable talent named Li Jing, who has inherited his mutated martial soul, the battle rhinoceros, and boasts an innate soul power of 6, surpassing his father's potential. To provide his son with a promising start, he invested heavily and utilized his connections to secure 2 suitable soul rings for Li Jing. Thus, Li Jing's soul power reached level 22, with a soul ring configuration of yellow and yellow. Such talent is already commendable, though it pales in comparison to the prodigies of the National Soul Master Competition. Bibi Dong handed Li Jing's profile to Rockline, instructing, "Go, bring the father and son to me." Before long, Rockline escorted Li Jing and his son into the Spirit Hall. Both possessed the battle rhinoceros martial soul, blessed with formidable physiques. The father was both a mentor and a merchant, while the son was a pure soul master, undoubtedly inheriting some of his father's shrewdness. "May I inquire, Lord Rockline, what is the purpose of your summons?" asked Li Jing. "It is nothing of consequence. The elder of the Spirit Hall wishes to meet you," Rockline replied. Li Jing felt a wave of anxiety as he discreetly offered a pouch of gold soul coins to Rockline, asking, "My lord, may I ask why the elder seeks my presence? Have I committed some transgression?" Rockline accepted the coins, saying, "Not at all. The elder has merely selected your son from among several prodigies, likely recognizing his commendable talent and wishing to nurture him in Soul City." Upon hearing this, Li Jing sighed in relief and followed Rockline into the grand hall of the Spirit Subhall. Inside, Bibi Dong sat at the head, savoring fine tea, accompanied by Shimin Kwang and Shili Yu Xiao. "Elder, I have brought them as requested," Rockline announced. Bibi Dong nodded, turning her gaze to Li Jing standing behind Li Jing, inquiring, "Is this your son? He appears quite distinguished. His talent should be noteworthy." "Oh, Elder, my son's talent is merely average," Li Jing said with a smile. "When he awakened his martial soul, his innate soul power was only 6. Bibi Dong regarded Li Jing with a bemused expression, thinking, "Your modesty sounds more like boasting." She addressed Shimin Kwang. "Kwangshi, your martial soul is the battle rhinoceros. You seem quite fated to have a connection with them. How about this? Since you have no heirs, these two can be your adopted son and grandson." Shimin Kwang wished to decline, but the figure summoned by Bibi Dong held absolute loyalty to her. Regardless, he had no choice but to say, "Very well." Meanwhile, Li Jing and Li Jing were bewildered. How did this conversation suddenly lead to them being asked to acknowledge a father and grandfather without consulting their wishes? Particularly for Li Jing, a newly graduated intermediate soul master and a proud young talent. The notion of casually accepting a grandfather seemed absurd. "I refuse to acknowledge a grandfather." On the other side, Shimin Kwang slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in anger, "What? Is it a burden for you to acknowledge me as your adoptive father? I don't feel burdened by it." "Li Jing, be quiet," Li Jing chided, then added with a forced smile, "Elder, I apologize. My son was merely impulsive. I hope you can overlook this minor offense." Although he would be willing to acknowledge a father figure, the context certainly mattered, especially given the distinguished status of these two individuals. Shimin Kwang wasted no time. He rose from his seat, summoned his martial soul, and revealed his soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, 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 a total of 9 rings. Although his soul ring configuration was not ideal, he was nonetheless a title de law. The silhouette of the iron-armored battle rhinoceros loomed behind Shimin Kwang. Despite his restrained soul power, everyone in the hall, aside from Bibi Dong, felt the pressure he emanated. A title de law. Li Jing was taken aback. He knew the legends of the realm. 9 rings were a hallmark of title de law. The individual before him was indeed one. Trembling, he glanced at his father, who suddenly knelt, bowing repeatedly. "My adoptive father, please accept my bow." He then glared fiercely at his son, commanding, "You ungrateful child. Do you not hurry to pay your respects to your grandfather?" Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Jing hurriedly approached and knelt, proclaiming, "Grandfather, please accept my bow." Shimin Kwang was initially reluctant to accept these two adopted sons, yet upon witnessing the sincerity in their eyes, he acquiesced. Beside him, Rocklian was consumed with jealousy. Here was a title de law, and it seemed the Li family was destined for greatness. If only I could claim a father like that. Regrettably, my own father is rather disappointing. "You truly are quite the prodigy," Shimin Kwang remarked. "Very well, from this day forth, you shall be recognized as my sons and grandsons. Li Jing and Li Jing, you will share my surname." "Ah." Li Jing was momentarily taken aback. Beside him, Bibi Dong wore a peculiar expression. Her suggestion for Shimin Kwang to adopt Li Jing had been a spontaneous whim, and she never anticipated that Shimin Kwang would go so far as to change the boy's surname. "Would that mean I must change my surname to align with yours?" No, 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 father, that is not what I intended, Li Qing interjected. From now on, I shall take the surname Shimin and be known as Shimin Qing. Li Jing, you should also change your name to Shimin Jing. Li Qing himself was not from a noble lineage. He had merely achieved success as a well-known merchant, and thus, he did not place great importance on the legacy of his surname. Very well, father, Shimin Jing acknowledged. Shimin Quang nodded at Shimin Qing and remarked, son, your potential has reached its limits, but fortunately, you have not squandered your grandson's talents. He will simply need to acquire the soul rings that I can provide. Upon hearing this, Shimin Qing was overjoyed. Thank you, father. His primary concern was his son's cultivation. With the prowess of a soul king, he could secure 2 decent soul rings. However, as Shimin Jing's abilities grew, the strength of the souls he needed to hunt would increase, making it increasingly challenging for him to assist. Now, having a father of title Douluo caliber, all obstacles seemed to dissolve. Congratulations are in order. Bibi Dong chimed in with a smile. Today, not only have you gained a son adept in business, but also a remarkably talented grandson. Shimin Quang wore a dark expression. Was it not you who urged me to adopt them? Bibi Dong then turned her gaze to Shimin Jing, addressing Shimin Qing. Your son possesses impressive talent. At just 13 years old, he is already a level 22 Great Soul Master. Truly, he is a little monster. Shimin Qing awkwardly replied, Elder, my son's talent is indeed commendable, but surely not to the extent of being called a monster. Bibi Dong shook her head. If I say he is, then he is. She then inquired, do you have any aspirations for advanced Soul Master Academies? Shimin Qing lamented, unfortunately, we lack the connections. As commoners, we find it nearly impossible to gain entry into the prestigious Soul Master Academies of the Tiando Empire. The only one that accepts commoners is the Tianshui Academy, but its standards are exceedingly high, only admitting beautiful female water-type soul masters. While Shimin Jing's talent was notable, he would likely only advance to a mid-level Soul Master Academy. In the Tiando Empire, lacking strength and status made progress exceedingly difficult. However, having shared these concerns, Shimin Qing discreetly glanced at Bibi Dong and Shimin Quang, realizing that these previously daunting challenges were no longer insurmountable. With a father of title Douluo standing behind him, entry into the Imperial Academy was no longer an issue. If he could leverage the connections of this elder from Spirit Hall, gaining admission to the Spirit Hall Academy would not be insurmountable either. Bibi Dong cast a sidelong glance at Shimin Quang. As a grandfather, should you be finding a path for your grandson? With my presence, which academy would dare refuse my grandson? They would be courting death, Shimin Quang retorted, his temper flaring. I do have a promising option. Should you be interested, Bibi Dong proposed. Near Soto City, there exists an academy called Shrek Academy, reputed for accepting prodigies. Your grandson certainly qualifies as a young prodigy. It would be a fitting match. Excellent. Shrek Academy it is. My grandson is indeed a prodigy, perfectly suited for such an institution, Shimin Quang declared. Shimin Qing interjected awkwardly. Father, the requirements for Shrek Academy stipulate that one must be under 12 years of age and possess a cultivation level above 20. Jing has already surpassed this threshold. Shimin Qing had previously considered Shrek Academy, which did not outright reject commoners. However, the criteria were too stringent. He had just managed to acquire his second soul ring at the end of last year, but by then, the enrollment period for Shrek had already passed. It matters not. If they refuse, I shall dismantle their academy, Shimin Quang proclaimed. Shimin Qing suddenly comprehended their intentions. They had circled around merely to seek trouble with Shrek Academy. Nevertheless, he could only feign ignorance. Shrek Academy did indeed have a notable reputation, housing several soul emperors and soul saints, figures he would typically regard with reverence. Yet now, with a titled father backing him, even if they were to raise Shrek Academy, what could they do? After Shimin Qing, Shimin Jing, and Roklian withdrew, Shimin Quang's previously wild demeanor softened. He turned to Bibi Dong and asked, My lord, your intent in having me adopt Li Qing and his son surely extends beyond mere troublemaking with Shrek? Looking out at the scenery, Bibi Dong replied, Initially, I sought only to exploit Shrek's rules to create some disturbance. However, after reviewing the information on Li Qing and his son, I have come to see a valuable talent within them. Tell me, am I more interested in the father or the son? Shimin Quang pondered for a moment before responding. My son's cultivation has reached its peak, while my grandson still possesses potential. With further training, Achieving the rank of Soul Saint is certainly within reach. However, do you truly believe I would be concerned with a talent that merely has the potential to become a Soul Saint? Bibi Dong remarked. Such talents are not lacking within the Spirit Hall Academy. One cannot solely assess a person's worth based on their aptitude for soul master cultivation. She continued, some individuals possess talents that are not solely expressed through the lens of soul master cultivation. With that, Bibi Dong handed Shimin Kwang the dossier on Li Qing for his perusal. Upon glancing at the documents, Shimin Kwang swiftly grasped Bibi Dong's intentions. She sought a financial benefactor. Li Qing's journey as a soul master was modest. Yet he had spent a significant portion of his life immersed in commerce. He traversed between the Xingluo and Tiando empires, consolidating small traders along the Tiando and Xingluo borders into an organization called the Xingdo Chamber of Commerce, facilitating trade and profiting from the price differences between the two empires. Let's each pursue our own fortunes. There is an adage that describes a scenario. A golden mountain lies across a river, and everyone yearns to cross the river to unearth its treasures. Thus, a ferry was established to transport people to the opposite shore, allowing them to seek out the golden mountain. Someone queried the ferryman, "Why do you not venture across the river yourself to discover the golden mountain?" The ferryman replied, "I do not need to cross the river to seek out the golden mountain, for my own golden mountain is right here." Li Qing undoubtedly embodies that ferryman. If placed in the previous world, Bibi Dong foresaw that he would swiftly rise to prominence and become a significant figure. Yet tragically, he was born into a world of fantasy that is unforgiving. The essence of power lies in strength, no matter how prosperous one may become. It ultimately serves to enrich the nobility. Li Qing, born of humble origins, faces insurmountable obstacles in his commercial pursuits. Those in positions of authority demand tribute, while others seek to annex him, compelling him to generate wealth for their benefit. Under this multifaceted pressure, Li Qing finds himself struggling to survive, thwarting his ambitions for expansion, as the majority of his cash flow has been siphoned off by the aristocrats. This predicament mirrors that of the merchant Shen Yisher from the Ming dynasty in 1566. Conversely, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School thrives because it possesses the strength to safeguard its wealth. The Spirit Hall has reached its zenith, evolving into a colossal entity within the realm of spirit masters. However, with great size comes significant challenges. Mere expansion of the Spirit Hall is no longer feasible. Diversifying into other industries would only incite the vigilance of rival powers. Bibi Dong remarked, "Your capabilities within the Spirit Hall merely serve to embellish its glory, which is why I insist you accept this father-son duo." As the Pope, Bibi Dong indeed contemplated sweeping reforms to develop commerce, courting blacksmiths, and constraining Tang San's growth. Yet, some endeavors are far more complex than they appear. The Spirit Hall, as the preeminent force in the world, is under constant scrutiny. Should Bibi Dong attempt to engage in commerce and employ past business models to exert capital control over the two empires, the response from the empires would be immediate and wary, questioning her intentions. Thus, establishing a new faction outside the Spirit Hall to achieve her goals is Bibi Dong's preferred strategy. However, challenges arise with the Spirit Hall's title Douluo, whose credentials are well documented. Other factions underestimate the Spirit Hall, mistakenly believing it possesses only a handful of title Douluo. This misconception stems from the fact that many within the Spirit Hall conceal themselves after attaining title Douluo status, compounded by the presence of several long-lived elders. Yet, their pure lineage from the Spirit Hall renders them less effective. In contrast, the Quangxi Douluo's origins are entirely dissociated from the Spirit Hall, presenting numerous opportunities. The new factions, Heaven Do, Star Luo, and the Three Sects, would not only regard them as mere extensions of the Spirit Hall, but might also seek to ally with them as a counterbalance. Shimin Qing lacks both power and wealth, which we can provide, but he must be under strict control. You are to assist them in seizing capital control over the two empires, ensuring that Star Luo and Heaven Do do not become territories of the Spirit Hall, thus transforming them into our financial reservoir, Bibi Dong instructed. "Indeed, my lord, I shall earnestly fulfill your command," Shimin Kwang solemnly replied. Bibi Dong tossed a papal order to Shimin Kwang, stating, "I will allocate some spirit masters from the hall for your command. Furthermore, inform your son that the funding needed during the initial stages can be sourced for me, but ensure that his connection to the Spirit Hall remains concealed." That evening, Shimin Kwang engaged in casual conversation with his two adopted sons, while Bibi Dong returned to the establishment with 16 Night Autumn, encountering the ashen-faced Zhu Zhuqing. Through spiritual perception, Bibi Dong was already aware of Zhu Zhuqing's activities throughout the day. She had been tracking Dai Mubai, hoping to uncover his daily endeavors. To her disappointment, after recovering from his battle with 16 Night Autumn, Dai Mubai quickly regained his vigor. Subsequently, he adeptly managed his time, juggling multiple dates with different women, meticulously orchestrating his day to accommodate 3 simultaneous romantic encounters. It remained a mystery why his martial soul was a white tiger rather than time. At the end of the day, Zhu Zhuqing confronted Dai Mubai, removing her mask and ring. Upon witnessing the stunning beauty concealed beneath her rough exterior, Dai Mubai was momentarily taken aback. With a look of disgust and despair, Zhu Zhuqing chastised him. Dai Mubai, I initially believed you left the royal family to seek an environment conducive to defeating your brother, but I misjudged you. While I struggle for survival in the Star Luo Empire, you indulge in frivolities. How can you justify this? She declared, do not call me Zhuqing any longer, it's repulsive. If you choose to wallow in degradation, then so be it. I shall pursue my own future. With that, she turned to leave. Dai Mubai, desiring to stop her, found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed betrayed Zhu Zhuqing, secluding himself in a sanctuary while she endured unimaginable hardships within her family. Her confrontation had laid bare his failures. After parting ways with Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing contemplated self-destruction. She had fought tirelessly to overcome her sister. Yet her fiancé had succumbed to decadence. What did she do? Ultimately, she inexplicably followed the room number provided by Bibi Dong to the hotel they had previously occupied. Never had Zhu Zhuqing felt so helpless. Upon seeing Bibi Dong in 16 Night Autumn, she could not help but rush into Bibi Dong's embrace, weeping uncontrollably. She cared not for Bibi Dong's status as a renowned title Douluo, nor did she consider the ire her actions might provoke. All she desired was a confidant to whom she could pour out her pent-up emotions.